TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Warlock.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Timber saw!
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time.
Devourer.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lone Druid.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Tide
Reserve
Hunter.
time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to pick.
Drow Ranger.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Vengeful spirits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TV, please rejoin the server if you want to hear Lyrical's play-by-play.
Otherwise,
If you don't, you could just not join.
For battle.
That's also good too.
all right, we got it. We're on it. If
All right.
anybody is there, they'll be able to understand what's going on.
Get the camera off of us.
Wrong, Lumi.
It's okay, I got you.
You're the best. You're just the
You
greatest.
are the pilot in that train that's like flying high speed towards a mountain.
Okay.
And I'm the guy that's like ready to jump up. I'm out.
Pull the ripcord. Get me out. That's
Yeah.
the play. Well, meanwhile, we're moving into the game now. TNC facing off against Faceless. The first game in the second series of the Southeast Asian qualifiers. And we didn't get really a chance to talk about it, but who are you favoring in this draft?
I think I like TNC's draft a little bit, particularly because I don't think this is Faceless's comfort zone. They're trying to do something new, and I think TNC is gonna get a first blood here.
Yeah, XY in some trouble. Right click's coming through, and it does look like he is going to fall. So
Yep.
Kuku gets first blood.
So to finish my thought, I think Sam H is gonna be the most important player on the team right now for how their push is gonna work. He needs to position himself far enough to dissuade any offensive swaps, but back enough so that he doesn't get initiated on, allowing the Drow Ranger and the OD to attack. I know he's the caliber of that player that could
The battle
kind of
begins.
walk that fine line, and as a result, I think TNC is gonna take this win. off the back of the Drow Ranger draft.
All right, well, we'll see if they're going to be able to make it work. Sam H did skill Gush first and has boots. So a little bit of a different look for it, and it's actually going to be, at least for now, Raven and Rior in the bottom lane with the Io. They're going aggro, and it's going to be... can they punish this Gush first for the
Oh yeah,
the
they
Tide
can.
Hunter?
They can. He took the Gush because they were going for the first blood.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate thing is they never end up using the Gush. And now he doesn't have, well, now they definitely know he doesn't have access into a Kraken shell, so he's just ditching the lane, dude.
Yeah. I think that he's already halfway to level 2, so maybe it's not going to end up mattering as much as it might have otherwise. But could be a bit of a problem. Also, just a couple of ranged heroes up there in the top lane could pose a big problem for Sam H, particularly if there is any other movement off to that side. But mid lane, OD versus the Lone Druid. Do you have any real big thoughts on this matchup at all?
Yeah, a lot of OD strength cannot really be utilized as effectively. I mean, something you normally is able to do is like astral jabs and then go for denies, right? Of course, the bears could still get the last hit. And you can see when it comes to harassing and trading, a lot of damage has already been applied onto the Spirit Barrier, but that also means it's damage not applied to jabs. And just gets to quickly resummon, and Cuckoo is out of regen, essentially. Oh, he's got a South left, but...
I mean, it's still going to be very frustrating having to deal with all of the creeps pushing in towards him and dealing a good bit of damage as well. Cuckoo, a lucky miss uphill. He's brought down very low, and we'll have to use that salve now, I'd imagine. Bottom lane, also some interesting laning setups. You do have Nuts, who's going to be helping out Ice, Ice, Ice. So 2 Ice, Ice, Ices tagged up in that bottom lane down there. And we'll see if they're going to be able to make much happen. It's against a tri-lane, so could pose some issues there as well.
Fortunately, this is not one of the best killing tri-lanes ever in the game. So Io and Rubik, I'm expecting them to roam a little bit more than usual, more than what these heroes would like. And once Timbersaw gets to level 3, once he has access into 2 points in reactive armor, I just don't think it's possible for them to kill him anymore. So this TNC tri-lane, its effectiveness, it's going to be quite low in my opinion.
And not really having access to that pole either, being blocked out now by the sentries after the first round of pulls came out. Be a little bit frustrating, as well as Cuckoo keeps on taking some harassment, although I kind of like that he's going for more in this Essence, or I wouldn't have minded seeing a couple in the Arcane Orbs to try and burn through the bear quickly, but this should allow him to continue to spam out stuff fairly consistently as well.
Yeah, this seems to be the build now. If you don't plan on maxing Astral Imprisonment for whatever reason, let's say you're up against the Ember and the Flame Guard blocks a lot of your magic damage, then instead of maxing the Astral, you max the Essence Aura, so you can spam that orb. And he's using that orb to actually push back Jabs a little bit. Jabs, you can see, is out of regen apart from one Fairy Fire. But like you're mentioning as well, every time he wants to get close, he's just taking a lot of bear pot shots.
Yeah. So far, top lane, Vengeful Spirit having a great time, 19-3. Compared to the Tidehunter, who's 11-1. But we also spotted for at least a moment there, TNC taking a lot of harassment from the Fatal Bonds onto 3 heroes, with even just a couple of the right clicks. Like, Warlock hits fairly hard, and then you're sharing all that damage also. When the Timbersaw ends up getting some more levels up, and maybe even the level 6, Drow certainly is not going to be safe.
Yeah, it's nothing too scary that they have to worry about, because Tim's does have the bottle, so the regen is definitely here, and he has access into a couple of runes he could take up. The bigger concern to me, well, Fatal Bond's actually doing a lot of work versus Tim's. The biggest concern to me is the fact that they're not getting anything done here. Yeah. Like, Ice 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 has the same amount of CS as the Drow Ranger, which is, that just shouldn't happen from an offensive tri-lane perspective. So I don't know what the plan B here is for TNC, but the plan A is not, you can't do this plan A for too long.
Yeah, I would imagine eventually moving into trying to take down towers, etc. You've got Io Drow, which is extremely mobile and capable of moving around the map and taking down those objectives. And you also still have levels moving up towards the Ravage eventually of Tidehunter. And Cuckoo still taking some damage here. We have a glimpse not available for Disruptor, only level 2.
Yeah, and he was walking towards the shrine anyway, so he should be absolutely okay. I mean, you talked about, transitioning the tower pushing phase of the game, but that comes with power treads on Raven, that comes with Dragonlance on Raven, right? Like, you're going to need some key items before you could actually go into that pushing stage of the game.
Yeah.
But where's your farm? Just look at the CS differentials. Your Black is almost doubled up on CS over the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, it's certainly not going great. I think that the goal there, it's not gone exactly according to plan, and maybe the play at this point is, I'm not even sure. You can't really go on the Timbersaw, and Warlock's positioning has been such that they haven't had an avenue to go on him either. So it feels like maybe the movement in towards Lone Druid is the way to go, or just farm up until the next item and take what you can get out of the laning stage.
Yep. The only saving grace they have going for them is Cuckoo is actually dominating the lane pretty easily. Okay. Ice is taking quite a bit of damage, but obviously he's got Pro Man Shield, he's got, 15 stacks of reactive armor. He's tanking 3 heroes and dishing out some damage on the return.
I mean, they do nothing. Tim's hitting him is actually probably helping more than hurting, just because of getting the reactive armor stacks. He's constantly at 15 here. Yeah. Ice is under no hurt at all.
Right, so as I was saying, I think the only thing that's going well for TNC right now is the fact that OD is kind of wrecking the Lone Druid mid. Much thanks to, I believe, the Drow Aura. The fact that he's orbing him pretty hard.
Also need to be careful about any dives coming at any of these lanes with the Tidehunter capable of making any rotations. But you talk about this lead that Cuckoo's been able to build. What do you think that he needs to transition into from this? We've sometimes seen the Veil. More recently, it's just been straight into a Midas. Do you like that decision if you were to go for it in this game?
I don't think you want to go for Midas this game because you're looking to be aggressive, at least playing more of the tower pushing game because of your Drow Ranger lineup. So I like seeing a little bit more of the traditional OD build, which is the Dragonlance, the Force Staff, Hurricane Pike, that sort of thing. Whatever it is, sooner rather than later because of how poorly the other lanes have been going.
Okay. Well, Venge in the meantime, continuing to build up her farm, has the Blades of Attack on the Courier, so it's actually going to be the phase boots done for Jabs, and still feeling like right now Faceless more than happy just continuing to farm away. It's a net worth lead of a little bit in the favor of TNC, but experience slightly into the lead of Faceless, and this is the point where you do need to be a little bit careful in this game. With Tim's, the Chakram there, and Ice could become just a menace.
Yep. Black, of course, farming rather well on top lane as well. Normally when you look at carry Venge, levels is generally the most important thing, because one of the benefits of getting a carry Venge is getting to quick access to a level 2 swap. And I think that's the reason why they picked the carry Venge, so that they could swap the Drow in when the push comes. Hold that thought that we're going to have XY getting somewhat exposed here in the jungle. But a good glimpse away is going to push the Tidehunter away. And XY should be able to survive.
This is Drow Ranger Aura. He's got Fade Bolt as well. XY goes down. So a really nice pickup there. And, well, one of the benefits of having Drow Ranger Aura, you get that extra little bit of damage.
There you go. I thought he was fine, but that Fade Bolt cooldown was much shorter than I anticipated.
Oh, nice pickup there for them. A regen rune in the mid lane. 2-0 start for TNC, and they're holding on to Ravage. How we've seen kind of a fall off of Tidehunter nowadays. Do you still think the hero has value, or is it just too weird with a really long cooldown of Ravage?
I think this is gonna sound weird, but the threat of the Ravage and the threat of him being able to stand in the front line and you can't initiate on him, that almost is stronger than the Ravage itself, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
But hold that thought, we're going to see a big fight.
He's TPing in as well. They're trying to go in on this. XY needs to be careful. SamH trying to walk forward, and Ice is kind of left completely alone. Going to throw out the Chakram, not burning through all of the trees as of yet. Can he get out? Ravage committed, and he is going to end up falling. Cannot get out of that one.
Yep. I mean, the reason that the Tidehunter is going to be strong in this particular lineup is he's going to stand in front with Guardian Greaves and Ravage. You want to jump on him? You really can't because he's so damn tanky. But if you can't run past him either because of the threat of the Ravage. So if you kind of just look at him, his team is going to take your towers.
Oh, Raven, very low as well. Black's on top of him. They find that kill. So a nice swap used, and Vengeful Spirit pulls the Drow out of position.
Yep.
Nice pickup.
Something that you don't see too often from Venge carries is the fact that this Venge is so farmed right now. Let's not forget, she's an agility hero that could pack a punch, especially when she's so level. She's going to be maxing her aura very soon. So sooner rather than later, we're going to see those agility items, Dragon Lances coming out, and Venge is not a hero you could ignore when she's this farm.
Yeah, and the other thing too, you mentioned the levels. Really good stacking on this hero. 3.3 agility per level, and then 2.6 strength gain. So all of that just comes to the tune of a almost an extra item, whereas you look at some of the other heroes and it wouldn't necessarily be the case. And they take the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Black almost at the helm of the Dominator, and this is all happening while the other lanes are being pushed in as well.
Yep, already hitting the tier 2. Now, as much as I'm focusing on the Venge, let's not forget that the defensive relocate is always a saving mechanism. So with that intact, Venge could just swap himself into harm's way. Ice taking a ton of damage, goes right onto Tim's here. Look at that damage output, Tim's.
Oh, Cuckoo, meanwhile, in the mid lane, ends up finding a double kill. It's going to die to Disruptor. And it looks like Tim's is going to be able to get out of there. So they lose the Disruptor and the Lone Druid mid, while OD falls in turn.
I'm pretty good trade if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, still no level 6 up for Warlock. He is going to try and get this pull off. Does look to be able to complete it, although it's really not going to be for much, as the mid tower was dropped fairly low to tier 1. Ravage is going to be back up in a little bit as well. So we'll see if they can make anything happen with that, or if they just want to try and get into that, you know, continued farm.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, earlier you were asking me what is OD going to buy and say not Midas because his friends need him. So he goes Midas and he's actually killing people with the Midas and only the Midas, so shows what I know about this hero. But it feels like he's very comfortable on the hero. He feels like he's got a strong lead, and this particular item purchase is going to propel him even further. We are going to see him to not go greedy anymore, I imagine. I think he's going to go like Treads, Dragon Lances, you know, just the standard OD stuff from this point on.
Yeah, that can make sense. I think that it's, again, maybe just a game flow thing where he was winning so hard that he made the decision after the fact or whatever. But in the meantime, they're going to be trading off towers. It looks like as Black is going to move mid, try and take this one down. They do have a TP on the Tidehunter if they wanted to come and defend this, but it will be probably too quickly gone.
Right now, this Venge is making a better impression of a Drow than Drow herself is. Because she's really just leading the team and pushing the tower. And look at that. They're going to just rotate up to the tier 2 up top.
I mean, they're not stopping for anything. What are you going to do against this Timbersaw? He's got 4 reactive armors up, and he's going to end up having Chakram, Whirling Death, points in Timber Chain. They've got Helm of the Dominator.
They're going to TP the mid tower and smoke up. They're going to backstab this team. Let's see how quickly can the Radiant react. And the problem is, I think the tier 2 might be dead before they even get there. They scan on top of the path that will be coming. Yeah, and TNC is not going to get the element of surprise here.
They also don't have Tidehunter mechanism yet. If they walk into a Ravage, it could definitely work, but they spot him out. Yeah,
Rio is going to get glimpsed. Ty has to walk in there.
Okay, going in for it now. The OD as well. They drop the Ravage, connects kind of onto 2XY though. The follow-up, it's so much damage with the Fatal Bonds. They're all going to die. Oh my god, there was a Radiant Dire team there a second ago, but no longer. And the swap back in, SamH gone. Faceless, looking good.
Yeah, the problem is no Blink on the Tide, no mech on the Tide, and as soon as Reor got caught out, you have to make a split-second decision. Do we let our Rubik just die for free, or do we actually take a fight with Ravage? TNC chose the latter, and I think they got surprised by the damage output. It looks like Reor is going to get picked up again on the mid lane here. Rotation is coming in from Jabs from the back line. Reor has to run south, and he does, but I don't think he's going to outrun Jabs. He's completely surrounded. Look at the damage output of Faceless, and that's going to be on a killing spree.
God, 462 movement speed, and he ran straight down from there and able to catch out the Rubik. So from bad to worse, and Faceless, I mean, if you're TNC, I don't know what exactly you do at this point. There's kind of like shut down all map control.
Yeah. I mean, normally you look at a team of the caliber like TNC, it's like, okay, you lose the laning stage, you're good enough to play through the rough next 10 minutes or so and then make a late game recovery. This lineup really designed to do well in the lanes, right? Because they don't really have a lot of catch-up mechanism apart from taking a bunch of towers. So you look at the tower count. Faceless has 5 outer towers. TNC has, what, 3?
Yeah.
2? This is just not the lopsided tower count that we're looking for. At least not in the direction that we were expecting just from the drafting phase.
Well, and you mentioned that like maybe the Midas could have been a not the greatest pickup in the world. I don't think it would have changed the complexion of that fight, but it does sort of speak to some of the issues that they're kind of gearing up for the late game. But with the Drow Ranger, is that really the best thing to be doing? I don't know. It's a tough call one way or the other.
I mean, if he had a force staff, maybe he wouldn't have died, right? Like, maybe he would have been able to force staff away.
Exactly.
But honestly, I don't think the outcome of the fight would have been changed. And, you know, moving forward, the Midas is definitely going to help in terms of getting his net worth to where it needs to be. But I'm looking at Cuckoo. He needs to finish the Hurricane Pike. He needs BKB and then plus one more item to dish the damage. And that's really, really far away.
And maybe it's just also the choice to go for that fight there, right? Tidehunter was 500 gold for Mechanism.
Right.
Like
they could have just let Rior die.
Yeah, or they could have let Rior die. They could have let the tower fall. Like they felt like they needed to get something done, certainly.
Yeah.
But it's a tough call in either case, and Faceless end up being able to convert. Maybe also some good decision making from them. They obviously just recently got the coach as well. Winter's over there in the Southeast Asia, helping them out through the drafts, and cool stuff all around. As it looks like they are moving for the last tier 2 tower in the mid lane now.
Winter's there.
Winter's coaching.
That's why Faceless lost the last 2 games of the day.
Oh my God, the Flames.
I mean, the last qualifier, Faceless was perfect. Just gonna point that out.
SEA got better, man.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Well, Rock is back up as well. Chaotic Offering, Fatal Bonds, all of that shenanigans. And now also, that last fight, Disruptor didn't have 6. So I'd be a little bit concerned now if you're TNC for even taking a fight with the Mechanism on Tide.
Yeah, I don't think TNC is actually ready to defend this tower. I don't think he can to swap back in. He's going to force staff away, the immediate self-Astro. And Tim's looking for a defensive relocate, but he's already used it now. He's going to give a little bit of Teta movement speed. Tidehunter's in there. He can't ravage, but seems like so far so good. They're going to lose this tier 2, but they're not going to lose any heroes, and I think that's more important.
Yeah, it's not a hold, but it's also not a complete and total disaster like the last fight was. All right, this one might be, though, if they end up going too far forward. Swap back in. There's the drop of the Rock. They're able to glimpse away the Tidehunter, so he's not in position for the Ravage. Now the chase. They missed that chains, though. TNC, they get away with just the Rubik Death this time, and I think that they can count their lucky stars. It's not more.
Yeah, I just think that TNC feels a ton of pressure, and they're feeling very desperate in these plays. Like, for example, you lose that tier 2, nobody dies. Okay, I mean, it's not great for you, but I think they feel like they're in a desperate situation where they need to force anything. And I just don't think they could be Faceless like this.
It's tough, because it's also like, well, what do you do later on down the lines with this lone druid already getting farm?
I mean, their lineup's not good for split pushing either, so you can't just farm your way back.
It's tough. Game is hard. It's maybe what we need to be spamming in the chat wheel, but this might be the play now. Go in, try and find a quick pick, and if they could take down Jabs, oh, I think he's just going to TP out of there. All right. Maybe it's the Tidehunter Blink Dagger. That could be another big item to change around their fortune in this game.
I mean, high ground for TNC is still quite strong. I mean, Tidehunter on the high ground, you got a lot of long-range artillery to shoot people, but at the same time, if you're just saying, look, we're going to defend the high ground, you're conceding the rest of the map to Faceless. Faceless could just take an hour before they push the high ground. They could get Roche whenever they want. They could just farm up, you know, to 3-4 slots on their Venge, Lone Druid. So I think TNC is right in that they have to force something, but they got to just be super smart about it, because they cannot make any more mistakes. They have their backs against the wall at the moment.
And you look at XY, for instance, he's gearing up a Midas as well.
Oh, he knows,
on the Disruptor. You've got Warlock sitting with almost over 1,000 gold in his bank as well, and could be eyeing a Midas himself. Like, they are in a great position, and I love the Vengeful Spirit going back for this Shadow Blade as well, because it gives you an opportunity to punish the split pushing that TNC are forced to go into now.
Yeah. And Black likes to do this on a lot of the cores he plays. Of course, the Slark being the one that he is most famous for, but the Faceless Void, he loves to get Shadow Blade here. We see the Venge Shadow Blade. Just think about the heroes that he normally plays. It's very punishing to split pushers. Clinks comes to mind, so it might be a different skin, but very much the same play style of farming, but also keeping pressure on the enemy core so they can't farm as efficiently.
Well, Tidehunter continuing to get his gold up. The Blink Dagger. Does he go for Guardians here? I feel like Blink is so good to hold high ground with, but Guardians is also mega value.
You're talking about
for Tidehunter?
Well, he's got the Guardians gold right now if he wants it, so it makes me think of the Blink. And I agree with the Blink as well. I mean, there's not really anything that he could debuff himself, right? The Static Storm Silence he cannot get rid of. Guardian Greaves or not, so I think the Greaves upgrade is not that important in this game.
Okay. So Roshan on deck now for Faceless, and a DD rune right outside as well. Jab's going to pick that up, finish this off slightly more quickly. You do have the Force Staff on OD, almost towards the BKB as well.
Yeah.
There's pieces
It's still not
here.
enough. It's still not enough. The problem is that there's so much DPS on the Druid as well as the Venge. Even if you you BKB, you get swapped back in, you just get right click. You're deaf. So you need something else on top of this. Either Shivas for protection or Lincolns. Or maybe I'm just thinking this all together. I'm thinking of how he survives. Maybe Cuckoo is thinking how we could win.
Right.
Because surviving as OD and winning is two very different things.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I guess I would also say that you don't have that like next big tier of items on Faceless. So with a Blink Dagger now done on the Tidehunter, like a Shadow Blade, for instance, on Black, it's great for punishing split pushing, but if they try and go high ground, it doesn't necessarily provide the same level of value as something like, you know, a Manta or a BKB of her own would. So there's some potential to punish, and a smoke movement now, this could be the avenue.
Yeah. I mean, the one impressive thing is, like, look at the network graph. Like, the OD's keeping toe-to-toe despite the situation. Very impressive stuff here from Cuckoo, but will TNC actually get the jump here this time?
They spotted out the Spirit Bear moving up, and they realized that the Lone Druid is in the area. Forward, they get the Ravage onto 2. XY already down. Black as well. They throw out the Chaos Offering. It's a little bit late, and they pop the BKB. This is going to be able to destroy Tim's. Takes down Ice as well. He got the deny, actually, and the buyback from the IO going after Jabs. They want this kill desperately, and with the Spirits, they might just be able to find it. TP still in the backpack. He is not going to be able to get away from this one, I do not believe. Aegis down
as well.
Huge play, and unfortunately Venge not going to be able to get in a position to save him. Jabs goes down. A big play for TNC.
Yeah, I mean, you could just fault, let's say, the IOs for buying back because you really didn't need it, but honestly, that was everything that TNC needed. That Blink Dagger pickup by SamH was so on point, and I think they just bought themselves at least 5 more minutes, and that was an Aegis push, or an Aegis engagement, right? And they just, like, took that through. What was it? 4 for 1? 5 for 1 if you count the Aegis?
Right.
All of a sudden, this could be a brand new game.
Yeah, just a little bit too cavalier with their movement. They get punished heavily, and Faceless, you know, you've got these Midases, you've got the late game set up and ready for, but TNC they push quick.
I mean, do you think this is the right decision, though? The TNC doesn't have the Ravage. They might get the tier 1, but they might also pay very dearly for it. BKB pulling down very soon. He will have it right about now.
So back in, Static Storm, the swap as well. Cuckoo in trouble. Relocate is not going to be there. He's still trying to get the regen. Ends up being brought down before he can Astral himself. Ice all over Tim. SamH as well. They're slowed down, and it does look like they're going to get the Savage Roar as well to break the TP of that Tidehunter. Rior barely able to escape, but you were right. That was not the fight they needed.
I mean, that is some risky stuff. Again, TNC's treading a very fine line. They are very far behind. They know that they won one fight. They just want to push for more. I get that, but they didn't have BKB on the OD. They didn't have Ravage. That's your 2 best teamfight capable spells, and that is a very risky mid push. And now all of a sudden it's a Lone Druid in front of your tier 3. You know, with Heroes dead for 10 more seconds. This is not looking good for TNC.
Thankfully, they have Glyph. There's a chance that they can hold on to these barracks as OD comes back up, but it looks like they're just going to try and pressure this one. Ravage is back off cooldown in 10 seconds, so
Rax is dead, though.
Maybe they can punish on the way out. What? Oh, they end up going in. Iowa's gone.
Yeah, I mean, they relocated in, and then...
Oh, no. Oh, man. You can see the idea there, but execution a little bit wanting.
Yep. Well, whatever glimmer of hope that TNC fans had there is quickly dashed away, as they didn't even take the mid-tier 1, right? Yeah, mid-tier 1 still stands, and they've lost melee racks. Now, I don't think TNC is going to GG out here. I still think there is game left to be played, especially if Tidehunter could get the jump like they did last time. Last time, they were able to kill the Disruptor super fast. I think the ultimate target they could be going for is Warlock. If you could kill Warlock before the ult comes out, they probably win that fight even cleaner than they did.
Right.
So I don't want to count TNC out just yet, but I hope that they, I don't know. I'm always very risk averse, and I wish TNC could be a little bit more risk averse.
Yeah, and I think that the big thing for TNC is that it doesn't get easier at this point. So you kind of are forced into making something happen with this Ravage, pushing the tempo, and it is still an opportunity. Like, you've got the double Midases on these heroes, which means they don't have those utility items yet to keep their cores alive. They just need to find Faceless out of position, and maybe after that last fight, Faceless are going to be more careful about their positioning.
TNC's just grouping up in front of the tier 2. They're almost playing as if Glimpse is not a thing, right? They're just not respecting it.
Yeah.
Alright, they'll back out.
Can't get glimpsed if you don't have vision. So they will get out of there. And would have been a pretty close one. XY going to check where the IO just was. But it sort of shows that this lineup, you look at a Drow Ranger, a heck of a lot of agi, ability to push the towers quickly. If they can win a fight, they can sometimes convert it off of objectives, but it sort of harkens back to what we're talking about in the draft, that Tidehunter's Ravage, you're not going to be able to take objectives as easily after the fact. Particularly with like the minus respawn times that you've got on Lone Druid eventually, it doesn't get easier there either.
I think, like, just you kind of roll back the game for 5 minutes where they won the big fight and then they decided to push mid. I think that would have worked if the game timer said 35 instead of, 20. Yeah. Because of the respawn time was so low at that point. So I think TNC ultimately has the right idea. It's just that it was so unfortunate that everyone just came back so quickly. Cuckoo, a little bit of trouble up top here.
Yeah, he does have the IO nearby.
Yeah. Also, speaking of which, we haven't actually seen a successful defensive relocate play at all yet.
Right.
And I don't think this is actually Tim's making a misclick. Rather, the fact that Faceless' damage output is so high that Tim's has like maybe a half a second to make that play work. Glimpse is going to come through, and Tim's is dead. So this is just a very tough game to make that IO work and make it work very efficiently. So far, it hasn't really looked like that at all.
I do really like the OD pickup here of the Blink Dagger, and now has the Hurricane Pike as well completed, because it turns into a damage item in and of its own right, because you can go for the Hurricane Pike and then throw out a bunch of Arcane Orbs, stack up the Int, Sanity's Eclipse. It's great. So that's something that does feel quite good. They just need to be careful about Warlock counter initiation as he goes in for that Blink. And it looks like right now Faceless looking to see if they can punish any movement out of where they expect TNC to go next.
The Blink Dagger pickup on Cuckoo tells me that they are going all in on that Ravage initiation. It's basically a double Blink in play, and they're looking to snipe 2 heroes instantly.
Right.
And they feel like if they get that initiation, they win. Because effectively, if you look at Blink as the item, it's 2350 for 0 stats, 0 HP.
Oh no.
Raven?
They're all over
he didn't get the BKB off the Magic Missile. Now he BKBs, but the right click's going to be enough, and that's a 10-second BKB down. He will not have buyback. And I don't think Tidehunter wants to Ravage without the Drow here. A lot of the team's damage is also now taken away.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk all you want about Sanity's Eclipse, but these heroes have decent int as well. Ravage is there. They're on top of Black. Sanity's Eclipse does come down. They find that kill. BKB is there for jabs as well, though. So they take down the Venge at the very least. Can they have any follow-up, though? It's a little bit of a whiff there on the Chaotic Offering. The stolen Chaotic Offering turned back against Faceless now. A lot of damage going in. Can they bring down any of these heroes, though? It's not quite going to happen. The Fatal Bonds was doing a decent chunk.
Range Rex.
All right, Rior, saving the day.
I mean, you saw the synchronized double blink in play, right?
Yeah.
It looked like some underwater dancing that they were doing, and it looked absolutely beautiful as they were able to melt the Drow Ranger, or not Drow Ranger, excuse me, the Vengeful Spirit. Imagine if they had Drow in that fight.
Right.
They would have taken so much better. Now, granted, you cannot expect Rior to steal, the Inferno Offering, Chaotic Offering every single fight, but it was so necessary in that fight because it looked bad. They were able to kill Venge, but that's pretty much all they killed. And those BKB, the Ravages, were so important. But end of the day, they held. Drow Ranger didn't have buyback. It did not matter. That Range Rax is destined to fall, but hey, they hold it for, a couple more minutes.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, too, you take a look at what's going on here, and Rior's been having himself a nice little game, been getting a good amount of ward vision out, got that first blood earlier.
Yep.
Also has, the Blink Dagger at this point. It's allowing him to become more involved in these fights, and we'll have to see if he can make that continue to happen. The nice part about this is that he's going to have Chaotic Offering the next time that Faceless do.
I mean, it doesn't last that long between the next cooldown.
Right.
Did I say size? Oh, he got ganked and denied himself.
Oh.
Yeah. All right.
Sees.
I do want to point out that Rior is going for an Aether Lens, which is generally not an item you see too often on Rubik anymore, because most rich Rubiks just, opt for the Aghanims instead. But in this particular game, I think he understands that he doesn't have enough time to save for the Aghanim, and he wants an item that can help his spell steal now, which the Aether Lens is a very kind of relatively cheap item, considering that you don't have to buy that energy booster again. And it's so important to get that extra range to get off the steal against either Static Storm or a swap or another rock from Warlock. So he's got a lot of selection of ultimates that he can steal, which makes the Aether Lens purchase much more effective this game compared to the other Rubik games.
Yeah, and it's also this thing now, like we're looking at TNC and the ways that they have to win a fight are very limited. You have to hit a huge Ravage for Sam H. And for Faceless,
he's been hitting them though.
That's the thing, is that he has been hitting them, but how much longer can that happen before...
Do you doubt Sam H?
I doubt anybody being able to get constant Ravages like that onto 4 or 5 men.
I do not doubt Sam H.
Okay.
He's gonna hit it.
All right, we'll see.
But I agree with you, he needs to hit it or else they just lose.
Or else they lose the game. That's the problem, is that it's quite hard.
But isn't that exciting to watch? Like,
totally.
how hard it is for TNC, but they're doing it every single time.
I mean, exciting doesn't always win you the game either, though.
I mean, it wins my heart.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's see if TNC could hold this Roche. This is going to be the next big objective. I mean, if they, look at how the last team fight progressed, right? They all jumped on the Venge, they kill Venge. Imagine if she had an Aegis. That gameplay, that plan is no longer an option. So it's so important for TNC not to give this Roche away.
And, well, we talk about hitting big Ravages. Roche Pit certainly a way to make that happen. Is he going to jump in for this? He pops it right away, but they aren't quite there in time. The Inferno dropped as well. On top of him, counter Inferno. The Chaotic Offering jabs almost goes down, but he's going to be able to live on nothing. Sam H in trouble now as well. Io and Warlock already dead, but can they find any more? Odie in the midst of all of this has not really done a whole lot of anything. He might be able to bring down Ice here, but no. He's going to be held inside that Astral Imprisonment. There's just too much damage coming down. He is going to fall. Now also in some more trouble is, well, Ice down.
Fight,
okay. Rior is dead. They end up making it work.
Roche is alive. I think the Drow Ranger should be able to clean down, especially with Inferno taking down. It didn't look like the OD was doing a lot of work, but he was able to take down both Warlock and Disruptor in the Chaos. What happened there was he was unable to take down the Venge because went away from Sentry range. And because Io died, there was no detection. Io had a dust on him. He wasn't able to pop it before he got popped himself. Oh. Ooh, great pick by Black here. Oh, Roche,
looking for more.
Roche is dropping low here. Black, okay.
Trying to get it, Gust. Sam H needs to run away.
Yeah, Raven can't fight this. Look at the damage output here. They glimpse Raven back in. Raven.
Oh my God.
He's got BKB. He's got BKB. He needs to BKB TP, but he can't because there's a swap. How does Raven make it out of here?
He's gone. I'm pretty sure, unless he can find a kill. Swap inside the
side. That's a long side.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
So, I mean, Tim's? Ice is just in enemy territory as he always is. Yeah. Okay, so they lost the Aegis. It seems like that's pretty bad, but I think it's more important they denied it to Faceless.
Right.
The game is still long ways away from TNC winning, but a dream could live on here from after that team fight.
Well, what a combination. It ends up working out, and I think that, again, like, it's sort of playing on easy mode slightly for TNC at this point because they had Warlock ulti in that last fight to start it.
Yeah, they don't have it anymore. Right.
So again, it looks quite good for TNC, relatively speaking. It still ended up pretty close to even though they won the engagement. I'm still wondering if Faceless are going to be able to turn that corner over the next couple minutes.
I think they already have. I mean, look at the item that XY just picked up. You talked about the Midas earlier on. It's Axe, 34 minutes in for a support Disruptor, who has, by the way, a gem as well.
Yeah.
I mean, all of these BKB has been extremely critical. Also, look at the way that these team fights have been happening, right? The Relocate brings the OD in. That Static Storm on top of the Relocate, the BKB has to be pre-casted before he even enters the fight. So I think, again, the room for error for TNC just got slightly smaller, as Drow Ranger and OD has to be super careful with the BKB usage. And because this BKB has been purchased pretty early into the game, if you use your BKB too early, it's going to end before the fight is over. If you use it too late, you can never cast it because of the storm. It is so tough for the two cores of TNC right now.
I mean, it's 6 seconds for Cuckoo. It's insane. And then also for the Drow Ranger down to 6 seconds as well. So quite a tough one, and there's probably going to be moments, depending upon how the game's going, where you're going to need to like BKB to get away from Glimpse too, and then that gives them an avenue to take a fight. Ravage is back up off cooldown now. They are going to be able to kill off the Spirit Bear and maybe take a little bit more. Do Faceless decide to go in? Face always wants to go in. They won't end up doing it this time around. Still backing out. This to me feels like one of those death pushes though, and with the Warlock ulti off cooldown, they're in a good position to keep the pressure on if they want to.
I mean, if you look at the other side of the map, Faceless still has 4 outer towers, right? So Faceless have to fail like 3 death pushes.
Oh, they broke the smoke and then Ice blinks away. So Raven is invis here. They have that gem as you were talking about.
Can they kill him?
Tower is under attack.
I would have no vision of him.
Yeah, they don't. That's too bad. That was a smoke as well. SamH is still over here in the trees, but it doesn't look like right now Faceless are looking to push. Just going to get the D ward across the map here. All of those outer towers down. Shrines taken as well. TNC held inside their own base, getting less gold. They're going to need to make a move at some point, most likely, or possibly even just have to wait it out until the next Roche fight.
I mean, waiting doesn't benefit you, right? You talked about you are getting less gold. There's double Midases running from the support of Faceless, and these are supports that could still scale amazingly. I mean, Warlock's not even close to getting his Aghanims yet. In fact, he's actually going for Blink, just to make sure that he is never going to be initiated upon.
Yeah.
He's going to stay like 2 screen away from his team and just blink into ult.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Disruptor go that after Ghost Scepter too. We might not even get to that point depending upon how these next couple of fights go.
Oh yeah, if Faceless ever wins a fight, the game is over. So ENC has to be perfect for the rest of the game.
Aghanim Scepter is going to be the pick for Ice. He is stalking Cuckoo. Does he know that SamH is in the area as well? He does not.
Black's coming in. I don't know whether they have vision on him. He's coming in. He gets lifted. Are they going to burst him down? Ravage is going to be spent. They drop the Storm on top. It's not going to be enough. They drop the Hammer as well. That's one quick pick. Ice activates the BKB, but there's Root. There's a Root on the OD. He's in a lot of trouble.
They jump back in now. Ice trying to bring out. Able to get the blink off. They drop the Chaotic Offering. SamH very low, but they get the stun onto Jab. Stolen from the Rubik. Can they make any more of it though?
Jabs already goes down here. Raven's in the middle of everything. Ice back in. He doesn't have the BKB. He has to commit the Sudoku. XY gets off the Glimpse here, looking to get the TP. The Astro finds him. It's going to be a team wipe for TNC. All they've lost is the Wisp. They have to be perfect. They are perfect.
Every time we end up saying that Faceless are going to be able to take these fights, but somehow, someway, and it's honestly off the back of Rior. He has been playing out of his mind this game.
Did he get any big steals that last fight?
Honestly, even just like the Magic Missile, the lift to start it onto Black, being able to steal Chakram after the fact.
This ward, by the way, this ward saw Black going invis. They had a sentry down, and they punished him super hard.
Yeah, it's the support play right now from TNC is immaculate.
I mean, everybody is.
Yeah.
You don't win a game like this, or you don't stay in a game like this without everyone doing well. I mean, Tim's is not at his usual top peak, but honestly, this is a tough IO game, man.
Yeah. No, it is. I think that, and he's doing enough by virtue of just like being there, and they focus him down. Granted, it doesn't take much, but that little bit of right, exactly. That little bit of pressure is, you know, a couple of things that aren't moving towards Cuckoo or whatever.
Sure. Oh, one more thing. Apart from the tier 1 they got, the tier 2 they got from top, they also recover a gem or taken a gem away from Faceless. So all of these things are adding up very, very quickly here. If we look at the net worth graph, it used to be a 20k net worth lead from Faceless, and now down to 10k is still a big lead.
Yeah. Well, experience too now.
Yeah.
It's down to almost even at this point. And you look at these items, Octarine Core for the OD.
Huh.
So he life steals off of the extra damage from Arcane Orb, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So it's kind of a neat little way to keep him survivable, as we're going to miss a kill there onto Rior.
Did he get the gem back?
Yeah, they got the gem back. That hurts.
It does.
Caster's Curse. We're talking about how great he was playing, and well, SamH is going to TP back home. So what do you get at this point? What's the other big things that they're going to need? You've got Mjolnir on the Raven for the Drow. I'm guessing he's going back for Aghanims next?
Sure. get that AoE going, get that damage. And in terms of Cuckoo, I'm expecting something like a Hex, although if you look at his inventory slot, he's done. So maybe just a Moon Shard.
It could be.
It's a very interesting choice as your last item for Octarine for OD. Let's not forget that his ultimate does have a long cooldown as well, so that brings it into a more reasonable number. It's not an item I personally see too much. I mean, normally OD Hex is often the last item you want to pick up, but we'll see how the Octarine plays out.
Yeah, and you've got more mobility here on the Rubik as well, picking up that Force Staff. They get the Ags onto Timbersaw, and it's worth noting that this is still, in a lot of ways, I think, Faceless looking good. It's certainly not to the level that it was before, but I think with the Rax advantage and everything else, they're still in the lead, but it's becoming more and more tenuous.
It is, and normally in this stage of the game, like compared to other C teams, Faceless is the more experienced late game lineup. That's generally how they win a lot of their late games. They might be down, 5,000-6,000 gold in the first 15 minutes, but then they just make better decisions. They outplay you in the late game, but it feels like they're getting their own medicine from TNC.
Yeah.
TNC has been the one that's initiating the fights properly. They've been getting excellent items, and honestly, Faceless is somewhat getting outplayed, if I have to say.
And in spite of the gem, actually, right now, you look at Faceless, and the only vision they have is by virtue of this one ward that was just placed. And I guess they got another one down over to the side here. So a couple of them recently down there. TNC are now going to start to be hemmed in a little bit more. They got one D ward up on the high ground here by the Rubik, and now they've been able to place down one ward as well over on this side of the map. But vision, it's been paramount in this game, going to continue to be, and it's kind of meant that IO has not been able to get those relocate ganks that we might have wanted.
Yep. So we are hitting some level 25s. Let's check out the one from Timbersaw, plus 20 strength.
Huh.
Just to tank up. I mean, his goal is to survive as long as possible to output damage, which in between his BKB, Shivas, Aghanims, 20 extra strength. Sitting a casual 3,000 health. Probably like 40 armor once his reactive kicks in, so I would say he's a pretty tanky fellow.
Ooh, and Black, a really good pickup here as well. Butterfly. So there's no MKB on the OD yet. That might need to be his next item.
I don't think he wants to get an MKB.
Right.
And again, notice how all of these team fights begin. They begin by lifting up or ravaging him straight up and trying to burst the Venge down. Maybe Raven, instead of going for the axe like he hoped to get, he might have to go for an MKB himself.
It might actually just be more worth it for OD to just keep on building into Int and use the Sanity's Eclipse to go off.
I think so. Well, the thing is, he needs to build in through his hits as well, right?
Right.
If he's missing hits, then and his Zoe is also not going to hurt us much.
It's why the item is just so good against OD to begin with. Like, why the Butterfly is a great pick. We'll have to see what way he wants to go through it, but they've been able to burst through the Venge more often than not. Some with the OD hits as well, but they've got a decent chunk of magic damage, particularly if they can find him at the start with the Ravage again.
Right. The other big 25 is ODs. He's gonna have his Arcane Orb Insteel lasting much longer, which in normal games I think it's actually a very strong ability. In a game like this, I don't think it's nearly as impactful, for the reason being that generally you get one fight and then no fighting for the next like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that 25 talent might as well be an empty line of text for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. God, I gotta say again, just thinking about how well TNC have been able to play out these team fights, because that's basically what it's come down to. They've been able to out-team fight Faceless on the back of Sam H. Ravages. He's been getting, probably averaging like 3 per Ravage almost, unless it's just like 1 to make sure that they get a kill. And they're going to need to do another big one. They scan out in the front.
This is not a good angle to take this fight.
Maybe off to the side here, though.
Okay.
XY right in front of them. They get the BKB off on Jabs, turning to fight, and they drop the Golem as well. Gem already on the ground. Cuckoo is right there with Black. He finds out about that. Well, Butterfly, Sam H is gone. It might not end up being the great avenue at all. In this fight, they dropped the Static Storm onto Tim's as well. No relocate out from this one, but can they kill off Black? Maybe, possibly, just in time. Is it going to be enough? He's on nothing. They drop the hammer, and that is going to be enough to find the kill, but they lose the OD nonetheless. And Rior as well, soon to be cleaned up. Rough fight right there for TNC.
So what happened in the beginning of the fight, we saw the Ravage. Unfortunately, didn't see the Venge, right? Venge is not the initial target. They killed Disruptor instantly. OD says, okay, I don't know where the Venge is. I killed Disruptor, I moved to Warlock. The problem is, Nuts has already dropped the rock, thanks to the fact that he was able to stay very far away. And then he just got kited forever. It was Ghost Scepter, and then it was Glimmer Cape. And of course, they wanted to go for the defensive relocate. And I do believe there was a buyback from Disruptor and was able to storm on top of that, so...
That's the thing, is if you blow everything to kill off the Disruptor and he immediately is back into the fight, like, yeah, you're getting basically no value out of that Ravage.
So as much as Sam H has been hitting these important Ravages, that might be a high average of heroes that it hit in terms of the number of heroes, but it wasn't an important hero, which is the Venge. So you could even make that argument that was not even that good of a Ravage.
No, definitely. I don't think that it was. And now OD is up front and center. Needs to be careful about this. They've already lost the tier 3 tower. Can they find any more? Well, a little bit unfortunate there. He only got the bear. But it is going to... I mean, it's no bear, but who cares about the bear anymore?
Actually, nobody cares. I mean, PETA cares, but apart from them.
Well, I think that we've all come back down to earth a little bit after the spectacular play of TNC throughout those first little bits, and Faceless showing why they still were the favorites in this one. One good fight, they take down a tier 3, and TNC are back up against the ropes again. I
mean, in terms of structural damage, losing a tier 3 at this stage of the game isn't really a big deal.
Right.
The biggest deal is the fact that Cuckoo had to spend his buyback for the defense. So within the next 7 minutes, right? If you get Cuckoo one more time, the game is effectively over. So TNC, again, no more room for, I keep saying they don't have a room for mistake, but yeah, they're hanging on. They're hanging on.
It's interesting. And I think that it's just been off the back of solid team fights, and we'll see if they can continue to replicate that success. I think that now they've also proven, like that last Ravage, because all they got off of it was the Disruptor kill, it meant that it was like a much worse fight for them. But I think that they don't even necessarily have to hit a perfect Ravage anymore. They can hit sort of a mediocre one and still win the fight off the back of it because they've been able to farm their way back into the game.
As long as they could blow up Warlock or Venge at the beginning of the fight, I think they have a good shot. But unfortunately, I think at this point in the game, this is where we really need to look at the pocket of these heroes. Like, how much gold do they have? Particularly, I want to begin on TIE Hunter. Like, are we seeing double Ravages coming in the horizon? Unfortunately, Sam H is dirt poor, right? Like, let's say if Sam H is a recipe away from Refresher, I'm like, okay, TNC has a shot, right? Like, they are going to double Ravage in these team fights. They are going to be able to extend well into late game. But look at the item he's purchasing. It's just a different tier.
Yeah.
And then we still have not yet solved the issue of the Venge Butterfly. A reason why, you know, even if the Ravage does land on Black, maybe you even can't kill Black. So it's just a lot of stuff that TNC needs to be doing, and I just don't think they have the time or money to do it.
I think they do need to go MKB in some ways on Cuckoo. It's tough because even if she gets the BKB off, like, you're still not going to be able to kill it then, but you have a chance to burst her before she gets BKB at that point.
Right.
And also, worth noting, the double Shivas, it makes sense considering there's a ton of right-click damage, but there's a little bit of value lost there potentially as well.
I mean, the armor is nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how this goes. And Cheese on Venge at this point, Aegis on Lone Druid. Not get a whole hell of a lot easier.
They're still somewhat tenuous walking up this high ground, though. I think they want to start things off with a swap on Cuckoo.
Oh. So they are not going to end up chasing any further for that one. And in the meantime, we got Ice down in this bottom lane, pushing it out.
Yep. But generally, for these slow sieges like this, it's very good for OD because OD could build int by just randomly hitting heroes. Right. Unfortunately, he's been using his kind of Blink Hurricane Pike combo not on heroes, on the bear. So,
oh, you know what though? That's part of what this is about, I think, with the Octarine core.
Oh, he gets swapped in.
A lot of damage coming in. Can they save him in time? No! They don't end up getting it. Rior is going to drop. OD ends up getting the Astral for himself for the moment, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to lift this. Oh,
Blink
good
away.
blink out. That was really close.
Had to use BKB, and now Raven, the Ravage is going to come up, but without the hammer on the backline here, Raxus have already gone down. Japs does not care. He goes straight on the TIE Hunter. TIE Hunter's gone. The range Raxus, the only Rax surviving. XY recovers the gem. He's going to pay for it with his life, I think. Glimmer Cape, not going to be enough to actually save him. And I mean, the base still stands. Double gem now hits the deck. Is is going to get baited by it?
Maybe. He's throwing out those chakrams now. But yeah, it's a hold, sort of, kind of, maybe. It's not a great hold. We can't really lie.
Yeah.
But they didn't end up losing everything there. And they didn't really lose the team fight terribly either. They hold on to at least part of their base at this point.
Yep. And, you know, we've been, or at least I've been focusing a lot of this cast on Venge and how important it is to kind of kill him from the get-go because of the aura, because of the threat of the swap. But now all of a sudden, look at Jabs.
Yeah.
Like, he is actually dealing the majority of the damage. And even in human form, he's sitting at casual 2,700 HP, a ton of armor, more than 20 once he's next to his team. And he's hitting hard and fast. So he's yet another threat that you also have to contend with.
And this is really where you see the ideas of the draft coming out. Like, it's so hard to kill off these heroes. They're going to be able to siege. We kind of knew from the get-go that with this lineup, TNC were going to be on a bit of a timer, and they were able to hold very admirably and pull the game back into contention. But with like a 30,000 net worth lead at this stage in the game, it just feels like a pipe dream trying to come away with a win here, unless everything happens perfectly yet again.
Well, Cuckoo's got himself a Hex soon.
Okay.
Or he's building towards it. He's definitely trying to save for buyback because his buyback timer is coming back relatively soon. I mean, how big is Hex in a game like this? I mean, there's Glimmer Cape that could save an ally from Hex. There's Avenge, I guess, could defensively swap whoever that gets Hex. Although I don't think Black will want to do that.
It's pretty good if they can find somebody out and, like, particularly...
Like Ice, I guess. He's alone a lot of times.
And building up int, too. That's another part of it. Right. I wouldn't mind seeing, because of that, like a Lotus Orb pickup soon.
But then who do you drop? Like, what item do you drop?
I guess probably... Oh, well, it would have to be for somebody else, not for Ice. They need the supports to pick up the Lotus Orbs, probably. So
no. I'm saying Cuckoo. Like, what items does he drop to make room for his Hex?
Oh, Treads, I guess.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like,
that's probably the best bet, I think.
Yeah.
And he has the mobility with like the Blink and Hurricane Pike at least. That probably has to be the option though.
All right, we got Dagon 5 on Ice. Who's also, that's his 7th slot item. He dropped Bloodstone for Dagon. Okay, interesting.
All right. That is rather interesting. Did he sell it as well?
No, he just put it on the courier.
Okay. Got a backpack for that, man. Oh, wait. Can you hold Bloodstone in your backpack? That might be one of those. I don't remember that interaction, so I'm going to stop talking now about it.
I mean, I'm a support player. I'm never rich enough to backpack a Bloodstone.
I've never had a Bloodstone.
To backpack, yeah. So.
Oh. It's a sad life, definitely. But Faceless now looking to start sieging this tower. They've got the creep wave. Ice on the other side of the map, but with bots level 2, he can be there in an instant.
The problem is, let's say if... Oh, what's happening?
He tried to go for a Hurricane. Yeah. Didn't get it.
Let's say if Cuckoo wants his Hex right now, can't get it. Like, the courier is... It has to be micro, so tenuously past the Radiant squad to get to that secret shop.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And the Blink, Hex, Hurricane Pike combo is great, but like you said, needs to have it. Couldn't buy it before because he wanted to save for buyback, and now he's outside away from the secret shop. And pings are coming for Roshan. It's going to be back up really shortly, so this is going to be a slight reprieve for TNC.
I guess Tims could always relocate the OD to buy the item. That seems a little crazy, if you ask me. Yeah, the Radiant has left the enemy tutorial. Looks like Dire wants to smoke. Catch him by surprise again.
I'd imagine it's fairly well telegraphed. The lanes are sort of pushed. Looks like top will push a little bit. Dire scan out to see if anybody's staying on the cliff. But yeah, they're making a little trip together to pick up his Hex. And A lot of pings. Do Radiant have a scan as well?
He drops the blink for it. They have him.
Okay.
So this is the point I made earlier. Blink, at the end of the day, is an item that doesn't give you any stats.
Yeah.
I mean, positioning is always a key part of Dota, but
I guess the attack speed from Treads is quite good as well.
I don't know. I kind of agree with you by dropping Treads. I think the blink's actually quite vital.
Maybe he does it before the fight or like for the high ground hold or
Sure.
something.
Like the whole blink hurricane pike stuff has been actually like super effective so far.
All right.
This is game 1, guys.
I know, what the hell? This game is awesome. This is the thing, too, that I've been loving about these qualifiers. Southeast Asia has been so close over and over and over and over again. And in the playoffs, we're seeing the same thing. Game 2 of the last series, a little bit of an aberration from that, but there's just a lot of great Dota being played in Southeast Asia right now, and warms my little heart.
Oh, mid lane. You want to swap him?
Swap in. There's the Static Storm as well. Cuckoo, what you gonna do?
Relocate.
All right, they got the relocate out. And gonna be fine for the moment.
He pops the BKB. It's 5 seconds. He has to actually disengage right now. That BKB is going to be over. Cuckoo isolated.
Oh, Sam H. Ravage catches, but the Chaotic Offering as well going to be able to catch onto 3. Is it enough, though? There's only Fatal Bonds on 2, and Cuckoo's gone. He has buyback. Does he use it here?
Maybe not right now, but he had to use it when... Okay, maybe he use it now here. Avenge pops the cheese. He's going to be fine. Buyback from OD has been used. Where's the end of the fight here? Look at Jabs. He's just constantly throwing out them little axes.
They don't have the answer. Raven is going to get ran down by the Golem as well, and Cuckoo gets hit by the Scott. He's slowed up as well. They're on top of 1. They're going to bring down 2. Triple kill for Jabs. And now it is time to move up for high ground.
You know what the problem is in that last fight? It's because he had treads instead of the blink. He can't self-astro to blink away.
Yeah.
So he was stuck under the astro. He did not make the item swap before that, and... Well, I don't know about holding it anymore. I think Faces might have put TNC's back.
They did an amazing job throughout this game. Oh, the swap away, but Jab still does fall, and he got his BKB off. So this team fight already shaping up to not be great for Faceless.
Oh, buyback though.
They're on top of him, the Astral, to be able to dodge away from the stun coming out, doing a good bit of damage to Ice as well.
Okay,
Somehow,
Jabs
God,
is in the base right now. He's doing so much damage. That's a dieback onto Raven. Astro's going to protect him, but he's going to end up right on top of a couple of heroes. He drops the hammer. Damage is there, but it's not going to be enough defensive relocate. Will it be there for Tims? Tims is giving him overcharge. Attack speed and regen. He Astro himself. I think he could blink.
He's going to be out.
I'm not even sure where he's going to end up.
He ends up in the base there.
But the racks. Who's going to relocate the racks?
I think that they can still come back in maybe and hold for a second. Almost gets black. The Fade Bolt comes through and Rior finds it. Now maybe down. A bit more. Ice. They're on top of him. A good bit of damage. The Hex finds the kill. So they end up holding, but not the base. They don't lose the game outright. And they do have the Mjolnir there as we end up seeing another kill over there. Nuts actually goes down as well.
Yep. All right, go down mid. Look at that in on that OD. Plus 64. I hope that's enough to carry him. He also has Avenger on him. Okay, it's gone now.
All right, so it's certainly not perfect, but a big swing back into their favor. Around 7,100 gold swing off the back of that, or 7,900. Oh my God, I can't do math right now. There's Dota being played.
Yeah. I mean, this is where you look at Lone Druid's minus 40-second respawn timer and be like, how's this fair? Because he's back right now. This is after a buyback death, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's alive. So I think the play is you push as hard as you can, and then you make a decision. Either we all in, or you TP the Wisp back to relocate the Drow in.
Right.
Those are your 2 choices. So let's see how ballsy TNC feel. Do they go all in, or do they back off after this T2? Because I don't think they could hold against Mega Creeps.
I mean, it's so hard because it's Drow that can push waves quickly, but all the other heroes are really limited, and actually a refresher for Cuckoo now.
Oh, Cuckoo needs to BKB.
Yeah, they have the Aghanim Scepter ulti with Disruptor. That was a...
I think he was trying to bait the BKB, because they didn't want to really commit the Storm, and yeah, TNC just have to back off.
They're calling Roche. Okay, they're calling Roche. This is another avenue for them to take this.
I mean, who's even taking the Aegis?
Are they going to go in? They can't. All right.
They have no slots. You say Drow pushes out fast. She doesn't have Axe yet.
Well, Mjolnir is still pretty decent, but yeah, you're right. I think that is something that you need to think about investing in at the very least at this point.
The man's trying to finish a 4-staff. It's been trying to finish a 4-staff for the last, I don't know how long.
Well, you're certainly going to have creeps coming to you to get killed off and get gold from them, but they're giving a little bit less than they would have liked.
All right.
Now movement in. All right, they scan out Roche. It's going to drop really quickly, but they just started it.
I mean, Tide is a mile away. This is not going to work. But the Radiant's scared. They think the Tide is closer than he actually is.
I mean, the other thing to consider here is that you have Refresher OD, so double Sanity's Eclipse will destroy.
How does he have so much gold?
I don't know. He's crazy. Oh, because of the team fight in the bottom lane.
Right. He just killed everyone.
Yeah.
That helped.
He killed every person in the world.
I mean, if you're faceless, you just wait, right? You got mega creeps.
Yeah, I
Top
think
and
so.
bottom is going to pressure in, so there's no rush.
Yeah. It's a good decision, definitely. Can they hold on? TNC, likewise, it almost feels like they have to force this fight. And even without Drow, I think that they're still okay taking this fight because it's so much about the OD just building up those instacks and then going in for the Sanity's Eclipse.
Drow, or OD, unfortunately, has lost his the big instack. By the way, Drow does have the BOT, so he could join the fight, but she's trying to defend 2 lanes by herself, which is kind of hard.
Oh, they're going in. They spot it out. Are they going to be able to get there in time, though? Jabs, Black as well. They're backing out. They're pulling Mega Creeps over to Roche because they need to help Drow Ranger. Going for it. They swap in Cuckoo. They swap it back out. Reor again with the plays. They're able to keep him alive as well with the defensive relocate. TNC, but the Ravage is not perfect. They have been able to kill off XY. I'm not sure if it's a big enough kill, but they are going to bring back down Ice. And they are holding on for the moment, somehow, some way. And Ice still very low, blinks out. And Roche goes down, Jabs picked it up.
Of course, Drow Ranger wasn't even in that fight. Like, he had just had to defend the base. So that was a 4v5 with a missed Ravage. And it still was okay for TNC. Reor swaps are literally game-saving.
Yeah.
Best bench NA, like...
Well, and
Reor.
then Tim's to follow it, too, to relocate Reor out so he didn't die.
Well, they doubled it up.
Yeah.
Oh, he relocated the Rubik out.
He relocated the Rubik out.
Damn, man.
He's no man left behind. Oh, man, that's a Bloodthorn pickup as well, though, for the Venge. Oh, my God. This game.
It's just haymakers after haymakers, like, just from these item purchases. Oh. We didn't see the double Sanity's Eclipse, and honestly, it wouldn't have been that big, simply because he didn't have that much in, but the threat is always there.
I guess the other thing is the double BKB. Look at Black right now. Oh, they spot him. They see him with the Sentry Ward. They're trying to make it happen, and another swap back in. They're on top of him.
Where's the damage?
Ice shows up.
Miss, 2 misses so far, and now the BKB gets activated. Cuckoo not popping his BKB yet, not refreshing his BKB yet. He refreshes, but the Storm is on top of him. He cannot BKB. Jabs not focusing him just yet. Defensive relocate. He's back out, but he now goes right back in. And of course, the Drow Ranger doing a lot of work. You can see the Longer's running away barely with any HP. He kills the TIE Hunter on the way back. Reor steals a magic missile, and this TIE is a little bit too chaotic for Cuckoo. You know, he gets off the Hex. He looks for the kill, but okay, all the evasion.
They're on top of him.
Blinks forward, but Jabs on the high ground to the low ground. He is going to get Reor. Is anybody going to get Jabs? They blink up to him.
Oh, the base, though. The base is what's under siege. They need to buy back. Tier 4s are already going down. Jabs, he's out of there, and it looked like it could have been a slightly better fight. Maybe going to be able to find a kill here, but Ice getting very bold. They have the glimpse back. They're not there with them. Cuckoo, Hex, maybe in some trouble. All right, they take down Ice. The base is still under siege, but they're holding on to the best of their abilities and trying to chase down Jabs. Reor gets the lift back. He is always there, and Jabs, the Savage Roar. He steals Savage Roar. He throws out an E-Blade.
Savage Roar him.
Get him. He's
Roar.
Keep running away.
Yeah, okay, blink, lift, body block coming out, but okay, Savage Roar, they can lift him back. This is the longest chase ever. I don't know if you want to do that. They Savage Roar Reor. Reor now running to the right side, taking so much damage. Trees not helping.
Oh, they got him.
The hammer drops. Look at Cuckoo's in. That talent is going to be helping out plus 32 right now. Jabs popping the BKB. Cuckoo needs to self Astro right now. He cannot take this fight. Astro yourself.
Yeah, he's glimpsed it back in, and I think that is going to be the OD
BKB. He pops the BKB. Now goes on Jabs. Okay, the Ghost Scepter's going off. What is happening in this fight? BKB's over. Now he needs to man fight Jabs. Savage Roar again. The cooldown. That spells OP. He could Astro, but he's taking so much damage.
Yeah, he's going back in. Oh, wait, Io's here as well. They're going to relocate him away, but Jabs, he's controlled. He's killed. They got him. Cuckoo did it. He actually freaking did it.
He buys back.
All right, they're there. The base, though, again, they need to keep these heroes here. Drow Ranger hasn't left in forever. Somehow, Cuckoo has been able to lifesteal his way through this fight. Octarine Core certainly being value now, and they're holding him in place. They glimpse. They're trying to get out. Ravage is back off cooldown. They could go in for this one. Tim's trying to save his buddy. He's still regenning through it.
Saving Private Cuckoo, get it the hell out of here. Okay, he's also, by the way, the slowest moving ever OD because he doesn't have food. Oh,
I can't believe that he actually lived through all of that. I thought for sure when Jabs was on him, it was going to end up
they have Hex available. They're going to find Ice. It's going to get foreshadowed by OD.
He has 64 stolen int again, and his refresher is off cooldown.
But you don't have any buildings in your base.
All right. There's nothing left.
I don't know what's going on this game. This is...
Drow Ranger is playing PvE right now, and it's a very casual game for Raven. Just hang out in base, hit some creeps.
Oh, he's gone for the Mask of Madness. I think you just go Axe at this point, right?
It's a tough call.
No slots. Where are the slots?
Yeah. All right. Let's take stock of where we're at. It's still a 30,000 net worth lead. E-blades are everywhere. We've got anything else that's really soon to come up? I mean, I don't know if OD can really build into anything else at this point. Like, this is not a hero that buys Rapier. He's got 7,000, almost 8,000 gold, but what do you even get? Moonshard? Does he have that yet?
No, not yet. Moonshard would sound decent.
Yeah.
So I probably get that. And then that's it, right?
Faceless have got to just be thinking to themselves, what else do we need to do in this game to win?
Oh, that's a very dangerous mentality to have. I think that's a very defeatist attitude.
Yeah,
Faceless is like, we're going to win this game, no prob.
Okay, all right.
Little thorn at the side named Cuckoo, but we got him. We're looking for a swap again. Black?
Yeah, this is how it all started before.
He's waiting for his team to come by.
And last time, of course, they were caught up.
Oh, bad location swap. Cuckoo?
On top of him. Okay, they got the BKB off Black. This is not where you want to be, and well, maybe now they're able to kill him off. They take down Black, but he is still caught. Can they keep him alive? Double static storm down. He does certainly have buyback. Now trying to run away.
Oh, he buys back right now. I'm not sure exactly where he's TPing to. And Raven as well on the right side, taking a lot of trouble. And XXY is going to be going down. Ravage on the backside. They find Jabs. Look at the arrows going in Jabs, but he forced up to the high ground. Tim's going to be going down. Mr. OD, where are you? He joins the fight. Astro, his teammates. And are those BKB golems? What's going on in this game?
They have BKB golems. That actually is a huge problem now. Level 25s. It is the answer that they needed. And granted, that does also mean that right now you don't have golems to push the base yet. But from every point here on out, Faceless's fight is going to become even stronger.
I mean, Drow Ranger could deal with BKB golems pretty nicely.
Everybody has 25 except for Io.
Yeah.
Io might actually get 25 in this game.
Feels bad. I think he takes a -50 respawn time, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. Actually, let's actually look at some of the 25s, right? Because we rarely get a situation like this.
Forced Thunderstrike hits, Insteel, cooldown reduction for Rubik, that's great. Yeah, and that's about the long and the short of it. Agility and 20% cooldown for Tidehunter as well.
You know, for the Rubik one, is CDR that important? I'm thinking, I've never really seen the +400 telekinesis land distance.
It's pretty nifty.
It's like a mini hook, right? That you could target.
Well, but the only problem is that you still have to get within range to get the initial lift. But yeah,
I mean, you got Blink
does
Force
push.
Aether, right? Like you got range.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I mean, I trust Rior. If he wants to go CDR.
I mean, it helps because he's going to be stealing a lot of fight abilities in these fights as well.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. It's nuts. And it also is all of his items. That's the other big thing. Like, so Blink Force, Ghost Scepter even. Ghost Scepter is great.
Actually, that, you sold me on that one.
All right.
25 marksmanship, agility, cool.
Neither team wants to go anywhere. We're 67 minutes into this game, and buyback status, perhaps the most important thing to keep an eye in mind as well. Nobody on the Dire has it, except for Tidehunter, so I should, put my foot in my mouth there.
I mean, if he doesn't have Ravage, I'm not sure how important his buyback is, but
True enough.
It's really the OD and the Drow Ranger's buyback.
Yeah, and they had to use him in that last fight. So, very tough one. BKB's down to 5 seconds.
Are we going to be in the same spot again? Black's looking for a swap.
He's in the area, certainly, but this time they're a little bit better prepared to save him, as they do have the tether around. And well, do they have the double refresher of the Disruptor ulti? They don't yet.
Oh god, this is so scary.
I know.
All right, Roche is up relatively soon. I'm not even sure who even has room for Aegis. Jesus.
Yeah, it's a very awkward position. Like, you probably... I wouldn't even mind keeping the cheese on the IO. I feel like that's a really value put if you can get it there.
I mean, sure, if they hit the Aegis.
Right, that's the thing.
Black,
like right
they
now.
hex him up. Black is in a lot of trouble. They dropped the one storm on top. He's taking a ton of damage. Defensive relocate. He's out. The magic missile will follow. Force staff defensively. He pops a BKB. That's a 5-second one. It's over right about now. Rior being chased down, but here comes Raven.
Yeah, they're on top of him, and they actually are going to be able to get the lift. They're going to put Ice 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 down the ground. Tim's already away. Cuckoo not really hitting any of these heroes as of yet, but Ice 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 taking a ton of damage from Raven. They drop that chaotic offering as well as the Savage Roar. There's 2 heroes caught up right now, and it's Sanity. They're out of mana. Possibly Cuckoo on top of him again. The Ravage comes out, connects onto 3. I think they might have been able to do it. There's no buyback on the lone druid, but Cuckoo is gone. That's 2 minutes with none of him and Black away on nothing. They need to find this kill so desperately. He's on nothing.
Anchor! Get him!
Oh, no! He's just going to end up dying. But Drow is still left alive. And Io, oh, he ends up falling as well.
Oh my god, it's Drow against the world now. I don't think Raven could do it.
They have buyback on Rubik and the Tidehunter. It's really hard. It's so hard to take this fight right now.
You know, as soon as XY refreshed for the second static storm, but he got hit by the hammer ult and lost all of his mana, I was like, oh my god, they have a shot. But then the buyback from Ice 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 just zapped. That Dagon 5 choice against the OD was so critical here. Ice 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 gets lifted back in here. Is he really in trouble? He pops the BKB. The swap back out. Now Drow Ranger's on the low ground. Raven, there's so many creeps on him. They're right-clicking the Bloodthorn. It's doing so much work. Raven's down. Raven does not have buyback. Black's also dead though. Rior has
he
to
did
defend.
it. He has the Ags ulti from the Timbersaw, so he was able to kill him off with the Chakram.
Black bites back.
All right, they're going for the throne. Yeah. I think that they might have done it. Faceless, after a hard-fought game, 70 seconds in, are finally going to be able to make it happen. They have a glyph, but GG gets called.
Oh my god.
Oh. What a game. Game number 1.
You know, my biggest worry for TNC is that game 2, are they going to be dispirited after a game like this?
Dire team ban. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
TNC's turn to pick. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lone Druid.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban.
Yeah.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Abyssal Underlord.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Warlock.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirits.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
In the spirit.
TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Ursa Warrior.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No rest for the wicked. It's all about moving out there, and well, Tim's is already almost across the map. Will he get his smoke broken? XY. Tim ships in the night.
All right. Whew. Nobody scouts each other. We got Raven playing his Lone Druid. This is the timing that we're looking for, right? By 20 minutes, he's going to have Mjolnir Dragonlance.
Okay.
And, I mean, I think that's the similar level of farm that Jabs had last game. But Jabs had a tough lane too, so.
It's true.
But when Aosin and I were casting a lot of TNC's Raven game, we both agreed that he's the best Lone Druid player in C. Whenever they get this hero, they look so comfortable in terms of their timing of pushes. He also joins fight as a Lone Druid, like level 7 to 10, which is kind of mind-boggling because most Lone Druids just want to AFK farm. It's so important to get your timing on your items, but also to hit level 15 because that's when you get your big spike of damage with your, the 55 damage talent.
I really think that Faceless, just looking at the way that the Underlord is most likely going to want to play this game, they've got a group up and push mentality. They've got the heroes to do it with Bloodlust. If they end up executing the draft the way that they want to, I think that they stand a really good chance. Firestorm is there on top of Black. They're going to be able to actually seal away the
Black
as well. Good bit of damage. Black in trouble. He has a leveled up Essence Shift.
Who's in trouble? I mean,
SamH is out of there.
Okay.
I guess that they have the salve as well to use, so Underlord is going to be taking a little bit worse of the exchange since he does not have that salve.
It's fine. Eat a tango. Alright, so let's look at the mid matchup here. Jabs should be having a tough time. I mean, this is why they last picked it. Ursa, predominantly for the laning, in my opinion. And Ursa most likely rushing towards quick boots, and that's going to force Jabs to do the same. Especially now with the Ogre coming in. I think Jabs is... Well, he's going to try his best to get some tower last hits, but...
Not sure what Cuckoo was doing there entirely. He ended up just like diving under tower, but not ending up applying any of the stacks to the Ember there for harassment.
Sending a message.
I am in your lane. Expect me here. Frustrating indeed. Meanwhile, the...
Wait, that creep wave got pulled over here. That is...
Oh, they did the Earth Spirit pull! Oh, no. XY.
That is such a big win for the lane.
Wow. All right, yeah, that's the play. There was the threat about this
Cuckoo
one.
Pulls his lane back, sort of. But then, still, damage has already been done.
Yeah. This lane is going to now push, though, so it's a little bit awkward with the creep equilibrium. And it does, I mean, this helps so much the laning stage.
Especially in a disadvantaged matchup, right? Like,
yeah,
that one lane of gold and experience could make all the difference.
And if you're picking this Ursa to be able to counter out Jabs,
exactly,
and it doesn't happen, what's this hero going to be providing to you? It's the same type of thing as like losing Roshan as an Ursa.
Granted, it's only one lane of pull, so it's not that disruptive. It's not like he's repeatedly doing it.
But look at Cuckoo, he's almost
actually
dead.
Getting wrecked here. Cuckoo does have a salve coming, and I do believe a boot's coming as well, so he can actually force the kill onto Jabs relatively soon.
Yeah, it's also just tough, though, because now he has to last hit under tower, which is not the easiest thing in the world with Ursa. You can see right here, just that little bit of extra damage that you would get from Fury Strike sometimes messes up last hits, too.
Bottom lane here, Raven really letting it go into Ice. Now jukes to the right here. There is going to be one magic missile, no magic missile plus terror, though. That's kind of the issue there. Rior, the creep is helping out.
They're body blocking. They realize that he needs to get out and doing a good job.
Return is actually doing quite a bit of damage.
There's the Howl.
The roll
in. Okay, playing it safe still. Magic missile available. They might turn on to XY. Double edge. Is he going to drop? He ends up falling. Try for the double edge to get a little bit more out of it. And now XY trying to TP away. Is he going to be able to make his escape? It looks like it is.
I mean, ENG did have to lose the bear to actually get the kill, but well worth it to grab the first split.
Oh. Good little bit of gold for them, and it is looking like Faceless off to a hot start across the lanes. Ursa is going to have a little bit of reprieve in his laning stage now. Gets a free one while Ember heads off to the jungle for a moment. Do you expect that the lane is going to start swinging back again into Ursa's favor now that there's no more pulls going on?
I think so, and I think Jabs understands that he's not going to really win the attrition war, as it were, in the mid lane, right? Like, Cuckoo, especially once he upgrades to phase boot, just gets to walk all over the lane. And Jabs is going to duck out a little bit, farm towards his bottle, and then come back once he perhaps has closer to 6, maybe to, you know, force a kill once Cuckoo gets a little bit too low.
Yeah. I mean, he can spam the wave if he wants to now. Actually, it looks like they're just going to bring the Earth Spirit in maybe to soak up some experience or something. He's heading off completely to the jungle. Iron Talony, in fact.
Yeah. The other thing I want to mention is that even though Slark looks like he's doing okay in terms of the CS, oh, Nuts might be in a little bit of trouble here. We'll take a Firestorm to the face. The heal's doing a lot of work here, but the right click's doing a lot more. Nuts, can he deny himself? No. Sam H will get the right click, and now the Fire Blast will go to Black. Black trying to leap over to the trees.
Yeah, he had so much damage.
What a kick! What a roll! But they dropped the Storm.
Almost dead. XY, he's out of there. He got a ton of damage back from the Atrophy Aura as well for getting part of that kill.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think as as Underlord gets more levels up on the top lane, Slark is going to have a tougher and tougher time. But looks like these two will have to go back. Shrine is not available, so means you have to make a long trip home.
Very frustrating, but still a good kill for them. They've been able to get off to a decent start, and this is kind of what we saw last time as well, as TNC winning the lanes. And interesting thing, XY just still trying to soak while the Ember Spirit Iron Talons. The safer place to farm, and I like this decision to make sure. The thing that sucks is Jabs doesn't have boots yet, so he's still so slow.
All right, looks like Tim's is making he's drawing an arrow, showing his gank path. He wants Ice, and he's going to do it behind the enemy tower. Rotation is in. Lucky for him, there is no wards scouting any of his movement.
They are moving in now, though. And, well, with Rior in the area as well, they should be able to find this kill.
Oh, what a root.
Stun. Oh, that's a good one. And yeah, they might not even need anything, honestly. The Ogre, just his presence here, they are able to find the kill.
Good support play. Both support stop last hitting, or stops right clicking. Lucky Raven get that last hit.
Oh. And 3-0 start. XY. He's gotten up to level 4, and Ursa Cuckoo wanting to get a little bit aggro on him. He does have the kick and then the roll away.
Okay.
So he's safe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ursa showing him whose lane it really is.
Like, I remember you for that pull.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
All right, Black, top lane. We haven't talked a heck of a lot about him. He's got 30 and 11 on CS. Been consistently able to get the benefit of Nuts pulling, keeping the lane equilibrium where he wants it. Cuckoo is going to run into Jabs. Level 6 is there, though, able to get just barely away. Reactions by Jabs.
I mean, Cuckoo's really not able to kill anybody, but I guess he's okay with that, at least for the time being, because he's still dominating in the mid lane. He's still CSing. Also, I do want to point out that this matchup that Black is facing, it's really showing the strength of him as a Slark player, because this is not a really good matchup for a Slark. The top lane has been playing really well for Faceless to actually allow Slark to have the CS advantage.
Yeah, Underlord, a tough hero to deal with. I think that probably the Atrophy Aura nerf also causes some issues there. They're thinking about rolling in on this. They do have a roll and then a kick if they can hit it onto Cuckoo. Be one more round of chains. He's level 7 though, so Enrage is up.
Yep. Meanwhile, we have a lot of pushing going on the bottom lane. Tower has already been glyphed, but it's like TNC will back it off for now. Go for a little bit of farming. I really like the casual Blightstone here from the Lone Druid. Just adds so much more damage when you're pressuring on T1.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Faceless are going to be moving out mid as well. And it's sort of a weird spot because you've got like Sam H who can pressure out top. You've got mid lane which can be spammed out by the Jabs and Ember Spirit. And then more often than not, Ice isn't going to need to be in trouble either because of Stampede. So it does feel like it's just going to be sort of that passive laning phase, at least until we get into the mid game. Even though TNC has so much more vision around this area and they can play like so much more freely.
Yeah, you can make the argument that the passive laning phase is good for both teams for different reasons. For Faceless, I think a lot of the heroes need the critical levels, right? Ember needs level 6. The two supports want level 6 very desperately. For TNC, it's the cores getting the farms. The Blink Dagger is going to be big. Raven also working towards its core, but looks like we have a big rotation coming in. Jabs looking for the Bearman into the jungle, but he guesses wrong with his first Fire Remnant.
This was spotted as well, and now they're on top of XY. He is maybe going to drop, and everybody knew what was coming, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to stop it. Raven already down. Tim's there as well. They're going to throw out the Remnant. Jabs gets away, and Ice. I mean, already Stampede is going to fall, but everybody had vision around where that Invis rune was, and it ends up being Radiant responding a little bit more effectively, even though they lose the Lone Druid.
I think it's actually a fine trade for Faceless. You got to keep in mind that was 5 heroes for TNC in the bottom.
Yeah.
They will try to transition into a tower push, but meaning now on the other part of the map, Slark is, getting free farm. He's damaging the tier 1. Warlock is trying to steal his 6 on the mid lane. He is going to get it after one more creep. So, yeah, they lost 3 heroes for 1, but I think it's okay for Faceless.
Okay. 9 minutes in, it's going to be the tier 1 tower taken, and it looks like we also have a Dark Rift. I love this type of play. You Dark Rift after you take a tower, and now you're in a position to either A, just go back to farming, or pressure some more if you wanted to as well.
Yep. Normally, Ursas have been kind of flippily flop when it comes to item purchases. The first major item, either it's Blink or Helm of the Dominator, and I think this is a Blink game, right? Because you're not really looking to, eke out a little bit more efficiency when it comes to regen. You're not looking to get an extra creep. You're looking to kill people. I think for a mid-row Ursa, the Blink is the way to go. But as I say that, he buys a Morbid Mask.
Yeah, they want to finish off Roshan first, I would imagine. And
so is this a Mask of Madness transition?
I think it might just be casual for the moment, so that way when he comes out of Rosh, he'll be back up at full HP, and they can transition into a tower. Because you mentioned it earlier, they're kind of in a way, not necessarily on a clock, but there's a timing they want to hit. And it looks like they might make that happen right about now. They're moving indoors Rosh. Should be able to take it real quickly.
Yep, and the rest of the team is going to extend the smoking up top. Now, the critical thing is that Nuts is level 6.
Right.
XY is also level 6. This is a dangerous move that they're making up top.
If they can get into a good position here for Magnetize, the Fatal Bonds, we've talked about how deadly that could be. They found Tim's as well as Rior, and Tim's trying to TP out. They are going to find that kill, but they get Rosh in spite of it.
Yep, great play by Black, dodging pretty much every single stun. The secondary stun being dodged with the Shadow Dance. This is what we're going to see from Black. Again, the draft is not really catered towards dealing very effectively with Black. But they did have to spend an Inferno just for an Ogre kill, which is not really great usage of that ult, but they're going to at least get some tier 1 damage.
And they'll be able to keep him back for the moment. Firestorm, a great ability here. And it also looks like Lone Druid is... I still think that they can keep these lanes pressured out. Do you like the idea of them just sort of moving around from tower to tower to tower, even if there is an Infernal up?
Or Faceless?
Yeah, or for TNC, can they make something happen, even if they have the Warlock ulti?
I think for TNC, yes, they can go for the tower and tower because they have the Lone Druid.
Yeah.
But I think it's more time efficient if they wait to level 15. Right? Just spend the time now to get to your items, get to your 15, and then those towers essentially free for you. No need to make that aggressive play right now. You're not that far behind.
They're going
as I say that though, they're gonna port mid and get this tier 1.
Onto the Lone Druid Bear as well.
It's so nice. It's a nifty trick.
All right. Well, they have no Warlock ulti, but they do have Magnetize. The Fatal Bonds only on to 2 heroes, and here comes that tower. Yep. They've got it.
And they want to press for tier 2. Okay, I keep thinking they could just sit back and farm, but TNC, as we saw from last game, aggressive in any fashion. No matter if they're down by 30k gold, they're looking to be aggressive.
And I think that this is why I was expecting the Slark to maybe be a little bit rough, because right now he doesn't have a Shadow Blade yet.
Yeah.
He can't stop it yet.
Well, he's going to come in right now. They're going to go on the back line. They find Raven. Raven taking a ton of that damage. Savage Roar's going to help him out a little bit. He gets to safety. And I think that is a disengage. No, they want to swap him back in. Black, though, dead.
Nicely played there. Beautiful display, and that's the mechanism done on the Underlord, so they keep their team alive. They're able to last through it, and, well, with no Warlock ulti, I mean, if they would have waited, I think you can sack that tower and then defend the next one, possibly.
Right.
I don't know. It didn't end up being that huge of a kill. Like, Slark going down there is pretty big.
I think it's big because he's trying to work towards that Shadow Blade. Like you mentioned before that fight actually happened, without Shadow Blade, he's just, I don't want to say a non-factor, but he's not a Slark, right?
Yeah.
He's not a threat, so any kill that you could get onto the Slark to delay that Shadow Blade is huge. And Ursa, like you also predicted, casual Mask of Death, sorry, Morbid Mask into a Blink.
All right, Cuckoo. He's doing it. I always feel like the Ursa, if he doesn't get off to a good start, is going to end up struggling a ton, but he is, in spite of that, like, the laning phase didn't matter all that much, the, like, first wave pull. Do you think it would have been good for Earth Spirit to stick around a little bit longer and keep the pressure on in that way by keeping on pulling mid?
I'm not sure if you can to keep on pulling mid because
the
first after the first pull, I'm not sure whether if the wave, like, you know, the respawn time for the camp and whether the pull is dependent on trees or not. I don't know fully the pull mechanics. Bottom lane.
Oh.
Ice. Be dead.
Slowed. They have the Fire Blast. They've caught him. A chase could continue. They get the hoof stomp trying to TP out. Is it going to happen? They weren't able to break the TP.
Yep. Calm under pressure. Did everything he needed to do to survive. Mid lane.
Go in on this. They have the mechanism still. They're taking this fight. Miss everything. XY now in some trouble as well. The fatal bonds are out, but it's only onto those bears, onto the creeps really.
Yep. Oh, Cuckoo has the blink available. He has the double damage. He blinks in, but actually guesses wrong here. Jabs. Goes away, and they can't actually push this mid tower because Warlock doesn't have mana for it, so he's getting there very, very soon.
I mean, they don't even have the Blink Dagger on Centaur yet. This is such a huge timing right now.
Oh,
for TNC, they're on top of him, jabs, but they won't be able to find a kill.
Yep.
Still Aegis.
That's the tower.
All right, well, good stuff all in all from TNC. And I remember we were talking yesterday with Merlini, and he was saying about Ursa, like, it's sort of one of those win the lane but lose the game type of heroes. Do you think that it's going to be that type of situation in this one? Like, do you think that he has the ability to finish off enough of these towers or, like, find the advantage, or is he going to kind of fall off?
I think the reason that Ben is making that point is that a lot of the time Ursa's play is so single-dimensional, right? You win the lane and you look for kills. Sometimes, and a lot of times, you don't find the kills, and thus you lose the game.
Right.
But look at the way that TNC is playing. They're not just going for kills and only kills. Kills comes as a second byproduct of their pushes. Seems like they're just grouping it up, taking advantage of the weakness of Faceless, right? They, like you said, they don't have Blink on Centaur. They don't have Shadow Blade Slark. So punish them. And Ursa is used more so as a big, scary threat. Then, you know, he's actually not jumping at heroes and killing them endlessly.
Right, and I mean, they're picking up those items now, but it's already after they've lost a tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and it's like the real timing where those items would be huge aren't really coming about. There's a Dark Rift now up to the top lane, and oh, looks like they're ready to take this tier 2 tower, and they've got Mechanism, they've got Arcanes, they're building towards Greaves. GNC are coming for your base, Faceless. What you gonna do?
Yeah, man. I mean, they are gonna lose the tier 1 mid, I think. No, actually, everyone has to back off and respawn, or sorry, deal with this kind of a threat that's coming their way. That by going aggressive, they protect the tier 1 and they protect the tier 2 bottom.
Goodness. Well, Black Shadow Blade's done at this point. They are ready to. I mean, this is the thing, though, too. Like, even if you do have the Shadow Blade there, what is he really going to be able to do if everybody is grouped together? As long as TNC has, like, Avenge Swap to keep him alive or a mechanism to help keep that Lone Druid alive, even if you jump him, like, he has Savage Roar, too, to keep him off of him. I don't know. It feels like it's still a hard game for the Slark to find kills.
I think if you look at it like that in a vacuum, yes, Slark by himself can't run into a team, but he's got his own team as well, right?
Yeah.
Faceless is very good at forcing you to run away. They have Stampede to, like, you know, just make you scared. They have the Warlock ult. You're not going to just stand and fight under a Warlock ult.
No.
And when the enemy team's running away, then you can imagine a scenario where Slark is going to be super strong.
Right.
So I think that's going to be how Faceless is going to play it. They have a lot of methods to start off the team fight. Via like triple remnant, drop the rock, and then Slark comes in from the side and just goes to town. But you're right, if TNC could hold their ground and group us 5, Slark might have a little bit of trouble down the road.
Well, and I think that it speaks to what you're talking about there, that they have to win the engagement or be in a position where they will win the engagement.
Right.
And God, finding a pickoff onto jabs here, this would be huge.
What
the
stuns do
Centaur
they have?
Conqueror.
What stun do they have for this pickoff?
Centaur Conqueror, do it.
I mean, this is the weakness of the TNC
Yeah.
lineup.
Stampede, the Warlock ulti used onto Cuckoo. They end up interrupting the hoof stomp. He gets the enrage off. This is not the fight that Faceless want. He is gone. Ice is out of there, and they used Warlock ulti. They used Stampede. I mean,
They ping out Cuckoo. They actually want him. He's isolated away from his team right now. They're going to throw every stun for him. He does not have the Aegis. He's just dead away from his team. A rare mistake by Cuckoo. Now the rest of the TNC team is looking for more Black. Trapped in, but he will jump away.
okay. All right, that was a much-needed pickoff there. If they didn't get the Ursa, that would have been tragic.
Yep.
And maybe this is the point where they could look for more. Slark's just a little bit too afraid to go after it. Yeah, I think that, again, Faceless didn't decide to defend those outer towers, which I really like the decision, because they wanted to make sure that they had both big ultis up to fight. And then having to force that one, there is going to be a window when Ursa's back up where Warlock ulti's down and they can maybe take this last tier 2, or even, go in for Roche. I mean,
Yeah.
how do you contest?
That's the danger now, right? You give away Roche to Ursa, and suddenly you can't make the same plays that they were making. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how Faceless could play it. Now, one of their strengths as a team is that their high ground defense is absolutely amazing.
Right.
We've seen TNC did a lot of that last game. Faceless is going to be put to the test. This is historically where Ursa is also very bad at.
Yeah.
Win the lane, lose the game, because you can't push high ground. So
He's going to be going back for Aghanims, which doesn't necessarily help him take high ground, but he can react if they're hitting and, getting an enrage off after the fact. Still going to be a ways away from that one.
oh, it's going to be up to Raven breaking
Yeah.
the high ground if there's anybody that breaks high ground.
Sure. Vizrin picked up now for the Ursa, and Raven Aegis on him. Maelstrom done. Looks like mid is the call, and how are Faceless going to deal with this?
I don't know. Conjure up a refresher for Nuts because he needs that Warlock go for the defense. Shit TNC wants to push.
And it's certainly not worth what we ended up seeing before. This could be a nice play as well. Reor swap into the Centaur Conqueror stomp.
Okay.
See if they can make it work. Have vision. Mjolnir as well. Fatal Bonds only really onto Sam H at this point. They've got him. Pull him
Swap
back in into the stomp.
Yeah, there
They've
you
got it. Okay.
We saw Black doing a lot of that last game as well. It is a very nifty trick when you got the micro to back it up.
Absolutely. They get the silence on the Cuckoo, but they force the buyback now on the Ember Spirit. They're going to end up losing the melee barracks here if they're not careful. They do have a resummon on the bear if they need to, but he's not even dead yet.
They got the Warlock ult, and I think it's getting close to a point where they might need to worry about their outer towers themselves. Blink stun here going on Raven. They're going to roll in. The Rock, the Fatal Bond, it's on every single hero. The Aegis pop immediately. Sam H taking a ton of trouble. And now I think Raven's going to respawn, but he is still in a lot of hot lava. But no, he wants to turn around and fight. I'm not sure whether he can. Slark comes in. They force him to run, but Slark also dies to something. I'm not exactly sure what. Ursa's ultimate has been outlasted. He is also going to go down. Force them to run, chase in, and kill. And this is the high ground defense of Faceless. They
Very
will
well
not
played.
break here.
Yeah, I think that it's exactly what you were talking about before, that the Slark is able to chase after the fact, and I think that TNC realized if we run right now, we're just going to lose. So let's try and get at least something for the Lone Druid dying there, and they managed to take down the Slark, so still a really huge win for Faceless and really rough for TNC that they end up giving away the fight like that. But they managed to find the Slark kill, and slowing down Black is so necessary this game because, as you mentioned, they don't have a great answer for him if he gets out of control.
Yeah, I think the mistake there in that last team fight was Raven had his hero up on the hill. He was trying to hit the Raxus instead of using his bear.
Right.
And as a result, Ice immediately just jumped on him with this hoof stomp. And normally it's okay when you have a core with Aegis to getting jumped like that. In fact, you even prefer it. But again, with the nature of this game, as soon as one person gets jumped, everybody gets initiated on because you need to save the core. And then, we talked about the importance of Black allowing him to now initiate in, not being in the forefront of that fight. Yes, Black eventually did die, but it's probably not going to die if the fight happens again like that.
I do like the Blink Dagger pickup as well for XY. And now having that extra bit of mobility, he can use the rolling boulder to escape from the midst of those team fights. So a lot of these core items that they needed are there, and Warlock has his Hand of Midas as well. Like, there's a lot of things that are going right for Faceless, and it feels as if they're trying to weather the storm that they knew was coming. But another big smoke play, TNC this time without an Aegis. Still looking to try and pressure this high ground though.
Oh, they're wondering if anybody's kind of standing nonchalantly up that hill. They're kind of correct, but Ice is very far away.
Got out a ward as well. Very little vision in this area.
I think they actually see the TNC heroes.
They are still smoked up. They don't spot Cuckoo yet. And there's Rior, so he showed. And now the pinks come out. Alright, so don't find anybody there. Underlord
Savage.
now in some trouble, possibly.
I mean, he could always start Griff out.
Yeah. Okay, 9-7. Currently a net worth lead of around 2,500 gold. It was a lot more before, and Faceless, like we saw in last game, starting to build up that experience lead off the back of the comeback.
Yep. I've been actually seeing a lot more of this in this new patch, where a team threatens to push high ground, gets a tier 3, and then backs off. Normally in the previous patches, you're like, well, it's not really a big deal that a team lost a tier 3, but now shrines are open. And TNC they already took one, and they're probably going to take the other before the next push actually happens.
Black really has not been able to get a lot done this game. He's been farming and now into the Silver Edge and the Echo Saber, but it's just the type of game where they're not giving him opportunities to find openings and find kills.
Yeah, we always think of Slark as a core that, his bread and butter is picking off people in the jungle. But when you play together like a team like this, it's hard to find those pickoffs. But that isn't to say that Slark as a hero is neutered. Like, he doesn't find those pickoffs, but in the actual fight, you got to keep in mind, he's still extremely mobile. He's still extremely hard to lock down. He might not hit for very, very hard. He's hitting for like 200. Yeah, 200 already. Yeah. But as the game progresses, he is going to be a threat. Yeah. And I think sooner rather than later, TNC will need to start taking Raxus to start closing out this game.
Yeah, I would completely agree. They got the tier 3 tower, it's good, but now you need to move in towards taking all of the rest of the shrines. They got the one down bottom, need to get one up top, wait for that next Aegis, and secure it. Likewise, if Faceless are somehow able to go in and contest, save that Warlock ulti, save the Magnetize, everything else until they get for that Roche fight, that's when you end up being able to sort of break the back of TNC.
Yep. So I really like Cuckoo's item choice here to, instead of going for the Ags that he had queued up, he goes for a BKB. He understands that there's just so many ways for him to get locked down, that even if he acts to break one disable, there's more to follow. Yeah. And I like the BKB choice a lot more here.
God, there's so many heroes of TNC around, and Black sort of playing the margins to the best of his ability. They TP out the Ogre, so he will not be found by Black. Still trying to build into more of that damage with the Scotty. Bottom lane jabs pushing it out. You got the BKB done. And it feels like all of these items are just to gear up for the fight that we know is going to come around that Roche pit.
Yeah, but I feel like in the span of the last 5 to 7 minutes where Faceless had that magnificent face defense, they've already caught up so much that even when the next push comes, I think TNC has already lost a lot of their edge and momentum. I mean, this Ursa doesn't even feel like it's as big of a threat as he was before, right? Cuckoo looking for a bash hit. Unfortunately, did not get one on Black.
Oh, it's a frustrating game, certainly. And it harkens back to what you were talking about in the draft, that there isn't a great lockdown for that Slark. Maybe if Sam H finds that initial root or something, that can change the things around. But even then, you've got Dark Pack to deal with it, and you just need everything.
You're looking for instant stuns to deal with Slark. And Cuckoo can itemize her, right? He could finish the Abysso, just catch Black by surprise, but he's like, what, 2,000-3,000 away from finishing it.
Oh, like the projectile for Venge, the long cast animation and short range for Ogre. They're putting themselves in a position now to try and take down this tier 2 tower. And they also can Dark Rift if Roche respawns soon. We're seeing it's still a little ways away before it's even possible to respawn.
Black's going on your high ground, dude.
All right.
Gotta get out.
They're making it happen. They can Dark Rift back for this if they want to, but it looks like it's just going to be Underlord who's holding the ground for now, and yeah, Black has to get out of there.
All right. Well, I like what Underlord's getting. He's going for a Rod of Atos.
Oh, it's a great pickup. Almost has it too.
I mean, it's a range disable, right? Essentially for some of these heroes, especially for Ember Spirit. Now, Ember Spirit does have the Yule Scepter to reset the fight.
Ooh, are they gonna go on this? Ice thinking about it, but these are two heroes that are quite hard to kill.
Ember's coming in. I think they're looking for it. They're gonna go for Sam H. That's a very tanky target, but now Ice getting initiated. Oh no, he's gonna try to TP out. Can we get a bash?
Oh,
yes,
he got
they
it.
Can.
On top of him, is gonna end up falling here. They had everything, so a little bit of a misplay there, but you gotta take those chances on occasion. Oh, maybe, I don't know, they used Stampede for that, and Roche is back up soon.
Yeah, Roche is up.
And they might have to buy back on the Ice Centaur? Yeah, real questionable play there.
I think they had Ember Spirit coming in from the backside, and it had Slark within the nearby vicinity. So it was an okay try, but
are they gonna try and force a buyback here? What?
The courier is gonna get cut off. Is Black gonna take it? I'm not sure if he had vision of it.
I pinged it there as he went by, but yeah, they have at least one range creep here with them, and it's time to go up for high ground. They want to finish off the melees.
Range racks might be much easier, but never mind. Look at the Raven's damage output.
Yeah.
That's gonna force a glyph.
Okay, glyph down. They really don't want to buy back on Centaur here. They will lose a lane of barracks if they don't, I think.
That is Rax.
All right. They're on top of it. Bear gonna end up falling, and they have the Dark Rift away.
And the Dark Rift straight into the Roshan
What,
pit.
Tim's? Oh, come on. You got to keep walking, man. Stay with it.
Oh, did he not get caught?
No, this actually matters a lot because this was Ursa not there either. And now you're in range to be able to get here and possibly defend this.
Oh, Slark finds himself. Oh, okay, well.
Maybe not.
Back, helping out. They're going to go for Tim's, but this is going to be fine. On the back line here, it's going to be
Jabs is gone. Jabs is gone at the start of the fight. They get the Stampede. The Warlock ulti's down, but it's far too late.
They just dropped the rock on 4.
Oh,
Why?
no.
There was absolutely no reason to drop the rock there.
All right, this is a collection of misplays. They lose the Ember Spirit. They can go back in for another round of this. They don't have Warlock ulti, and they can force the buyback from the Ember.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the question is, when the buyback does come, do you back off or do you stay?
I mean, I think you can stay.
It's a fine
I mean, they don't
line,
Stampede either. I think they can stay. I think they can do it.
Stampede should be back relatively soon. Yeah, only 20 seconds or so.
Warlock ulti is the big one, though. It's 2 minutes.
All right, Raven.
He kills off XY. They are crumbling now. They buy back, but Black is going to be controlled. They get the Savage Roar as well. He doesn't have any way to get out of this one, trying to pounce away. XY is gone. That's a dieback. Faceless. Completely crumbling here in this one, and now the jump forward. Ursa's all over him. They get the Ghost Scepter to stay alive, but can they stop it?
He's got cheese, but oh, he gets burned down before the cheese even gets triggered, and now Black jumps forward. That's a BKB on Raven. He turns around. He wants to fight the Savage Roar, not actually affecting on Black for whatever reason. He's still being chased. Magic Missile will not hit onto Black, and now it looks like the Venge is also going to go down Raven on his great escape. Meanwhile, Sam H will also die. So what looked like the disastrous start of the defense for Faceless, they were able to pick up a bunch of kills towards the end, so I think that's sort of worth it, I guess.
I mean, they had to buy back on... Who all did they have to buy back in that fight?
I think it was just XY.
You know, it was Ember, too. Ember bought back also. So his buyback on cooldown for another while. Jeez. And it's a pretty big swing into the favor of TNC.
Yep.
If it wasn't for that Ember buyback, I would agree with you that I think that it would have been pretty even at the very least.
I mean, even with all these buybacks, the people that haven't bought back yet are still very rich. Black has finished the Eye of Scotty. Look at Centaur. He's got Blink, Ags, he's got a Hood, he's got 4K in the bank, so Shiva's coming next. Ice is working with a gold machine somewhere.
Yeah. I think it's just that Hood of Defiance pickup early. It allowed him to farm so efficiently around the map. But it still does come at the problem now. Lone Druid has Aegis, and they can move along one of these other bases now that they're, you know, on a pretty... now that they have everybody back up again. Magnetize, it's there. Warlock ulti is going to be done.
Oh, I mean, Aegis is a very strong item on Raven, don't get me wrong, but we also seen that Aegis can be beaten in that last engagement, right? Once you force TNC to clump up where the Fatal Bonds is on a couple of heroes, they could kill your whole team.
It's true.
the Aegis only protects one.
Yeah, and I think that maybe there again it was fighting though without buybacks this time might change the dynamic of that a little bit as well.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how that looks, but right now they're looking for a pickoff and they might be able to find it as well. XY is not here in the base. They're going to have creeps in there. Oh my god, if they could get nuts to start this. They walk up onto high ground. They don't scout anybody. Faceless, this is such heads-up play to stay inside the base this deep.
Yeah, normally you just think you're in the racks, you're fine. The TP in coming in from Black. Work on the bear a little bit.
Oh, Raven. Multi-form and then back out. Gonna be able to deal some damage here. Black's on top of him. They drop it down. Black in trouble, but they get the Warlock ulti as well. Raven on top of them. Cuckoo as well, enraged and BKB'd, but they're gonna keep their eyes on the barracks here in just a second, I do believe.
Yep, they can now focus on the melee racks. Meanwhile, space created here inside the base. Okay, Cheese gets used here by Cuckoo, and triple Remnant back in. Jabs taking a ton of damage. Jabs is out, and so is XY. The Magnetize is going to do some damage here, but Raven still protected by the Aegis of Immortal. He will take down the range racks. He's still alive. Can we go for more is the question.
They're doing it. I think that this is...
Raven,
it's so hard to make it stop. Like, he might not even worry too much about it. The Aegis is now down. But they're on top of him. Atos is there as well. They're going to go for the Dark Rift, actually. They end up canceling it. And now Black turned upon. He's going to drop. He has buyback. Forced to use it immediately, but TNC, they're all over him. The Fusion Blade as well, controlling and soon to kill off that Centaur as well. The Magic Missile comes in. Glimmer Cape keeping him alive. Black stunned. Is he going to fall? He gets the Shadow Dance off. But look at your base, Black. What are you going to do with this?
Well,
SamH turns to fight. Can they make it happen? They lose their Centaur again. Swap back in.
Oh my god. You know, when I said they did not have Disable, I was just looking at Ogre and Venge because that's the traditional Disable, but the Pit of Malice plus the Savage Roar time and time again made Black's life still difficult. It just comes down to the early game. He had great farm, but I think he needed a BKB and Shadow Blades to have a chance. He went for the Eye of Scotties.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
League's assassin.
TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TN's
Rubik.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
TNC's turn to pick.
Juggernaut.
Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imber spirit.
TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Clinks.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Now, moving out across the map, how do you feel like the lanes face out in these early couple of movements. You've got Sam H already down, they spot each other, and now run away.
I think the lanes are going to actually favor Faceless quite drastically in most of the lanes, right? So first, Black's going to have a grand old time just laying searing arrows onto this Centaur. In fact, I am surprised that Sam H just didn't go Iron Talon and just straight up jungle. He's got boots, no style shield, no armor items. I don't know how he exactly planned to lane against the Clinks. That is a question waiting to be answered. Shadow Fiend versus Ember, that is innately a Shadow Fiend favorite matchup, but I think XY is going to have something to say about that on the Ogre, and that should give Jabs a good, 2-3 levels that he needs to actually do okay there. And then last but not least, Nyx Assassin on the bottom. He is going to have a tiny bit of trouble against the Juggernaut spin, but this is Ice Ice Ice. We see him win lanes that he shouldn't win, so I have a lot of confidence in him. So overall, I think Faceless is going to be okay in the laning stage.
Yeah, we got the tried and true patented double mango on Ice Ice Ice. You love to see it on this Nyx Assassin. 6.1 regen per second before Tango's come into play. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get down there to place a ward. There is an observer ward placed by the Radiant team, which would scout out if he did move forward and place that one down. And it looks like bounty runes are just going to be traded off evenly.
By the way, what's your personal opinion on like when you click a ward and it's literally blue that fills your eyes? Is it too bright for you?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I wish it was easier to click off of it. That's the only thing. I like all of it, but I wish that if I clicked right now...
It's gone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the only issue I have.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're going to see a dual lane mid situation here. Tim's saving for the bottle, does have it purchased, and I think it will be sent out pretty soon. And that's, I think, trying to make this XY harass not as threatening, but they're still being zoned away very, very heavily, and this is the power of Ogre.
Yeah. The unfortunate part about this is that they would probably be able to do a little bit more, but because the AoE damage comes through onto Io, he's able to take a little bit and then give the extra regen to Cuckoo. Whereas if it was a different mid matchup, they could have just focused Cuckoo, and then you don't get that extra regen from the tether.
I mean, you say that though, Tim's doesn't actually have a Tango running, so.
Well, he's got some natural, the 0.8, man.
All right, the 0.8 regen, is that what we're...
Value.
I mean, I'm okay with you talking about Nyx Assassin 6-point regen.
Yeah.
I don't know about the 0.8, dude.
All right. Well, maybe next time it will come about, but
He's got a bottle now, so then the real regen is going to come through.
Yeah. He needs to actually take some damage here to heal back up Cuckoo, and is probably not going to be able to get it off of level 2 until right about this next creep wave.
I mean, he might just take Spirits instead of Overcharge.
You think so? Maybe. I guess it's a possibility.
Or might he just leave,
I feel like Overcharge is pretty good, though.
Okay,
Yeah,
he does Overcharge.
and I can regen back up Cuckoo, and he has a much better time in this lane. As far as the top lane is concerned, Sam H can take a lot of harassment here. Shadow Word, as well as the steering arrows going out onto him. Always a pain in the butt, and XY pushed back by Rior. Not going to go on this Rubik.
Sam H actually took Hoop Stomp instead of Return. Again, I don't know how he intends to stay here in the long term, but for now he is essentially out of regen and gonna really get wrecked.
Yeah, no poor man shield or any type of
he's got
shield
boots.
either.
Oh, he's gonna steal the creep wave? I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah, this is an interesting way to try and play this lane. The problem is that you're gonna run it back into Ice Ice again. Excuse me, Nuts.
Yeah.
God, they need to change that name.
Ice Ice is the sponsor. He can't change that name.
That's fair enough. You gotta keep the sponsors happy. Yeah. But the other thing is that even when he's tanking these creeps under tower, it's gonna hurt a lot more than it otherwise would have.
Yeah, you could do the ring around the Rosie, so it's not that bad.
No.
Alright. So as per usual, Ice 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 is finding a decent amount of CS under his tower, at least more than the Centaur.
Yeah, and we'll be able to probably sustain in this lane. Kill potential wise, it feels like it has to come off the back of a Rior lift and then a spin. How possible do you think that is in this lane? Is it hard to get?
Very, very not possible. Maybe a level 3 spin, like you can see it happening, but you basically need to harass Ice 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 down to maybe about 70% health. But then because of his height innate regen, I just don't see that happening with the Rubik. So unless Ice 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 really heavily messes up, I don't think he should die.
Maybe if Io moves into that lane as well with Spirits or something like that. But they're actually going to end up coming back in now with Sam H. And they might try to enable this lane a little bit more since Cuckoo has already gotten off to a hot start. And with the boots as well as the bonus movement speed from from Tether, they could possibly make something happen on the Warlock up here top.
I mean, the problem with this combo is because Centaur's only level 3, they don't have enough burst damage to kill Nuts altogether, right? And he gets to just like put a Shadow Ward on himself and run away. I say that though, they're making it go here. The Tether movement speed slow is a thing, and now body block here from Tims. Sorry I ever doubted you, TNC. First blood gets picked up here, and the bottle regen is gonna allow them all to heal back up.
I think it's that level 3. It comes in, you get the 2 points in double edge, 250 damage and slow. Rough life.
That's the benefit of not having a point to return, right? You just get that burst on 3. Okay. Mid lane looks like XY is threatening to go for a kill. Oh, he's gonna walk back out.
They will spot Reorm moving in, and I believe that's why they decided to back, although again, Flame Guard with a haste rune. This is a bit of a scary moment if Cuckoo is not careful, but they didn't know where the Wisp is. Now they might spot Tim's moving in.
4-hero rotation mid? Is that what's happening?
Raven? He might be in trouble, though. If they're able to find the Impale, they're moving in now. Don't have the Fire Blast, though, and both the Healing Ward that stops him.
The Healing Ward's outrunning XY.
Raven just playing a little bit with the Ogre. And spins
nice
away! XY in some trouble!
Dude. Raven, what a player.
That was so well played by Raven.
Yep. I mean, the cool thing is it's like an online match, right? If you do that online, you're like, okay, yeah, you know, good move.
Yeah.
This is some ping involved, so.
That's the ultimate debated right there. The 25 gold from the Healing Ward. Yeah. You can't even take it down, and then he kills you.
420 movement speed, man. It's hard to catch.
Yeah. All right, Sam H. Still no points in return as of yet, but level 4 hanging on to it if he wants to go for like the double hoof. But yeah, it does finally take it now. So harassment going to come less effectively. You have a Mango on Juggernaut, so he should be able to spin away if things get a little bit too hairy down here bottom as well. And in the meantime, time to fill out these stacks and get some more farm into the hands of Cuckoo.
Yeah, I think Tim's begun stacking this camp right when the game begun, or you know, when the stack was actually possible. And
right.
Oh, look at that regen with the Tether, the Shrine. Oh.
No value.
Yep. XY comes in. It's like, where did the stack go? It's gone.
Yeah, wanted to steal some of the experience for it. He's level 3. Take a look at the IO, up to level 4.5 now. And by and large, a really good laning phase for TNC.
Yeah, you know, when you asked me to predict the lanes, I thought the mid lane would have done much better for Jabs, simply because I thought the Ogre effect would have been much stronger. But then I did not personally take into account of the IO being mid, right? That made all the difference, giving so much regen. And now if you look at the CN's differential, Jabs is, what, 12 behind to the Shadow Fiend? And it's only going to get worse as these two passively stand here and trade last hits.
Yeah. Well, and the other nice thing, I mean, you have to be a little bit concerned about for Faceless is that Black is having a really good game. You got the kill from Jug, which helps mitigate that a little bit, but they're going to need to find a way to deal with the Clinks, and he is still always going to be able to kill off Tims, as Tims does run into XY and going to throw those spirits at him.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a godsend for Tims if he could get himself a Ghost Scepter, but I don't know how he's going to manage that. Pretty expensive item for a support.
Do you think it's worth it to rush it in this matchup?
I mean, it's cost-benefit analysis, right? If you get the Ghost Scepter, you could also say, look, I'm pretty close. If I'm going to spend 1,600 for Ghost, why don't I just get a mech?
Right.
So it just comes down to priorities, right? Is it more for yourself to survive? Is it more for your teams? See how TNC make that decision. We're going to see Raven porting up top. I don't think he got spotted by any particular ward just yet. As I say that, the Black runs through. I don't know if we got vision, and now it's going to be Nuts. Probably going to go down. Eats a hoof stomp and a spin.
He knew what was going to happen. Yeah. As soon as they spotted him right here on the side, yeah, it was over at that point. But Klink's going to try and get a counter kill. There is a sentry ward here. He's just outside of range. It's going to go now. Stampede already out.
Very, very unlucky for Jabs because he went for the slight chain, but it bounced off to the creeps on the side. And then a very quick reaction by Sam H popping that center ult just to make sure that Cuckoo does not get ganked.
And I think it's also, you know, a really indicative of like TNC's map awareness. They moved up there trying to find the kill. Oh god, Nuts I think is dead again. They moved up there trying to find the kill on the Clinks and couldn't quite find him, and so they.
Are you sure he's dead?
Oh my god, they just continue to
sure?
chase. What? The jukes? He goes back the other way. They bring in the courier to try and spot it. Does he get the courier kill at least? No.
I mean,
wow.
Make them work for it, right? And that courier, is he going to snipe on the way out? Black's thinking about it. Oh, courier!
Okay, he's not going to be able to do it. I thought for a second he was going to get out too.
You could lose a lot of people in that ring of trees if you know the trees to cut.
All right. So as we were talking about, I think just the awareness that Klinks was gone, so he's probably going mid to kill the Shadow Fiend. That's the hero you're going to want to go on. They make sure that he's out of position to not get caught.
Bottom. XY's level 3, dude.
All right, he's getting body blocked by Tims as well, and he's just gone. The lift back now. Oh, misses one raise, but they still find the kill in spite of that. So they defend the tower. They take the top tower. All over the map right now. TNC are really pulling Faceless stretched thin.
Yeah, and remember that game that you casted earlier where Jay was playing Shadow Fiend? You have a very snowbally game like this, and Shadow Fiend gets completely out of control. It's so hard to rein back the game because he's so good at dealing with objectives, and he's so good at winning team fights, right? Like, you just want cores to be able to do both. And Cuckoo is, on ramp for one of those games. So I'm gonna say Faceless need to stop the bleeding right now, or this game could just be effectively quickly taken away from them.
And IO helps to ensure that as well. Like, every little bit, you can be even more aggressive than they were in that other game. Black might spot him out now. Thinks about going on it. Invis Rune, pop it, Tims.
A little bit too late. The Fey time.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yep.
And that's what Black is going to be doing this game. He just finds a little ball of light and pops it.
When I said stop the bleeding, that's exactly it, right? You just pick off random heroes, make sure TNC can't group up as effectively, make sure that they're always kind of running around instead of going for kill you. They're trying to like go back to the fountain to heal or whatever, and just elongate the game, right? You need time to catch back up. I mean, look at XY. He's barely level 5 at this point.
Yeah, it has not been a great one for him. And granted, he is still an ogre, so it's not like the worst thing in the world if your ogre is behind. That's the hero you want behind. The problem is that it's also the warlock who has 500 net worth. He has an iron branch. That is the only thing that is non-consumable in some fashion.
That feels bad, man.
Boots are a dream right now. He missed the CS, so he can't even finish those off. Nuts. Somebody get this man some farm.
All right, Black is on the hunt. I mean, that is the beauty of having a core like the Klinks, is that you get to, mix space and hopefully allow your other cores or support to get farm, but Nuts can't even farm from here. He uses about like 10% of his net worth to TP away.
All right, we got Boots, maybe? Come on now.
All right, that's Boots gold. He's good. Did it.
See if he buys it. They're smoking down towards bottom. They want to try and find a kill here.
They got the rock too.
Yeah. That is something he's been able to get, if not net worth at the very least.
Oh, no. Spin has been used. He's dead.
Raven, this is a problem. If they can find the initiation angle, they haven't found the stun. Stampede away. All right. Again, heads up play. They make it out, at least for now.
They need to keep running right now. It's going to be them running straight into the tower. Reor, oh, he canceled his TP, I believe. He's just dead here.
All right, going in. They're TPing to trying to find against this. They realize he has level 6, is going in.
Relocate.
CMH stun. They end up stunning the relocate. Fatal bonds onto all of these heroes. If they can manage to just pull out a little bit more damage, they're going to kill them all off. But it looks like instead, Faceless not able to deal with this. Black almost dead. Oh man, that was a huge play. The fact that they were able to make that happen, Cuckoo not gonna die to that either. Jabs is gonna get ran down himself. Black wants this kill so badly, but it's not there. 30, 20 HP, 18 in fact. They got it.
Oh my god. Nobody grabbed the aggro. I don't know how they can. Raven taking a ton of the damage as well. Sam H thinking about going back in. Very low HP pull. Ooh, misses that hoof stomp. Overall, I think that's still an okay fight for TNC. Although, Teamfight Recap, please rescue me. Is it popping up?
Yeah, it should be. It's looking like it's still okay for them. And a 3-for-3 exchange. If Shadow Fiend got out right there, it would look very different.
Oh yeah, they would have heavily won that team fight. That Fatal Bond from Nuts. I'm pretty sure he just like tripled his net worth. Yeah, he did. He's up to like 2,000 net worth now after that kill.
That is crazy. All right, yeah, so Boots no longer a dream. He literally did not have Boots before that fight, and now he has Boots earned and Magic Stick. He bought some wards.
Look at Nuts rolling in right now.
He's happy.
All right.
So 13 minutes in, and I'm looking at the Raven build, going back now for the Manta style. Obviously wanting to be able to take off the chains and everything else that goes after him. We've got a Blink Dagger done for Centaur. How do you see the next couple of minutes panning out here for both teams?
Much better than the last fight for TNC. I think they're going to be on the offense, and with the blink initiation of the Centaur, you then could use the relocate much more effectively. Remember the last fight? Relocated Shadow Fiend, they both took an impale, and the IO just straight up died, right? Imagine a scenario where Centaur gets a blink in and initiate, you combo that with the relocate, nobody gets stunned, and then you just, kill people. So, I think TNC with that Blink Dagger recently picked up will ideally be able to pick up, a lot of kills.
Oh, and you can see it right now. They're already grouped together, ready to relocate. But the question is, can they find that initiation? Can they find the hero they want to kill? They are going to run into Black.
Where's the dust?
No, they're a little bit late. Black gets out. I don't know if he actually even spotted them. They're instead going over here on Raven. They find a kill onto Raven. A huge turn of events. The smoke gets broken. They don't find the dust, and instead they kill your safe lane carry.
That is not a good moment, and that's a combo that Black and Ice will be going every single time. Just disappear off the map and look for picks. I mean, he was in front of his tier 1 tower farming with 3 allies nearby. And still got picked so fast that there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, looking like, again, they need to wait for the Juggernaut to be up unless they can find a good initiation. But it's so hard to find Black. He's doing a great job of staying off the map. Sometimes I think that, I think it was Aosun was telling me this, that you see Clinxes go for split pushing games, but instead of doing that, staying away and always being a threat of being able to jump out.
Yep.
Scary stuff.
I mean, Raven's literally using spin to farm, and as his spin is about to end, he's giving up 3 CS just to back off. He doesn't know where Klinx is. He doesn't know where Nyx is.
Oh, Rior's been doing a great job throughout this series.
Tims? They should see Nyx on top of Sentry Ward. Now Creeps gives it away. Not like they could have punished him in any way, but...
Scary game for an IO, though.
They do have eyes on Black right now, thanks to the high ground ward. And this is important, right? Like, they don't need to kill him or anything. They just need to have an idea of where he is. And now Juggernaut should feel much safer, and he does indeed pop out on the bottom side to start farming.
And you have Centaur here waiting just in case there is a movement in, a rotation in. But you do also have the Nyx Assassin able to farm himself a Midas. 16 minutes in here, and this is a huge benefit for their later game. What was once feeling like a potential for a snowbally draft has got back dead even.
Yeah, mostly because as soon as the Centaur Blink got picked up, they haven't done anything with it, right? The smoke got broken in that previous movement. I'm not sure if they're waiting for a better opportunity. Are we going to see a smoke now?
Probably.
5-man smoke, okay.
I feel like they need to get something done. I would imagine that this is fairly well telegraphed. This lane is pushing in a little bit. Nyx is going to be pushing into the tower.
Are they going into Roche?
Oh, this would be huge.
All right. Be well telegraphed, but you got to respond fairly quickly. Black running through, and you can see Rior's dropping sentries in position. They're not exactly doing the fastest Roche ever.
Black can't really approach this, though, because if he does and they spot him, which they do right now, they can go for another initiation play looking for that. They have caught him. They're going to be able to catch it. Black very low, not dead as of yet. They dropped the Warlock ulti, but the Fatal Bonds is not there. Can they get anything else? Rior tried to get the spell steal, but it didn't happen, and Ice punishes. But Black is already dead. They lose Tims, but 2 supports for the Warlock and that Klinx.
Well, the question is, can TNC continue the road? Sure, resources are quite low. We go in, we go out, they're not sure. They're sitting inside a Roshan pit thinking, having a tea.
They're going to send in the Golem.
Okay, Golem, check things out. Cuckoo.
Oh, they've got him. Well played there to get the Nyx. Perfectly what they needed. Now XY going to get ran down as well. No Omni Slash, but they will at least force him back for the moment. Jabs chasing forward, taking down Cuckoo. Raven maybe going to fall as well. The Fire Blast is there. They end up using the Flame Shield as well, but they're not going to be able to get it. Now the Fatal Bonds comes back, stealing Flame Shield, turning it against him. Jabs dropping low, is going to die instead. Rior keeps on making these plays.
Yeah, I mean, they still, they stay way too long, right? The supports have been able to reinforce there, and because they still have that tier 1 tower, the TP is even much closer than the Shrine. With the help of the healing ward and Tims coming back in, they're going to be able to take down the Roshan. The fight might not be over yet, though. as Black is threatening to do something here.
These sentry wards have just been so clutch, and likewise from Faceless, a little bit odd that they're not deciding to de-ward them, or, I mean, I guess if they just don't have it, they feel like they need to stay for the fight, but nonetheless, Aegis for Raven.
I really want to talk about how that team fight begun. Remember, they had vision of pretty much everyone running down this ramp, and Centaur could have easily, like, just stunned, you know, and the Clinks, for example, to get the kill, right? But instead of going for the cores, he went straight for Nuts. He wanted to get the kill before the Warlock ult came. And even though the Warlock ult came out, it was kind of a pretty panicky ult that he threw in. It honestly didn't hit too much of anybody.
And I don't think it got the fatal bonds on the first bash either.
Exactly, and that was so important for SamH to initiate onto Nuts over anybody else. Also, I do believe the triple remnant of Ember Spirit completely missed because of the Stampede. So, to me, the MVP of that play, that team fight, was definitely SamH. But I think Faceless moving forward will team fight much better. So, can't count on those lucky break that TNC received in the last fight.
And it wasn't necessarily even just like that they were playing or executing better. They were doing that, but more so it was also they were in a position to make that happen. Like they were sort of inside the Roche pit, but they had all of the vision in the area.
Correct.
So, well, movement now could come in again. Warlock ulti off cooldown in 8 seconds. Can they keep him here?
Oh, Raven's gonna spin and walk it off. And this is, I gotta say, one of the few games where I don't really feel Black's presence as much as he normally has. Right? Normally he's like has 6 kills and he's working towards a really big items now, but he's just barely finishing his Desolator. Hasn't really done too much. I mean, he's trying to, but I feel like the TNC is really well aware of his movement, just thanks to the support's vision.
It's reminiscent of what happened in the last game, where you have this hero that's built around finding pickoffs, and he's not finding those because of the playstyle of TNC.
Right.
And now mid lane, Jabs relocated in upon, they find that kill. Warlock ulti a second too late, they are all fatal bonds, but there is no way to catch up to these guys. Blink, Impale, not gonna hit it. They can't quite get there in time. Stampede making it work.
And of course, the relocate returns back up top. Cuckoo still has a double damage, so that's going to be a tier 2. They are just splitting the map open. And I don't think Faces is able to keep up. They were supposed to be the mobile team with the Clinks and Nyx. They're just getting dance circles around right now.
And the other thing is that it's not as if they're losing 5-man from this either. You can now move up here with the Centaur, with the Rubik, and have just as strong of a 5-man as you would otherwise, while simultaneously getting the split push in. And they go for the Impale, connects onto one. Raven is there. No healing ward for a second, but they take down the tier 3 tower.
All right, upheaval is going to make Cuckoo's retreat super
he
slow.
canceled his TP. The Juggernaut.
Oh, here comes the Clinks looking to assassinate Rio. Rio 1 hit away. He pops the mech back up, gets healed a little bit. Raven taking a ton of the damage. Can he go down? I do believe the steering arrow will take him down. So now the choice is, are you saving your core or are you not? They're saying, good luck. He's out. He's going to try to spin and walk away. Blink body block's not going to be the play here for Jabs. Blink Impale though. Ice, ice, ice. Striking where it hurts the most. And that is the Aegis down.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate combination there. I think that maybe a little miscommunication. The Jug wanted to go for the just spin TP right away, and then for some reason canceled it. And because of that, you know, Faceless realized that they could find that kill at the very least.
Yep.
And I think that if you instead just like get everybody out and leave the Juggernaut there at that point, it's a just tough situation all in all.
Yep.
Oh, 15 to 12. Most importantly, though, it is still TNC.
Bottom.
Are they going to get him? Okay, SamH gone.
Yep.
They take down the tier 3 tower, but losing the Aegis and now losing the Jug and then losing the Centaur, this is starting to feel like Faceless are finding their foothold.
You can see how easy it is for these 2-man gang combo to come back into the game. As soon as TNC makes a tiny mistake, the map just completely gets wide open back to Faceless. They need to continue to group up, find opportunities. I mean, there's still objectives on the map. You could take the bottom 2 tier, the outer towers. You could take the shrines. They're open to you now because you're taking tier 3 up top. So I think TNC could still play the 5-man Dota if they like. Or if they're looking to farm, they need to farm much safer. Like Centaur cannot be miles away from his tier 2 tower.
Right. Ooh, this movement up top from Jabs. He is going to Remnant away, but they realize he was over in this area. It doesn't look like they're quite going to catch up to him.
They have vision on Tims. Is Tims just dead? Yes.
Right, Remnant forward, but
okay.
Not able to tether out.
Too much freebies being given to Faceless.
Yeah, they don't have the Underlord type of hero in this game that sort of enables everybody to stay more heavily together. It's more the Centaur in this one, and they need him for initiation. And oh, who? They're there.
I'm not sure whether he has vision on XY, but XY is about to run into that Shadow Fiend.
Oh my God, Black, you're showing yourself. It's gonna get lifted after the fact. They've got him taken down.
Oh, that
almost fell. They're able to turn it back around with the mechanism as well.
Oh my God, he's still alive, and they just killed. Okay, that was a 10-second BKB used on the Shadow Fiend, and they got nothing out of it. And now the fight's not over just yet. Blink, Spike, Impale's gonna hit on Sam H. Sam H is looking Sam dead. Defensive relocate though. It's gonna bring him back out. The question is TNC gonna be forced to take this fight?
Yeah, they might need to. And well, Cuckoo is here. He does have Requiem of Souls. They're just gonna go for the relocate back to Cuckoo. And that might be able to keep him alive long enough. No, Tim's is still dead.
Yep.
So what looked good a little while ago, maybe off the back of that either decision to pop the scroll and then end up heading out of there, whatever the case ended up being, TNC now in a really rough spot.
Yeah, a little bit of sloppy play allowing Faceless to really make the comeback. All of that big span of comeback, I also want to remind you that Faceless has not used Warlock ult yet. So if they want to make a big objective play, which guess what, Roshan should be coming back relatively soon, it will still have that big ult available for that.
Net worth chart you can see has sort of been a back and forth roller coaster ride. Currently sitting at 2,000 into the favor of Faithless with 6,000 experience into their favor as well. And Sam H a long ways away from an Aghanim Scepter. Movement, they can still take some pressure as, you know, the Warlock ulti's there and they're going to need to make something happen since he does have a Midas again. Like, they can't just sort of rest on their laurels and not pressure his team.
I'm not sure if you've been watching how these initiations are going through by Ice. You'll pop a spike and hit
on the return.
Yeah, hit the Centaur and then it'll proc off return. So it's just a guarantee stun every time on the Centaur.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Normally it doesn't end up mattering because the Centaur is so hard to kill, but with the Clinks there, it ends up making the difference with the Deso.
Roche being checked by Faceless has not spawned just yet.
Oh, and now Shadow Fiend, after the Dragonlance, Shadow Blade, and BKB, are going back for a Butterfly.
I mean, normally that seems like a very threatening item for the enemy cores, but I think Klinks is very well paced to keep up with him, right? MKB should be coming out next. He's got the BKB already.
Yeah.
So I think for the most part, Klinks is going to be able to keep up, especially when he's getting like free tower assets like this.
Yeah. They are going in to take down the shrines now, though. Looks like ENC, they need to be real careful. They jump in, they found Sam H. They're still in the area, though, and able to relocate him back out and away. Stealing now, the Impale. Rior has it. Are they going to go too deep for a good stun? And, well, Cuckoo reviewing himself is going to pop the Spike Carapace, but now maybe in some trouble. They're able to pull him back in. Raise off the mark, and the Yule Scepter lift up. He's able to blink away. Off the back of a little bit of a misplay. Cuckoo in trouble, possibly. More so is likely to be Tim's. They pop the Stampede as well. Rior blinks out away from them, but they're able to almost kill off Ice. He's going to be able to live through it. 70 HP for the moment. Mana burned that other hero, and now Cuckoo is going to fall as well.
That was an 8-second BKB. They have lost top racks as Black able to backdoor that during the fight. I mean, as soon as fight broke in, the objective for Faceless wasn't to win the fight. It was to cancel as much TP or buy as much time as possible because they knew the true threat was at the top. And TNC, they were just stretched and pulled apart. Except Faceless was getting outplayed, but shoes on the other foot now.
Yeah, and this is what it all comes down to. Late game, or rather mid-game decision making, and when you take these fights. And this Black Clinks, it's been spectacular. He now has a BKB done. 10 seconds there and available. 3,300 gold on top of it. So
this is why you gotta ban this hero, man. Like, I don't know. I think this hero might be more threatening than his anti-mage, which I'm sure people are taking a collective gasp out there, but anti-mage, you need protection. You need to draft around it. Clinks could win his lane and affects the map so much earlier. So that's just me.
I'm with you. It's a tough one. Do have movement in now, in towards Roshan. They spot it out at the very least. Going to be able to get a D ward as well. It feels like right now, if TNC want to have a chance, they need to get this Roshan and try and pressure. Late game, how do you feel like TNC fare? Is it just something like we had last game where they're always going to be behind in the super late?
No, I don't think so. If TNC and Faceless have the exact same amount of gold, I think the Radiant heroes scale much better. Like you're talking about Juggernaut, you're talking about Shadow Fiend. I think Klings really runs into his limit when it comes to scaling. Of course, Jabs is going for more of a magic build, so he doesn't scale as well. But the biggest problem is this is not an even game, right? Like TNC is working with 75,000 less gold than Faceless, so never mind the mid game or never mind the late game. I don't think TNC could make it there if they could keep playing like this.
XY also has Guardian Greaves on the Ogre, which is just insane to me. They don't have Nyx Assassin right now. He does have a TP, can get here. The question is, do they realize Roche is going on? And I don't know if they actually do. There's wards that are right outside of it, but Roche already starting to fall. They have Stampede if they need it. They're walking in. And Jabs looking, spots him, realize it's going on, but already there's Sam H initiation onto Jabs. Can they kill him though? Spin continuing. They drop the Warlock ulti. He doesn't have buyback on the center. Oh, he does now. Might need to use it and Stampede out of there. Shadow Fiend solo is going to lose that Aegis now. And well, what's the way out of this for him? I don't know if he's going to be able to make it happen. Cuckoo going to fall Faceless with the demonstrative victory in the river.
Yeah, I mean, Sam H just blinked in and just, try to buy as much time for his team as possible, but he just died in 3 hits, and then the Warlock ultimate stunned everybody, even through the BKB of Shadow Fiend. So this BKB, this 4,000 gold investment, has done zilch for the team. And TNC is about to take or lose the second lane of Rax here, I think.
I mean, you have the bloodlusted Clinks with Deso. They're moving up to high ground. I don't know if they can really stop this. They're going to at least try and force out a buyback on the Shadow Fiend, I would imagine.
Oh, how quickly has the game turned, man?
It's been pretty rough. That little part right there was looking good for TNC. They took the tier 3 tower in the top lane, but now Barracks going down. They don't want to defend against this one. They're going to Omni Slash right at the start. Black almost low, but can they kill him? No! And now Raven chasing continually is actually finally going to be able to, able to 4-step out of the way, but he does finally get brought down. Tim's is in there as well, but now they can think about turning this one back around. Fire Blast down. Wisp is dead. The chase is going to continue. Ice Nuts is almost gone. And Sam H, can he fall? And then flowing down there. You have Cuckoo right in the midst of it. And
I mean, the supports are dead, so there's no disable, right? They're counting on Sam H and Rubik really for the disable. There comes the Requiem. The Spike's going to return it. Sam H, or sorry, excuse me.
Oh, he drops the items as well. Ice. Ever the showman.
Oh, man. That's the tilt move right there, dude.
Get owned, Cuckoo. Get out of my game. That was beautiful.
Well, I don't think Faces could win off of that fight, but they're walking back to the coffers filled with gold, and I'm not sure exactly if TNC could rally the comeback, but we've seen what they could have done in game 1, so let's not count them out just yet. They had, even tougher game in that game 1, and they were still able to hold on for such a long time. Can they do it this game, though?
You gotta love Ice, man. The item drop after, like, that play, the Requiem of Souls comes out. There's no way it's gonna do enough damage. All it does is set up the kill from Ice that might not have been there otherwise. Like, if he kept running, still probably dead no matter what, but...
Yep. I think what the Shadow Fiend was hoping for is you channel the Requiem, and then the innate nature is to run away, right?
Yeah.
But Faces recognized it very quickly. Yeah, we're just gonna kill you.
We going in. A great game. I think that TNC also has been performing really well. They are going to run into Rior. Nice lift. Okay, out of there, and Vendetta. A good save.
A reaction, dude.
Yeah. Real impressive. So TNC, I've been really impressed with their play in game number 1, game number 2. Game number 3, it's getting close and down to the wire, and I feel like...
Well, for half a game, I was really impressed with TNC as well.
Exactly.
And then,
if they're going to come back into this right now, it's a huge lead to come back from. What is it that they need to do? What's the perfect team fight for them?
They need to combine Requiem and Hoof Stomp at the same time. Hopefully, maybe you could Omni Sash down the Warlock. They need to remove Nuts before the team fight begins, but look at how tanky the guy is.
They have Stampede with Axe now as well, though, on the Shadow Fiends. God, Black, the tower's already gone.
Yeah. I mean, whatever game plan they had, I don't think they have the time to execute it. Because I just think this is the final push.
Right. And, I mean, no Aegis, but they've got Orchid too, so can build into Bloodthorn next if he wants to. Omni Slash there on top of one, but they're able to get out. Ice, Ice, Ice. He is still going to drop, but is it enough? Not exactly sure about that, as Cuckoo already going to drop. They find that kill, and still they're on top of Raven off to the side. The healing ward keeps him alive there, but there's the triple run forward. Triple kill for Jabs. Maybe going to be able to find some more. They keep him contained as well with those chains. Faceless looking quite strong as they're taking down these barracks. Sam H just trying to TP out. Is going to make it, but there go the melee.
Yep. And that's Megas, or is there one? That's a range. There's a range Rax up top here. And now Raven's going to pop the Shrine for himself. He's trying to spin away, but look at Black's damage output. And now they hurt him away. Nice 2-3-man stun, but Black BKPs it off. Attacks the Raxes. That's Mega Creeps. And that's the game.
All right, TNC, they call GG at the end. Faceless get pushed to the distance. They had to go to 3 games against them, and well, I'm very curious to see what happens next, but this does mean that Faceless is going to move on to face off against Mineski. And before we finish off this game, just a
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sand King.
Radiant team pick.
Fuchsia.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sniper.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor!
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Luna. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imba spirit.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gyrocopter!
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
League's assassin.
Come to play.
Alright, VP immediately smoking, TPing out. Solo to the mid lane. Looks like he'll be planting down a ward near the tower. And as for Armen on the Sand King, he will also be dropping an offlane ward of his own. So they're going to start him on that side of the map. Has the boots picked up early? Looks like we might see a bit of roaming from Armen and potentially a tri-lane.
It could be fine with the Luna. I mean, that's one of the benefits of having Luna picked up as your carry is it does open you up to go for these aggressive tri-lane lanes, and Dazzle great for it as well. You've got the sustain for 3 heroes and aggro tri-lanes with a shrine right next to your lane. Pretty fantastic as well. You win your lane, you spam your spells, you back up, shrine up, and go again. So Gyrocopter traditionally was one of the better carries to have in tri-lane versus tri-lane scenarios, but his Rocket Barrage has been nerfed so much over time that until you get it like level 3, level 4, it's pretty lackluster in lane and doesn't really help you out enough against a tri-lane. So even if it's not a full-on aggro tri-lane, I imagine Iron Man will start bottom and then roam towards mid once the lane's been won. There's a lot of potential for Navi to do well in the laning stage.
So I am kind of emerging from my casting hibernation, gods. As Gyro, I haven't really gotten to watch too much Dota, or at least not as much as I would like the last couple months. Is Gyro a hero again?
As of the last 2 to 3 days, yes. He's actually
I
getting
was like,
picked.
I don't think I've seen him at any of. I've seen some of the recent lands. I didn't see him at Gyro pick.
He's
VP bring him
become like a fighting carry that teams are going for. Like there's Faceless have run it 2 or 3 times in their games in SCA, and I think I've seen a few of the European teams also run the Gyro Cup. I don't think I've seen any NA Gyros, but he's clawing his way back in. But it's kind of like a last resort carry. It's like, well, no Luna, let's get a Gyrocopter, for example. It's like
Gotcha,
it's always the last resort carry option.
Yeah, it's like it's the poor man's team fight carry, so to speak. I still remember the aggressive days when it was the go-to, but Na'Vi definitely looking like they could bring that aggression as they continue to park Bycat bottom. It
The battle begins.
appear to be a full-on tri-lane if I ever gonna creep block mid, but I imagine after that we'll be heading bottom right away.
Yeah, this could get a very early kill if VP aren't ready for it, and that lane ward really sets them up for success. Sanking can just hide in these trees. Is Slider in the bottom lane? So I think Lil recognizes this aggressive tri-lane threat. Otherwise, you wouldn't normally see a Slider start bottom for a tri-lane. So he's ready for what Na'Vi are throwing them. And this is something Na'Vi have also done more so than other teams. They're one of the few teams who are maybe consistently running these aggro tri-lanes with a hero like Luna.
Yeah, in the mid lane, no one gonna be on his patented Ember Spirit. Definitely one of no one's strongest heroes. Dendi as the sniper. Early on, obviously, sniper gonna do well here. Do you feel like Dendi should easily dominate this lane, or how do you expect it to go?
Yeah, it'll be sniper favored. I think it'll be like a slight 20 to 30% CS advantage going the sniper's way. Early levels with the shrapnel, you can kind of zone out the Ember, but once you run out of shrapnel charges, it gets less one-sided. Bottom lane Iron Man taking a lot of damage. He was not expecting the Slider.
Looks like he dove in a bit too deep. Fiver does have the point in Shadow Wave off to burrow down to the low ground. He's out of mana now and pop back and hit that shrine.
Yeah, it looks like he wanted to mess with the pulls, but gets punished heavily. And using that shrine this early on just for, you kind of have to, because otherwise Sanking, what's he going to do? Walk back to base, pop a shrine there, or heal up and come back to lane? It's a big waste of time. He needs to be in this lane from the get-go, but that's your shrine effectively wasted. So really good play by VP to punish him early on and force that shrine.
Yeah, meanwhile, up top, General also has the 1v1 against Pasha. We'll quickly check out this lane. Obviously, the mana burn, pretty good to deal with the Darkseer Iron Shell spam, but once he gets the Soul Ring, it'll be tough to persistently keep him out of lane.
I've surprisingly seen Nixes do pretty well in this 1v1 matchup, like go even on CS. The big thing is to block the neutral camp, so Darkseer can't farm the lane and the neutrals, and he's blocked that big camp. So once that big camp's blocked, I think Nyx actually goes even on this lane from what I've seen. Even though in my head I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure Darkseer should win. I don't think it's actually the case. Perhaps that'll change a bit with the song you mentioned. It does get a lot easier. Pasha's got a shrine as well to help sustain a bit. But yeah, that lane's probably going to be pretty low action unless someone dives for a kill.
Well, looks like a little roaming now as Lil off the bottom lane. They feel like they've gotten their gyro an okay start. Ramsey's actually flacking the creep wave out a bit. Perhaps just trying to play it safe while his support's on the roam. They do have some kill potential here, and Dendi does not have the boots picked up yet, but need to get that initial crush to start it off, and he's gonna hoof it back to the tower. So
Bottom lane, they went on Ramses, but
Lil just trying to harass.
Rain
Almost
gets
got him,
low,
not quite.
but with Ramses almost got brought down, but even without killing him, he's only got tangos, no salves, so he's kind of unable to go back and farm. He's might linger around, pop a few more tangos, and try and stick it out. But Sand King similarly also got low, and that's going to force Iron Man back. So I think that's a better trade for Iron Man. Last time he just got low and got nothing out of it. This time at least he forces the gyro out of the lane a bit.
Pasha going man mode here on General, just
Yeah.
all in with the dive. Does have the Soul Ring. General Mango available. I don't think it's quite enough for a kill with the stun, but can make him sad. They're actually going to TP someone else in. He is going to pop that Mango, goes in, gets the stun. Can Armin get in range? It
Got
could be
boots.
the first blood, and he nails him, and that'll be the kill. Na'Vi get on the board. It did cost them a rotation, but well worth it.
Yeah, well, definitely well worth it. And the Sand King was kind of backing out of the lane. I think he popped the shrine in the way back at base by the tier 3 tower, so a lot out of it. And mid lane, Dendi going for the solo kill. No one. Berry Fire and Bottle Charges will keep him alive, so.
Well, Dendi almost dying to the creeps. They has to back away in the end. But doing a good job at forcing no one off the lane. Does pick up his boots now. It's only level 4, so not at that point where he can really threaten the sniper with a remnant, triple remnant jump in.
And now both Dendi and No One have popped their shrines in. Similar-ish. Oh, well, I guess Ember used his a bit early, but just used the bottle charges. But they've both gone through their shrines, so that kind of gets evened up in his mid lane. And with no shrapnel charges, this is where the lane will swing. And he's actually winning on CS. The lane gets a lot easier now because the shrapnel isn't there, and Dendi has to play a bit more cautiously with the level 6 coming soon member as well. So this lane gets trickier at this stage for the sniper. Scared of Slaughter rotations. He's scared of a lot of things that can either very easily kill him.
Well, basically mirror movements here as Lil was heading back towards the mid lane. Looked like he wanted to potentially protect his Embers, try to set up a gank. Good Viver, bottom lane with Lil, makes that rotation instead. Is going to find him with the crush, the follow-up rocket barrage there, securing the kill. VP do get back on the board. They force Pika to TP away. Still level 4 here, so a little while before he's the Eclipse and could potentially take a team fight. Armen though sees this juicy stack. Love to try and snag a few creeps.
He watered the lane as well. They got that just at the end of their sentry duration, so they deny some of that needed VP vision down here if they want to maintain this 3v3 lane. It's pretty hard to do so without that ward, and he's just trying to secure the stack you mentioned. Ironman leeches a little bit of experience here and there, but that's going to be about it.
When you're a Sand Kid, even just that 1 point in caustic, all those creeps are so low, your eyes get real wide like saucers. You know, like, just hit him a couple more times,
Yeah.
I'll get the whole stack. But VP not having any of it.
Well, it looks like No One's going to head back to base after getting harassed a bit more. So he's level 6 now. There is possibility to rotate down bottom because that's where the action's happening.
That getting caught out a bit here, but he's got the support. Viver now the one taking the punishment from the helicopter. Ramses, though, not able to find the kill. And now Harman even chasing him deeper. Doesn't have to burrow for a few seconds. The sniper of Dendi arrives. The remnant comes through, bouncing back to mid and then over again. Will find the kill. The assassinate insufficient. Dendi now has to back away, so No One equalizes the score. Does find the Sand King kill. And the Radiant scan coming out just to confirm that nobody has stuck around or lurks in the trees. General, though, does now have the Vendetta. Could be making his way for a game fairly soon.
As the mana for the Arcane Boot too, it becomes very obvious quickly if Nyx leaves the top lane. I mean, it's obvious right now. He's left the lane, and he's going to be making that call from the get-go. Like, okay, Nyx is gone. You check the scoreboard, see he's level 6. You're telling your team there's a level 6 Nyx missing off the map, and Asha will just push out this top lane with Iron Shell, and as soon as No One's defending top lane, you know that it's a dead giveaway. Nyx is ganking. The question is, where is he ganking? You can't play defensively, passively all over the map on your cores, so there will still be some temptation to farm out mid, to farm bottom, and that's where, for now, Ember's farming. He feels a bit safer, but Ramses, knowing that there's no teammates nearby, is going to be hugging the tree line at bottom.
Yeah, Ramses wants those creeps, but not going to happen. Bycat will CS in the lane. See No One comfortable in mid, and Lil patrolling in the area. Managed to hit level 4 here. As Armen is also getting a little catch up, so both support initiators trying to find their experience as we start to move towards the mid game.
I mean, Armen gets a lane to himself as a Sand King. Slaughter doesn't really a lane at any point. He's not going to be able to jump, so we will see Sand King probably hit a faster blink timing between the two 4 position players. And Nyx is not like as farm dependent as a Darkseer, so they're probably happy for General just to start getting active on the map and giving Sand King the blink before they give Nyx like a blink or a Midas, whatever Nyx wants to go for. They want to prioritize the guaranteed stun initiation over the less reliable one in the Nyx Impale.
So that Sand King just getting absolute free farm top lane, and meanwhile 4 heroes for VP have rotated bottom. They went for the Disruptor TP as well. And stacking the jungle quite a bit, and looks like Pasha's going to take it over. So I wonder if we see a support grab this top lane soon.
It was like kind of a scared move to rotate the Darkseer off of the top lane, but it's kind of a combined thing where you're afraid of Nyx gank. If you stay top, you think you're going to get Nyx gank. You're also afraid Nyx is ganking bottom, and that's exactly what's
happening. General strikes, and now the Self-Grave. Viver going for the TP out. Will he make it? The crush not quite there. It looks like he will escape successfully. Now glimpsing back General. The other way, they will bring him down with the power of the Iron Shell. And now a 2-hero chains grab by No One looking for more, but he does get stunned under tower. Lil in pursuit. The Remnant forward. Armen still in danger. The crush barely clipping him, and the follow-up chains not quite enough. Dendi turning the tides here. Oh, don't think he'll have it with the assassin. Maybe on No One he could, though. Pycat could chase for another Lucent Beam, but the bottle will bring No One to a safe HP level. He'll make it away. And Ramsey's heading back towards mid to secure the farm there. Still though, VP committing the entire team to all these fight gods, and Navi's getting a little more off of the side.
A little more for now. And Pyket's still struggling a bit. Like, it's more so for levels than farm. Like, I looked at that dive. I'm like, oh, is this really a good dive? Pyket can just eclipse him. I'm like, oh, he's not quite level 6. So, taking a good advantage of a timing before Luna hits level 6. Luna, they get 6 now from a creep at bottom as no one comes back in. Missed Impale though.
Dodging away from the burrow as he remnants on through Biber with a perfectly timed self-creep though at the buzzer with 4 HP, and that's a second or two after I looked at the bar. So we'll end up finding the kill there on Sad Slardar. No one also TPing home, and they're going to converge on top general. On the move, it's on to Ramses. Navi's starting to snowball this laning stage. As it ends, they break the lanes down. They find another kill. VP coming in with the Slardar, but I don't know if he's really going to be able to dive this. He'll try, but he goes right into the Carapace. Armen has the stun available, the vacuum committed, and they'll back away. So some good early movements from Navi.
Yeah, the beauty of this last pick Nyx is that it forces VP to 5-man a lot earlier than you'd like. And Navi are getting more out of the map in terms of resources. They just left, like they had the Sand King solo farming top lane, and you can't send a hero to farm up there like a Darkseer to push the lane up because he gets ganked by Nyx. Anytime Nyx is missing off the map, VP are kind of scared. They have to 5-man, they have to be worried about when and where Nyx is going to show up, and what we're seeing is that VP just force a 5-man issue because Nyx is missing. Now Nyx is showing up top, so perhaps they feel a bit safer that they can split farm, and they really need a split farm. Like, Lil needs a Blink Dagger on his Slardar, but anytime Nyx is missing from the map, he's probably not going to feel all too safe to do so. So I love how Navi have played the last like 3 to 4 minutes. As soon as General got his Arcane Boots, he just TP'd off the lane, went around Vendetta. He's back now farming a lane, but I think, again, soon, just give the Sand King the top lane and send Nyx around the map ganking. It's going to be a better, like, it's how Navi have played it and has worked very well for them.
I mean, it really is the story of the game has been the fact, like you said, that there is a Nyx in the game at all. Like, whether or not the ganks succeed, it's forcing the Gyro to hide, then when he comes out, he gets caught and picked off, and it really does give Armen a lot more space to work with, and meanwhile Lil, only level 5 on the Slardar, falling quite a bit behind his counterpart, and VP starting to feel antsy, like they have to find a pick-off. They'll smoke as a pack of 3 head into the Dire Woods, maybe at least get some wards down here. Do they have any? Actually,
Dendy's
no
position
Obs wards.
suggesting Navi know fully well Dendy was tucked away in the trees with the Dazzle there even, and then even heads towards bottom. I think he's expecting that rotation from the north. He just runs to the safe spot towards his shrine, takes the high ground, and EP coming in. It looks like they do want to try and defend this one.
Glyph committed here, VP. Still clumping up. They have a lot of team fight potential. That was the one big thing we talked about. No mech just yet, though, so Navi with a good initiation could bring down 2-3 heroes.
Oh, it's in the trees.
And they're looking for the sideswipe. Armen coming in from the rear, just trying to patiently find that multiple hero burrow into an epi. He comes from the high ground. He only gets the burrow on Pasha. Now tries to feint away, but so low as Ramsey's chipped off from distance. A safe kill. VP losing 2 there, and they're just gonna back off, calmly defend their tower.
Again, it's General's Nyx Assassin coming in. He got a 2-man Impale. They brought down Disruptor before he could use a spell. Without getting any Static Storm off in that fight, fight's instantly going to go Navi's way. So really great defense. General just walking right in and invis. The sentry for VP, they tucked it away in the trees, probably hoping to not get it like go undetected, but the end result was they didn't actually see Nyx coming in. He was to the south of that sentry range, and that really completely screwed them over because both Gyro and Disruptor got impaled and they just instantly died.
You know, Navi has had some pretty crazy runs in these Valve qualifiers. I think the last like really crazy one that I remember was it TI? I want to say it was the TI5 qualifiers. They ended up not doing well at the event, but they had a miraculous run with like a crazy base defense. The Dendy Mag came out after barely making it into the playoffs. They're having quite a showing here, and as I say that, I jinx the hell out of our man. He immediately gets glimpsed in and picked off by a well-placed lane ward. So. Don't call it a win just yet, but it's been a good showing so far for Navi against the undefeated VP.
Yeah, at this point they've had the better early game. They've won the early game, the laning stage, with their movements, mostly thanks to General and his Nyx Assassin, but I mean, I feel like every player's kind of done their role. Like, we've had Dendy rotating bottom, playing safe, not getting caught out. We've had Iron Man Sand King taking over the top lane as needed. Some nice grave timings from Biva to keep himself alive, so they've had a very good early game, but EP's strength has generally been the mid game. That's where when they start 5-manning, when they kind of hit their stride with their levels and items, that's where a team like VP starts to shine, and that's where Na'Vi have perhaps felt a bit weaker. They don't necessarily have this. They've been a newer team. They don't have that same team coordination, and they're not always quite on the same page as a team.
Yeah, you can see Pycat already queuing up the BKB, really suggesting that Na'Vi want to be able to take those mid-game team fights into all the magic damage on the VP side. Grab the sniper Maelstrom for Dendi, and he's going to sweep in. General, under cover of Vendetta, cruising deep into the woods. He's going to find the initiation again onto the 3-hero Carapace. Assassinate coming in, and the pain rains down. The burrow's there as well from Araman, and they clean him up. 4 VP heroes hit the deck. And again, Gods, General, playing like a field general.
And this is like the Nyx game to watch. I think it sounds basic, but the key thing is just staying missing from the map. So many offlane players, like after they farm their... I mean, Nyx isn't about farming a Blink Dagger, but it's the same concept. Like if you're playing a Blink initiating offlaner or a Nyx, once you have like your level and your core item, in this case it's just the Arcane Boots giving you the mana you need to use all your spells, stay missing from the map. It affects so much how your opponents play. If they don't know where you are on the map, they've got to play scared, they've got to hide, and that's where you can just go around, wait for someone to poke their nose out and instantly jump. And Na'Vi find the perfect initiation at bottom. They had the ward behind the tower, they got all the intel they needed. No one's going to kind of try and look to even things up by just finding a trade up top for a tier 1 tower, but this is still Na'Vi controlling the tempo of this game and having the dream early game.
And the thing is, like, VP's teamfight has gotten a lot stronger. They have the Veil now on no one, so the magic damage really amps up. Gyro, Ember, already just those two can pretty much wipe your team if they get the full combo off with the triple Remnant, the call down. And then on top of that, they have the mech on the Darkseer. So VP, certainly on paper, this is a strong teamfight lineup, but when General gets 3-hero Carapace stuns, multiple hero impales every team fight, and then the Sand King's able to follow up, well, it's not, you're not going to get that mech off. You're not going to find a good Veil combo with the call down.
And the more I look at this now, and the more I've seen these fights, I'm like, this is actually the Dream Nyx game. There's so many good Carapace spells. Like, almost all of these heroes have stuff you can Carapace without actually, like, them meaning to proc your Carapace. From, like, the Rocket Barrage or the Flak of the Gyrocopter, the Ember with his Flame Guard, the Darkseer Iron Shell, all of these heroes have great Carapace setups.
They found the old man on a walk, and they will slaughter him. VP with the smoke gank. We'll find the pick off on the sniper.
And he's pinging it like he knows there's a ward of some kind there, or the only way he gets seen there is through a ward or like an invis hero or something. So they get the intel they need. That's both those pickups. We saw a similar one at the bottom lane on the Sand King have come from like a lane ward, and that's something where at least Na'Vi get the intel and can de-ward it. Viva's already got the sentry coming out, and they'll quickly deal with this mid lane ward.
So looking at the overall like tempo and next round of objectives for each team, Gods, do you see a particular timing for either team? Is there a window here for Na'Vi? Is there any rush basically, or can they just take their time and look to fix this a bit later? Let's say that glimpse bottom though, they are going to find the Nyx. General, I believe going for the TP out. Yeah, we'll make it home.
This call from him. Iron Man just stood next to him and said, "Oh, you're fine. I'll leave you." The Sand King Blink probably looks to me like the big timing for them. They've gone back for a Midas on Nyx, so he's looking to secure some late game assurance as well as level progression. If he could have bought a Blink instead of this Midas since they're a similar price point, but having a Blink and being a bit under leveled, it's better you get a later Blink and have like all of your spells maxed out. You get all those extra juicy stats and talents and thingballs. So, and you know the Sand King's Blink is coming at a good time. So we'll see Iron Man pick up a Blink, probably go for some smokes then. They are both rushing BKB on, it looks like, yeah, Sniper and Luna, so it is going to be like a Na'Vi on perhaps a bit of a timing where they want to get a lot done around those BKB timings. You don't go first item BKB on 2 carries if you're trying to drag the game out to the late game. So they're going to be trying to take objectives, take fights, secure Roshan around those BKB.
And as for VP, definitely a good split pushing lineup here with the Ember. I suppose to some extent the Slardar having Iron Shell on him and the Darkseer. They can definitely shove the lanes out and back away. You have to be careful not to give up those kills though, because there's always the threat of that roaming Nyx that we've talked so much about.
Yeah, Ember's job is going to be very much split push at this stage of the game. Split push out a lane, and then join up with the team for like a fight. But priority number 1 is split push without getting caught.
Maybe easier said than done though. The game has slowed down, and much to VP's liking, I would say. Na'Vi trying to change that. General on the hunt. We'll find that Ember top. Can start things off with a Carapace, so already zippity-doo-dah, and away he goes though. No one. He's grabbed the Blink, so gotten even more mobile and elusive. He will back away, and he creates a lot of space as Ramsey just shoves in bottom, well on his way to Yasha. This is much more the pace of the game that VP is hoping for.
Yeah, VP like these passive early games. If VP were at their peak, they would have these early games where there was like 2 or 3 kills in the first 15 minutes. That suited them. That allowed them to get the items, the levels, like their slaughter, blink timings, these kind of things which they played around, and then they suddenly 5-man down a tower, a lane, and start playing super aggressive. They were never a team that played aggressive in the laning state. Outside of maybe Lil as an individual player was aggressive, the team as a whole was definitely not an aggressive one, and we'll see it now. This is kind of VP, they've hit most of their items. They are still short the Slaughter's Blink Dagger, but while this pace does, I think, suit VP more, they've also got to be looking at Na'Vi and seeing like, oh, both Luna and Sniper are rushing BKBs. Once they have those double BKBs, there's almost nothing we can do to fight them. So let's try and take advantage this stage of the game by getting a few objectives, by getting a bit of map control before those BKBs come up.
Yeah, our men prepping for that next round of aggression has smoked in, drops a deep observer ward, and now revving up the epicenter. Burrows on forward. He'll have a little help here from Ho Ho Ha Ha. Gets the kill, the insta TP out. Or no, sorry, that's a TP in from Pasha. And now gonna look to chase on the RMN. Vacuuming him back, might be able to catch him out. The call down comes through, burrows into the trees. He has the blink, but can it cool down to allow him to get away? And if so, will he find the right angle deeper into the trees? Pasha, no way to stop that. He'll make it home safe. So they force 3 heroes to rotate. He still gets out, and I think most importantly, they got that deep ward, and doesn't seem yet like VP know about it.
I guess they know where the Sand King came from for the initiation, so they'll expect a ward in this Bounty Rune secret shop area, but they're not going to know where specifically, so it may take them a few guesses to figure out the exact spot it's on. And great kill, killing a Slaughter before he's got Blink. He was on 2k gold, really slow down Lil, and he's been careful. He's come back to this mid lane, but there is a couple of scary Na'Vi heroes who can very easily go on him, and this T1 tower is going down. With the BKB on Luna in the front lines, there is no initiating onto Pycat at this point.
Yeah, and even if you do manage to catch him off guard, you've still got the Grave, the Dazzle Heal, so lots of good ways to turn these fights around. The Sniper of Dendy has to be a bit more careful, hangs farther back. Ramsey's shoving that lane back in. CVP feeling quite constricted right now, gods. Pretty much hugging that bottom quadrant, not really pushing out to the river.
They had the same idea that I did. Like, as soon as they saw, like, picked the Ember and saw the Sand King, they're like, oh yeah, it's the general Sand King. He's been playing Sand King all qualifiers long. Like, probably his most played hero in these qualifiers, and I think that was where the Nyx pick caught him by surprise. Because very easy to say at this point, like, man, why didn't they ban Nyx? They had Ember, Darkseer, Gyro, Disruptor. What are they doing not banning a Nyx Assassin last? But you kind of get in this mindset that you know what role the Sand King's going to be in. And Na'Vi played Iron Man on Sand King a few times before in the past, just not so much in these qualifiers.
No one. I think trying to disjoint a potential projectile that was already inbound, but in any case, will barely survive. He was not expecting the Sand King burrow or that sniper damage. Almost gets picked off mid. But
bottom lane where bottom lane where VP managed to get a kill using the Disruptor ultimate. So Vacuum, Static Storm, full combo into a Nyx Assassin. At this point, it's just a single kill, but it's worth doing. You're not looking to team fight right now. You're looking to just go late game more than anything. Go to a point where you've got more items on your Gyro, get a BKB on him. Ember's gonna just want to continue to farm as well. We're not even seeing Boots of Travel on No, and I think he realizes there's just too many other items he's gonna need enough damage in a fight that he doesn't want to make that stop off travels.
Na'Vi still hanging back, waiting for that sniper BKB. Butterfly gonna be next for Pycat, but it doesn't really feel like there's a big game-changing item beyond that BKB coming for Na'Vi. Nyx Blake, okay, but I mean, he's already been doing a lot without it, so not an item they're really waiting for to be able to take fights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Butterfly is going to be when they can actually be if they win one fight, you win a gun. That's like typical Luna game. Win a fight, take racks. Once you have the items to back it up, and that's what the Butterfly gives them. But now they're in the Roche pit with an Alpha Wolf, and this 5-man VP, or like 4-man VP smoke around the bottom lane goes very deep. They went really far into the Na'Vi side of the map, but they're on the complete wrong side, and Na'Vi managed to avoid them, take Roshan. They see the Gyro in this bottom lane, and that's kind of a telltale sign that there's heroes around him, either sitting behind him or even sitting in front of him, smoked up as they were, and Na'Vi are using that knowledge of Gyro's position to just secure themselves a pretty straightforward Roche.
If you're VP, even if you know they're Roshing, would you want to risk it into the Luna BKB though? They really don't have physical damage at this point.
Yeah. perhaps if you had a decent ward down, you could fight.
Not the case though, as VP will chip away at this bottom tower, force some rotations from the Na'Vi squad. They will end up backing away in the end though. You know, painting out RMN like they want to make a move on him. Solo could try and initiate here. Potentially for that glimpse TP cancel, and the catch is there. No one will grab him out. Now the static storm committed as he gets slips right back where he from whence came. Will end up falling. Pick there on RMN. Gods, you with me? I heard you like, you know, doing that Australian internet thing and lagging out. Just a quick pick on the Sand King top. Not a big deal.
Spot Luna and still have the Aegis and go for a high ground play. Although I also don't feel like Navi's in a huge rush. They've got like, as much as like you don't want to like you rush these BKBs and you think you're on a timer, they haven't used the BKBs. I think that's the big thing here. While they haven't farmed as fast as they otherwise would have, they're still holding on to 10-second BKBs. So Pycat may have a butterfly by the time before this Aegis.
Oh, General, that patience though as he nails one. No one caught out top lane. Oh, the mana burn to start. He gets a little cheeky with him, lets him hit him with the chains. Then he carapaces and follows up with the stun right as the team arrived, and no one just not respecting him. Even manages to catch the Slardar blinking in for a follow-up stun and gets 2 kills. I mean, that is partially no respect from no one, though, to be fair.
Yeah, he's been kind of pushed to the limit where it's like you're versing a Nyx, but you're still going to push out these lanes, but it's so hard to play a game like this. You're behind, and you know that when you're behind, you want to be split pushing lanes, but you're trying to split push against a Nyx who has the best catch there is really against a split pushing Ember. So it's caught out there. Doesn't respect what General can do, and General has been the playmaker this game. He's been so good on his Nyx assassin. He's setting Na'Vi up to take game 1 of this best of 3, and a bit of a shocker as ICAT will take a tier 2, and he's got money for Butterfly now. This is going to be Butterfly Aegis to push high ground with at a very scary stage of the game.
Yeah, he was a lot closer to that B-Fly than I realized. In fact, we'll complete it now with the Alpha Wolf in tow, marching straight towards bottom, and it's just trying to tank up here, become that massive right-clicking beast. Will be a siege engine for sure, and the thing is, with the Aegis and the BKB, like, they might have to throw a couple big ults just to get through the Aegis once, not to mention the BKB and the second life gods. And of course, on top of that, there's a grave to worry about.
Yeah, they need to do is throwing an ultimate to get rid of an Aegis seems worthwhile, because once his tier 3 goes down, Rax is almost dead. Like, you're just going to see Luna's bouncing glaives just bounce all over the place, destroy heroes. There's no defending at that point, but this also may just be VP saying, let's give up the lane of Rax. Like, they're not assembled, they're not in position to defend this one. The tower's already down. Now the bouncing glaives are going to kick in.
They try to chip a Pycat. He will back off his own illusion, perhaps VP's greatest tool to deal with him. He gets glimpsed back in, creates another illusion, then the crush. Good job working on him, then the fall vacuum with the call down. But Dendi BKBs, looks to run away. Ramsey's moving on to him pretty quickly, bringing him down. Dendi low, almost dead, trying for the TP out. Biver going for the save, not gonna happen. He may fall as well, and then Pycat back into the fray. Drops the Eclipse, does he have the damage? The Burrow, the Epi, a bit discombobulated from Na'Vi. They haven't brought down anyone yet. Lil will fall. No one, though, still manning up, will find the kill. It's 2 deaths for a Pycat. They'll end up falling. Now Arman burrowing out, trying to retreat. They'll look for the Impale. They get one. Can they kill General? They will. Now no one without mana might not be able to walk away. Incoming Ramses, though. The chase continuing. VP. The Sleight of Fist is there. They find 5 heroes in the end. And on top of that, they defend the base.
That was just such a great bit of play there. They forced Na'Vi to group up by going on the Luna there. That glimpse on the Luna, and then as she's retreating, Na'Vi kind of converge around the Luna. Like, okay, the Dazzle wants to go in to get a heal off. The Fall Staff came, I think, from the Sand King. So they kind of had 3 or 4 heroes grouped up for that vacuum, and VP capitalized. What a perfect initiation coming out. Asha on the Darkseer sets up a beautiful team fight. Gyrocopter just chased down Dendi. I'm watching Dendi just pop a BKB and then melt to the right clicks of a Gyrocopter. I was shocked to see how quickly he died there, and
Well,
that really
I guess
was
the
a
thing,
big problem for
the
him.
thing is, you know, he just doesn't have that much physical damage at this point, gods. Like,
Yeah.
he's gone Maelstrom, he's gone Dragonlance, just more of like a tanky magic damage build, and you know, hasn't even upgraded his boots yet. They don't have too much minus armor unless they hit an incredible weave. They also struggle to kill someone at BKB outside of Pycat, but Pycat melted. He jumped into 4 heroes and then didn't have a whole lot left in the tank.
Will perhaps raise some concerns to Navi Campu. I mean, they took the tier 3 tower for free. I did not expect that VP to make such a strong hold after losing a tier 3 tower. Luna could have just stuck on the racks, perhaps could have just used the BKB to try secure racks. You don't normally want to use the BKB just hit buildings outside of a team fight, but VP is the kind of scary team that may force that kind of a play. Regardless, that's VP holding the first lane against an Aegis push, and we'll become a bit concerned if you're Navi. I think you go back to what's worked for you, though, which is going to be the pick-off into... That was the first time we saw them try brute force down the lane. Paper, I think against a lot of teams it would have worked. Like, you got this Aegis Luna, you just picked up the Butterfly, you just tier 3 tower, but VP is just such a good, well-coordinated team in a team fight.
Navi definitely a little bit more halting in their movements now. The next Roshan be about 1.5 minutes away. Manta under construction for Pycat. Dendi looks like wants to complete that Hurricane Pike. As for General, did go for the Blink before Staff. Generally, we see the Ags at this point.
Yeah, I imagine so after the 4 staff now, not no pressing items for him to pick up, I don't think. There's maybe some justification towards like a Yule Scepter type pickup, but the Ag seems... Like, Ags is a great high ground sieging item. You just plop yourself on the high ground, burrow it up, so... I like what the Hurricane Pike's... If Jenny has the Hurricane Pike there, he has that extra bit of mobility and he can get away from the gyros. So even though he doesn't do a lot of damage in BKB, his physical damage is lackluster. I think survivability is kind of priority #1 still for him. Because Luna, Sand King with the ultimate, Nyx with his spells, they have enough damage elsewhere, and they're not relying on the sniper to do right-click damage.
So Navi trying to take advantage of that tier 3 dropping top. They will be burning down the shrine in the Radiant jungle, looking to somewhat limit their map control. VP though, I mean, Ramsey's with a BKB, no one being as elusive as he is, also has gone for his own BKB. Pretty early, I would say, for an Ember, but necessary this game. With the BKBs, I'm not sure how worried they are going to be about going outside the base. You need like perfect chain stun from Navi to break them down.
Exactly, and they've got 2 in the Sand King and the Nyx, and I guess Nyx is 2 himself, but it's still going to be a tough call to have both those heroes in the right position to get those chain stuns already down like an Ember type hero.
Alright, last time VP they caught Navi with their pants down, but Navi, they have put the belt and the suspenders on. They are not gonna they're not gonna let it happen again quite so easily. They trot away. Just trying to wait for this rush, it feels like.
Yeah, it forces VP. VP were very like pushing. I mean, they pushed the tier 2 tower. It just forces VP back. Like it's basically keeping VP honest. Like, guys, come defend your base. We're not actually going to push for racks, but we're going to make you TP home and at least take away some of that map position advantage that VP had by being in the enemy jungle. I think if you're Navi, you want to perhaps think about buying a gem, take out some of those wards in your jungle that you likely imagine were just planted. But for now, they need to make sure they can secure that Roche. And that's really the danger of giving VP that top side of the map, is that it sets VP up to get some wards down. They've got 1 ward around that Dire Shrine. That's going to help them perhaps contest this next Roche coming up, something that Navi want to be trying to grab for free.
Do you like this Manta pickup that Pyket's working on? I mean, you're up against an Ember with a Maelstrom. I mean, obviously Ember already does a lot of AoE damage. Gyro with the B-Fly now completed.
We odd 8% from RMN, not sure what that was about, but I think it's okay just for like Manta has a lot of other extra, like you can dodge spells with it. It's temporary invulnerability.
RMN, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. VP will slice him up, and now looking for more. They find that glimpse follow-up. Solo in deep. Will he get punished? The patience from generally pump fakes on the stun. He gets 2 instead of 1, but doesn't matter. He gets forced back to the high ground. Ramses commits the BKB. It's going to be the death of the Disruptor in the end, and now they might look to chase the other direction, assassinate. But not a whole lot of follow-up. Sweeping in from the side is General, under cover of Invis. Protection. Does VP have it? Nothing in the neighborhood. He blinks and he finds the 1 hero stun with the Carapace follow-up. The BKB is being down, allows Pycat to confidently move in. but not able to really follow up and find the kill. Without the Sand Cane, they just don't have that much lockdown.
Yeah, the chase is a bit more limited. Nyx does have Blink and Force, but it's also less of a guaranteed catch. It's a longer cooldown as well, so they really want that Sand King Burrow Strike to allow them to chase as well. But they do feel safe enough to go into the Roshan pit. Disruptor's in the neighborhood and can scout this one out pretty quickly. Medic field, yeah, he'll see Roche going on, and VP are swarming that direction.
If they can just stall a bit longer, they'll have the Static Storm. The Darkseer wall available. They go for the Glimpse back on Pycat. Try to bait out that BKB. Won't happen just yet. Na'Vi trying to shove in the mid lane in the meanwhile and force VP to back away. VP, even though they're not that great at single target, they have amp damage. So I think with that, Gods, they could threaten the Roche pit here and steal this away from Na'Vi.
There is Weave and the Solar Crest on Dazzle now, which helps negate it a little bit. But we saw last fight, yeah, you pop the BKB on Sniper. If you save, like, you amp someone up after the BKB, Gyro's just going to run at them. He's got the Sanjin Yash, he's got the Butterfly, he's got good right-click damage and high movement speed. He will chase you down, and the amp damage will turn him into a much scarier carry. So Gyro doesn't really care about your BKBs at this point if he's got the Slider there to help him out. This Roche is a risky one for Na'Vi to try and go for. They have denied some of the Radiant vision around the pit, but they don't have vision of their own. Neither team able to see up to the high ground of the opposing team's Roche area.
Na'Vi gonna back away for the moment. VP still hanging at the Ancients. Dropping the sentries. The eternal war over vision will rage.
This slight edge for Na'Vi, I think based on the Helm of the Dominator Pycat, he's able to use that as a scouting tool, which realistically it makes a big difference. Actually, no, so there's one on Ramses too. So yeah, both teams have a Helm of the Dominator. These are very important just for scouting at this point in the game. You're playing blind, you've been dewarded, there's a Roche standoff, you deward, and with the dewards happening, like, you need some way to get vision. It's a free scouting unit. Yeah, it gives away 125 gold if you can kill him, and it's definitely worth doing, but it forces the opposing team to reveal themselves on the map.
The Roshan now being threatened by Ramses. He moves in, will break the spell block momentarily. We are going to see the amp come out as General looks for the solo kill, whiffs on the stun. And meanwhile, the Roche drops dangerously low. Na'Vi no sight of a contest. The Wildkin rushes in, only for Big Bird to find that Roche is dead. The Aegis, that's VP's.
Kind of a... It was really...
Yet.
Oh, they won't get kills, yeah.
Oh, they got the amp off on Arman. He burrows up to the high ground. He will manage to catch two with that, but he's chained at the same time as the rarely seen homing missile come in. And they will find that kill.
It was I'm watching Solo like, okay, do you really want to be solo pushing a lane up top as a disruptor? But it was while his team took Roshan, so it was almost like just a bait. Like, the Nyx was actually up there dealing with the disruptor. I think the disruptor showing himself up top pushing a lane really threw Na'Vi off because they completely vacated the Roche pit just because of a lone disruptor. It's such a solo play to make. He often goes off to make these like suicidal support lane pushes to create space for his team or get intel for his team, and that's exactly what he did. He didn't even die to the Nyx. If the sun lands, I think he still survives as well. So worst case scenario, Na'Vi send 2 or 3 heroes his way, he dies, his team still get Roshan. So really good play from Solo to set that up, and the rest of the VP team take advantage of Na'Vi's lack of control around that Roche pit area, having no wards, having no vision, making it very tough for Na'Vi to play at this stage of the game.
Speaking of Solo and his off on his own aggression, it could pay off here in a big way, Gods. He's got the Aghanim Scepter now, went for the early plus 60 gold a minute talent, and has finally reaped the benefits of it. With this Ags, if he just sneaks in from the side, finds the Luna, the Sniper, and drops the ultimate, they're not going to have too much recourse.
That's the big thing here. You've got a guaranteed like blink stun initiation that you use to set up a static storm, so you can't just plop Luna on the front lines and expect her to be able to get off a BKB. He does have the Grave, but if you get Graved and you're already low HP out because you didn't BKB, like when the Grave ends, you're still going to die. So
yeah, there's no Satanic here on Pycat. He's not life-stealing that back.
Exactly, and that's where I think you look, if he sees this axe, he's going to be like, well, maybe I should consider like a Satanic type item. Like, my Dazzle can save me temporarily, but I need a way to heal back up. So perhaps after the Hurricane Pike, maybe even before it, we'll have to wait and see. But that's going to become a high value item for the late game Luna game like this.
VP showing their resilience and their poise as a squad have pulled this game back from the brink at one point down about 7,500 gold. And it really felt like Na'Vi was in the driver's seat, but now a 10,000 gold swing later, they're in the lead and they're flexing their muscle. They put the gyro up in front, and they will try to initiate here. No one jumping in, connects with the chains on the Fiver. Just a threatening maneuver from no one. Not going to commit, but they're starting to get the creep equilibrium going their way, gods.
They're keeping these lanes pushed out. They managed to find a good way of just to shut down and slow down General's ability to control this game with his Nyx. And Ramsey's on the front line, very safe, reliable, high ground, slow sieger, has managed to chip away at this tier 3 town. I think with Na'Vi full 5-man defending the lane, they decided it's not really worth risking a dangerous push here. Let's push out some of these side lanes first. Ember's already back in the top lane, almost completing an Octarine core. So they're going to try hit that kind of late game timing with a level 25 Ember. Even the Gyrocopter's level 25 could be kind of nice as well with the extra flak attacks, or even the homing missile trads, but the flak attacks is what strikes me as the optimal one for a carry gyro. And as it stands, Na'Vi are going to be playing high ground defense too. They've got a lot of room for Sniper to grow in terms of his items. He's really got, I mean, he's going to upgrade his boots, he's got a TP and a Ring of Aquila to replace that, even the Maelstrom to upgrade, so there is kind of going to be like, there's a lot of benefit for Na'Vi just to drag this game and stall it out, but it's like how much can they defend and stall it out against the Gyro and Ember who want to try and snap it.
And that's the thing, you mentioned, oh, Sniper has a lot of room to grow, but is he going to find that farm? This guy has already fallen quite a bit behind his counterpart in the Ember, and that could certainly increase if he leaves the base. CVP is just better at split pushing, better at spreading the map, and Na'Vi really only the Nyx ganks as their main threat, but at this point they're just not enough to find solo kills and carries. I mean, it took some incredible individual play by General to pull it off earlier, and these carries have only gotten tankier and stronger since then.
Yeah, and that's, I think, Na'Vi's biggest problem right now is that, yeah, General can Vendetta down the lane and initiate onto an Ember, or, like, an Ember's just split pushing the top lane, but how do you kill him? You're not solo kill. You need a teammate, and heroes like Luna, Sniper aren't ganking heroes. They're not like a Slack who can Shadow Blade around the map. Nyx is kind of alone on those ganking missions. Perhaps Sanking can join up with him, but even between Sanking and Nyx, they may not have enough damage to kill someone like an Ember. Epicenter included, because he's so tanky now with this Octarine core. He's got 2.2k HP. If you don't kill him instantly in the chain stun, he BKBs. The only way you kill like a split pushing Ember is if you bring the right click and carries, and that's going to become, if Sniper or Luna's not defending the high ground or showing on the map, you kind of know something fishy's on.
Yeah, if you see the old man just toddling down the lane, pretty likely to back away. Or rather, if you don't see him defending the base, as you mentioned. Not really the kind of carries that are meant to gank. You know, Na'Vi's carries are much more meant to team fight, to push, to siege, or to turtle, but not really to leave the base and make those aggressive plays.
They're going to be forced to play for, I mean, it's kind of like VP want to hit their late game timing with the level 5s, but Na'Vi are going to go one step beyond that, even further into the late game, and just play high ground defending game, because, yeah, Sniper doesn't have the late game items, VP have the Aegis, the Roche control now, and VP also have the lane control, because they can, yeah, keep all these lanes pushed out. The downside for VP is some of the heroes are kind of peaking and not necessarily going to get too much stronger. He's kind of hitting that 6 slotted point. Gyro's more or less there as well, has the Helm of the Dominator to upgrade. They are not going to necessarily get too much stronger beyond this point. But I mean, the strength right now with like the synergy in the team fight where they've got the Vacuum, the Ags Disruptor, the Vacuum in a Crush, like there's a lot of great team fight potency for VP.
They do have a DD up on Ramses, at least for now. About halfway, a little bit more towards expiring. No one farming up the neutrals in his own right. Closing in on Mjolnir. So, VP with that dual threat of heavy physical damage from the Gyro, heavy magic damage from the Ember, pretty much ensuring that Dazzle alone will not be like a full solution or counter for their lineup, even should it get to late.
Still unclear what Icat's looking to go for his next item. Hasn't bought the Hurricane Pike. Could buy the Pike and have buyback, but the fact he's not, I guess he's thinking like the Satanic type pickup or something else more late game oriented. Daedalus, Bloodthorn, these other big damage dealing items could also mine. But I think he really is feeling like he needs a big late game item more so than he needs Hurricane Pike. Now if you want to win the game, like maybe the Hurricane Pike's like a nice stable item, helps keep you alive once, but if you want to win you need something a bit more, with a bit more oomph.
What do you mean, if you want to win the game?
Are
Are you implying something, Gods? I know
no idea what you're talking
322
about.
came from the CIS region, but seriously,
It came from
show
one of the
some
players in
respect.
this game. Look, other team.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Are you saying Navi's been paid off?
You know, Solo has his ways, his connections. I don't know, some...
I don't know if anyone has more money than Zero Gravity, though. That guy's got a yacht. I've heard he's got a yacht, so... I'm pretty sure he can match anything that Solo's offering.
Can you match what Valve's offering, which is going to be some $20
actually,
million TIs?
Can he match what the oil billionaire's offering? Maybe not.
That's true.
So, well, Navi finally going to kill off this other shrine. Actually surprised they didn't do it earlier. As I say that, though, VP want to punish. They're going to make the move on General. They'll quickly bring him down. That's a gem hitting the deck. Oh, you thought you could just take a shrine? Fat chance of that, say VP. And the chase is now on. Looks like the rest of it.
Yeah, like that was a quick, like, abandoned ship call for Navi. Like, everyone's like, get the hell out. Every man for himself.
That feels like
no one help anyone out.
Doesn't that feel like a move that should have happened at like 30 minutes, not 45 when VP's kind of hemming them in?
Yeah. If they'd taken that shrine earlier, that Roche, they should have had the advantage over that Roche fight. They'd be able to take that shrine, get some wards down. I think that there was a second Roche could have gone very differently for Navi, but just not having the vision, not having that shrine down made a big difference. And
Lil with the big grab here. The follow-up coming through from no one. Self-grave, try for the TP away. Viper, not gonna happen. Will be caught, I think, by the glimpse there, canceling the TP. On to falling RMN on the run. Pycat makes it back to high ground, but VP just hitting the kill switch all of a sudden and going deep into Navi territory. They suddenly have no fear, and you can see it from their gameplay.
So much confidence now that they've kind of stabilized this game. All it took was that one high ground hold at top against the Aegis, and being able to push back, use the team fight that the Darkseer, Slaughter Crash, or the Static Storm brings to the table, and they're now ready to start poking and prodding at this high ground. Gyrocopter's in, and what an initiation.
Oh, they will manage. Pycat will manage to limp away, but he gets glimpsed back into the Thunderdome and into trouble. VP make it 4 heroes picked off over the past minute or so as they look for Armen. They'll kill him again. Ramses with the frag. And now VP surging forward, picking up steam. They're going to mow down the mid lane. They could potentially rotate straight top. And that appears to be the call. The buyback comes out from Armen. This could be Navi's last stand in game number 1. Came in hot, came in strong, but not able to find that first lane of Rex. It was a great hold by VP, catching them off guard. God, I guess it must have been about 20 minutes ago where they drop the wall, they get the Luna illusion, and then the Blink Vacuum comes and hits on 4, not into the wall. Suddenly Navi lose the fight somehow, VP get a team wipe out of it, and Navi have just been on the back foot ever since. You can really see it very clearly in the graph, that final dip, the last time when Navi had control of the game.
I see. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up how crazy influential that Luna illusion was. They initially dropped the wall on the Luna, and then he glimpsed him back into the wall, so we got a second Luna. Well, VP have not looked back since that fight. They secure another Roche for themselves, Aegis and Cheese. Gyrocopter with the Aegis, he's the high ground siege machine, and Navi we're trying to make a big move around towards this bottom side of the map to perhaps contest it, but that did not work out at all for them, and they've gone for Ang's Luna. This is a bit of kind of like a Hail Mary play where you're just hoping that, that this catches VP by surprise.
Man, this guy bought back earlier. He's not going to be able to rejoin the fight. He gets caught by the crush, finished off, and
he's got respawn timer.
He's got the respawn timer down. All right, it's tactical.
Tactical feeds.
But still not ideal, gods. Obviously, Sand King here that doesn't need a huge amount of items, but heading late game, you would like him to be more durable just so he can get off multiple stuns in fights, but it's not feeling like that's going to happen.
You want him to have a BKB or a Lotus Orb so he can stay alive in the fights, not get stunned, or the Lotus Orb to get rid of the corrosive haze, which has been very problematic for them. So not able to progress at all in terms of items has definitely been one of his weaknesses at this stage of the game. But here we go, the Luna Eclipse. What can it do with the Ag Scepter? Trying to probably get on the backlines, get heroes like Disruptor, Darkseer, Slaughter with the Eclipse.
It's alright, they've got the Lurker Nyx now. Surely this will be the answer to their problems as Pycat charging in, looks to engage. He does drop that massive Eclipse. He gets Grave pretty early in the fight. He's brought 1 down, almost 2. The Ember looking to come back in, but now he's isolated. Ramses on the chase. Can Pycat make it away? He is pretty fast. Also low. Ramses, though, with the Aegis wants to chase, and no one there. Cleaning up that Luna, looking for a bit more as he'll isolate Dendy. The Crush comes in. The Carapace, the stun from the Nyx, not quite enough. Dendy pushing himself away, back towards safety, but no one decapitates him, takes him down. The Nyx limps back to the well in general. Well, this man is strong. He's been doing some heavy lifting, but unfortunately, his troops not rallying to the cry, and looks like VP gonna take game 1. Now the epicenter. Too little.
And Na'Vi played an incredible early game. I think that's part of the story here for me, is that Na'Vi have definitely shown up in the playoffs. They had a very lackluster group stages. They scraped their way into the playoffs, but here they are versing the undefeated.
Na'Vi's turn to ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Dire
Ruvik.
team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Omni-Knight.
Na'Vi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
Ursa warrior.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
The sack.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden.
Navi's turn to pick.
Enigma.
Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Alchemist.
3, 4 and then just taking all the game. I don't know how late they really want to go. It's kind of like that 25 to 30 minute stage where Alchemist is like 5, 6 slotted where they kind of peak. Beyond that, yeah, the Ags pulling is going to be really nice, but you want to be ahead once you start pulling Ags. If you're even around that 30-minute stage, you're perhaps in trouble. You always want to be playing ahead with an Alchemist.
Well, obviously, when you talk about being ahead at the 20 to 30-minute stage, you'd also ideally like to look at, like, will you get that strong start in the lanes, help secure the bounty runes for the Alch. Not as amazing as they used to be with only the double bonus, but still more of them and perhaps a bit more reliable to grab for the hero. So do you, I guess, like, looking at how that early game will go, do you feel like VP is going to get out to a hot start? The CM, Rubik, Omni Knight is your 3 main heroes that could move around and make some plays early. On the side of Navi, you've got Ogre. He's the big hitter, but outside of that, can Navi match up to them in this laning stage?
Yeah, they can. And they've got Ogre going up against like the Rubik CM. CM typically wants to like jungle a fast level 2, get the Brilliance Aura. Navi going to contest the bounty rune here. They want to fight early on, but VP are ready for this. VP may win this fight.
They're moving in very aggressively. Biver up in front and going to get to work as Pycat forced to skill up the pounce here. And would love to have that essence shift in the lane potentially, and still the chase on the Biver. Pasha has the boots, and the stun comes out from the Lesh just to help secure the retreat. Hoping to catch VP sleeping, but not the case.
I mean, in hindsight, no one should have gone for either Acid or Unstable Concoction. They would have gone First Blood. And First Blood and getting a bounty rune with no greed is better than getting the bounty rune. But he thought his teammates would be able to get a kill without the greed, without the stun or the acid. But unfortunately, no kill for VP means just the bounty rune for the Owl.
Yeah, especially now that you only get the double bonus with it.
Yeah,
the 2 times bonus.
He just went for the greedier option, and I think his team was very close to getting a kill or 2. They were just slightly a little bit short of killing that Slack. He did have to use the pounce to escape, so still a win for VP. It just could have been better for them if they get that First Blood.
By the way, I have not heard this, like, that's like the Leshrac disco, right? The Armin's little soundtrack that comes out randomly.
Yeah, it
I was like, did I leave something open in the other window? Because I have not seen this in the game.
Yeah. What YouTube video is left?
Yeah.
Left open.
Oh god, I hope they don't see my porn.
Yeah. No, LD, that's only me when I'm streaming. Don't worry.
Yeah, we have quite a sordid history, don't we? Well,
Yeah.
Pasha trying to run away here. Does not have a point of repel, but the pounce a miss by Pycat. That's probably First Blood. I think. Yeah, maybe could have TP'd out, but either way.
I think if they hit either the stun or the pounce, they didn't even need both. I think either or likely would have been a kill, but he broke some ankles there with that Boots movement speed. He's still getting zoned out, which is kind of annoying for him, but ultimately this is, I think, good for VP that the Alchemist is not being contested by the Ogre, so Alchemist getting more farm as a result in his lane.
So it is in fact General is the offlane Enigma for now, just farming up the woods. Grab the early win lace. As Dendy holding mid, doing quite well, 11-3 so far. The Alchemist of no one, 10-0. But off to a good start here, and did opt for that 1 point in Empower to help secure his early farm.
You won't be able to get quite the same CS as the Magnus in the mid lane, but you'll still have the jungle to fall back on. You'll get enough farm. You're just worried about dying and getting rotated on. So, as it stands, both teams taking a greedy approach to the early game. General in the jungle, even Solo in the jungle as well in the Crystal Maiden. Hasn't gone for the aura at level 2. Will go for it now at level 3. Perhaps there was a kill opportunity at top, or wanted to at least have that extra nuke damage to fight around. Bottom lane though, Pasha TP's out just in time from a initiation of the Na'Vi side.
Man, he is squishy, huh? He instantly repel TP'd and still almost died, so he'll pop the shrine on the way back out to the lane, but does say, you know what, I need the stout shield, I just need a little bit of survivability in the early laning stage.
This is definitely the weakness of the Omni Knight as a core. Can get zoned pretty effectively by most heroes, and they're going for a full-on tri-lane. And it's a hero that needs levels. That's even needs quite a bit of farm. Instantly gets pounced on the second he comes back to lane, forcing another repel.
Well, they see he doesn't have a TP. I think they want to make a move on this. I completely lose control of my mouse, but yeah, Biver trying to dive. Still though,
a good job hugging the right side of the trees, knowing this rotation could come in, but
Lil does have a TP, so they have to be careful about this.
There's a Boots, Null Talisman, Rubik. I saw Lily started with a Null Talisman first. He wants to just have this extra right-click damage and stats, and TPM from a Rubik could punish a dive at this bottom lane.
He's already fantasizing about that plus 60 damage talent.
Oh yeah, that's juicy. Top lane, Ramsey's getting aggressive, making a solo kill here.
General does have the tango going. I'm not sure it's going to be enough though. Turns and gets the Malefice off, at least hoping for the return kill. Armen moving in, has the lightning. Can he finish Ramsey? He's like, give me that Eidolon. No Eidolon for you. Armen will find the counter kill, but still found the first blood in the end. So VP overall going to be happy with that. Plus, it's an offlane Enigma, quite a bit of experience to be giving up.
Yeah, I guess the other side is Armen suddenly gets level 4 as a support, which is a support that wants to do well, but yeah, getting a first blood on Ursa. Ursa even spent his money, so he bought his phase boots before dying, which meant that Ramses didn't even lose money for going down there. And level 4 means
is this his standard build, by the way, on the Lesh going for the lightning build? I know it got buffed quite a bit in 7.0.
Yeah, from what I've seen for the support Lesh, it's pretty standard. You may see him go back for the Edict like around level 5, 6, 7, and start leveling it up. But I don't see it early on very often.
Oh, that dire
one or two lightning.
Oh, Armen almost just managed to like dodge the scan and then ran in at exactly the wrong time.
And I like that Armen, he gets the ward down in the Alchemist jungle, so they can keep tabs of him. At least may set up some ganks on him if he ever is jungling on very low HP. Lesh, Ogre, pretty good supports to rotate in there, so they will get pies in this dire jungle nice and early on.
Pasha getting pounced on, pressured a bit bottom. Not really much kill potential, and that is the annoying thing about this offlane Omni. As long as he doesn't make any facepalm-worthy mistakes, you're probably not killing him without a big commitment.
Pasha's definitely been one of those very stable, reliable offlanes ever since he's made this transition. He's been very impressive for VP. Not dying against a tri-lane who's constantly being able to find initiation. And we may have just jinxed him because there is a rotation from behind coming from RMN. He gets the ward down behind the tower. They really want to kill this Omni Knight. They're so dead set on it. Whether or not they can is another matter because of the repel.
Yeah, the downside to this build, though, is not going to be able to like transition that into a quick tower push with no points in Edict. And Pasha, he's wise to these tricks, will just hunt RMN a bit, force him out of the jungle. In fact, backup coming from Solo, almost in range for Crystal Nova. Will connect on Viver. Now the heal from the Omni, a little bit of extra chip damage, and with that, will be forced away. All the while, that Arcane Aura just helping to fuel this aggression.
Yeah. The Arcane Aura is so nice in games like this, where you Omni can spam the heal a bit more, get some more farm, doesn't have to get the Arcane Boots as early. And top lane being pressured now by VP.
Ramsey is being pursued a bit. There is a black hole available, actually. The stun comes through onto Lil. He's not level 6 just yet. The lightning slow connecting as well. Can they find the kill? Lil getting cut off at the pass. The Malefice is there. It's level 2. Might be able to muscle him down with a couple auto attacks. They'll chip him into submission. We'll find that kill in the end. And a nice one at that.
Yeah, good
That's a Rubik who's very close to level 6.
Yep. You hold your tower, which was taking quite a bit of damage at a good time. They even get the D-ward up immediately afterwards since they recognized what was going on there. And yeah, General with this black hole is posing a decent threat on this top lane. Has plenty of mana to sustain himself with the Arcane Boots for now. So a top lane that Na'Vi are not going to give up without a fight. Ursa not known for his great pushing capabilities. Has managed to do some good damage, but may struggle to finish off the rest of the tower. Will have a fast Helm of the Dominator though, and that's a very good early game item pickup at this point.
So Ursa just getting absolute free farm as we can see the Helm of the Dominator well under construction. The early Roshan potential definitely there for this team, with also the level 4 Acid Spray, and no one about to, in fact, already has completed the arm, like coming out in the Courier, now building towards the Radiance. A lineup that can take Roche early, and so I guess the question is, when VP makes that move, Gods, can Na'Vi contest? Will they contest?
And they'll have an RP, I guess. I mean, they haven't got RP yet, but Dendy's just holding the skill points, going greedy, going for the farm build. Nice little rune deny at top by Solo, but Dendy's going to come in and look to finish off this kill. Just to support CM, but you take what you can get at this point. And
you say just, but has found the shrine, and they don't want to dive too far for that.
Stolen up top. Rubik gets Splitter, which is a nifty little steal. Either that, I mean that or the lightning storm, both are good spells to have at this point for the Rubik.
Yeah, better him than the Lesh with the no cast animation, that's for sure.
But yeah, right now, I mean, Dendi's playing this greedy Magnus build, going for the max of power. He's going to be going for this build that I think he was one of the first players to really do this, rushing the Echo Saber and just playing the farm game. Then he'll go, like, probably Echo Saber normally into Blink Dagger. He even later on gets items like Orchid for his team, BKB. It's much more of a fighting right-click Magnus build, but you're not going to be able to win the greed battle against him now. Ooh, they actually got the kill bottom.
You know, I said probably not going to die unless he makes a facepalm-worthy mistake, but Pycat just surprising him with the amount of bonus damage from the Essence Shift. It was one hit away from getting out, but that one extra hit, all they needed.
I think the other surprise is the max Dark Pack. Normally you have max Pounce, or at least it's atypical to max the Dark Pack by 7, but definitely makes sense against this Omni Knight.
And especially if you just want to clash early in general, you really want the bonus damage and the low cooldown, because VP have lots of like easily dealt with spells that you want to be able to remove, whether it's the CMs, Crystal Nova, the Frostbite, the Rubik, Stolen Split Earth potentially. This tower will get pushed in top, and BP will get first blood as far as that goes. But the trade coming bottom with RMN, Pycat teaming up, they'll get their own tier 1, so not too shabby on their end. Na'Vi holding their own nicely in this early laning stage, but you can see the Alk effect beginning to set in as they start to really pull ahead in net worth.
I mean, it's been a game of greed from both teams, but it's like, who needs to stop being greedy first? And I would say it's definitely Na'Vi. Around the time they get the Echo Sabers, before no one gets out of control enough, they want to start fighting. That's going to come from Slark going probably an Echo Blink build. RMN.
RMN.
No Man's Land.
I paused to like take a drink of coffee, and I just see on the mini-map this purple dot just taking a long walk way out of position, but I guess went for the deep ward. Got punished for it.
Roche going on. I think Na'Vi know. A smoked up CM popped, and yeah, they catch wind of what's happening. Dendi actually got an invis room, which I believe there may be no detection for at this point. Sentry's dust unlikely to be purchased outside of dewarding purposes, so smoke up, and Dendi can just reveal this with his invis. Okay, there's a sentry ward. Dendi has not walked into it just yet.
Awkward fight to walk into here with Lil poised on the high ground. They really don't want this Rubik to steal a big spell. Dendi marching forward. They're kind of playing coy, and now they'll lift him. They'll drop him back into the stolen stun. He's low. The Alk follow-up is there. He has to skewer away, and that really limits their ability to engage into a fight. Shockwave coming through. Ramses will get stunned by the Roche bash, but not going to matter. He grabs the Aegis. VP claim what's rightfully theirs, and they do so without giving anything up. Meanwhile, Dendi, ooh, almost going down mid.
He stole like a Shockwave there instead of the Empower. That would have been a kill. Empower actually a fantastic steal. You've got Ursa on your team. Alchemist also alright, but mostly for Ursa. That is very nifty spell to have. Maxed out already. So we'll see some power farming for no one in the jungle with this. He's almost got Radiance already. This is one of the faster Radiance timings you'll see. Like that 12-13 minutes is like the dream for an Alchemist. Kind of hit like an 11-minute one, like the best game possible. With the new bounty runes, it doesn't seem like those kind of timings seem to happen anymore. So very fast Alchemist item timings, and that's got to be a bit of a concern for Na'Vi, who are going to be looking to win a few big team fights off of the Black Hole, the RP. They aren't going to match up the Alchemist in terms of farming efficiency.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? Is they're so reliant on these big ultimate cooldowns, whereas VP pretty much no cooldowns, especially later in the game when the Alk has that Octarine. He'll always be ready to fight. So Na'Vi have to make it count, and it almost feels at this point like they're going to be paralyzed by fear of wasting the ults, or, you know, maybe they get a kill, break the Aegis, and then they have nothing to defend their base with. VP, on the other hand, they can always fight.
I think that this is the kind of game VP love to play. This passive laning stage early game. I kind of talked about this last game. Like games where there's only 3, 4, 5 kills in the first 10-15 minutes. That's a pretty standard VP game. It's not a team that looks to get aggressive early on. They hit their stride come mid-game with their item timings, and that's what's about to happen. The Blink on Ursa's just been picked up. He's got an Aegis to back it up. Ramses is looking to get aggressive, but he is in a kind of a 1v3 scenario up top. He may not know it, is the thing.
Yeah, he's gotta really want this kill. You're an Ursa at this stage with a Blink and an Aegis. You're looking to jump in. They're gonna TP one up to join Ramses. He goes in on Fiverr, and that allows General to safely back away. Armen there with the kiting slow, so they will retreat. They almost managed to crack that Aegis, in fact. But not
Good
quite.
damage being dealt. But I think Na'Vi kind of start to peak around their blink timings. It looks like both Pycat and Dendi likely to go for them, with both rushing the Echo Saber. This is a Slark build that typically follows the Echo Saber with a blink, not the Shadow Blade, but you could still see either item. Shadow Blade's still nice because it's going to force constant sentries to be purchased, and you can kind of play that vision game with it. But Pycat runs into Omni Knight, gets caught in the black hole, so General will take the free kill. Perfectly fine black hole. Solo kills at this point for Na'Vi is better than nothing, and they haven't been using these ultimates.
Oh, this would be a big kill too if they can find Lil, but he lifts up the Lesh, he stuns him, manages to steal the Pulse Nova, jukes into the trees as Biver gives chase, but Ramses is coming in hot and heavy. Ursa looking to turn this one around, he'll carve up the Leshrac, and now they turn back for Biver. They're going to fight 2 for the price of none as Lil swags all over them.
Nicely played, nicely baited. Pycat wants to get this mid tower, but I don't even think he's going to be able to get that.
Oh, they commit the RP. Pasha, though, is able to tank through this for the time being. He even drops the GA now with the self-propel that is going to be wearing off relatively soon. The commitment from Pycat finds the kill. Can he get Lil as well? Crystal made an ultimate, drop 2, and they will lose their Slark for an Omni Knight. Hardly seems worth it. The tower to be denied momentarily. That ends a killing streak on Pycat, and it shuts down his farm. And RP on cooldown, Black Hole on cooldown. It's push time, baby, if you're VP.
Good call from Omni there, using the pre-repel before he TPs in. Ramsey's not done. He's just going kill by kill with this Aegis to back him up, and the blink picked up this early on. He is starting to just snowball out of control in terms of getting kills, and he's doing this while an Alchemist continues to free farm away. 12k net worth on no one's Alchemist, completely untouched as far as his overall farm goes. He is going to hit like a truck once he gets this like Manta Octarine. He's going to be very tough to deal with.
I mean, do you like the overall game plan here from Na'Vi, going for a Midas on General? Obviously, Dendi maxing and Power very early. Like, feels like they see the Alch pick as the final selection by VP, and they say, you know, we still want to take it late. We really love this team fight composition, how well we can scale with Bloodlust and Power. Is that the right call against VP?
I don't think it was the right call, but I also don't think they had a better option in some ways. So I guess it was the right call because there was just no better option. It was like it's a tough game plan to do against an Alchemist, and that's where the Alchemist pick was so good this game, because Na'Vi were kind of locked into playing this farming game. That's how they run the Magnus strats in general. Enigma is, I mean, I don't think there's anything too abnormal about General's build. You can go for like a push Enigma strat if you've got a push and carry and you've got like a Chen on your team. Then you go for like a mech into a pipe. But in a game where you've got a Magnus and a Slark, it's a farming game, and that's where the Enigma mech makes total sense. So I don't really feel like any of their players could have done much different with their build. If you go for like a blink first on Magnus and you try team fight, VP will just avoid you. They'll farm the jungle with the Alch. They'll split push with the Omni Knight. Like they're just going to play keep away if you try and force team fights. So playing the farming game, even though a losing farming game, to me it was the best option possible. They're just going to have to try find some team fights to back it up now.
Iron Man doing his best Cinderin impression here. Off on his own dropping wards and off on his own dying again. By the way, this Rubik is just so farmed. Lil already 5k gold, has the blink, has the arcanes, on his way to an Aether Lens. And he's done it all while roaming, while pressuring. 5 assists. He's been in on 5 out of 7 kills. Just a tour de force here by the Rubik.
Yeah, it's probably getting, like, seeing how well farmed his Alchers is like, oh, I don't even need to farm an Ags. I'll eventually get one at a decent time. So goes for the Aether Lens rather than any kind of an Ags rush type build. You lose the Omni Knight. We have seen Pasha maybe getting picked off once or twice, just kind of off on his own. He's going for a Midas of his own, which is going to be coming up a bit slower than you'd perhaps hope for. Dendi, RP mid. This is the big kill.
Commitment. They need this outkill. They're going to find it too. Catching him without the Chemical Rage ready.
Yeah. I mean, this
not
is
yet have the Manta of the Octarine.
Can they get more?
Looking for the Omni Knight. Pycat pouncing through, but it does, the repel goes off, so he hits nothing but air.
Okay,
General unable to black hole, has to be really cautious about it. They have seen the Lil blink now, so they know moving forward that black hole needs to be very patiently waited.
The thing with Na'Vi's lamp is they definitely can win the late game. If anything, like if this game's going like 40-50 minutes, I think Na'Vi's drafted. I would slightly favor, depending on how the Rubik is kind of the X factor. If Lil can steal some big spells and have a fantastic game, then maybe less so. But like, Alk gets very far ahead early, but the lineup will peak around 30 minutes. So Navi's game plan is very much like, yeah, we're going to be behind for the next little while in terms of gold, but if we can get kills here or there on the Alchemist, that's a bunch of comeback money. It's also just buying us time where we can just farm for the late game, because Na'Vi are going to be just all about that late game, hitting those big RPs, black holes to kind of take it to VP later on.
And it's definitely different from last game where they went for the double BKB mid-game carries, and it really did feel like Na'Vi was going to be on a timer, because sure, Sniper Luna scales well late, but Sniper was just never going to get that level of farm when you compare how quickly like a Gyro, an Ember can CS.
So
this time around, though, they have the Empower, they have the Midas on the Enigma, and they have the lineup that does want to go late.
Yeah, and you kind of alluded to some of their past games where they'll get behind, like, and they'd just be playing those Magnus strats and get behind 10, 15k gold, and all it takes is one late game RP, and suddenly you've turned the game around. So it's much more the game.
It's the Shao-Wade TI3 strat.
Yes.
Just
lose 3 lanes, win.
Lose
game.
the lanes, win the game.
Yeah. Big 5-man team fight, high ground defense.
Yeah, they don't have a Yao Magnus though. They've got Dendi, who's been okay so far. We haven't really seen him have to come up super big just yet.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been solo kills. RP getting solo kills on the Alchemist mid, Black Hole getting solo kills on the Omni Knight. This is very much like your opponents are playing both teams are still in the farming stage, and Navi are happy to try and take advantage of VP split up farming by using ultis for solo kills on cores. Once VP start 5-manning, which I think comes around the Octarine core timing, that's where Alchemist is probably gonna hit his like first real like, okay, I'm ready to fight now. Kind of timing. Maybe he thinks it's the Shivers, like the Octarine plus the Shivers, where you get the armor item as well. Kind of depends if he dies again, but he's still very far ahead, so he may be looking to fight fairly soon.
Jump onto RMN. Ramses will get the bash, will find the kill, and now the RP to counter-initiate, cleaving through to, and now chasing onto that Ursa. I think Pycat can hunt him down. There's the skewer. Ramses getting slowed down, he's going to have to turn and fight the hole, still ready, and General not going to use it. Keeps it in reserve. They bring down for Dendi. Well, I said he hasn't had to come up big just yet, Gods, and right after that, he delivers. Huge RP.
3-man RP into, well, I mean, Slack just right clicks, but yeah, that's all you need is empowered Slack hitting everyone in the RP. Dendi doing even more damage thanks to his Empower. That was just the perfect team fight. I mean, it was a 2-man team fight, really. It was all Dendi, all Pycat. They did 3k damage between them, getting all 3 of the Omni Knight plus the 2 supports, and then they clean up the Ursa as well. Great
and
execution.
The dream situation with no Alk really around, and not ready to take those fights just yet.
Yeah, it's kind of talked about, like, it's like the Octarine where the Alk is ready to fight. He gets a lot more HP, he gets the life steal, and he gets the short cooldown on Chemical Rage, so the uptime gets a lot greater.
I could gonna go for this kill. He misses the pounce though. I don't know if he gets that kill anyway, as there's the evasion to worry about, but...
Yeah. No Chemical Rage for like 4 or 5 seconds. Would have been close at least. But, yeah, not going to get a chance to go for it.
Well, I'm feeling like VP is going to need some big plays out of Lil Gods with the way the game is going. They're not just winning this purely on farm. In fact, Na'Vi actually up in the net worth department. And trying to match them, Pasha has gone for a Midas of his own, now backing off towards his own mech. But as you mentioned, I think VP definitely less overall room to grow here. Omni ult can be game-changing, but if Na'Vi hit all their spells with the RP, Black Hole, Slark, Empowered, and Bloodlusted, you're not winning those fights on even farm.
And Pasha's Midas came late. He died a few too many times. He's 0-5. Like, he's feeding this game, like, in some ways. Like, not to put too much blame, not blaming him or anything, it's just been, he's playing a tough role where his team all wants to farm, so he has to go, he's playing the create space farming hero where he aggressively farms down bottom, he's getting caught. We'll see VP head towards this Roche, they want to stop Na'Vi from getting it.
They're going to try to contest. They do get that repel up on Ramses to start the fight. Dendi committing the RP. He only finds the Ursa. Not sure that's going to be enough. A bit of a chaotic fight. General fishing for a black hole. Has a BKB. Will he get it? Yes, the Rubik brought down. Pycat shredding these supports, but can't actually make it to Solo, who got pulled over the boundary of the Roshan pits back towards safety. Now Pycat bringing around the Rosie. No pockets full of Posey for him. Has to back away in the end, so they lose the Enigma. They commit both big ults. They're going to buy back on Viper. Not sure how much he can actually do here. Pycat only has 6 Essence Shift stacks. Not really a whole lot of damage compared to earlier. And VP, Snag the Aegis will get away. Bit surprised to see that buyback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Na'Vi needed to force a Roche fight either. They felt confident because they had the double ultis, RP and Black Hole, but the aggression from Ramses knows he can just blink in unafraid. He's got an Omni Knight to back him up. He also just has Enrage. He blocks the majority of the damage thrown his way, so he blinks on the Magnus. He forces an RP and a BKB out of Dendi. If Dendi doesn't RP there, he just dies. So it's not necessarily a bad RP, it's just not a good RP. It's an RP that had to be used to save his own life at a Roche fight. If you dies there, then you've lost Roche anyway, so he's hoping that his team can win in the fight by staying alive, and that was just, I think, just too risky of a play for Na'Vi.
Oh man, Pycat, he's going to try to go in here on Ramses. Is the backup coming? BOT's already up on no one and is able to rejoin the fight. Looks like a dieback for Fiverr, and a couple of swipes from those swords, and no one will make Chop Suey out of the Ogre McGee.
Na'Vi, they win a fantastic fight with a 3-man RP and followed up. I mean, we talked about game 1, what can they work on, what needs to improve. It's the coming up with decisive shot calling that is the right calls. Like, they made a call to go for the Roshan, but very much a risky call they didn't have to make. Even with the ultimates, it was just too hard for them to deal with the Ursa, and now Na'Vi find themselves back in a bit of trouble, but they're trying to fix that by going for this smoke gang.
They have RP, they're going to isolate, no one look to catch him out. Shockwave was stolen by Lil, not the ideal spell to grab. Can they chase this out down though? Gets off the stun, the repel, the armlet toggle keeps him alive, and now General in trouble, looking for the TP out. The stun coming in from RMN. Pycat will find the Omni kill, but now they want to get the hell away as Ramses is going to be free to do as he pleases. Disco Pony for dinner. Ramses dancing on his grave. 1-for-1 overall. They commit the RP, but you know, with where the creeps are, you can actually drop an RP for a solo kill, and not too likely VP can really punish it.
Unfortunately for them, they don't get the Alk, but it's like that to me is still an okay trade for Na'Vi, even though the Alk kill was the kill they were looking for. They're kind of just looking to, again, they're stalling this more for the late game. They have a fairly low cooldown on the RP. It's only 100. I mean, 100 seconds is not short by any means, but it's shorter than like the Black Hole, for example. It's something you can use a bit more freely to find these kills. But
a deep dive by Pycat. He sees one support instead. He grabs the other. He's like, do I want chicken? Do I want pork? Do I want both? Couldn't have both that time, but this is where the Slark can really become a problem, gods. Like, anyone on VP who's on their own, even if they don't die, they're unlikely to win a fight against Pycat, I would say, at this stage. Even the Alk, like, Alk is not a 1v1 carry, really.
I actually really like Slark as a carry against Alchemist, and that's why I still think this game's in a pretty decent spot for Na'Vi because of that matchup. This game dragging on, you've got Empower on Slark. He gets on Alchemist, it's very easy free Essence Shift, and all it takes for Slark is to get like 10, 20 Essence Shift, and you snowball very quickly in a given team fight, and then you have that for the next team fight. So I think it's a game where Pycat can have a fantastic game and kind of continues at this rate. It's just going to take some, I think, more caution and patience from Na'Vi. They don't need to force risky fights like that Roche one. They just need to wait for their moments, I mean, defending high ground is like the dream for Na'Vi. Obviously, that's not, they don't want to be in a position where they're behind and VP's pushing high ground, but they don't have to rush this game. They have the better late game in my book.
Yeah, I think for sure, and you look at the overall itemization, selection, and the rest of the shot call, like it seems like that was the strategy. It's just their natural desire to fight kind of overtook them a bit. They're just so bloodthirsty. They're having TeamSpeak in 2017, huh?
Yeah, it's not Ventrilo, at least.
At least Ventrilo was like a throwback classic voiceover IP program. There's no TeamSpeak Dota songs, okay?
Yeah, okay. Alright. Quickly resolved, at least, but Aegis still up for about a minute longer, and Ramses with a Shadow Blade has a second means of initiation.
They dropped the sentry! Hey buddy, how you doing? Oh my god, he dies fast. Coming back for round 2, but they have to be careful not to clump on top of him as there's a Black Hole and an RP to worry about. And Pycat just working on Ramses, quickly purging off that Repel GA combo. Finds the kill, he can chase for more here, getting pushed forward, pouncing in onto Solo. Could look to snare him if need be. Need does not be. They'll find the kill anyway, and man, this Slark is an absolute terror. Already feels like he is long since hit late game.
And Orchid Silence is just so great against the Ursa because he can't enrage out of it. He didn't get a chance. He lost that Aegis for free. They didn't have to commit any ultimates for it, and they got the easy follow-up kills, being able to purge off the Guardian Angel. So even though he had the repel there was no way that he could survive against the physical damage. And Na'Vi, they want to go for the high ground. They've got Edict. They push very fast, and without Ursa CM, this is a free Rax.
All right. It's kind of feeling like Game 3 as long as they don't throw it. They have the BKB Black Hole. They still have the RP available. They should not lose a fight to VP. Even with VP having 5, there's no GA, so as long as they play it safe, play it smart, this is Navi's fight to take, and they're going to go in looking for a solo kill, and Lil Dindy will beat him down with that giant-ass hammer. Finds the kill. General, though, in trouble. General going to drop without getting off the hole. Oh, this could be where things turn around. Ramsey's, though, a bit scared. No one's starting to chop them up. The RP committed. Pycat lurching in onto no one, but he's quite tanky. Lesh stun. Is the follow-up damage there? Pycat still going to work. Now going to back away. Commits the Silver Edge for the retreat. So they get the Rex. Now they just want to get out. I think, again, it's Na'Vi like, we can just win a fight now, win the game, guys. And then, oh, wait, we have the late game line. We don't have to go for it, but no one with the anticipation TP is going to find Pycat. Doesn't really have the backup to find the kill.
Still
good effort.
Yeah, I think that's fine for Na'Vi. Like, they didn't actually really overextend there. They got the melee racks. It was like a buyback from the Rubik that caught them by surprise a bit. And on top of that, they got all the kills. They stole the gem, which is a pretty big steal. It means the Slack doesn't have to worry about that. Actually, no, sorry, they got a different gem back. It looks like their own gem they recovered. So they recovered their own gem. They didn't steal it.
Pycat back in action, trying to find this Ramsey's kill. He changes targets, though, back on the Omni Knight. 1 HP, or just about, on the Ursa, but he'll limp away towards safety. General, he has a black hole. He didn't get to use it last time. Really wants to let it roll this time around. Not going to happen.
As much as like Na'Vi don't necessarily want to constantly fight with ultis down, Slack does want to constantly fight. He's using Essence Shift from the previous team fight. He's still got 27 Essence Shifts procs, 81 Agi. Most of that came from that previous team fight. And that's where constant fighting is great for Pycat. With the Empower, with the lockdown and control, he is just constantly beasting his way through the VP lines.
Yeah, like at like the 15 to 25, or maybe more like 15 to 20 minute mark, it felt like Na'Vi couldn't take a fight without the ults. Now it feels like as long as Slark catches someone, that's basically a dead hero, or VP committing a lot to get them back to safety. And then you can snowball.
Yeah, they've got ultimates back up. They're ready to go for another poke and prod around this high ground.
Oh, nice out stun, and they need it, but don't think it's enough here. Ursa getting shredded. Pycat chewing through VP. He's hitting for almost 500 damage a pop, and he's got the Scotty slow to work with too. Locks down Solo, cleans him up onto Lil, upwards, and again looking for more as General reels in the Ursa with the black hole. They commit the Omni ult to try and stay alive, but back into the fray comes Pycat. He's bad, he's mad, and he's going to look to send VP packing, but doesn't quite have the damage just yet to get the kill. That top lane pushing in, though.
Pycat needs to reset. If he can heal up, he'll re-engage with his Essence Shift. He's got so much Agi here. He just needs a bit of heal, and then he'll be looking to go back in. But VP, hold their high ground, pop the Shrine, and we'll look to reset things for now.
Yeah, no RP, no black hole. They're down 2.
Here comes Pycat.
But he has so much stolen stats, he might actually just soul the Ursa. He will.
Die back.
They've got a Slark problem here, gods, and
yeah.
I don't know how they solve it.
There's not an easy solution. I guess
he's going to get Butterfly soon, so you can't rely on bashing him to kill him. Alk has gone for standard carry Alk build, can't man fight, and is an easy solo kill in his own right.
The Slack has just been the pick this game. So I think you look at the overall game plan, I think there's concerns for Na'Vi. The Rubik able to steal those big ultimates, and just not being able to match the Alchemist farm, but what they can do is just catch these squishy supports. Slack has had a field day as far as farming the supports go, and even matching up against the Alchemist. Free Essence Shift for days. Pycat has been the man of the match so far,
and we just haven't seen those crazy swag plays from Lil. And it only gets harder now as Enigma has gotten a Lincoln Sphere to go with the BKB. So if he BKBs and then drops the hole and the Lincolns isn't broken, Lil has no way to steal it. There's nothing else to break it. Picks up the
That's how
spell
you
steal.
verse Rubik as an Enigma. You get the BKB and the Leak. 'Cause it takes a lot of money. You're going to get both of these. And now he still doesn't have a Blink, which may be his next item, but at least it guarantees that you're not feeding away that black hole to a Rubik.
Well, they're trying to make this game as unthrowable as possible, but this is Na'Vi we're talking about, so let's not count anything out just yet.
Yeah, I think though the hard thing is they just don't have a good answer. We've seen the Orchid just burst down this Ursa on multiple occasions and being unable to, like, up in like that first Roche fight, we saw Ursa jump in, no silence, just instantly enrages, takes on Dendi, but since then he's just being dealt with because of the Orchid pickup, and it's been a very value item for Na'Vi, and until they get like a blink on Omni Knight, it may be hard to deal with that Orchid because Omni just isn't as mobile as the Ursa. Similarly, Ursa may just want to go for like a BK. Yeah, he's got BKB queued up. He needs some defensive item in his zone, and this Shadow Blade pickup has not paid off for Ramses at all.
Na'Vi looking for the killing blow here as they sweep around under cover of smoke, and Alkolution guards the way. Na'Vi know better though. They sneak past it,
They got
or
a nice
try
deep
to.
ward into. The ward is past the sentry. I don't think VP are going to be de-warding that one.
Yeah, fishy, fishy. VP might be saying, but Vicat, just not going to be an easy takedown. Calmly pick off the tower. And another pause. The voice issues continue.
Slight reprieve for both teams here to think about how they want to approach this one.
Do they really need to communicate at this point, Gods? Just put Slark in front and go hit buildings.
Yeah.
The man feels pretty immortal at this point. No,
Slack, do your thing. I mean, Bycat, yeah, he can take the pub game approach. He's 14-1-7. I mean, it kind of has been. This is like a typical like Slack, like what you do see in pub games. So that's what Na'Vi needed. They needed that just flashy solo play, go around, farm supports. Often Pykat's playing on his own, just because by playing on his own, killing the supports, it enables heroes like Magnus and Enigma to use their ultimates to get a solo kill here or there, and it's worked fantastic for them. So they'll stick to the game plan for now and get some level 25 soon on Slack, so we're going to see one of his nice 25 talents. Probably the I don't know if you go Pounce Leash Field because the Repel gets you out of Pounce, but either one is going to just boost up his late game potential, and there's the Blink. So General now has the Blink Black Hole to help win Na'Vi a team fight.
I mean, you go plus 12 stats, and this guy is sitting very close. In fact, will be over like a base 3,000 health Slark on Agi Treads. He's not dying.
He's going bootsless too. He feels good. He feels confident.
All right.
The MKB.
Yeah, I can't say I blame him either. I was hoping we'd get a big fight where he had Essence Shift stacks and the DD rune just to see him hitting for like 800 plus a pop, but either way, he hits hard.
Yeah.
No more Radiance Evasion. VP really under the gun now. The siege about to begin, and all eyes on Lil. Can he find a big play? He's stolen in power, that's okay, but Pykat's still chewing through those illusions. Dark Pacting off. The Alk stun. He has the Aegis for a bit longer. He's in pretty far, a bit too far. He's got a Shadow Dance to avoid losing the Aegis prematurely. Still a couple minutes
high ground
on it.
sieging hero. You can kind of just keep throwing, like you lift him, you pull him in, you throw him in Sable Concoction, and you can chip away at this Slack, so pretty hard to push high ground with him.
I guess the most they can do is like put a Lincoln's on him, but that's not enough against all the single targets.
Yeah, they've got the Solar Crest as well, I believe. That's all. Yeah, Electric with the Solar Crest, so that helps a little bit as well, but we'll see it again here. He's got no ultimate, so he needs to be a bit careful.
Oh, he's going to leap away as they move in. Dendi with the RP, still available to hold to start things off. He's trying to find more. He whiffs on the RP, then skewering the other way, but he's got a Refresher to work with. Looking for round number 2, no one. Surging forward onto the Enigma, going to bring him down. They've cracked the Aegis. Can they do it again? Pycat, quick stun, but Dendi's back into the fray. Lil looking for a potential spell steal. He gets in power. It's too long, the cooldown. And Na'Vi carve the path through VP, looking to force the game 3. They'll bring down the tower. They work on the Rex, and Solo with the GG call. Well, Na'Vi just had insurance policies upon insurance policies there, guys. There was almost no way they were losing the fight at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They got all the necessary items to make it a very low-risk push for the high ground, and all it took was getting vision of Ursa. The second they saw Ursa,
Navi's turn to ban. Navi's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Keeper of the dark.
Night Stalker.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Soul Warlord.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Disruptor.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Abyssal Underlord.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That first second nighttime.
it's maybe less the laning stage, but definitely once the laning stage kind of collapses and you get your like just second nighttime is kind of like around the timing where VP are going to be strong. Once they have level 6s, once they have just like for Darkseer it's like maybe a level 7, so you have a level 4 Iron Shell, chucking on a TA, a Night Stalker, start running at people, getting some glimpse kills. So Na'Vi are going to be the ones perhaps a bit greedier this game. Last game it was like greed versus greed. It wasn't like a who's greedy. It was just like a who could use their greed to take better fights, which was Na'Vi. This time around it's Na'Vi trying to kind of take the greedy approach against the aggressive VP mid game.
All right, who's your money on here? Game 3, Na'Vi looking for the upset against VP.
I think draft-wise I prefer VP, and I mean before I saw the draft I would have still stuck with VP. I feel like they made the adjustment. They know they just need to maybe ban out that Magnus, and now having seen the draft I think I favor VP slightly more, but never know. If Dendy can have a big game on the Invoker, there is the potential there for Na'Vi to make some plays happen around the map. It is hard because they haven't got good Sunstrike set up, but that's just, I mean, that's where a good Invoker player may not need those setups. So we'll see what Dendy can do and whether or not Na'Vi can get enough out of the lanes. I think the lanes is going to be important for them because they've got potential to upset the lanes a bit. Like a Coddle Underlord lane can be very disruptive. The Earth Spirit with his roam around the map can perhaps win or at least secure the mid lane for Invoker. Pycat's likely to be just left alone a bit. And just trying to have to fend for himself against the Darkseer, which is fine if you can win the other lane. So if Na'Vi can do well in mid and bottom with the Earth Spirit and the Coddle, that could be the way for them to succeed in this game 3.
Yeah, support's going to enter the lanes now as we unpause, get into it. Our men will be looking for that early observer ward, and so too will Solo. Plants one down bottom. Curious to see where this Earth Spirit heads and where the pressure comes, as generally this is the main hero you look to for Na'Vi to control the lanes to find those early picks. Solo gonna have a smoke break here. We'll scout out our men. And knows there's a ward in the area. In fact, I believe started painting almost immediately in that area. Yep, right on top of it from the Night Stalker. But no sentries as of yet. Is there any? I don't think so.
Career's going out. Career does not have sentries. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, but they still, they know the ward's there, so they can almost abuse that to maybe mess with Na'Vi and bait them into a dive that they're ready for.
Yeah, and even just the second you have 100 gold on a support, you just buy it and give it to the TA. TA can tango down the observer ward and get the double regen. So there's a lot of nice things you can do just knowing where a ward is. I mean, it's 100 gold for the TA as well, so you may as well take it, I guess.
Yeah, pays for the sentry.
Yeah. VP going for aggro lanes. That's perhaps the interesting thing to note here. They're going to be sending the troll up top. They're kind of dodging that annoying dual lane. The Underlord Coddle lane double spam is kind of similar to the Coddle Brewmaster in what they do. You've got a tanky melee hero, the Brew, this time the Underlord, and the Coddle who sits behind, spamming Illuminate, giving the Underlord mana, and just very hard to kind of fight into this lane. So they say, why fight it? Let's just send our carry top. Give Darkseer the tougher lane, which is a scenario that Darkseer doesn't really mind too much. He can push it out with Iron Shell and then even use the side pulls to his advantage.
And it's basically a 0 chance of kill lane, as you've got a roll in from Armen, not going to connect. Already Lil trying to apply that early pressure to Dendy, who has skilled up Cold Snap first. Did grab the Blades of Attack, but wondering what's the Dendy build? Is it Quas Wex Gods, Quas Exhort? Is it open?
These rushing phase boots makes me think this will be a Quas Wex build, and that perhaps makes more sense because we're looking at this like, oh, it's not going to be a good Invoker game. We don't really think Invoker should be the last pick, but that's kind of more us talking about the Exalt build. So the Quas Wex build is going to offer a lot more control in mid game, and it's less greedy because I don't think you can get away with greedy against this VP draft. So that's what Dendy's going to do to make up for it with the Invoker. Go for the more tempo controlling mid game focused build.
Oh, Pasha under
getting bullied.
Quite a bit of pressure, but yeah, as you mentioned, Pycat being heavily harassed. Solo did chew through his Clarity Potion, and
he's already used a salve. Like, that's a salve and 2 tangos used. He's got 2 tangos left, but he's gotten 3 CS and used a salve and 2 tangos. This is a terrible lane for Pycat.
And the bullying also a bit in the mid lane as Dendy sits only 4 and 2, not an easy lane to CS. Especially if you are going for the Quas Wex build.
Yeah, it's and the Quaswex loses harder against the TA than the other builds, just in terms of CS. The Alacrity build is probably like, if you're in a straight 1v1 with no outside influence and your draft doesn't need a Quaswex Invoker, you'd want to go the Exalt, like the Wexalt build early on to get the Alacrity, but he obviously doesn't feel like he can get away with it. Pycat gets a kill, he gets first blood, that makes up for the entire bad laning stage. That is a much needed kill at that. Nice roll in, and that's gonna help things out there.
And we say a bad lane stage, but I guess in fairness to Na'Vi, General is completely free farming. Could be catching up decently here, all things considered, and with that kill now, Pycat having a good time top. So all three lanes going solidly for Na'Vi. Man, this Underlord doing some serious work.
Yeah,
really
that's
making Pasha's life miserable.
That's why they don't send the Troll down there. They just see that lane and they're like, well, Troll's gonna have a much better time at top. They were beating Pycat, but giving him that first blood basically offsets all the hard work they'd done, harassing him, chewing through his Tangos and Salve, and stopping him from farming. So Pycat, he's kind of recovered, at least in the first, like, as far as 3-minute recovery goes with that kill.
Fiverr revving up the Illuminate here. Ramses will dodge away from it. So Solo kind of fencing around, but just the constant spam and harassment. Another swing and a miss. Could have been a full go on Ramses, and maybe even a kill had that connected. Really had either one connected, but not
Would have
gonna
been close. But still, just securing the lane, the harass going down, and they've got the Illuminate to continuously spam Ramses as well as the Chakra to sustain them in this lane, and Pycat at least gets the shop thing, so he gets his Poor Man's Shield, his boots. This lane is kind of being recovered quite nicely. So laning wise, Na'Vi have secured the top lane now. Bottom lane, of course, being won by the Underlord. The mid lane is still a struggle for Dendi, but he's at least, he's getting his levels. He's level 4, and with a few more levels, he can start to perhaps do a bit better at harassing the TA. Tornado EMP, he's going to have phase boots for some extra damage to last hit with. So this lane gets a little bit easier as Dendi levels up.
First nighttime will clock in, and Lil uses that opportunity to grab a bounty rune deep in the enemy jungle. Sweeps around towards Dendi. Armin there to guard him for the time being, but also about to join the fray is Solo. VP gonna converge here on the Invoker, uses the Tornado EMP offensively. Perfect time to strike. Boulder Smash comes through, connects on all three heroes. Armin, big save there. He'll pay with his life, most likely, yeah, but otherwise it's Dendi who goes down.
That's worth it, and that's definitely the downside of ever using those spells offensively. Tornado MP goes down and they instantly go in top lane, though they are looking for the return retaliation on Ramses. They won't get it, though.
Nice TP out, and not a lane that can really do anything about that. This Pasha continues to take some harass, but he is free farming here in his own right to match General. So, a rotation on the top lane. Armen rolls in and then follows up with the kick, but he might get punished here. Trying to run away. There is a level 1 glimpse, and he'll use it. Pulls him back in under the tower. Armen dying again. Wow.
Kind of creating space, but not really getting... I mean, the mid-death was totally not his fault and like good for the team. That one, perhaps not so much for the benefit of his team that he dives in as he did.
So no one free farming now in the mid lane, and I guess God's looking forward like the next 5-10 minutes. What are the... Oh no, General! The bash bottom. This could be his death. Trying to run away from Ramses. Ramses getting juked a bit around the tree line. Can he catch this Underlord? Yeah, he's got the axes. We'll finish him off. The Earth Spirit was coming in, but Armen a bit late to the party.
It's the unfortunate 10%. Ramses got I think 2 or 3 right clicks off, but that was all he needed to secure the bash and get the kill. Underlord was very, very farmed as well in that bottom lane, so that's a nice kill for a troll who was starting to struggle to hold his own in that top lane. So
yeah, he's close to mech here on the Underlord. He's really big, but it will be a mech deferred.
See where he goes. Probably just keeps going back to the bottom lane. Definitely one of the things with the Underlords, you just got to kind of keep farming your lane. You're not like a tempo controlling clockwork type offlaner. Talk about the different options for Na'Vi. They went for the kind of greedier farming option with the off lane, but this does give them that strong 5-man once they have the mech. Mid lane, Dendi.
Trying to move in meanwhile. That jug spin amounting to naught, and they have the dust here mid, so they'll bring down the Dendi Invoker. Well, we mentioned coming in, they have a pretty low win rate on the hero in this qualifier. VP showing they know how to punish it. Dive him under tower, kill him under tower, and I mean, Na'Vi just not the best lineup to counter gank. It's really just the Earth Spirit who can do anything.
Not done with the aggression. Nightstalker behind the tier 1 mid will force some TPs up, but I'm not sure Na'Vi can actually get any kills off of this. Dendi will come back after respawning, but he's just a level 5, now level 6 Invoker. Struggling quite heavily against TA, who's a full level ahead and full 1300 net worth ahead.
I feel like the way the game's developing for Na'Vi gods, like they're really going to have to rely on 5-manning around this mech and the Underlord's early levels, because when it comes to these smaller skirmishes, it just seems like VP are easily going to come out on top.
Yeah, they'll probably get the mech around the time Pyket has like a Helm of the Dominator, so they'll get that extra creep to play around. I mean, Dendi's a death hero there. Dendi's like not looking for any big item. He's just going to go straight into the urn, so he has that Cold Snap urn synergy, but realistically, yeah, Na'Vi's going to try and fight fairly early on. Perhaps this daytime now, they want to start taking some smaller clashes, even before the mech comes up, just to try and use the fact they've got this Quaswex Invoker. And the times where I'm seeing these Quaswex Invokers succeed is they're actually rotating around the map. They're getting involved very early on. This Tornado EMP doesn't really scale all that well past like the mid-game stages, so you typically want to try and use it as early on as possible.
Yeah, and eventually you get to the mid to late game and enemy carries very likely to have BKBs, and then Invoker doesn't offer anything against them with this build.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to get those fast levels too. He's not going for a Midas, so transitioning into the full like level 25 or level 20-25 Invoker with all 3 of his elements is going to be tough without that level progression.
Yeah, no Midas inside, and just not going to be able to CS very effectively either. So, as you mentioned, a lot of pressure here on Na'Vi to have that strong mid game. Not quite there just yet, but closing in on it. The mech, I believe, going to be picked up momentarily. Oh, I lost my cursor there.
Still a bit of a ways. He's with the arcane boots. He's just about got the headdress and buckler, perhaps.
Yeah, he's got
this roll.
He's got the headdress. It looks like.
Yeah.
Pretty much has the buckler now, so just needs the recipe.
Yeah, almost about halfway there, a bit over, and around that mech timing, it will be nighttime though, and it seems like this daytime typically you'd want to see perhaps a team with a Quaswex Invoker get active, but I think Na'Vi after the rough laning stage are just like, let's just use this daytime as a bit of a farming period. Like it's kind of like, VP's not going to be quite as aggressive. They're going to use the daytime to farm. So Na'Vi's like, we've got a kind of greedier lineup. We want a mech, we want level Invoker. Let's just use this little timing to be a bit greedy.
Oh, they roll in. They try to find a clean kill on Solo, and it's anything but as the turnaround comes. General getting caught out in the bottom lane as he tries to escape. He won't make it. The Underlord goes down. Pasha with the karate chop finding the kill. So a 2-for-1 there. Wanted Solo, but was it worth it?
Not worth it at all. That is the aggression that I kind of spoke of during the daytime, which you can do if you bring the like Invoker or Jug. I feel like you don't want to go for that kind of a dive without one of your other cores involved as well. They had just the Underlord there. They weren't using the Quaswex Invoker. They weren't using the Jug, who's got Omni Slash now. They bring one of those cores, I think that kind of move can work, but those cores are both probably telling their team, like, I'm going to farm, I need to catch up. So I think Na'Vi should just have been farming at that stage of the game.
VP now, this is what we often see from them, is if they feel like they're comfortable, they'll just really try to take advantage of some quality time in the jungle. Ramsey's using the battle trance to farm, and that's also going to accelerate no one CS. If we see some ancient stacking later on, but for now, cleaning those up. So economy looking real solid for VP. Invoker not that great at farming. You've got Keeper of the Light, who's pretty decent. And the Underlord, who's obviously great, but this is a VP tempo for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a kind of dream TA game where you go mid, you win your lane in terms of CS, you farm not just the lane but the jungle as well. It's been completely uncontested, hasn't had any harass really coming his way, and you're going to outfarm most of the mid laners in the game as a TA outside of like a select few, like the Alchemist type heroes, when you get this kind of a game. So looking very good for no one. And his team's probably telling him, like, you just keep farming. We don't need you. We're winning these other lanes without you. Hit your Deso blink timing, and then join up with us later on.
Lil snaking his way through his own woods. Gonna backpack on Solo's maneuver into the enemy jungle. Drop down an aggressive ward. Not finding an opening just yet, but now the nighttime clocks in. And the fun begins for the Vampire. They're gonna converge on the mid tower with the Alpha Wolf now. Ramsey's gonna be looking for a quick tier 1 mid. Looks like he might find it though. Underlord TPing in. And see you later, homie, because they had the trap in the trees. Well played by no one.
He's, yeah, back bottom lane. He's gonna walk his way here. Tower should fall before then, but
could be a big pick on no one if they can bring him down. He's not quite dead just yet. The Centaur Stomp, well microed, sir, but unfortunately, they're gonna lose the Jug anyway. 3 heroes biting the dust. Man, that glimpse on General turning out to be so big, gods.
Yeah, the
if he was there the whole time.
Yeah.
Could have been a completely different fight.
Absolutely. And that is not the fight Na'Vi were hoping for defending that lane. They're going to lose the Centaur as well, which is 125 gold going to the Troll. So he gets a tower, he gets a Helm of the Dominator creep, he backs off to continue farming. They only lost the TA, which is I mean, it's a decent kill. It was the most farmed hero in the game, but Na'Vi lost 2 of their cores. That was a disaster of a fight for the Na'Vi squad.
They are hunting Lil. He will engage with the darkness here, tries to make it out. Rolling boulder, tornado forward, good clip there. Then he's gonna follow up with an EMP, which will do absolutely nothing, but the cold snap will get the job done. So finally Na'Vi find a kill. It's a clean one, but only a support Night Stalker.
Yeah. Well, immediately transition into a smoke play. Looks like they're not going to try and do anything sneaky on the bottom or top side of the map. They're just going to sit around General in this mid lane to try and secure a tier 1 tower of their own. Radiant scan, I think they are aware of Na'Vi playing aggressive, going for that kind of a smoke, because they scan to protect themselves, but Iron Man comes in post-scan, gets a ward down, and will look to try and secure this mid tier 1.
And Na'Vi's starting to work on that tier 1 in the mid lane. Working towards the Coddle Ags. Definitely looking like they want to go for that big 5-man vacuum. Static Storm combo there. There's the teamwork coordination from VP coming through. And now Pycat's got to turn tail and run away. Lil trying to hound him back. A good job there by the Keep of the Light. Blasting the Night Stalker away as they pull in again. The Pit Lord bringing him down once more. Pit Lord just getting picked off repeatedly. And this is a big bucket of golden experience the VP are just feasting upon.
These vacuum static storms onto the Jug +1 is just winning them fights. It was a really good healing ward placement. Pycat had the healing ward there in the tree, so even through the vacuum static storm combo, they survived it thanks to the mech plus healing ward, but they still weren't in fighting shape. They were still very low, and eventually the Disruptor found the healing ward in the trees, brought it down, and the fight did start to swing the way of Virtus Pro, so Na'Vi... Neither of those 2 fights where they kind of fought and looked to defend, Pycat didn't get an Omni Slash off, so they're not really using a lot of their key spells. The Tornado EMP, I think the Tornado only clipped 1 hero, the EMP maybe caught 2, but didn't really catch a whole lot. And they're fighting at night. That's really, to me, probably the bigger issue out of all of this, is you're fighting into a vision advantage, not to mention, I mean, Night Stalker just a whole lot more potent at the nighttime as well.
They find Solo. It could be a freebie, but Pycat needs to get in range for the Omni Slash here. The Glimpse already committed. Boulder Smash off the mark from Arman. Even after the rolling boulder forward, won't be able to find that what looked to be simple kill. Meanwhile, Lil mowing down a tower, and if you just follow the Night Stalker right now, he is just charging like a bull headlong past enemy lines. Even if he doesn't get a kill, he's forcing Biver to TP away and just has no fear, gods. Kind of a microcosm of how the game is going.
Yeah, he's feeling very confident. This is like Lil in a very comfy state when he can play this aggressive and move around the map as he has. I mean, he died that one time well behind enemy lines, but even that was like one of those timings where he's just creating space solo even, juking tornadoes and playing super aggressive with his positioning.
See Pasha very confident as well in his own right. Fiverr gonna mono leak him. He'll probably just tank the stun here. No, recall bringing in reinforcements, but from the south come the VP squad. They're content to back off, though, as they are just farming up a storm on their cores. No one. He already got the Deso, now the Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, Ramsey's on the Troll. Sanjay and Yasha very close to completion to go with that Dominator.
Navi should really want to force something. It's daytime now. The darkness was even used, so it's not just daytime, but it's also like permanent daytime. Night Stalker has no way of turning a teamfight around with his ultimate, and dodges the tornado bottom. That would have been a nice pick off if Dendi could have gotten that with the Coddle backing him up.
Dendi did go back for the Midas, but even with the Midas, he is sitting 6th in net worth right now, and not having much luck coming back, and missing tornadoes like that is not going to help.
Definitely a slight concern. Coddle, decent farm, is working towards the Aghanim Scepter, has a couple of pieces, but no one finds a pick at mid. Blink Deso, the burst damage is there, and that is a daytime kill. It's daytime, and VP are getting pickoffs, they're securing Roche. This is about as bad as it can get for Na'Vi, given their current position. They're meant to be the ones who are stronger right now. They buy back on Underlord, but I think it may be too late. Oh, is it?
Is he going to come in? Could drop the ult and try to move into the pit. No, he's going to TP. Looks to engage, and he gets caught in that Static Storm towards the tail end. The wall also dropped for zoning tactics. Arman very low. Ramsey's looking to move forward here. Is getting cold snap controlled by Dendi, but the follow-up damage simply isn't there. Na'Vi unable to find the kills just yet. Pycat trying to worm his way into the pit, but also don't think he would kill Roche off in time. They're lacking the single target physical damage, and VP just poised to move back in. Probably hoping that darkness will be allowed to cool down, that Na'Vi won't be able to make a move before then as Pycat just creeps.
Na'Vi is still very strong though. They've got Omni Slash, they've got the Tornado EMP Invoker, which has pretty high uptime, and General's mech has come back up.
Ramsey's threatening them. They're going to send no one into the pit alone, and he will get caught out for a moment by the Pit of Malice, but able to blink away. Now Pycat smacking the Roach a couple of times. No Static Storm available for now, but they still move in. They're going to drop the kinetic field. Pycat and General moving past on the wrong side. They vacuum General away from his team. Tornado coming through. General's still alive through all of this. The mech keeps him in fighting shape. No one able to snatch the Aegis away, though. Slays Dendi in the end, and will now look for additional kills. They brought down 2, make it 3, going splat. Armen will fall, and now the trap deployed onto Pycat as he spins away, looking at least for the safe escape towards the well. Biver, though, might not be so lucky. Pasha chasing him out. Commits the surge. That's 4 heroes dead, and on top of it, no one. Still easily hanging onto the Aegis through that. What a disastrous fight for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they felt so under pressure there, knowing that Roche was as low as it was. It was daytime with darkness still down. Like on paper, it was a good time to fight. No Static Storm, no darkness. They had a Tornado EMP ready. They had most of their key spells and items. They had the mech up, they had Omni Slash, but vision was not favoring them. Both TA traps were there, giving full vision of Roshan, giving full vision of the entire Na'Vi team. The sentries weren't around the pit, and as a result, TA knew exactly when to go and steal the Aegis. They had the vision to hit the vacuum as well. Vacuuming the Pit Lord out of the Roche pit to isolate him and bring him down meant that they didn't really get any value out of the mech. He used it just to keep himself alive a little bit longer. It wasn't for his team. And it was just really good use of the vision around the pit by VP.
Well, not looking great here for Na'Vi. Gods, can they slow it down a little bit, head towards late game with farm? Do they need to go for smoke gank? What's the game plan if you're Na'Vi?
They can try and slow it down by farming, and for the late game they've got the Midas on Invoker, but he's still not in a good position as far as his overall net worth. He's behind the Darkseer. All 3 Radiant Cores are ahead of him. The Night Stalker's not far behind him, so slowing it down only works so well. They're going to be forced to defend high ground. That's really the scenario here. They're going to become the high ground defenders. It's going to come down to how well and effectively they can defend this using the... I mean, they've got great high ground defense. Coddle, Pit Lord, 2 great spammers, Tornado EMP, very annoying as well. And you want to try defend with the bare minimum while split pushing. That's exactly what Dendi's doing up top. His team's probably kind of telling him, like, we're going to try and defend these lanes using the Firestorm, the Illuminate. You try and get some objective elsewhere on the map.
Looking for the cutoff here. And Pycat able to TP away in the trees. Pasha hoping to catch him snoozing and out of position, but makes it out safely. At least the solo will do his best to bring down the mighty Alpha Wolf. We'll just redominate another creep.
make sure he doesn't feed away any gold, so gets a not too useful hellbear, but better than feeding the gold away, and Na'Vi buy themselves a little bit of time with the Aegis up, but VP, oh no, they've got Dendi.
Scouting out Dendi, they get off the void, no follow-up. Still though, just a Night Stalker hitting him, he's like, I'm TPing the hell away.
He's just like, he just TP'd and crossed his fingers, hoped he was going to live, because he knew there's no running there. If there's a TA who's going to blink on you, you're dead. If there's not, you TP out, you live, and that was at least the case for Dendi in that situation.
So the Hurricane Pike now complete on Noah and ramping up his own damage potential as he gets a little extra range to work with.
He's going to chase further. He can, it's also the counter item to the Invoker, like the Tornado EMP. There's maybe a small window where you can full staff yourself out of the EMP. And even for the late game against the Tornado Chaos Media combo, you want to have the full staff to be able to push yourself out of that Deafening Blast, Media, Tornado combo that the Invokers like to go for.
I like these aggressive wards from VP. As you see, they've warded off towards the secret shop. They got the lane ward mid. Solo doing a good job at fueling the aggression here. As well as just the split push potential. RMN taking a single shot in the wrist from that, bringing him well below half.
Lil's
they're just
close
taking
to
over
his
the
ag.
jungle here.
Yeah, and they've got Lil bottom lane. He's like, I'm going to finish my ag so you guys control top. TA with an Aegis is enough of a scare that Teams Na'Vi don't want to leave their base, and with good reason. Solo gets an easy RMN kill, but may pay for this with his life. Not really a good trade.
Well, they get something. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Pycat will try for the TP out, but he's like, oh crap, there's a troll here. He's angry out for blood. We'll bring him down. Gets the bash and gets the kill. It's a big one. Pycat really that one ray of hope is, oh yeah, meanwhile no one. Just chunky Numbiver on the Cuddle. And guys, this is when Na'Vi spread out. That VP just shred them. They cannot really fight on their own.
They've got good pick off. The Night Stalker on one side, the TA with a Blink Deso elsewhere, the Disruptive Glimpse. They're finding the kills, and there the Hurricane Pike getting him out of a dangerous position. But Roshan will expire, so perhaps VP may reconsider this, but they've got the numbers advantage, and yeah, no one's on the high ground because of that.
I mean, look at this TA. No one is just absolutely out of control, going bonkers on Na'Vi, bringing down RMN. They're not showing any signs of backing here either, as TA is healthy. And two heroes dead for 30 seconds, blinking in with the Hurricane Pike, gonna shove Dendi back towards as well, and no one. Just ignoring the Monolith, shaking it off. We'll go under cover of Meld as brings down the tower, looking for the Rex too. With the Troll ultimate up again, BP, they siege very quickly. Melee down, blink out, and Na'Vi unable to chase. BKB nearly complete, and gods, there's basically nothing to do with this BKB.
Yeah, they're entirely relying on the Invoker to control these heroes during a fight with Tornadoes, with Deafening Blasts, and once the BKB's there, TA just blinks in, BKBs, kills whoever he wants to. Omni Slash, I guess, can be used, but you Omni Slash at TA when she BKBs, and she's got Refraction up, so you're not going to kill her, you're just wasting an Omni Slash cooldown, and it won't really amount to all too much. So very, very tough game for Na'Vi to pull back. They lost the Rax there. That was without the Aegis even being... the Aegis had expired. I guess they'd lost a few heroes to the Aegis TA, but this game just gets tougher and tougher. VP can maintain the map control they've got if they want, and then just secure another Roshan. They can try and smoke up to find pickoffs. They've got the Ags on Night Stalker, so while Coddle's got an Ags as well, it's going to be nighttime much more often than it's daytime, and that's where this Coddle Ags is just not going to provide Na'Vi the vision and utility that they hoped it would give them.
Losing all semblance of map control now is with that tier 3 down, they'll begin to drop the shrine, so Na'Vi even tougher to leave the base, relying heavily on the Keeper of the Light. That is the main way to get out. Still no BOTs up on Dendi. The problem though is they're very mobile on this BP side, so you leave the base with Keeper and you might just run into the freight train.
Yep.
And here it comes now. The plow is on the move.
Oh yeah, they'll see everything as soon as that nighttime hits, and they can pop the darkness before nighttime to transition into night, so they get that elongated nighttime period.
And blinking, you'll miss it. take
Dendi.
a second too long to move your camera, you'll
Dendi?
miss it as well.
He wasn't responding to the heroes there. Gets the full stuff out, but he's glimpsed back.
And caught and in a lot of trouble. Oh, almost two-shot there. The Guardian Scream's helping to keep him alive. Instead, it's on to Biber. So they'll go, no one, not actually killing anyone off after that initial Earth Spear kill, but does drive 2 back to the well and quickly turning to look at this tower.
Just styling on them. Just going in on whatever he wants to at this point.
Really not afraid. And why should he be? They just can't seem to touch him. The vacuum, static storm combination catching out to a beautiful grab by Ha Solo, playing like a true team fella here as Ramsey's going to bring down another. That's Dendi, General hitting the deck, Pycat about to follow, and VP showing insane teamwork. 4 hit the deck. Na'Vi, they're out of it, gods. There's just nothing in the tank.
Yeah, it's all over. There we go. They'll GG out. No one getting completely out of control. Ends things with an ultra kill on his Templar Assassin, and VP with a much more dominant game 3. It was a close game 1 that they took. A good comeback from Na'Vi in game 2, but this is perhaps more the VP people expected coming into this qualifiers and coming into this specific match against Na'Vi, who struggled in the group stages. VP were undefeated. I think Na'Vi put up
Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire.
Slada.
Na'Vi's turn to pick.
Life Stealer.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Na'Vi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Bat Rider!
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Disruptor!
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
The sack!
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dark Seer.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Weaver.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Navi can.
You prefer aggression?
Yeah, I think Shadow Fiend is a hero that suffers when people run at him and there's no way to save him. They don't have a Dazzle, they don't have a Shadow Demon, they don't have a great teamfight counter initiator like a Centaur, like a Magnus.
And there's no support that can farm a Force or a Glimmer Cape very quickly.
Right, Batrider could maybe get one, but still, like, are you really getting away anyway? They can glimpse you back, they're going to amp you, they're likely to have Weaver chasing your Surge.
With Swarm on you.
Yeah, I think where Navi can... If Navi's going to win this, they have to have General making a lot of plays early on the Batrider, taking some fast towers with the Leshrac, and Shadow Fiend just completely dominating his lane. Otherwise, I just don't see them doing well this game. So, I'm loving Spirit's draft.
Worried about General. You mentioned you feel he needs to make plays in this game, and I mentioned the Ogre plus Bat potential duel. It's honestly a very hard choice.
Yeah, that's where Spirit have like their options, right? Because their laning heroes are very difficult to gank, relatively strong. Like Darkseer is gonna get his farm. Weaver, a hero that they don't have too much kill potential on, I would say, unless they want to commit both supports to that lane. In which case you're giving the Ursa free reign, and Slardar can get a lot done. So it's a pick your poison situation for Navi is kind of how I see it.
I like that from RMN, actually warding, centering up his own camp so Darkseer can't stack and contest and pull it.
Yeah, that's nice. See the Dire Ward go down a bit more difficult to deward this one off to the side.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that ward dewarded, because so often the sentry goes down here to catch the one on this high ground, or it goes further up north to catch one of the hilltop ones.
Yeah. And that's kind of the idea with it, I guess. It's in a little bit more of an awkward position, but far less likely to get dewarded.
And they'll be able to see when the Ogre and Leshrac come in as well, seeing as it will be Iceberg mid on the Ursa.
Okay. So it's going to be Ursa mid against Shadow Fiend. I actually think Ursa does pretty well in this lane, all things considered, because you have the superior move speed, right? So you can always threaten to run at the Shadow Fiend. If you get boots first, and he doesn't have anyone supporting him, he doesn't TP out right away, you can actually solo kill the Shadow Fiend. So.
Like, Earthshock has a 5-second cooldown, It's ridiculously good. I saw it in a pub game not too long ago where
The Max Urshock build.
Max Urshock, but it was against the Batrider, and this Ursa just said, I play Ursa mid, I will win against Batrider, don't worry. And we're just like, but Bat's going to own you, dude. He's just going to sticky napalm, he's going to Firefly, you're going to die. He just Urshocks, turns and fights, runs the other guy down.
So they're gonna,
it's like a lane winner.
They're going to dual lane this, and with the dual lane and the help early of the Lash, I think that he probably does okay, but again, you got to be careful. Like, if you get crushed near the Ursa, could easily be a first blood, so. But they'll play it safe here. FNG going to take some heavy punishment. The other lane, Ogre Batrider top. This is a really strong dual lane, so this I think will give Spirit some problems. But as far as here's the lane against Bat, like Weaver's one of the best, right? You get a magic stick and all that napalm just fuels your Sakuchi.
Yeah, and the Ignite as well being spammed out by Weaver. But this means that Lifesteal has been given the 1v1 Pycat up against DK Phobos on the bot lane, and this is what I was kind of alluding to, what I was worried about when they were making this decision, is how much emphasis is Dendi's getting run down mid. There's another Earthshock soon.
This is, again, 2v1, but Ursa is just so tanky. 6 armor plus the poor man's shield. Now, granted, he's lacking on regen, but we'll try to grab the boots, then go back for the healing salve. And, even if Shadow Fiend farms, like, trading farm, I don't really feel that's enough given how easily killed he will be later on. So. And
you're not stacking camps or anything for SF. You're very, very dedicated to these lanes as Na'Vi.
I keep on, I guess, at least for me, I'm highlighting how much I feel like Spirit have the superior draft, but the one thing I am a little worried about for them is FNG getting farmed, because Slardar doesn't need a whole lot, but he is their primary initiator, right? They don't have anyone else who has a reliable catch aside from the glimpse for a single target, and he's just roaming right now, not CSing or pulling at all. They're gonna move in here though. They find the crush. RMN getting caught out. Iceberg there with the clap. Good body blocking. Gareth looks like the first blood. One more hit.
Yeah, I've got him.
They're just so squishy.
They really wanted Dendi, but he did a few little sort of micro moves to dodge out from Earthshock to get himself away from that Slardar who was waiting on top of the ramp for him. So they give the Lashrak, but they keep Dendi alive, but still a great kill there from Spirit. And you mentioned FNG and his farm and where he's going to get it from. He has been really the key player on these key heroes for Spirit throughout the group stage, at the beginning of the playoffs, playing Rubik and Slardar, and he's the glue that holds the team together, right? He moves between lanes, he initiates, he starts team fights, he's the one making the calls, and he's the one starting every initiation. If he has a rough game, the entire team has a rough game.
Yeah, so they give up the kill in the mid lane. Ursa significantly out CSing Shadow Fiend already, and that is not a good sign. If he gets phase boots first, he really can threaten for kills here. Dendi, no TP scroll yet, but we'll need to start carrying one soon. Unless RMN is just going to permanently affix himself to late, in which case you're leeching XP from a hero that's extremely XP dependent in the Shadow Fiend.
But he needs to do it, right? He needs to be nearby.
And all the while, like Pycat, bottom lane, just trading with Darkseer, off lane Batrider, behind, or sorry, even with the Weaver on CS. Now, granted, Weaver's experience suffering a little bit, but he's been pressured a lot, and he's sharing it with the Disruptor, so... Yeah, late's going really well for Spirit.
Yeah, and we mentioned in the draft that Darkseer is one of those greedier off-laners, needs the gold, needs the levels to actually build up into your Arcanes, your mech, and then into sort of level 7, 8 when you've got some more levels in a vacuum. But giving a 1v1 to a DS like this, sure, Pycat's going to have that, kind of jump into the mid-game with his great farm, and they're going to have General to carry him around. But with a counter-initiation from Darkseer always available, it's scary.
The 3-hero rotation mid, they can't even kill the Ursa, and that's the difference between Ursa and Shadow Fiend, right? Like if that's a Shadow Fiend getting caught mid, he's dead, but Ursa just able to soak up that damage and walk away. Uh-oh.
Well, 3.5 second cooldown on Earthshock's pretty good, I heard.
Yeah, looking for more as they're gonna dive Biver the Ogre. McGee under the tower, he'll go down to a quick double kill for Iceberg, and again, it goes back to what we said as soon as the draft did. Like, Spirit is going to run at you. What are you going to do about it? And the answer, apparently, so far for Na'Vi is not a whole lot.
Just sit back and take it.
I mean, you could carry a TP, and in some cases that might let you get away, but Dendi TPing in mid, he's going to miss a raise. He gets glimpsed back. That leaves Biber alone, but likely goes down again here. Iceberg whipping on his clap, but it's not going to matter. Should be able to run him down. The Bear already grabbing, I believe that's his third kill of the game.
3-0-1.
That's your phase boots for Iceberg, and Level 5 to boot. And Dendy has to take the walk of shame back down mid.
And Pycat is having to like infest creeps, run away from DK Phobos. He's getting sort of shoved away. The farm is being traded decently, but this Darkseer is having such a great time on the bottom lane.
It's it's to me like all in general right now. And the thing is, General's not doing that great. 16 CS. He has no real stacks to speak of right now, so yeah, he's not gonna have a fast Blake.
And that's the trouble with the aggro dual lane, right? You know, the Ogre was there, and it enables the Batrider to not feed, but it doesn't enable the Batrider to win the lane and crush the Weaver, like you said, with the Shikuchi and the Magic Stick, or the Magic Wand now, 11 charges on it. Weaver is under no threat of dying at all. So General just has to kind of sit here and leech experience a bit, take a few CS here and there. And Na'Vi are very, very poor at rotating to lanes and making things happen or stopping things from what Spirit are doing.
Oh, FNG might find a solo kill here on RMN, who is out of mana, and that indeed is the case. All right, Slardar heating up. I mentioned maybe struggling for levels. Gareth, he is already level 4. Yep. As a roaming Slardar has been involved in, I want to say, almost every kill at this point.
5-2-1-3 on Slardar, yeah, you're right.
In fact, it is every single kill. That is absolutely brutal. Weaver not level 6, though. This could be a big opportunity for General as he chases forward. He's already committed everything, though. The flame break, it's not enough. BZZ able to simply stick up, walks away. The one hero who needs to have a big impact, unable to do so, and now they might look to pincer Dendy in the mid lane.
The more I think and look at this Na'Vi draft, the weirder it gets, right? They've got very little catch and kill. Sure, when Batrider gets blinked, they can lasso someone in, but they don't have any great nuke damage to instantly take out a target. Maybe they can find the Weaver here.
Would be a nice pick off, and finally Na'Vi get on the board on this top lane. 2-5, or 2-5, I should say, the score. But still, hard-fought kills for them, and they'll need more of that as they look to continue pursuit for Sleepy Napalm Stacks up on Bank score. Not going to go fully just yet. You can see DK Phobos now, as you point out earlier, can just take advantage of the jungle, shove in the lane, farm the enemy newts, and snowball his experience in gold.
I actually wonder why he's not cutting creep wave at all. Forcing Lifestealer to like farm under tower and maybe the tower tanks a couple of hits would be pretty nice.
Maybe a bit worried about getting ganked should he be out of position like that. It doesn't have a TP scroll right now. But definitely 1v1 against Lifestealer, you can cut the wave, and unless he gets help, there's not a whole lot he can do about it.
Dendy has to go back into the jungle and farm. He doesn't even have treads. Oh. His bottle's empty. Aquila, Brown Boots, Magic Wand. I mean, by like 10, 11 minutes, you kind of want to have your treads, Aquila, and almost half your Dragonlance, but
yeah,
Dendy's been completely shut down.
He is a very poor Shadow Fiend. When Ursa's ahead of you in CS at this stage of the game, you know you're in trouble. I mean, you should be ahead just by, you know, in theory, because of your ability just to clear stacks with the Shadow Rays. And the thing is, you can't really bully the Ursa when he's got the phase boots advantage, because he can always threaten to run at you if you play too aggressively in the lane. So, Dendy kind of chipping at distance here, but not having an easy time of it.
And once again, FNG's running down into that Radiant jungle, and he finds a ward. I guess he had his down much earlier and saw the one placed out.
Yeah, he saw that get dropped. So some free gold for him. FNG up to 600, so well on his way to the blink.
RMN angrily scribbling on the map. This top lane needs to be killed, guys.
Let's just eradicate the entire upper quadrant of the map. How's that sound?
I mean, they need to do they need to make action happen. They need to do something. It's just so hard to say what that something is.
Well, while they're busy parking multiple heroes up top, Dendy is not safe, so he has to leave the mid lane. As Iceberg pushes in, you can see the rotation is actually headed Dendy's way. But you could really feel the pressure. Like, looking from the Radiant side, they have no vision of their jungle. There's currently 4 heroes off the map. They're going to try and gank this Weaver, but it's not the easiest kill. BZZ well behind the tower and safely tucked away.
I actually quite like this move from Na'Vi, sending 3 or 4 top, as long as Dendy doesn't get caught.
Oh, as dear. You say that. Hello, Shadow friend. I'll give you a hug.
TPs are coming in.
Might get a kill here on bank score, though. Dendy manning up, but if they can get the Shadow Fiend kill, it's well worth it anyway. A 2-hero crush. Pycat slow in the rage. Iceberg could maybe try and fight him. Worried about additional reinforcements. Oh, he's going to cancel that TP and look to fight.
And now top lane, the chase is on. BZZ gives up. He's running into Ogre and Batrider. Maybe not the best fight to be taking. But Pycat was shoving bot lane. They had 3 top. I think if Dendi had maybe moved up towards his own top tier 1 and joined the rest of his team, I would have really liked that move, just shoving the 2 side lanes. Because if the roaming gank comes into the lifestealer, he can just rage TP. There's nothing to stop it outside of a bash from FNG, which he hasn't even skilled up just yet. Whereas if Spirit roam into the 4-man of Na'Vi, I think Na'Vi are in a good position if they're the ones being initiated on.
They want to punish FNG for constantly infesting this woods, flame breaking him back. It's not quite enough for the kill. In fact, Iceberg wanting to go into the tower, a bold move considering Lasso is ready. He'll be punished for it. Not sure if he thought it got dropped earlier in the top lane.
And it's stuff like that where I kind of want Na'Vi to be grouping up as 4 or maybe 5 and letting Spirit run into them, because at this point when they're sticking Napalm and Shadow Fiend's got his level 1 Requiem, they've got so many things that can happen as the initiation is occurring from Team Spirit that does damage or slows or offsets the team fight or disrupts what Spirit are planning to do, that they can actually create enough chaos in a team fight to maybe find an initial pick before Spirit can do anything. Alright, man. Oh, Leshrac is so weak.
Oh, he still gets the kill. That's brutal. Leshrac down again. It's a squishy support, and there's just not a whole lot he can do. He instantly TP'd there too.
Yeah, there was no way out. General with the drums. Batrider drums, not something we've seen in a long time. Usually it's kind of just the Tranquil's Windlace, and maybe a magic wand into Blink.
I think he's just thinking, like, how good is a Blink Dagger really at this game when they have a Disruptor? Can I really count on, like, a Blink Lasso to actually catch someone, kidnap them, and not just have it broken immediately? So better to be tankier, able to stay in the fights longer.
And run away faster.
Yeah, that too. Here comes the big fight in the mid lane. Static Storm getting dropped. They have managed to cage the Lifestealer. Could be trouble as the vacuum back comes. They look for the turn. Iceberg low, but not finished off. Still holds the Aegis, though. And they can continue pursuit here. FNG threatening to go in a bit deeper. They cage Dendi. Now they look for the crush. There it goes. The follow-up damage coming through. But a great 2-hero stun by the Lesh might be enough to salvage this fight. The wall still forcing Na'Vi back. They're going to try and kidnap DK Phobos. FNG gets dragged deeper. And there's the crush. Looking for a bit more. He finds the Shadow Feet kill yet again. Pycat on the chase. Open wounds there. He's looking for backup. He's going to find it in the form of an Aegis getting popped. And now the Weaver getting a bit overeager. Has to time-lapse back towards safety. Iceberg still looking for that fight. He might come out of the trees, but Pycat armlet toggling for all he's worth, trying to bait that bear in.
The Iron Weaver.
Want some honey? Want some honey? Yeah, bear. But they will in the end up disengaging. So they lose the Aegis, they lose the Slardar. They get 2 though, and again the Shadow Fiend dying. He's only at 18 souls. He's just not having an easy time staying alive.
You can't even see the Iron Shell on Weaver. He just runs up to you and you think, how am I taking so much bloody damage? Ogre got ripped apart there. Just by the Iron Shell. Pycat TP's in aggressively. Going on Iceberg, but I'm not going to find anything.
Oh god, Dendi just got glimpsed back to probably dead. Oh, this poor Shadow friend.
Yeah. He's not going to have his Dragonlance for another minute and a half or something anyway, so back to the jungle he goes.
Dendi is getting all too accustomed to this walk back down from the mid lane. Poor guy.
Just keep on going.
But yeah, for Team Spirit, kind of looking at their overall game plan here. So initial objective was just run at the Shadow Fiend early, pressure him a lot, and get to the mid game. Take Roshan. I think the next big step, farming FNG's Blink Dagger.
I think RMN might die top. BZZ. Has the trap been set?
Oh, nice stun. But do they have the follow up?
Looks like they might do. One more hit. Oh, Infest. Barely had him.
That was with the Dragonlance pickup, so a crucial kill for Na'Vi. That's something they need to get a little more of, because once that Blink comes out from Slardar, next round of aggression will be there. Phobos, though, caught off on an island here, will be punished and picked off as FNG comes in a bit late. Now the Troll Trap. Is that Dominator build? It's initially here on the Darkseer, now going to be going back for a mech.
Yeah, it's so good. The Dummy allows you to kind of split push and shove waves without putting your hero into danger.
Well, unless you want to. In this case, Dendi, though, trying to rev up the Requiem, but the Static Storm gets dropped. That's going to prevent things. Bank score Now trying to retreat, the rest of the team in a bit of trouble. A predicament developing as Na'Vi. Oh, there you go. They turn on the Shadow Fiend. They'll pop him like a pinata, turning on the General. Iceberg trying to pound down this bat, but he's hard to chase. BZZ.
Time lapse in one.
And he's not going to use it just yet. He would be quite low if he time-lapsed.
Oh my god.
And now baits him. Goes the other direction, down to the south. Doesn't have a TP. Scrolly winds his way through the trees.
Where's he going?
But Leshrac has the vision. The Flame Break's going to connect, and BZZ is not perfect this day. He will go down too. 4 kills, Na'Vi. Team fighting their way back into it.
4 for 1. Na'Vi, I mean, Dendi managed to get out of the Static Storm, launch out his Requiem, got a couple of good raises down, and that was Slardar as well as Disruptor pretty much dead and out of the fight. Then the rest of Spirit filter in, but Pycat had arrived. He's got his armlet, he's got this Blightstone, and he is shredding people. He's almost this invisible force. They're not focusing on Pycat. They don't realize he's in this team fight because they're so set on killing Dendi. Just kill Dendi, that's all they want to do. And the Lifesteal is just running rampant in their backlines.
Yeah, I do think Dendi needs to go like pure like defensive tank build. You can't go for anything too greedy.
Hurricane Pike, BKB, Lincoln Sphere, Butterfly Heart.
Like I have Scotty, perhaps Manta, pretty good against the Slardar, but
yeah.
You can't get greedy with your items here. They are going to be running at you all game. Getting a Shadow Blade will not save you, nor will a Blink Dagger. If they amp you, they can just glimpse you back. They can carry dust on any of these initiators and catch you off guard or potentially be dropping sentries. So
yeah, I think BKB Butterfly then Scotty is probably going to be the best option here. Ursa never wants to buy an MKB. He kind of just wants to go into the Aghanim Scepter, Abyssal Blade, and he can get very slot starved. With the Helm of the Dominator especially, your slots start to run out very quickly in that stash, in that inventory.
Spirit really do need this FNG Blink though. Ursa has his, and right now is the stage of the game where you really want to just be jumping on the Shadow Fiend or one of these squishy supports and finding easy kills. So until they have that, Na'Vi will have the initiation advantage.
Na'Vi have actually swung a 3k net worth lead. They've done reasonably well here to maybe equalize this game, but it's they're not out of the woods yet by any means. This is where Team Spirit have one of their biggest spikes now. The mech is it's back in the base. I thought DK Phobos would be joining his team with the mech, but Na'Vi go in.
They do go in, but the quick glimpse back and Fest Lifestealer popping out and now trying to turn and run away. The Swarm allows the disengage. That's where the drums first makes a lot of sense. But now he's going to find the follow-up blast. So onto the Weaver, who gets completely chain stunned, brought down, stuck around a bit too long. Might be able to kill up Vangscore as well. Pycat mauling him. Ooh, close call. But Vangscore will slip away. The Dino makes it home to safety.
I was looking at that from the Dire team and thinking, right, this is where they're super strong. They've got their 4 heroes top. Darkseer's on his way. He must have mech, right? But it was back in base, back in his stash, and he couldn't get it out to himself on time. And that's where Team Spirit kind of realized, okay, we don't have our big team fight hero with our one team fight item. It's time to retreat. But getting caught on the run away there by General's Batrider as always. Great idea to jump in and find that one target.
Lifestealer has a Desolator now. This could be a bad time for Spirit to try to take a fight. Na'Vi just hitting big item timings, as you mentioned. The net worth really has swung. Now, General, we've seen the Blink in action. The Deso comes out. Aside from that, Shadow Fiend already having picked up the Dragonlance, now well on his way to the BKB.
Leshrac's Buckler is actually very important.
Yes.
It honestly, it's so weird to think about it, but just that Buckler on Leshrac, allows him to maybe survive through the Weaver swarming and right-clicking him, the minus armor from Slardar, and obviously physical attacks out from Iceberg's Ursa. But it's one of those cool little, casual bucklers, the puppy special, that RMN following suit.
Yeah, so Na'Vi with all these pickups and, like the Buckler that you were talking about, the Shadow Fiend going for BKB, their team fight does level up a lot, and it's more stage of the game for Spirit where they're looking for pickoffs, they're looking to spread the map. Not as good in the 5-man scenario. Yeah, they have the Darkseer mech, but it's still only a level 1 wall. He doesn't have a blink to reliably set it up. They did just grab a Slardar blink, but aside from that, they're very single target focused. So they'll be looking to spread the map. Na'Vi more looking for the group up and team fight style as they make that move towards the top lane.
I have vision over them. Disruptor gets just far enough away. General's still waiting though with the Ogre next to him. Team Spirit have realized what's going on, and like you said, they're just going to try and split around a little bit more. With Slardar Blink, they might want to think about a smoke. He does have a DD as well, but they don't have any intel on where Na'Vi are, so actually smoking up blind into the enemy side of the map it's such a risky proposition that they're going to go for it anyway. They've got no observer wards. They try to scan in their own jungle, maybe expecting Na'Vi to be sitting there. But look at the big purple circle drawn by RMN saying, guys, they're here somewhere. Roshan could be respawning now. In fact, will be 2.5 minutes. But Spirit wasting their time.
Yeah, Na'Vi, though, to be fair, not exactly farming a whole lot right now. They're sitting back very defensively as well, but it doesn't seem the smoke will amount to too much. It's about to wear off. Roshan could have respawned. This is like the earliest possible time. And now Na'Vi's turn for a smoke. They know the Rosh is the big objective here. Spirit could be sneaking it.
Look at all these Helm of the Dominator creeps. Just what's going on? It's a Hellbear and an Ogre.
Yeah, they went for the double Dominator strat. A lot of scouting tools here. As you mentioned, good split push.
I don't see anything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Spooky for both teams. No one knows where anyone is. The only thing that both teams know is the bottom lane's getting pushed in and no one's defending it. So maybe that's a one-up for Team Spirit, realizing, right, they aren't farming, they aren't holding their lanes, so we can do a little bit of work towards the mid, maybe sit behind the Slardar and just move down into the Radiant jungle because they're definitely not in there.
Just waiting for that one Batrider pick. You get the one lasso kill and suddenly you're able to take a tower with the Bloodlusted Shadow Fiend, potentially steal the Roshan away. Spirit are very wary of that fact, so they see Na'Vi heroes top. They're going to avoid the fight. They go to the bottom side. And Dendi will grab this tier 2, essentially for free.
I honestly think if General Blink initiates onto anyone, it forces a full 5v5. Team Spirit are in this position where if any one of them gets jumped, they have to try and save them, or they have to try and force a fight around them, and force Na'Vi to get vacuum walled into stack stormed and be in a position where they kind of concave around the Bat Lasso, right, to kill off that one target.
Well, they'll grab the tower. Still the Weaver Lincoln's a ways off, but to me, like that, Weaver Lincoln's really kind of tells the tale for Spirit as far as how they want to approach the mid game. They're looking very much to split push,
slow things down,
to avoid big team fights. Not really going to be their strong suit for probably the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Come late game, I think they're fine in those larger scale engagements, but still Shadow Fiend is, with a BKB 10-second duration, is probably at his prime right now as far as overall team fight impact. And here you really want to stay away from.
It's pretty important for both teams to look for the Abyssal Blades.
They found him with a scan.
Ooh.
This could be big. They're actually smoking now. So Na'Vi know they were in the area.
No Firefly though, it's about to expire.
General in a really good position to reveal this and just jump away. And they're actually going to try and steal this Roshan. Will Spirit get there in time? They have the high ground.
So risky.
Moving in, they're going to stun Ursa to start things off. Of Phobos with a big blink reveal. The Static Storm gets layered right around the area. It will completely control Pycat, bring him down, but Dendi quickly able to unwind with the Requiem. Finds one, looking for a second. Will lay out Iceberg, and now potentially a third hero as well. 3 Na'Vi heroes hitting the deck. The Ursa, though, down. And after the buyback, Team Spirit scattering a little. Dendi and Pycat standing strong in the pit with Pycat rejoining the fray. They'll try to bring this Roshan down, but they're not ready to give this up for free. FNG can engage into this. They're lacking the Ursa, though, so they're heavy hitter to deal with Pycat, not on the field.
BCC on the back, though.
Trying for that opening. FNG gets the crush. Pycat, it could be a dieback for him. He gets inside. Dendi says, get me out of here, Dendimon. Pop out at the shrine. The glimpse back comes Pycat. Tried to get a little greedy with that pop out for the heal.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he barely lives.
What's happening?
Batrider coming in. Is he bringing any sort of regen? Yeah, he's brought a salve out. Pycat with the free fountain trip. General to the rescue.
They need this Roshan now, like desperately need it. I don't know if Pycat wants to go in and hit it because they want the fight to start. And General, Lasso's back one, but FNG's there with a crush, and now Iron Shell burning through them. DK Phobos, what are you doing? Back and back into the kinetic field, and this is time to retreat for Na'Vi, I think. Oh, BCC, he is actually stunned, and the damage from Leshrac might be enough to finish him off. BCC dropping lower and lower, but he's got the Shikuchi. Slips himself back away from the trees.
Yeah, they knew there was no static storm there. Darkseer wall on cooldown. Ursa only just respawning, so really good time for Na'Vi to fight.
The awkward dance around Roshan ends up with a buyback, 3 team fights, and Team Spirit losing out on Aegis. So I guess, all things said and done, that buyback from Pycat really worked out for them.
That was really close to being a disaster. But
yeah.
Yeah, Pycat survives there. Na'Vi gets the Aegis, and now can siege very effectively with the Shadow Fiend Hurricane Pike, as well as Pycat able to sit up front. You mentioned needing bashers this game for both teams. Ursa, Lifestealer really want that to be able to win the 1v1 man fights, and looks like Pycat going to get his first. As Ursa is not going for an early basher, he'll be going Aghanims. A pretty good tool to deal with the Batrider initiation and just be a very tanky force on the front lines.
Yeah, I think he desperately needs it, like you said, with the lasso, but also with, you know, bashes and the Abyssal Blade from Pycat will be coming out. Just negate that, make sure that you're able to stick on a target and do some damage. But maybe even with this Abyssal or with the basher, Pycat will look to kill off someone else in the backlines. You know, Weaver yet to get Lincoln. Oh, is it on the courier? Oh yeah, he's got it now. BZZ actually finishes it at this point, but I was going to say maybe the Weaver or the Darkseer, because Darkseer is honestly the big hero for Team Spirit now. Mech, Blink, Vac, Wall, he is Team Spirit's team fight.
Well, they wanted that like 3-hero Vacuum, Static Storm, Kinetic Field combo. Unfortunately, they only got the Lifestealer, and he had buyback, so you look back at that last fight, if he manages to catch 2-3 heroes, I think they win the fight outright, and Na'Vi either don't buy back or have to blow 2 or 3 if they had them to potentially contest the Roche, but it's not a reliable combo, you know? Like, if Lifestealer just quickly rages, he's going to be able to turn the fight around. There's no sign of a Disruptor Ags, not even remotely close yet to get a single component. Pycat also has Aegis now, so he has a second life, and Dendi has BKB, so it's really tough to rely on that combo.
And Hurricane Pike as well, and there's like no BKBs on the Dire side, right? It's just the Lincolns on the Weaver, but Dendi's next item's the kind of interesting one, deciding to go for the Assault Cuirass. So
yeah, they want to be able to take buildings here,
yeah.
And do now have the level 4 Diabolic Edict. He doesn't max the Lightning Storm fully, goes back for Edict, so they have some extra siege, and with that and the AC, towers are going to melt if Na'Vi win fights, and they're looking for one now.
I didn't even think of AC, you know, I wanted Butterfly for Dendi, but I really like this.
Yeah, but still a lot of durability against physical damage, which Spirit are pretty, I wouldn't say all in on, but very predominantly reliant on. Is FNG will find General, looking for a pickup. There's the counter initiation though. RMN coming in with the stun. The Static Storm gets layered on top of it all. Kinetic Field there, but nobody really caged with them as Pycat mauling the Disruptor will find the quick kill with the Infest at the end to polish it off, and now Na'Vi should be able to take this tower.
And they might even be able to go high ground here. That's Vacuum Wall gone, no Static Storm. Ursa can't really do this. He can't clear waves, and that's something Spirit are really severely lacking.
And they didn't really commit anything. They actually didn't even get the lasso off of that fight. So Na'Vi have the BKB on Dendi. They have the lasso.
There's no glyph. This is a disaster for Team Spirit.
Yeah, a couple of magnificent fights from Spirit, who do have the Ags on Iceberg, so not a great lasso target. But hey, he's not defending buildings. He's going to try to make his move in. Pycat focusing him, gets multi-gas the General. Now letting the lasso go after he sees the Ursa dropping low. They'll finish him off. Pycat able to work together with Dendi in tandem to bring FNG low to finish up and score. One more auto tech. Can't quite do it, but they got the melee. Na'Vi completely flipping the script. After a couple of really bad fights from Spirit, they find themselves taking a lane of racks and potentially more.
Like, honestly, that buyback from Pycat around the Roche Pit literally could have been game losing, but it's been game winning. Such a tight window for Na'Vi, and now with one lane completely destroyed, they can go back and say, you know what, shrines are ours, more gold to line our pockets. Now we can start affording defensive items on this Ogre and this Leshrac, you know, Glimmercape, Force Staff. It's going to be what looks like a Solar Crest there as Beaver picks that one up with the Medallion, and Yule Scepter's done for the Lesh. So they have ways of disengaging and retreating, and also ways to pop that Lincoln Sphere over on the Weaver and make sure General can get the lasso on him. I've got to say though, this BZZ Weaver, sure enough, he farmed decently. Lane wasn't amazing for him because of the Ogre and the Batrider up at top lane, but it doesn't feel like he's had that much impact. He's had a couple of kills on supports, but he seems to die so quickly in these team fights.
Yeah, even with the Lincolns, you know, there's a lot of ways to pop it, and then a follow-up Lesh stun, Ogre stun,
Edict and Pulse Nova just, you know...
Yeah, and Shadow Fiend just rips them apart with all the... Or the Lifestealer with all the physical damage they bring to bear at this point. So, he can't really fence in and out of the fights as he would like, and plus Na'Vi are 5-manning. That's not really where Weaver excels. Weaver wants these small isolated skirmishes, but hold that thought, because Here comes Team Spirit looking for the vacuum. Dendi gets caught, but he's able to BKB immediately. Static Storm drop down, but they just walk away from it. At least for the time being, the Requiem over the top is Pycat. Surge is in. Iceberg running for dear life. Fuzzy Wuzzy on full retreat mode. Navi run him down. They'll kill off the bear. They look for a fourth hero. It might well be Mr. BZZ. Lincoln's now broken. They get the lasso. The fourth kill up the fight. And Spirit completely on their heels. One lane of racks down, potentially two at this point.
It really has been a story of this game. Everything gets dumped onto Dendi, right? You know, Static Storm, Wall, the Swarm, everything onto Dendi, and then Pycat just quietly walks into the middle of Team Spirit's team and chomps them down in like 2 or 3 hits.
It's not a reliable initiation because he just BKBs and turns the fight around.
Yeah.
They unfortunately have not found an initiation where FNG is able to like blink crush him to start the fight. In quite some time, we haven't seen that type of jump since like the 10 to 15 minute mark.
Might look to jump on RMN, but General holds the line. Blink, Force, and Gem. Fanscore considers glimpsing someone back, but Pycat just rages and walks it all off, and that's Megas. 30 minutes in. I don't think Spirit have any way to deal with this.
Looking for the last stand fight at this point. Spirit will do what they can, but it's not a whole lot. FNG gets stunned as he jumps in. He dies immediately. Iceberg desperately trying to kill off Dendi, but it just doesn't seem possible. Iceberg stands next to Pycat, can't withstand the Lifestealer punishment. Shadow Fiend also laying into him. They'll find the kill there, and insta GG. Na'Vi just too strong a team fight down the stretch and putting themselves at a 1-0 advantage in this best of 3. It could be a long day for them. If they win this series, they then have to go on to play Empire, and then VP waits as the final boss in the grand finals. Yeah, I still look at the way the game developed. Spirit had a really good Roshan lineup. They dominated the lanes as you would expect.
They're a decent team fight. They're okay catch.
They had some really bad fights after the Roshan, though. They gave up the Aegis for basically nothing. Some bad luck, like around the Roshan pit, where they didn't quite time the Vacuum Static Storm combo with the Kinetic Field.
Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slaughter.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dazzle.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Soul Warlord.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
The sack.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Clockwork.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Outworld Devourer.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Vengeful spirits.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Brood mother.
really annoying. I don't think Na'Vi are very well equipped to deal with this at all.
I mean, they have nothing, right?
Yeah, like who do you actually put against the Brood? You don't have a Darkseer, you don't have an Axe, you don't have a Tidehunter.
Safe lane the SF and the Leshrac or something and just max razors to kill off Spiderlings?
But
you can't.
It's not going to work because Shadow Fiend needs levels. No, I think they're in a lot of trouble. Then again, I said that last game, and Na'Vi somehow salvaged it with their mid-game team fighting, but they also kept some map control. Yeah, they gave up kills, but they still had towers, whereas I think if you give up those kills early, you're losing all your towers to Broodmother this time around.
Ah, they've swapped. Okay, Pycat's playing the Lesh now. That's a nice adjustment, I guess. You can just go for the like Lightning Storm and clear out Spiderlings. And I was going to say I've seen some weird.
I think they were planning on a carry then.
Yeah, for sure.
Until they saw the Brood pick. So I'm pretty sure this is a direct response to the Brood.
Yeah, I agree. Go into matchups against Brood and be expected to lose. Like there was a Clock versus Brood 1v1 matchup, and pretty much everyone said that the Clockwork was going to lose just because Brood can spam him out of lane, the webs are going to give the Brood regen, and the Clockwork doesn't have any way to deal with it. And I can't remember who it was, but they went Poor Man Shield Clock and just maxed Rocket and killed Spiderlings over and over again, and it was the most farmed Clockwork I have ever seen. You know, pro players, they will find a way, some way, to deal with Broodmother, no matter how unconventional it is. So Pycat Dust on the one roll Lash, fair enough.
Yeah, killing her early obviously is really nice, and they definitely can kill Brood if they catch her, especially in the early laning stage. They've got 3 stuns, they have Dust, they start with a single sentry here in Armen, so killing the Brood early is certainly possible. A farm Lesh can deal with the Spiderlings very well come mid-game. It's like that 0 to 10 minute mark before he gets tanky in farm where you do, I think, worry a bit more. But if they can get through the laning stage without giving up too much territory to Brood, I think they'll actually be in good shape come mid-game. So with the Lesh core swap, I like Navi's chances of dealing with this a lot better.
Am I missing something? Where's Brood's second web?
30 seconds to battle.
Did he just place that one? I think he just placed that one.
Yeah, but I mean, where's the second one? Because you meant to have 2 webs, right?
Oh, he's going to place it, right? Did he already? You only start with the one.
Oh, you start with 1 charge.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not a Brood player.
Me neither. This hero's been out for so long.
Yeah, I think he's going to plant it now.
Okay. Oh yeah, you start with 1 charge.
The battle
I'm dumb.
begins.
It's okay. We can be dumb together.
DK Phobos is the Brood player. Now he has 2 webs. I'm just thinking back to the days when, you used to start off Broodmother, run to a lane, plant the web, then TP to the lane and, fake out your opponents.
So
but no more.
So off-lane Brood, I'm not really too often you see anything else. I think we saw Wings run like a crazy mid-Brood one time. But yeah, so Na'Vi expect these lanes. They know the Brood is coming. They do have a ward for her.
Yeah, like C9 runs the mid-Brood, but that's just a Baby Knight special. That's like completely out of the ordinary.
See, the thing about the Brood, though, is now it puts Dendi in a really tough spot, right? Because
actually killing Brood. DK Phobos is dead, actually.
Oh.
The sentry into Dust into triple stun from Na'Vi.
So they get the kill. The thing is, though, like, she can die once, and if they just leave this lane, she's still going to have a great time against the Leshrac. So they want to help Dendi mid, but they have to be careful not to overcommit to helping him. Where Spirit, they know as long as Na'Vi's busy tri-laning to deal with the Brood, they can make these aggressive plays on Dendi, and they're doing it now. FNG moving into position. He's got the cogs. I don't know if they can actually dive this, though. They're going to try for it with the Astral, but FNG tanking tower shots. Here we go. Sets up on Dendi. Won't quite kill him, although he gets pushed out of the cogs. He's going to take a lot of damage from this, but now FNG
tower aggro.
Tanking that tower. Maybe a bit overzealous.
Dendi was like 7 mana away from being able to take that kill, I think, with a 3rd raise. But
Dendi got a self cancel, though, so his lane got a lot harder. Like, even though Clockwork not having a great time, he can go back to well and heal up. Dendi may have to hit the shrine very early.
Yeah, looks like he will. And like you said, Broodmother's just been lurking around waiting, making sure she doesn't die, but loses a sentry straight away there. De-warded out by Na'Vi.
So
struggle a little bit.
They are sticking to the full tri-lane to deal with the Brood. We'll see how much Dendi struggles. He's doing really well in terms of CS, all things considered, though. 6-2 right now, matching the OD. That is an excellent start for him.
With the 2 levels in raise, he's able to clear out these creep waves and at least get his bottle at a reasonable time. It's going to be about 2.5, maybe 2 minutes 45 when he gets that. A bit delayed, but like you said, with the pressure that he's been under, it's still a reasonably good start for Dendy. While General up on the top lane, he's not doing too poorly. 3 and 4. He's been shoved back by Dazzle and Troll a couple of times, but he's denying farm from BZZ, and he'll be keeping this tower safe up on the top lane. FNG invis. He's looking for General, but look at the patience from this man. The Enigma just sits behind the tier 1, waiting for the creep wave to come in.
He's about to get ganked though. FNG sneaking around from the side. And General with no TP. I don't think they can really help him. They're going to try to, but this is going to free things up elsewhere. Biver coming into the fray, but he might get punished though. FNG moving in with the battery assault, wants to dive this quite a bit. BZZ also in pursuit, tanking tower shots.
That's mega awkward.
Ooh.
The salve cancelled? Wait, no, never mind, it's a tower hit.
No, it's a tower.
Enigma didn't get the shot off. Mega awkward when the Slardar TP's into your cogs and you're kind of trapped in there with him. Enigma just on the outside. I don't lose out on too much.
It's going to free things up a bit here for DK Phobos, though, bottom. But they have to get something out of the Brood. So right now, Phobos, only 7 CS, will be looking to play catch-up here. And Biver looking to secure this 4-minute rune, I imagine. Heads up towards top. Maybe contest these poles a bit. But this is the window where Phobos has to get a lot done. If they're gonna only run a dual lane, he needs to be getting a lot of experience, pressuring the Leshrac, because you let the Leshrac get to like level 7 area, get his first couple items, and suddenly he's not really afraid of being dove by Spiderlings any longer.
He can definitely die though if RMN comes down to bottom lane again to look for that kill, but FNG scouts the Venge. Like, a couple of stuns chained up from RMN and Pycat means Phobos dies very quickly, and we finally see what to. So the 2 points in Lightning Storm, he was holding onto those skill points. I was kind of wondering if he goes for the Edict, but now he's seeing the Broodlings start to mass up from this Broodmother. Edict doesn't really do that much.
Yeah, Edict's worthless against the Spiderlings. If you catch the Brood itself on her own, it can be nice, but not worth the risk.
Rarely going to happen.
Yeah. It does have an early pair of Arcane Boots, though, and that will help a lot. You can see FNG hanging out near the bottom lane. Actually, they're also going to move in Vayne Score. They want to make a play with this heal bomb. Our man caged and in a lot of trouble. Yeah,
FNG?
Dead Clockwork, but maybe with that Venge as well, it'll be both going down. So honestly, trading not too bad. But what you got to worry about is this army of Spiderlings massing up and then an additional dive coming on Pycat.
Yeah, this is where the flip happens, where Broodmother suddenly becomes a massive threat. Taking out that kill power from the Vengeful Spirit helps out a lot, while Slardar tried to go in on the OD mid, but just a quick Astral onto SF, and there was no further initiation. And you're just kind of alleviating this pressure away from the Broodmother, forcing maybe RMN to switch things up and look for a gank on mid, or even kill off the Troll, because Radiant Jungle is no longer warded by Na'Vi. They've got no vision around this bottom third of the map. They don't see ganks coming in, they don't see Clockwork where he is.
Oh, they're smoking, and the smoke going to be broken by FNG. Great positioning. And they know he's up there, but they can't really do much about it.
It's like he hasn't seen them, but they know where he is, and they can't go any further forward. Holding his ground. He's just not doing anything. I mean, the trouble is, you know, like we're kind of saying in the draft, Slardar's going to get his levels, he's going to get his farm somehow, while Clockwork, he's not going to get level 3 this way. Killed off by the SF.
Oh, thank you for the souls, says Dendy. And now 30 souls, 24 and 13 mid, just right neck and neck with the OD. He's got to be happy about that. Things going quite well for Na'Vi, I would say, considering the last pick Brood, and I love the adjustment putting Lesh into a core role. He does have to walk home and heal up, replenish his mana stores. And this is giving a little more room for DK Phobos to breathe, but...
A much easier laning stage than the previous game, right?
Yeah.
But this is where Brood starts to spam webs into the jungle, behind the tower, starts cutting your waves, starts farming jungle camps, and really, you know, leapfrogs ahead of the opponents.
Looks like they're trying to set up a gank here on BZZ. Fiverr gonna dive this one, and they will catch that troll out. Crush comes through, Malefice too. Do they have to commit the black hole? I think with the follow-up stun from Venge, they should be fine. Actually low on mana though, and now the heal comes in. General hesitating, there's the Crush. I still don't think they have the damage from the skill just yet. He's so damn tanky, he's gonna turn around. BZZ threatening to go back in on General, and they end up holding the hole there.
They know with the Dazzle behind the grave, it's likely to come out, very nearly kill off the troll, but General holds the black hole. Maybe FNG will give up his life. Not sure why he walked into the Eidolons, but a few more hits, not quite enough. Dazzle heals him back.
So Na'Vi able to force quite a few Spirit Heroes either back or low. And Pycat, now that he's level 7, he's maxed the Split Earth. He has the point in Pulse Nova. He's rushing his way towards a Force Staff, it looks like, after the casual Vitality Booster. The Brood is just not getting much done. Like, they didn't get too much pressure early when Lesh is very frail. The tri-lanes paid off. Dendi held his own without really any help from the team. The Enigma didn't CS too much, but he also didn't die. And they're in good shape now. So Phobos actually the one being pursued. He's going to have to web his way to the south. Pycat popping the Pulse Nova to clear out some creeps. Won't quite find the Brood.
It was very nearly next to that Brood Mother to cancel that kind of free pathing over the trees, and maybe that would have killed him.
Things are looking quite good for Na'Vi. They're dealing with the Brood. They're actually pushing with the Enigma Venge. Dendi's farming, and come mid-game, their push is really scary. Though, as I say, that Pycat perhaps a bit overzealous, moves forward and tanks a lot of damage. Brood moving back into position. Does have another spawn Spiderlings, but...
Great sentry placement by Na'Vi. They've got 2 there already, so Pycat knew he had a path back to safety between the Slardar and the Venge. Things will start getting scary though for Na'Vi when this Broodmother picks up that Orchid. That silence over onto someone like a Leshrac or the Enigma. You're not going to want to buy BKBs early. Maybe like Yule Scepter or something like that would be good for Pycat later on. But you mentioned the Force Staff there up against the Clockwork is a necessity. Because FNG with a hookshot into Cogs trapping a Lesh in, that's just an instant death.
Yeah, but he's going to have a fast Force at this rate. He's actually the leader in net worth. He's been fed a lot of Spiderlings.
Changed his plan. He's going into the Bloodstone.
Okay. I mean, he's farming well enough.
It's going to be a fast one.
Goes for the solo smoke.
Classic.
And I think they just want to use the black hole, get a kill here, ideally on the troll. And it looks like they might just be able to do it. They saw BZZ move in this area. General now going to scout him out.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Should be an easy kill. No black hole
just yet. It's going to be a big black hole, actually.
Oh, he didn't cancel his TP. FNG walking right into the Split Earth. That's a 2 for the price of 1 special for Na'Vi.
Oh, FNG.
All right. Yeah, it's Bloodstone time. He's going to have like a sub 15-minute Bloodstone at this rate for sure.
It's gonna be like a 12-minute Bloodstone or something for Pycat because this tower top lane is gonna drop as well, right? They'll have Eidolons, they've got Edict in 7 seconds, Tier 1's forfeit. And in the meantime, bottom lane, DK Phobos isn't getting anything done. Dendi actually moves into the bot lane to clear out some Spiderlings. And sure, they've got Dazzle and Brood here with a heal bomb, but they've got no targets to go on.
It's looking really bad for Spirit now, because come mid-game, you've got a farm Leshrac who can easily deal with Spiderlings. Shadow Fiend who, yeah, is pretty squishy early to mid, but once he has the level 4 raises, he's got the raindrops, the Achille, he gets quite a bit tankier. He can also clear out Spiderlings very easily. So now 2 of these heroes can deal with them. In the mid-game, you're going to get hunted to death by Amplify damage from the Slardar. Really, your options are limited as a Brood, and then you're basically fighting 4v5. So things are looking very bad for Spirit now with this last-second draft adjustment, putting the Lesh into a core role when he's always a support for RMN.
Yeah, one thing to look forward to though is Team Spirit will have that Midas OD ramping up pretty nicely into the Hurricane Pike, into the Blink and the BKB, as well as the Battle Trance Troll to work towards. But Spirit don't have like the best Roshing lineup. They've got Dazzle Troll that can try and punch into it, but I think Na'Vi will likely be the ones to take the first Aegis in this game.
Yeah, you're talking about Roche for Spirit, but they're not looking like they'll have much map control to contest that Roche, and they're about to lose their Tier 1 mid. That's both of their most crucial Roche towers down, and the deny attempted mid by Iceberg. Not going to get it, though. Last
Bot
hit
lane
to Dendi.
Pycat.
This is a dangerous hero to dive, though. He's very tanky. You got to be careful not to feed these Spiderlings.
A couple die.
But they're running, right? They're not spreading their legs and diving into your jungle there. They're scurrying away to safety. which in and of itself is kind of a win for Na'Vi as they smoke. They're gonna head on to Iceberg mid. Might lose some efficiency here as that Midas is coming off cooldown soon. There's the swap into the Crush, into the Malefice, and won't even get a self-astral off.
That was honestly great chaining. I was wondering if they had the ability to chain stun him before he can astral. Maybe with a TP from Dazzle coming into Grave, there's an opportunity there for Spirit to save their OD. But the swap into Malefice and Crush, and then Magic Missile to follow through was perfect from them. Troll. He's graved up, but where does he go? Where does he run? He's just chain stunned into Oblivion, and one more hit is all they need to finish him off, and that's it. The Pulse Nova finds it. While in the backline, Vanscore is being chased by Biver. Well, Dendy just raising them down. That's 3 for nothing.
Oh, now
they're clearing up.
Styling on Spirit. This is going to be a quick series and maybe shorten the overall CIS qualifiers final day as they still have the Black Hole cooling down, the mech about to come out for the Enigma. The Bloodstone already complete for Pycat at only 12.5 minutes into the game. Shadowblade nearly done for Dendy. RMN already got his level 6, so he's happy as a clam. The Blink Dagger suit for Slaughter, everything Na'Vi needs, and then some coming their way.
Yeah.
6,000 gold lead.
I just opened that as well, and I was like...
5,000 experience lead. And to make matters worse, Spirit, they're not even like really angling for the late game. They have that one Midas on OD, but it's an Orchid Broodmother. Orchid under construction, not done yet. Yeah, he gets the tier 1 bottom, but that's kind of expected. Gareth, the Na'Vi are just firing on all cylinders now.
Mech for general as well. Honestly, there's nothing stopping them from just grouping up as 5. Team Spirit, what does their team fight consist of? A hook shot?
And it's a support clock. He just dies.
There's no blade mail, no force staff. The OD needs to, come in and out of team fights, gain intelligence, and then come through with the ultimate, which he's not even skilled up yet, understandably, really.
And more importantly, when you hook in, there's a swap out, there's a force out, there's a mech to heal whoever's trapped there.
Like these were Team Spirit heroes that were meant to smash their lanes and snowball into, taking Roshan, kind of similar to game 1. Did he just hook shot a creep?
Barely missing there, was aiming for Biver, but I don't know if he wanted to hit that hook. Might have died as RMN and General combining here in the jungle, going to find BZZ. They'll pick him off as well. Na'Vi collecting yet another kill. You can see Dendy with his shadow.
Oh, hello.
Oh, might get caught though, Phobos. Debuting the Orchid. This is a big dive, though. I don't think he can kill the Shadow Fiend in time. He's going to try for it. Not quite enough damage. Now the turnaround comes. They heal into that Black Hole, forcing Denny back, but the Crush onto the Dazzle could kill him off before he gets the Self-Grave. Will barely manage to secure it. Goes for the TP out. Will we get a bash? Doesn't have the point in it yet. Ends up making it out, but at the expense of his Brood. Not so lucky.
Great decision making from Slardar. Crush was coming off cooldown and could have crushed the Dazzle at the very end of that TP, but holds it for the Broodmother, realizing it's the bigger kill. Just let the Dazzle self-grave and TP out, go for the Brood, kill her off, and stop. What little momentum Spirit has is coming from the Broodmother, building into Orchid, looking for, phase boots and BKB and AC and these items which will allow them to team fight at the very least. But if she's not able to farm and keep pressure on these lanes, that momentum just disappears completely. And now a blink for Slardar. This initiation from Na'Vi just gets stronger and stronger.
They're going for another kill on the Troll. BZZ off way too far. Say hello to Dendy. Kaboom! Finds him with the Requiem. Does get the bash, but he's going to need like 15 more to even have a chance at a kill. So
only 15?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not looking great right now for Spirit.
But yeah, this was a Team Spirit draft that was meant to slaughter lanes. Troll's meant to own his lane, OD's meant to own his lane, with the Dazzle and the Clockwork roaming, and the Broodmother off lane.
Well, that was the thing though. Like, we looked at the first couple picks, we're like, are they going to go for a push strat? They've got the Dazzle, they have the Troll. They could go, into a heavy 5-man pushing lineup. But they went a totally different direction. They went for the Clockwork, they went for the Brood. More of a spread the map, win your lane style draft, and when they didn't win their lanes, they didn't really have a great plan B.
They do pick up pace. It's not just win your lanes and snowball and try and win in the first 30 minutes. They can pick up pace once they start getting items up, and obviously the 4 staff now in OD is kind of a showcase of how well that Midas has done for him. 16 minutes in, does have an item to his name, but if the Troll isn't able to farm and keep up pace with anyone else on the enemy team, you look at his net worth now, he's 1,000 behind the Enigma, he's a good 2,000 behind anyone else, and then you've got Dendy and Pycat sitting on 8k at the top.
It's the hook bottom, just narrowly missing on Dendy. The luck just not going their way, but Iceberg gonna dive Dendy deep behind his tier 2 tower, desperate to get a kill on the board. Will find that kill, and now maybe going to look for more, though. Pycat is very tanky with the Bloodstone and the Force Staff, so he'll make it out to safety. Spirit suddenly 5-man converging bottom. That's the type of kill they desperately need to get back in this game. And I think, to your point, they do have pretty good late game. You've got OD Troll. I mean, Brood, not the best late game hero just because she doesn't really team fight that well, but does do a lot of damage and can solo kill heroes pretty effectively with the right items. So not entirely out of it yet, but they're going to need a lot more of that if they want to come back.
Yeah, and in that fight there, they would have really loved to kill off Pycat. You know, killing Dendi is a decent enough shout. You remove half his souls, you killed him off. The 3 times kill streak is nice to take. But if you could have killed off Pycat there and taken his 5-kill streak and Bloodstone charges, would have been a huge kind of game stopper and delay here. But Pycat's still caught on bottom lane. He's walked into the 3 of them.
Speak of the devil.
Might get the kill anyway. Nice deny.
It is denied, so they're a bit limited there. Hookshot cooling down, though. FNG going to die for another one. Might be able to find General. There's the hook. It's a direct connection. Then the cogs to follow up. Na'Vi getting sloppy, starting to hemorrhage kills, and this bottom lane is a no-go zone, Gareth, at least for this stage. Like, they do not have the ability to walk here and come out safely. Now, that said, Na'Vi able to make the most of this. They'll go in Roche. So they grab an Aegis. I mean, I think that's certainly worth the Enigma kill. Probably not Pycat dying as well, but this time around, he'll have the Aegis to work with.
Yeah, ever since Brood got like level 7 or 8, that bottom lane just been like, no, don't go in there. There's webs everywhere in the jungle and all across that bottom lane.
It's a pretty big drop in the net worth, though. Yeah, they have to be careful not to get sloppy. This is the stage of the game where Na'Vi don't have great ways to TP out safely. Like, you can maybe force out of the cogs, but if you don't have that force available for whatever reason, you're probably dead as the Shadow Fiend.
Like, their 5-man is so massively superior. Oh, Slaughter?
Well, you say that, but they're not 5-manning right now. Viver going to go down to the soul burn from the Orchid. Another big pick for his Spirit. I'm really surprised Na'Vi keep on going here. Guys, don't go. Don't step here. It's not safe, but FNG overextends. He'll get picked off. And Spirit will have to back away, at least for the time being. And if you're going to go bottom, you need to do it with the whole team. And that's what they're trying. He charges in. He does have Aegis round 2. He'll come back soon. They have a black hole ready. Will they get the chance to use it? General trying to move back into the fray. Pycat forcing a way to safety. And now it's suddenly the OD trapped in an awkward position. He's already committed his Hurricane Pike. He's going to self-astral. And it looks like he will be going down. Requiem perfectly timed with that. This will be forced away.
Pycat died so quickly. That weave up on him and then the Shadow Wave with a couple of physical right clicks. He just went from 100 to 20% HP within a split second. Aegis. Who's it up on? Is that... Who had Aegis on Na'Vi?
The Leshrac.
Leshrac did have it, okay.
The bottom lane really should be viewed as lava by Na'Vi, though. Unless they're going to send 4 or 5 heroes, or at the very least, like, park the Venge behind a core. It's not safe when Spirit have 5 bottom, and you know that's because they've lost the two towers. So they really don't have the best map control. But Na'Vi reestablishing control at least for now, and with that reestablishing their lead. So they decided instead of sending 1 hero down at a time, we'll send all 5 here at once. It's been a pretty quiet game for the Troll, though. I feel like we haven't seen really anything out of BZZ. Mostly just trying to farm this top lane. 0-4.
They just got ganked over and over again. RMN. He's caught. He turns to fight though. This OD from the high ground stunned up with a dazzle next to him, but RMN finds the kill before dying and doesn't even die himself. The razors come through and Na'Vi 3 for 1. Finally Phobos pops the Venge in the back end, but Dendi's here to clear up spider lanes with Pycat.
Oh, they got Phobos as well. Scouted out for the moment. Crush comes through. Another pick off. That's 4 dead for Na'Vi. Strength in numbers for this team fight lineup. And
honestly, like the past 10 minutes, we've been looking at this thinking 5-man from Na'Vi, pretty strong. Maybe you're a bit worried about Brood split pushing, but I don't think it's a massive threat when she's gone for this Orchid build.
Yeah, she didn't go Desolator, she didn't go Book.
Necro Book, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you don't really have to worry about the split push. Yeah, you've got the Troll ult to help amplify, but I don't think it's enough to like take a lane of Rex before Na'Vi can get a couple tier 2s or a tier 3 of their own. So, yeah, I agree. They should be 5-manning, and it's a good adjustment by Na'Vi.
You just look at the Troll now. He's not going S and Y. He's realized he needs a BKB this game just to be able to do anything. He's still a fair distance away from it, and tier 2 bot lane.
Even once he gets it, though, they have Amp, they have the Venge Aura, they
SF
have
right click.
Yeah, Na'Vi just have a lot of damage, period. It's not just physical, or magical damage by any means, I should say.
And speaking of BKBs, that's Dendy with one of his own, so he's got 2 mobility items. Shadowblade kind of doubles up as a split push item as well if he needs it to be. And the magic immunity against initiations.
Troll is just not a hero, huh? Killed by 2 supports
not
again.
in this game.
Yeah, RMN does get hooked here. They're going to try and pound him down from distance with the OD, but
He can swap General in if he wants to, like if things get really hairy.
you take the casualty.
Nah, you swap General in and you black hole the 3 of them, I think.
General has another 4 staff coming in.
Oh, nice.
This is the problem with Clockwork, is if the enemy supports get farmed, he's not very effective, and Na'Vi, their supports all starting to feel very farmed at this point. They've got, I think, triple Force staff now, or yeah, triple Force coming out.
Spirit have sentries, but they don't see Dendy coming in. The Pebble thrown, but the Grave is there in time from Vanscore, and he TP's out. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. But the Solana coming in to crush him up.
I
Nice
think you
play
go
by
high ground
Dendy.
now. This is the potentially lane of Brax. Spirit gonna have a tough time defending. They have no dazzle. Their deep push is very underwhelming. We talked about it towards the end of the draft that Na'Vi were looking like a pushing lineup, and Spirit not very well equipped to directly stop a push head-on. They try for the split, but Brood not even at the tier 3. Na'Vi already banging at the front door. They knock down the tower. They turn onto the melee rack. Spirit need to muster a defense. FNG hook cooling down in 3, but he's just hooking into certain death, and while he's hesitating, BZZ is caught. Swapped, Astral defensively used, but they're going to drop the Midnight Pulse. They blow him up. Pycat just nuking him to smithereens, and now straight onto the top lane. This is looking like 2 lanes. Quite possibly the game they'll send one home, the Enigma, to slow down the push, and as soon as that Enigma retreats, in jumps FNG, and Vanscore says, let's think about it for a moment.
Yeah, Vanscore was still in Fountain 5-6 seconds ago, and I was wondering why he wasn't moving. I don't know if he's having a few issues. Looks like there's some lag because saved him. It was going to be a close one anyway, and maybe Troll just dies regardless because you've got these 2 saving mechanisms that don't move him out of position, and with Pycat just standing next to you with Pulse Nova, probably doesn't matter too much.
Oh, welcome in everybody who is joining us now as we get the CIS final day of qualifier action started. This could be the end for Team Spirit. Na'Vi, they came back in a crazy game 1 to ultimately get the 1-0 advantage, and now having Spirit on match point.
Odie doesn't have Hurricane.
And threatening for their second lane of Rax. A perfectly timed Grave will keep Iceberg alive for now, but he gets stunned. Controlled, may go down anyway. That last auto tech, not quite enough damage. Barely able to slip away to safety, but still Na'Vi focusing on objectives. They did TP their Enigma home to slow the split push. Coming from the Brood Mother, that's right. The Brood and DK Phobos, barely TPs out. Almost got clipped by a Malefus. Actually committing the BKB here. That's his 10-second charge down the drain just to get home safe. He did not get a lane of Rax. So Na'Vi a full lane advantage. Clean at that, and with how quickly they push Gareth, they get these lanes shoved out, they could easily just take a second, if not straight mega creeps.
DK Phobos, dude, who TPing out of one stun into another. He has to put the BKB to make sure Pycat doesn't clip him with a split earth, because that would undoubtedly have been his death as well. The fact that Dendy's nearby and he's got so much damage. He's packing a massive punch with Requiem up to level 3 and ready.
I mean, even if you do BKB, though, you could get swapped, black hold, right-clicked, amplify damage on you. You may die regardless. So that's the thing, is you need BKB this game, just for the Leshrac alone, but it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card by any means.
I have seen OD come back from situations like this before, where the game goes longer and longer, gets dragged out, but usually it's when the secondary core has had at least a decent start and broken even in the game. This troll is a non-factor. 0-6-1, unfortunately for BZZ. BKB is still 1,000 gold away.
Oh, that's some next level tactics. They're trying to gank the 6th man.
The courier?
Yeah. 6th player of Team Spirit.
The amp damage on the courier.
Yeah, we see you, courier. We see you. Say Na'Vi.
Push just continues top lane. Eidolons. Is that a DD Dendy? Not for too much longer. About 10 seconds left. Still should be enough damage with no glyph out for Spirit.
There's the Hurricane Pike. A bit of harass on the Dendy, but he'll Shadow Blade it off. Comes back in. Bear in mind, he has a BKB. He's going to be a big force in these team fights. No way to interrupt a Requiem aside from a bash or a hook shot.
They know where FNG is.
And if you're standing next to Dendy as this troll without a BKB, you're in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have it yet, about 1,000 gold short. Range racks down. Navi straight onto the melee. This could be the second lane. Spirit just not showing any signs of a head-on engagement. And while they hesitate, Viper finds the opening. But the hook's there to counter. And FNG sacrificing his life for the cause. But how much good will it actually do? He's down immediately. And then General from behind finds two. Line him up. Knock him down. Navi stay alive. They've got a date with Empire as they crush their way through Spirit here in game number 2.
General Black Hole's 2 full HP heroes. Dendy just rolls up and slaps them down. 1 hit each and they're gone.
Didn't even need the Requiem.
Didn't even need the Requiem.
Hey,
my goodness. Again, it was one of these things where Nav...
Navi's turn to ban. Navi's turn to ban. Navi's turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
War Chief.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
The sack.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Night Stalker.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remain.
Vengeful spirits.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
This outrage will
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Flesh sustains, gold remains. You merge with the impurity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gift from the goddess.
Cool. Right. No, that was me. It's good now. Dota TV audio is now on. Cloud's
Gareth.
It's my fault. Or I can blame Steam Cloud.
Wow, what is
I'm
your
not sure.
Gareth.say no to anime?
Say no to anime, dude.
Wow.
Oh, this actually showing now?
Yeah.
That's been broken for so long. Say no to anime. It's the UK Dota mantra.
It's not drugs, dude.
Anime is drugs. General spun down, but the telekinesis doesn't hold him in place long enough, and there's no Sunstrike coming through until now. Ooh, Omni Slash catches him. In the meantime, RMN did find a kill over on Ghostic as he was trying to farm in the jungle.
This is one of the worst starts I've seen a Centaur have in a while.
Yeah, he's getting smashed, and Miposhka actually might be in trouble himself as he's moving away from the Ogre. I don't know if they've given up. They throw the scan out and they don't see where he is. General's moving across. He's given up. Expects Miposhka to have retreated, TP'd, or just simply run away.
Not worth his time. Pesky level 1 Earth Spirit.
They can maybe move in onto the Juggernaut. There's no point in crippling Fear, so killing Chappie when he's got spin up is relatively difficult unless they can punch him.
They gotta get the healing ward.
The dive comes in from General. The healing ward's hiding though and they give up. No point continuing. In the meantime, RMN is caught by 3. Miposhka chases him down with illusions, but General with River come in to hold that line. And the roll is available in 2 seconds time. The Jukes come through. They found another illusion and stunned it up, but oh, the roll away. Oh, the Spirit's back to safety.
Damn, what illusion usage.
Baits out a stun. Is Dendi going in on this? One raise hits, General chases. Again, Miposhka has a roll in a second. He's trying to juke it, but I'm not sure it's going to work this time. One more punch out from the Night Stalker finds it. Chappie as FaZe boots forward with a spin onto Dendi to slow him down. The TP. Oh, Dendi not quite going to get away.
Maybe if he popped the stick. That would have been...
Before the TP?
If he like switched into Agi Treads, popped the stick, Strange Treads, and then TP'd out. Possibly. I think like maybe 60, 70 HP. Actually, no. Probably wouldn't have done it.
Oh, there's no spin. Juggernaut. He gets it off just before the Split Earth lands, and Chappie will count his lucky stars if he escapes from this one. The TP's come through with Ghost Stick. The stomp into the double edge. They found the turnaround. The Ogre fade bolted down, and Chappie with a double kill after what looked like he would die. RMN is trying to sprint away, and I think Miposhka is going to let him.
Almost unlocked him.
Very, very nearly. I mean,
Leshrac cast point is so long on that Split Earth, though.
And Blade Fury was like coming off cooldown, you know, 1 second before that Split Earth would have landed, and very close. In the meantime, Pycat has been farming top lane, and he's bought himself a Hand of Midas on the Vengeful Spirit carry. How do you feel about this, Ben? So I know you love Midas Boots of Travel, but do you like Midas Vengeful Spirit?
I used to like Midas. Midas I don't like so much this patch, but he's having a good time. Why not? What? But he's got it so early. He can also get the levels a lot too. I think the levels are particularly important on the Venge because he's pushing with his team very often. So he's not getting solo experience from creep waves. He's not able to newt that much because SF is doing it. So those talents are really good damage. 25 attack speed, 8 all stats, and 65 damage are the typical talents. People complain about Lone Druid's talents. 55 damage. She has a slightly better one, although it is much, much later.
She does ramp up pretty nicely. General No points in his ulti just yet because he's yet to get level 6. Phase Boots and Urn are ready for him, but he is struggling to find these levels. We were talking about Ghostic having a rough time in the top lane, shut down, he was level 4, 6-7 minutes in, but after that one fight at bottom lane, managed to find his ulti, nearly level 8, and they're pushing tier 1 top lane. The Centaurs had a pretty miraculous comeback, honestly.
Yeah, he TP'd into that little nook. That's really what saved him. I'm not sure if they actually saw the TP there too.
General walks into 4 heroes stampeding forwards from Empire, and Na'Vi, the lead that they had, it's all but diminished now.
Time to play patiently.
Time to fall back and play patiently, but do you want Empire to have all the room in the world to finish off Midas on Invoker and Juggernaut to get up and running?
You don't really have a choice now. Invoker has 1400 gold, so he pretty much has his Midas. Juggernaut is pretty resistant to ganks because he can just spin TP unless Venge is there with a swap, but Venge is kind of interested in getting her farm up. She is going to go Midas into Helm of Dom, so it's not going to be that much slower. I do think Na'Vi should be eyeing Roche pretty soon. I think they can take it out pretty quickly as soon as Shadow Fiend gets his level 1 President of Dark Lord.
And they've got that Night Stalker ulti now. A minute and a half until nighttime.
Yeah, they just need a farm for, I think, like 2 minutes, I'd say. Shadow Fiend can get 10 at that point. 25 attack speed, 20 attack speed, also really good. Vengeful Spirit will have her Helm of Dom, and then it'll be nighttime, and then they can actually fight again. But, just a brief lull in the action for them.
I mean, you said they should sit back a little bit. 4-man farming their own jungle. RMN's the only one across the river. Actually lurking around, maybe looking to push out this creep wave after Chappie forces it forward and dips back into the jungle. But there is the nighttime. General pops his ult as well, just trying to extend that one out.
I think they have to fight now, or fight soon though, because General doesn't have that much farm. He committed for an Urn rather than like Midas, let's say. So that means that he's not going to be very farming unless they get a couple of kills pretty soon. So they're actually going to go into Roche right now. At level 9, Shadow Fiend did go for the Presence of the Dark Lord over the ultimate. Should make this a lot easier. It's a pretty good value point. Minus 3 armor for 1 point.
Pretty huge.
Yep.
And Empire don't seem to know until now. They Sunstrike and scan into the pit.
Too late.
But it's way too late. They've committed 3 heroes bot lane to try and shove into tier 1.
It was a good darkness by General. He used it at 11:06. So it's very typical to use it 50 seconds before nighttime. So they probably like, okay, he just wants to make it night for a good 5 minutes instead. And they were actually sitting behind the Juggernaut on the bottom expecting gank, but that did not happen.
And now
they're ready, dude.
Yeah, now it's natural nighttime, and you mentioned the Midas in general. He's actually got that queued up. The TP will come to the tier 2. Looking maybe for Chappie as the fake push mid. It did start off. Miposhka's moved away from his Jug and the spin TP. We'll get Chappie away. RMN is one of the stragglers left out across this river, but Empire don't have anything to chase forward just yet. FN still wants to farm into his Aghanim Scepter. Going for that kind of raw build that we're seeing more and more commonly. No more Rings of Aquila, no more, I think we've seen Koikwa go 4-staff a couple of times, but it's very rare as Chappie finds Dendi up at the top rune spot. Sunstrike's off the mark, and, well, they've got the stun. Miposhka does cancel a TP at the very last second to secure that kill.
Downside of Night Stalker going to Urn. He had the Urn, and he doesn't have any charges. So now he's forced to farm for his Midas. And because he's forced to farm for his Midas and sit in lane, Shadow Fiend dies because Night Stalker is not doing anything except for farming. We don't want Night Stalker to be right here, parked down in lanes, farming up creeps. You want him to kind of make the enemy team feel threatened, make Invoker feel scared to farm these neutrals that he's farming. Juggernaut a little bit afraid to push towers because of the crippling fear threat, and none of this fear is really happening right now.
I guess
because it was all because of that failed T2 dive, though. Yeah, actually.
And I guess when you are farming as Night Stalker, you want to be doing it in fog anyway, being off the map to sort of create that fear you're talking about. TP up top, and they want to start something off onto Chappie. He's low HP, but the Hoof Stomp comes in with a Sunstrike, and down he goes. General TPs to try and find something there, trying to make action happen, but the TPs from Empire will now allow them to full retreat. General's not having the best of times over on this Night Stalker. He's 400 or so gold away from his Hand of Midas, but
he did save the tower up top, though. I don't think it would have fallen anyways. They could have just raised, and it would have been enough to stop the creep wave.
Usually it's the Ogre that does that. Ogre's the one that's like, oh, I'm just gonna run in,
Wanna
kill
walk-
me.
wanna stand in your creep wave and tank a few hits so the tower doesn't.
Kill me, please. Not this game.
Chappie rushing straight into Manta style. You know, you talked about that crippling fierce silence is so big against the Juggernaut, not allowing him to healing ward or spin.
Even getting swapped in, I think, is pretty bad for him. So Manta kind of helps against that too.
I'm just gonna like swap into silence as well. But this is the 5-man push that we've been looking for from Na'Vi into the tier 2 mid. Alpha Wolf, therefore Pycat's Venge as the Hand of Midas. Oh, it's been kicking in. Level 12, double damage Venge, and up onto high ground they go. Aegis is still on Pycat for a couple of minutes now. Tier 3's dropping, and there's no glyph here actually. This might be a full commitment to take down the tower and look for shrines, but the blink, stun, sunstrike off the mark, completely misses. FN seem to have no idea where the Vengeful Spirit was. This does not stop Na'Vi going on through the roll forward. Miposhka in with the Magnetize, but he's immediately dead. Tornado catches 3, but it's not enough damage, and they don't have the sustain to continue going forward. Ghost Stick even popped the Stampede for that, and Na'Vi, again, these are just spells being thrown that are... They're not doing anything, so Na'Vi can just keep on going.
That kill was so rough because that actually gave urn charges. So now Venge has like a second life.
They finally find the Leshrac, so no Edict onto the ranged racks, which is what Na'Vi were looking for, and they will finally move themselves away.
Still, they can take shrines out. It's 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah. I mean, Aegis still had another minute or so to go for Pycat, but there's no reason to give that away or give away a team fight when you've done so much structural damage over onto the side of Team Empire's base.
The DD was really great. The missed Sunstrike was very, very costly. Like, Pycat would not nearly have been so bold had he, like, it would have forced the Earth Spirits to not roll into, they wouldn't have had the urn charges, and Venge might have been actually like a good kill target too, with Omni Slash and whatnot, but regardless, Na'Vi come out way ahead. I think being able to take down shrines this early is really huge for them. Unless then he keeps dying.
That one doesn't miss. But Pycat, Aegis, is going to get popped here. They're looking to kill off Ghost Stick in the back, and they will. Pycat doesn't have a swap, but take a look at where Chappie is. Slowed down by the Ignite, spins himself and TPs away. There's nothing to stop this. Now the swap's on cooldown. And Dendi, that time the Sunstrike got him. Ghost Stick pairing up very nicely there with FN, finally finding that pop.
He did sell that the other Wraith Band though, that you talked about.
Did he finish the second Wraith Band? I didn't actually look to see it.
I don't think so.
I saw the second Slippers.
But he did buy a slipper. Usually you don't buy just a plain slipper.
Yeah, it was interesting. What do Na'Vi do now? Do they just continue the pressure? Do they wait for next Roshan? Are they waiting
I think
for General?
they look for opportunities to take down shrines. I think they could take it very quickly with SF beating on it and Leshrac with the Edict. So they just need to look for like one simple kill and 2 taking down shrines, and then take control from there. Having those shrines down, like, it is so hard to farm in the jungle, even if you're like a Juggernaut or something like that, because of the no shrines. You can't expect help from your team at all.
And you can even see the line of warding here from Na'Vi all across the jungles. One mid lane is about to expire. A fresh one up on the top lane, though, actually scouts Ghost Stick as he moves on across into the dire jungle. They're hunting for someone, but there is no one here. Their Radiant Observer Ward that was deep maybe saw for a split second RMN as he walked across the lane. But this is Na'Vi setting up camp, and Ogre, he's standing next to a shrine. Yeah, he's pinging it, saying, guys, we can probably go for this. They've shown up top. They've given away the position of 3-4 of their heroes, but now this smoke.
There's no Leshrac though. They can't take it down that quickly without Lesh. Like, Shadow Fiend's gonna have to sit there for a good like 20 seconds to take this down.
Oh, this could be big for Empire. They are smoked and running forward. FN's even TPing back. Oh, he's TPing back to Fountain actually to regen his mana, looking for a Sunstrike maybe. Ghost Stick blinks away. The Shrine's already dead. They couldn't get there in time to start a team fight before it went down. And RMN just goes back to farming waves.
They really want to fight this though. Pycat does have the double damage. He's hit
again
really hard. Yep. Double damage with Bloodlust.
Oh yes.
He's not level 15 though. Thought the Midas would bump him up in levels, but he's still puny level 13.
And he's going straight into the BKB afterwards. Why no Dragonlance in this game? Does it just slow things down too much? You need these key items faster. Dragonlance is a bit of a delay.
I think because he already has the Midas, bigger items are better.
Okay.
BKB owns their lineup though. Who can really right click? Invoker's not farmed enough to do so. You can't just stand there right clicking the Venge with alacrity.
Especially if
And
Juggernaut like insta dies or gets caught out.
Juggernaut also has Manta style. He doesn't do that much damage, even with like a full Omni Slash on the Vengeful. She's usually going to have her her helm creep around her too, so half damage from the Omni Slash generally. I like it. With a BKB, you are not scared of dying at all, and you can also offensively swap. You can like swap Invoker in and then BKB and just do whatever you want. It's great.
Swap into Requiem.
Swap into Requiem.
Swap into Crippling
That is
Fear.
really hard to pull off, to swap into Requiem, but
I want to see it now. Now you've said that, I really want to see it.
It's so high risk for
for one kill.
For maybe a kill. That's the risky part.
I think the coolest things I've seen are like swap into Centaur stuns and stuff when there's been like a Venge and a Chen, but usually that's a support Venge and a support Chen, obviously. So yeah, you're not giving away too much if things go poorly for you. Empire, they hold a pretty good position here over towards the east of Na'Vi's advance.
Did you see the swap into Lasso? That's pretty cool.
Swap into Lasso?
Yeah, some of the Chinese teams ran it when Position 1 Venge was starting to be experimented with.
Because Vega used to run the swap into Hex. Venge
swap into Hex is
like
super
easy. Yeah.
Swap into Lasso is...
That
like
sounds cool.
The cast range on Lasso is not great, so...
Huh.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Na'Vi don't push forward. They realize they have no vision around this.
They need to take down that second shrine, do Roche, and then proceed how they will. But those should be the next two objectives for them. Because it doesn't really seem like Empire really want to fight at the moment.
How do they gain access to this area, though? With Empire lurking around and the tier 2 top standing, do you send RMN bot again to like push a wave and force Juggernaut to go and deal with it?
No. You use the threat of Night Stalker.
So you just stay 5-man versus 5-man and have the Mexican standoff kind of thing?
Well, Night Stalker teams always get the jump, though. They should always get the jump. So that's when... That's the upper hand that Na'Vi have right now.
Na'Vi needs to get some wards down, though.
They have Night Stalker. He's a ward.
He doesn't have Ags yet, though.
Yeah, but he has Night Vision. Night Vision is incredibly good.
That's true.
That's why Luna was super popular and not so popular after she got her Night Vision nerf, amongst other things.
Bloodstone. RMN completes it 21 minutes in.
That is very fast.
No Yules, no Glimmer,
I
nothing like
actually like the Greaves build that Swindles does a little bit more than the Bloodstone Rush on the support. Just because I think in a team fight it's just way better. It's really good versus like the Magnetize on the Earth Spirit to dispel that, healing everyone up. And of course the mana I think is also fairly important versus something like an Invoker who could potentially EMP your team.
And when you have 6 armor on a Leshrac, you're just going to get a right click down and maybe 1 or 2 hit crit as a Stampede.
You just play differently though with this build. This build you run in a lot more. Greaves, you just sit back, cast your spells, heal up. So Roshan is almost up. It's been 10 minutes and 35-ish, 40-ish seconds. And both teams know that we're just going to be up. Vengeful Spirit does have an illusion. How does Pike keep getting BC
They're the
runes?
best runes.
Yeah, these are seriously the best runes for him. I would say Illusion right now is better than DD because they can get the high ground vision. And Earth Spirit just rolled away from the Illusion because he's deathly afraid of what's happening. He even had the Observer Ward. But look, can you click on that Observer Ward? You can't see anything with it. It's to the left.
Jump in, Ghost Stick, 2-man, Stomp, Double Edge General, Omni Slash down, but they've still kept themselves alive. This Bloodstone Leshrac is finally going to drop, and he will die, but a heal comes through onto Pycat. Ghost Stick is stood in, the Roche pit, and down he goes. He actually had the Aegis, he snatched it. Somehow he took it, and now Na'Vi, they don't have that second life of the Vengeful Spirit. The Pochka going to get raised a little bit here, but Chappie always got him on lockdown. The BKB from Dendi will keep him alive a little bit longer, but Na'Vi have gifted a team fight win to Empire. I didn't see what happened in the pit, but somehow
3-man stomp by Ghost Stick.
But the Aegis, why didn't no one pick it up?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think they were stunned, but I don't know who actually killed it.
Centaur got it somehow.
Maybe it was unclear in between the Vengeful Spirit and the Shadow Fiend who was actually going to take the Aegis. Because I think both are pretty good carriers.
Yeah.
Both have BKBs too, so... Vengeful Spirit was not able to pop her BKB in time.
They won't be able to do anything in time. That big old hoof stomp catching the 3 of them, then Roshan dying, then Aegis getting snatched. Oh, the Ice Wall placed down.
I really think this Leshrac build actually might have cost him the game though. If he had anything else other than a Bloodstone,
Like if he had Grease, I think he would have been able to survive that fight and keep
Force
the Force Staff. More importantly, Solar Crest. If he had Solar Crest, Roche would have been done. Right? It would have been done 5 seconds before that whole fight had engaged. And Bloodstone's nice. I mean, it's good, but if you're a core, I would say, because the thing about getting Bloodstone late is that you're not farmed enough to just run in. You want to get Bloodstone and then get like Shivas and stuff like that, so you just like run in with your Bloodstone and just do tons and tons of damage because you have a lot of HP and a ton of mana. But like when you're behind with a Bloodstone, it's not particularly great because you lose charges because you're not that farmed. And you can't run in because you're not that farmed. So it doesn't really synergize with the playstyle of the Leshrac that I think RMN is going for. And you know, Swindle's build does have a lot of merit.
Okay. Well, at least they did get that kind of AoE pop heal. Kept Avenge alive a little bit longer inside the pit when RMN did die.
Yay.
Yeah. I'm just looking for silver linings here, Ben. That one little thing, that's all I can come up with is that he managed to AoE heal a couple of people and maybe drew out the fight a little bit longer, but
he could respawn a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Nice.
But even then it's even more scary, right? Because if you're relying on an AoE heal from a Bloodstone to keep you alive a few seconds longer and still die.
He didn't pop his BKB. He got, I think the Sunstrike hit all around the same time as the hoof stomp double edge.
Then they had like Tornado, Ice Wall, and everything inside the pit, but the battle kicks off again. Bottom lane, Tornado 1-2. Nice Chappie Jugger. Oh, hello. Omni Slash through them. The stomp comes out again. Requiem wound up at the spin. Chappie's still alive. The swap back in. A couple of right clicks will finish him. And Jug with Centaur both dropping. FN fell back after throwing the Tornado. Didn't want to commit to the fight, but will be able to TP away. Sunstrike missing out on RMN there, it looks like. As Miposhka will also TP out.
Drop your Bloodstone. RMN, please.
Efficiency. Like, I even drop Null Talisman on a Magic Wand. Like,
well, Bloodstone's really annoying because you can't put it in your backpack.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So, it's not as easy. But the other item, sure. And you don't really want to put your Bloodstone on the floor. It's like
your one item. Yeah, he has one. Well, he's got Yules now, I guess.
He's actually very farmed now. So that's kind of nice. Yules can save him from like Omni Slash.
Whoa. The hell?
Pike in.
Pike just walks into the enemy base with a Shadow Blade and says, cool, Earth Spirit, thanks, I'll take you. And now they can finally go for that top shrine.
15 minutes, they took T3, took them another 10 minutes to get both shrines.
Yeah.
Not ideal for them, but you know, it's kind of hard to venture up into that area. But I don't actually know if they're going to be able to take it.
Not the most seamless of transitions for them, but they will get there eventually. They can't go towards tier 2 top though. They've not got the creep wave. It's
they do
all the way to tier 3.
Arcane Night Stalker. Value.
Permanite.
Not quite.
He's got his Ags, but yeah, he doesn't have the level 3 in the darkness.
Nor does he have Octarine.
Oh yeah. Octarine Night Stalker is so annoying.
It's pretty great.
Is it perma? It's like 12 seconds downtime or something?
It's something ridiculous.
It's very close.
It's very close.
Yeah. Well, now General has that. They've got that AoE vision. Just need to get themselves a gem, which actually Ogre has picked up. Now they can start looking to D-ward and move around the map, control things up even further.
So Empire, selfless, Ogre. He's going for Vlad instead of Midas.
Stampede.
Oh,
the high ground. They've got the Axe to jump in as well. The stun, the Omni Slash, the combos through. Biver and General both screwed, and RMN turns to fight, but Chappie dodges the stun out with his Blade Fury. We'll walk this one off for now. FN looks like he wants to go back in. Pops the Alacrity and the healing wall's down. The stomp not going to land though with the BKB from Pycat. Turns the battle up against Chappie, and now down he goes. A little bit too big for his boots there as Healing Ward dodges a couple of attacks uphill, but the swap back onto Earth Spirit. Nice. I'll kick away and roll back to safety. Well, allow Miposhka to escape, and FN also follows suit. TP's out. In the meantime, Dandy's been pushing top lane.
His TP was on cooldown. I checked.
But I mean, he's like gaining value while they're winning a team fight already. I say winning. It's a 2-for-1, but
they could have easily just backed off and just gotten 2 kills. So it's definitely on Empire for going back in there, not respecting the BKB of the Avenge that they had revealed on the T2 fight bottom. But you know, they thought they could do it. From their point of view, it was 5v2.
Yeah. One big problem though, the gem they had just bought.
Oh, they lost.
It's now on the Centaur,
That's rough.
Yeah, that's not fun.
You also should not be holding the gem as the ogre.
Oh, he'd given it to Night Stalker already. Night Stalker died back there.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
He'd literally passed it to the Night Stalker. They saw the Rubik, killed the Rubik, and then they lost the gem.
GG.
Unfortunate. FN. Tornado's creep wave blinks back into the trees. General sees him, but ooh, tries the Force Staff with the help of Dendi.
That was really close.
Nearly gets the mini stun out from the void, but will not find him. Aposhka also just barely able to TP away. General's very quick on his feet with these face boots.
He might want to blink or something like that to
That could
be
be
able
cool.
to stop these. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what you go for on Night Stalker. Maybe the armlet that you talked about. He went for cast range and level 10. Never mind. You don't go for armlet with that. Actually, he has Bloodlust though.
Difficult decision.
That is pretty difficult. Well, I think at 25 attack speed or 300 mana is easily 25 attack speed.
I mean,
you don't run out of mana.
What about like a Basher, an Abyssal Blade or something, or a Hex?
I think Basher would be really nice. I don't like Hex just because Lotus just owns it.
I'm thinking like instant disables against the Jugger or the Invoker.
I like Blink personally just because he's gonna be picking people off that split push. It's really good at killing the Invoker. But Basher's pretty good too. I think Basher's probably better because Invoker has BKB.
RMN. Looks like he's in trouble. And he'll die. Also loses out on the Dire Courier, which had his Medallion of Courage on it.
Oh,
so
now
is
he's going for it.
Now he's going for the Solar Crest.
I bet he has so much regret about the Bloodstone too.
Oh, Ghost
after the first Roche.
Naposhka comes in to save him. The 3-man Magnetize is there. The BKB from Pycat's through, but the healing ward's keeping Ghosting alive for so long. Swap back into the middle of the three of them will finally secure the kill and the gem. The gem, guys. The Earth Spirit comes back in, and Invoker with the EMP Tornado catches Pycat as well, and Juggernaut says hello. So Vengeful Spirit.
Where is Dendi?
That's a very good question. Dendi
is TP'd out.
Dendi is miles away. He's BKB TP'd, and he's long gone.
What is up with their teamwork? Like Pycat's off making solo plays by himself, which is good. Armen's been farming and dying by himself. Not so great. Dendi has just been nowhere to be seen in these team fights, and not really, like, he didn't get the T2 tower on the left side. He wasn't pushing a tower that time too. He was just TPing back to Fountain, you know, and I don't know if they just like don't trust each other or what, or they just really have that fear of dying.
Like disjointed decisions, it feels like, and I was praising them before this series started, how they seemed to be patient and their decision making seemed crisp and clear in the previous series. In this one, it seems like it's 4+1. Dendi's off doing some of his own things while the rest of the team is grouping up and fighting. And the last time I saw Dendi in a team fight was when they were like pushing down mid.
Been a while. Oh, the T2 fight on bottom too.
Maybe they find the Invoker. Nice stun. Chain it up with a few raises, a few hits in, but FN's got the Ghost Walk.
Where's his detection too?
I was expecting Orman to have Dust or something,
Yep.
but they do not have it.
The team play is just, you gotta play for the team, man. Get the Solar Crest for the team. Get the Dust for the team. He didn't even buy Sentry Wards after that.
And now the third Roshan. Man, this has got ages cheese, and Na'Vi are not in position to contest this. Up on the high ground, take a look where Miposhka is ready to jump on in, and he'll find the initiation onto Ogre, then he'll roll away. The swap is there. Pycat puts himself in a dodgy position, and now in comes Ghost Stick, the 3-man stun. Oh, this is great for Empire. The spin comes through, and Chappie, well, Tornado won't latch, but Juggernaut will finally lose the ages as Dendi joins the team fight with his BKB up, but he doesn't have a target to go on. He's got Requiem available, but now the BKB ends. He's stunned, he's chained, he's killed, he's dead. And another 2-man stomp from Ghost Stick finds a perfect continuation of this team fight. Na'Vi are crumbling and falling one by one. The self-fuels from this poor Leshrac will only lead into a deny, while General, oh, he scurries away down towards bottom lane to get anything he can out of the rest of this map.
If anything, it's Empire, the ones that are way more patient this game and kind of just biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment. To Roche, like we just saw there, perfect moment to kind of just gank them, take their gem, wait for them to make the silly moves, wait for Shadow Fiend to be split away from his team with no way to get there, and you know, they're just playing better or looking for the better opportunities and biding their time. I think Chappie's played pretty well this game too. He kind of led them to that first gank that turned things around on the bottom lane. He has 14 kills. The BKB has served him pretty well in these fights, and yeah, he's just farming like a beast.
And then you have FN, who hasn't died yet this game, had, you know, not a rough laning stage, but it wasn't the best. And now you're looking at him thinking, right, he's nearly got Octarine Core, he's pretty much 6 slotted, just wants a refresher or a Hex or something to swap the Midas out for. And he's been landing these big combos, obviously with the help of Ghost Stick, or landing consistent 3-4 man hoof stomps with a Centaur.
Ghost Stick might actually be like the one that's played the best. He actually went for had the decision to go for the Scepter before the Hood. You will almost always see like Hood into Blink into
Ags.
Something else, usually Ags, right? So this game he decided to skip the Hood, and the Ags made a big difference in a team fight bottom where Rubik kind of stampeded up that cliff. And I do also think that's some fault of Na'Vi though, not pressuring him while he's farming up the 4,200 gold for Ags. And Dendi,
look at this.
Yeah, what is going on in mid? Dendi's BKB is already at 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what happened to 3 of them.
So's Pycat. Pycat's down to 6 seconds as well. Exactly what I was just about to bring up.
Well, Pycat's been in the fights.
Yeah.
Pycat's been in like every single fight, I think, from them.
But they've bought these, you know, relatively early.
Yeah.
And now they
didn't fight with it.
They've depleted all their charges. And if you're allowing FN to basically blink, oh, hang on a second, are they jumping on through? Pycat, there is his 6-second BKB. Dendi, thinking about the Requiem, he's going to launch it out, but Ghost Stick's there with a stun and the Ice Wall, and the damages. It's way too much. Dendi thought they were going to fight, but in the end, he just gives away the Requiem to the Rubik. And they've lost 2 heroes in quick succession, but if FN is allowed to blink into 2 heroes of the opponent team without any help behind him, and do whatever the hell he wants because Na'Vi can't stop the Invoker, what are they meant to do to win team fights? What can they do to win team fights?
Swap into kill. Swap into like a split earth, maybe like that. It's really tough now versus the BKBs. And of course the Centaur Ags makes things insanely difficult for them. Dendi does no damage and he also can't tank anything. He went for this AC after the BKB, which I can understand. He wants to be able to tank the Juggernaut during the BKB, but that last fight he didn't get his BKB off. And if you go AC, you're not really right-clicking very hard because they have the Ags on the Centaur, so you probably need some sort of like better sustain. I do not think this is a build that many Shadow Fiends would go in this particular situation, but
especially when you've only got 13 souls, he just keeps losing souls over and over again.
Man, he had such a good start too, getting that first blood in 12 souls. Yeah. 36 minutes pass, gain 1 soul.
Oh, poor Dendi. He did go this build last game, but he was against like Slardar, Venge, a bunch of minus armor.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think LD and I were like thinking Butterfly, and he went for the AC, and we were fine with that.
But versus Centaur Invoker, it is. I think. I don't actually know what a better build would have been. Probably
Satanic.
Yeah, Satanic I think is good.
I don't know.
Manta style I think is also pretty good too.
Yeah, it's a tough choice, eh?
Or well. S and Y, yeah. S and Y I probably would have preferred too. He just needs to be able to stand there and like right-click people, or just be there for the fights. I think I could have forgave him for his item build had he been there for a lot of the fights that they desperately needed his damage output for. Like Venge and Shadow Fiend are actually so strong together. Like one has huge both have huge right click. One has an aura, another one has like a minus armor aura. So they have so much synergy together. But yeah,
he's done it again. FN with his
butterfly.
With his butterfly invoker.
There's a lot of right click. I don't think it's the worst build.
No,
I've seen far worse builds.
Yeah, he's shown that it's definitely not. It's definitely not awful. And well, we'll find the ogre. But I think the big fight is kicking off in the meantime towards the back end, where they found Pycat as well as RMN. Omni Slash comes through, and with a swap back, General is popped in. Pycat runs away, but he's given away the life of his teammate. RMN chases down Chappie, but I think this might be the beginning of the end here. Dendi BKBs up and tries to get to the top of the ramp. He will succeed in doing so for now because they change back onto the Lashrak. Split Earth won't do a damn thing. And Na'Vi, 2 men remaining. Pycat and Dendi, they are the 2 core heroes, but Empire only lose their 2 supports, and with Chappie moving on to high ground, this is going to be another lane of racks.
I think that's GG. No BKBs on Pycat, nor Dendi.
Pycat.
Nice force. That's the best teamwork I've seen them have all game.
Synergy, cohesion, teamwork. 1 Hurricane Pike back, but Pycat is going to have to stand his ground and fight here. There is no way you run away, surely. Oh, Maybe there is. Apparently Empire are focusing on buildings, spin TP to retreat. They don't want to give anything to Na'Vi, even if it means they could have killed off Pycat. He will survive with his life.
He had BKB. I don't think they could have killed him. But yeah, but that's your base in shambles. 2 racks down. And I mean, their late game's pretty good. Venge SF is pretty good late game, but I think their BKBs are just straight countered by the Juggernaut at this point too. He has Scotty, so you can just right click through them. The attack speed's slow, plus the Manta images, plus him just being way more farmed is not going to bode well for them.
Is Invoker killable anymore? I mean, he hasn't died once this game.
No.
I don't feel like
not unless they like swap him into an instant disable.
Into Fountain.
Not even into Fountain. I think they can kill him like if they swap stun into a Requiem. Let's say that's
okay,
and that's pretty reasonable. And Centaur doesn't ags. But yeah, if Centaur ags or Invoker pops BKB, which should happen in like 95% of the fights, then yeah, he's not gonna die.
And now he has a DD rune with Alacrity. Look at that.
And Butterfly.
600 damage with the Butterfly attack speed as well. That's a little bit crazy. Na'Vi, it's time to hold your high ground. They've pushed out the 2 lanes. You know, that's a great start. Top and mid have been shoved. So there won't be like a 2-pronged attack or anything like that from Empire. No, nothing like that. But the jump in, FN just starts things off, and Ghost Stick continues. A good hoof stomp, but the BKB's popped by the Centaur. Chappie will be able to walk up to high ground and hit the tier 3 with the help of his Blade Fury. Na'Vi have to go back and regen up Dendi with the Shrine. This is all or nothing time. A stun back onto Chappie, the swap is there. They've moved Dendi in and he's dead and gone. He has to buy back, the stomp comes through and Ghostic runs on through it as well. They've got so much damage between them. Chappie chases down the Night Stalker with the Tornado out as well. Omni-Slash bounces back between them, looking for Pycat, but Dendi's BKB Requiem doesn't do too much. It's stolen away by Rubik, and he might look to turn with this. The Blink Hoof Stop again from Ghostic. Requiem from King R. The damage output's insane. The Tornado will finish off 1. The Magnetize might finish off the 2nd, but the Bloodstone Heal keeps Pycat alive, but I don't know for how much longer, as GG is called and Na'Vi tap out a Sunstrike from FN. The final move of the game, it looks like, securing another kill over on the Vengeful Spirit.
That was looking so promising for Na'Vi.
It really was. It really was. First, like, what, 17... When did they take the tier 3? 17 minutes in? 16 minutes in?
What?
Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire
Slaughter.
Na'Vi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Na'Vi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bat Rider!
Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Life stealer.
Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa warrior.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor!
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Spirit Breaker.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Pudge.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Breaker single target with Ursa. How are you going to kill multiple people? I guess you just kill them all really quickly, one by one. That's the plan.
Just line them up, kill them one by one, hope Empire filter in.
Well, they do have really good burst for Bat Rider Ultimate. That is certainly true.
They sure do. Empire will be the
Okay.
Maposhka Pudge.
I got to check this taunt. Does he have it equipped?
Can you check?
He
you can
does
check
not
now.
have it equipped. Oh, no. Disaster. He doesn't even have any cosmetics for him.
No taunt. Why does it have the anti-mage icon?
I'm not sure.
Ah. Broken game, literally unplayable. Oh well.
Maybe it's just like Anti-Mage trying to troll you. It's like his face. He's like, ha, no taunt here, sir.
It's not as though he's like the first hero in the list either.
Nope,
That's
Abba.
Alchemist. Oh, it's a Baden now. Yeah,
Jeez.
not Alchemist. How could I forget about a Baden? The NA special. So yeah.
Turn off your notifications, dude.
Oh, did I forget to sign out of Steam? Oh, that's very bad.
His Steam name is Gareth, guys. Please spam him as punishment.
Okay, M-Dog.
Well, they saw your icon. They don't know my icon.
I don't know your icon either.
Excellent. Let's keep it that way.
They can just see like friends in common, or look for, I don't know, other people who you're friends with.
Or they could
that
just
you're the
see
real
Gareth
one.
with the
No,
icon.
they can just go
saw.
to your Dota buff verified page and see that that's the real one. You've got no escape, Molini. You've got no escape.
I have Smurfs.
Okay.
I have a Smurf by the name of Melrini. I'm not even kidding. It's great.
The real Melrini police.
No, it's just Melrini
Melrini.
with a Jace Bellerin icon.
Oh dear. So Ghostic, he will be going bottom lane. Do you think he will just buy Iron Talon? AFK in the jungle a bit?
Nope.
Get chased down by the Spirit Breaker?
Nope.
What's he gonna do?
Sitting in the trees on the right side, I think is probably a little bit better.
Boots first, or?
Yeah, I would prefer that for sure. Iron Talon's also okay, but like you can troll. Sorry, Ursa's not that threatening because he has no gap closer. Like Urshak is very, very, very short range, and he has to get charged in order to die. And he can, if he's really good about it, he can stun. So Sauter does go boost first. I do approve of this choice. Iron Taloning offlane is just not really that great anymore, unless you have a position forward that soaks up the XP in the offlane, which does not seem like that is their plan. Poshka puts an observer ward. It is not really that deep. It doesn't scout the bounty rune. Doesn't scout any neutral camps aside from the one ancient camp. This ward generally not terribly favorable at the start. However, it is very unlikely to be dewarded, and you can place it really quickly. So they usually have no idea that it's there. And it does give them both runes.
Yeah, and across the river you can see both wards actually. Up towards the Roche Pit, there's the other dire ward there as well. And I guess...
That one's really good because you can see the Iron Talon jungler, and you can see the bounty rune.
And I guess it sort of creates this line of vision where if Spirit Breaker is sort of charging into lanes, you know, you're always going to be able to catch him, right? There's always going to be...
definitely why those two observer wards are good. Good point, Gareth.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's definitely for the Spirit Breaker on both ends. So Ghostic looks like he's going to try and contest the bottom rune. He does have boots first, but he doesn't really see that many heroes there. Pycat trying to bully him out. Ghostic, does he want the bounty? Does not commit.
He doesn't want to walk into Ogre, so... And look, Pycat's even got Orb of Venom queued up. Really wanting to smash this lane.
I don't even know if he gets over Venom because I don't think he'll be able to hit anyone in the lane. If Ghostic actually comes up to hit creeps, then yeah. But he might not at all. In which case you just rush phase.
Well, the lane's set up not as I expected anyway. The Ogre's going to be bottom lane with the Ursa. They're not going to run that Bat Ogre that they've done previously in some other games. So it'll be general Bat with RM and Spirit Breaker up at top. King R just going to wait out for the creep block to come through. Make sure the range creep does not go first. But general hasn't blocked it that way anyway. Chappie Lifestealer there just behind them as FN and Dendi. The mid matchup of Invoker and Troll, and Miposhka is going to be able to pull this across. Yeah, this is the only camp that works consistently still, even after the changes of Hook having the buffer time where it doesn't draw aggro. I think I tried a bunch of other camps. I tested this a lot. I think there are windows when you can get like the Radiant offlane camp to go, but the window's so tight that it's just like not worth it to try consistently. But the dire camp you can, and then you can pull across to Ancients, deny out an entire wave, and with Alacrity, FN up to 5-0 on his last hits, while Dendy 4-0, missing out on a fair amount of CS up at top. Chappie's being chased down with 3 sticky napalm stacks up on him and slowed down by RMN in general. Not enough damage to kill him off, and they force out the salve.
So in all, the lane's going pretty well. Oh, that was not the hook.
The death of Ghost Stick?
That should be the death. He still has 4 stacks on him, so if he decides to stay around the shrine, he's still going to get hit for a lot.
Pycat fighting under the shrine. The clap not going to hit. Earthshock off the mark, and now Miposhka turns back onto Biver. They've got another crush, and they've got a hook as well, right? There's Sunstrike coming through. Looks like it might be the end of the Ogre. They'll find him with the final click out
What
from
a
Ghost
play
Stick.
from Miposhka.
Good stuff.
Missed the hook to bait them in.
All intentional, right? All intentional. In the meantime, as I miss out on that one, they do kill off another chap. He turns to fight Rage in a second. He's going to chase this one down, but he can't keep up to General. Oh, maybe he can. One more click, but it's not enough.
That bash.
General.
Oh, wow. Armen. That bash right as Rage came out. That was great.
Right at the very end. Right at the very end. So this dual lane already winning out from Na'Vi. Killing off both of the heroes here. Empire losing out a little bit. Charge from RMN
he wants
going to
to
Shrine.
Yeah, they just want to shrine up together.
That's pretty cool as well. General gives vision of the creep. RMN charges through bottom. Ghost Stick again with a crush.
These observer wards are kind of useless though. They've been parked there for 4 minutes, yet they've seen nothing because Spirit Breaker is not really moving from the lane. So, they're hurting a lot because of that. Because like as a result of these observer wards, they aren't able to like block the bottom spawn, let's say. So Beaver is able to stack up the Centaur Conqueror, pull it to the lane. They're able to get a lot more experience than they normally would. And Ghost Stick is having a much more difficult time than you would normally.
What's RMN doing? He's like baiting with an illusion, sends it across, waiting with his real hero. Might be looking for a time to strike. FN is low on the mana, wouldn't have enough to invoke Ghostwalk and use it. RMN sees this and they're going to go in with ranged axes, but a hook from Miposhka slows everything down and brings FN to safety.
Man, what if he had the foresight to try and block it with one of his illusions?
Oh, that would have been sick.
That would have been so sick. I don't know if he could have actually done that, though. I don't think they were close enough. But you always got to be on the lookout for those next level plays, man.
Is Pudge going to try and pull again? No, he's leeching experience mid. FN's gone back. The shrine up above. Things have slowed down a little bit, though, in this game. Until now, Sunstrike with a crush. Biver 1 hit away from death. He'll find it, and Ghost Stick will give his life away to Pycat.
Not worth.
Offlane for a support and giving Pycat gold, and now enough for the phase boots.
It's also not worth because Invoker didn't get the kill. If Invoker got the kill, I think it would have been fine. But he did not get the kill.
I mean, that's 2 now. 2 in a row where FN has thrown Sunstrikes, done damage and landed them, but hasn't found that finishing blow onto the opponent hero. Dendy forces him out of lane a little bit there. Just throwing those ranged axes.
Pudge
Miposhka
is,
again.
Yep.
Just gonna watch this because this is broken as hell.
Is under attack.
Yep.
Valve have tried so hard to fix this. but not this one. But not this one. How's top lane going? RMN getting a couple of bashes into Chappie, actually. 2 sticky napalm stacks onto Lifestealer. General looks like he's going to head into the drums. Magic Wand Tranquils again. She does love so much. Empire, they seem to be falling a little bit behind on all 3 lanes.
Just a tiny bit. Not so much. Imagine if this creep pull wasn't possible, then they'd be much further behind. But Dendy's had 2 full waves denied from him in the mid lane. So now the Observer Wards are down, Spirit Breaker is free to roam around. They did just drop an Observer Ward close to the shrine looking for FN, but FN is not interested in being around that area. General actually going over there to look for FN perhaps. He's going to find him. Oh my goodness, what a play from General, but they aren't able to finish that up.
The rotation from the offlane. by the two heroes that were up there, but RMN might have given away a little too much. He has another charge ready now, and they've got nothing to stop this from going on. A glimpse is used, but RMN is fine. Na'Vi just control up. Here's the haste room to General. Firefly in 5. There are 4 heroes here from Empire ready around the mid lane. The trouble is Miposhka walks into General, Dendi and Biver. And even though Pudge is relatively tanky, he'll still fall flat on his
Oh,
face.
he might catch Kostik too. He didn't use his Firefly for initial jump. Oh, he got caught by the kinetic field. But, I mean, he's still getting in the neutrals though.
Very close. And this is Ghostic with Iron Talon, level 5. Trying to buy Tranquil Boots as well. Na'Vi are all over this map. They're all over Empire in the early stages, and it feels like they want to get the job done sooner rather than later. Pycat, Helm of the Dominator is nearly finished. He's got like recipes and all that coming out to him. Just needs the gloves of haste.
It's good for the pace that you want with an Ursa. You want to be able to control the jungle and control the enemy woods very
Radiant's bottom tower is under
like he's set up to be able to do Roshan quite soon. I would actually he went 3-1-1. He doesn't have max fury swipes. He went 3 in the Earth Shock for the lane, although Slaughter hasn't really been there. So if he had maybe 2 points in Earth Shock, he could do it at 8 with 3 fury swipes, but
it's a good enrage by Pycat, making sure that the crushed Sunstrike doesn't come through, and well, Sunstrike, he'll land between a bunch of them, but already Slaughter and Pudge are dead. The deny from Miposhka will take that golden XP away from Na'Vi, but that enrage from Pycat at just the right time made sure that there wasn't the instant pop kill between Slardar and the Invoker. Now he's got his helm.
yeah, he needs a shrine though if he wants to be able to do Rosh, but
Mid, Dendi diving in. He's gone a little bit too far, I feel, here. Sunstrike off the money, but they've got the 2 supports ready and available for FN to stand his ground and battle up against the troll.
he's probably really frustrated.
General?
He didn't have those creeps.
General, well, he wanted in, but FN has retreated the long way around, keeping his hero to that tree line on the right-hand side, making sure the General didn't have an easy move across and close that gap.
He's getting all the good runes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How's Chappie been doing? Because he's been left alone for a couple of minutes now. Phase boots up.
He's poor.
Making his way towards Helm, but you're right, he's what, 1,000, 1,200 away from that Ursa's net worth. As mid lane, Miposhka charged and killed. Dendi and RMN again pairing up on this mid lane to find yet another. Looks like the ping is thrown
Chappie
out.
also uses TP for that. He used it and then canceled it.
Oh, he was trying to TP mid to save
Yeah,
him.
he was trying to TP mid to save him, so he might not be able to move around for this Roshan. That is happening right now. Level 2 level 2 Fury Swipes looks like it will be enough with the Wild Wing Ripper tanking. I think Ogre is the best creep to tank it with, but Wild Wing probably second, maybe the Hellbear for the attack speed aura. There is an infested Centaur Conquer going in. He might come in at the right time. Oh my god.
This is so close. Wait, they've taken it. They've helmed it. They've taken it. Pycat gets the Aegis. They killed it as well. And now they turn to fight. But the amp damage onto Pycat. Chappie has to run away. He's stunned up. He has no armor and no infest. A crush will keep the Ogre on lockdown. But with this shrine available, Empire at least have a little bit of respite to stand and turn. And Dendi amped up. Needs to sprint away. Na'Vi realized that with Aegis and Roshan in their hands, there's no reason to go running up onto high ground, even when they've got vision there into the shrine.
That could have been so much worse. Oh my god. If Spirit Breaker were 6, look how close he is to 6 too. If he were 6, boom, ulti the Life Stealer during Rage, and you are dead. And then they might have been able to dive the shrine there. So Empire, they dodged a lot of bullets. They dodged like an AK right there, dude. Oh my god, that could have been like game losing, game ending fight for them. Not game ending.
Only
really
10
bad.
minutes in, but it would have been massively detrimental for their efforts.
They could have like used the shrine and potentially gotten dove there, but yeah. Whew.
I mean, it's a good 2,000 net worth jump, you know, over the past couple of minutes. That could have maybe been another 2,000 or 3,000 on top if they.
I would say maybe even more than that, because they would have been able to kill Life Stealer, probably kill like 2 heroes, maybe 3 at the shrine, and then go for a tower.
Oh, they could have got tier 1 mid and top.
Yeah.
Because they're taking tier 1 top just now already. If they're taking the tier 1 mid as well. It's 200 HP.
Everything is falling. And Pycat, oh my god, he gets an easy solo kill. Rage is not going to save you from Ensnare.
The ensnare, the troll, and now Pycat still hasted. FN just TPs out, does not want anything to do with this, but bottom lane is the charge in with Ghostic stunning him up. The hook brings the Spirit Breaker closer to Miposhka, and this Pudge is in a lot of trouble. General just flame breaks him closer to death, but Miposhka is actually saved by KingCharlie with a glimpse in the kinetic field, able to keep them at bay for now, but RMN wants in again. The shrine is popped and Miposhka will be healed. Pycat.
Where is Troll?
Where is Dendi?
Where's Dendi? He's there. He has his helmet dom creep. He needs a creep though. Where's his creep? What creep's he gonna get? It's almost nighttime. I'd actually dominate that Harpy, but it looks like he's gonna get the Centaur.
So they've got Centaur and the Troll. They've got the combo available actually. Net into stun. Especially after a charge.
What a combo.
Yeah, it's a massive combo, dude.
What a combo.
It's so sick, so sick.
Only takes 2 helmet dom creeps.
Hey, it's better than picking Chen, right?
Chen's awesome.
Well, I really dislike Chen.
Really?
Yeah.
Chen's a good hero.
I don't know, I just don't like him.
He's hard to play.
Yeah, he is.
Have you played him? Have you tried? Have you tried trying to learn Chen?
I have tried trying to learn Chen. I have like a.
How many games did you try?
I've played like 25 to 30 or something.
Oh, okay, that's
like,
a lot.
And I have like a 27% win rate or something. I am not good. I am not good with Chen.
Maybe you're just traumatized from your experience.
I'm going to tell you right now, I am very not good with Chen.
Can you play Enchantress?
And yeah, I can play Eng fine. Like one or two creeps is okay.
It's just like a hard Enchantress.
It is. it's like a Enchantress. But with Eng, right, you can like buy triple null blade mail Aghanims and Dragonlance and stuff and do whatever.
With Chen, you can buy Dagon 5.
That's true. I think the few wins I have on Chen is when I've gone mid, the old penitence, and I've gone max penitence with Dagon 5.
Oh, here they go. High ground, Dendi. Yeah. Only level 2 in Fervor, so he's not the best at hitting towers.
Centaur blocking the hook path as well. Dendi, he's got this. He knows what's going on. And now in goes RMN. They find Miposhka, ignite across. Dismembers down onto that Spirit Breaker though. It looks like he'll drop, but that's so much expenditure for just the support as Dendi dies to Chappie in the meantime. They've got the lasso back onto him, but look at this Pycat Ursa in the middle of the battle. The hook back to save the life stealer, but it's chased down by General's Bat. 1-2 punches. Pycat picks up a double kill, and the Centaur is one hit away from killing the Pudge, and he finds it. Dendi gets a kill from the grave with the help of his Dom creep, but tier 3 still stands, and Na'Vi have been repelled.
This is exactly like last game. They played very well in the early game. They got the Aegis. They pushed high ground very early, and let's see if they can learn from their mistakes last game. Last game, they kind of just after this exact point, they're just like, we are not a team.
But it's like,
I don't know you guys, dude.
What was the lead they had in the last game? It was like 8.
Not that much. Maybe same as this.
It was like 8. It was like 8K or something.
Was it 8K? I can check.
Because they got tier 3 mid. They did like exceptionally well. They did like super well.
I don't think they were that far ahead when they took it down though.
Okay. Well, they still had a lead and then kind of plateaued then and then plummeted.
Yeah, it
pretty hard
for sure.
And with Invoker now, halfway towards his Aghanim set 3, he's got point booster, 1600 gold saved up. The Midas is kicking in, pushing him up to level 12. He's tied up with the Ursa Warrior. Sunstrike comes in, but Dendi actually still alive, and the jump in from Pycat and General glimpse away, and Ghostic trapped in with a sticky napalm, and that nasty old flame break burning through onto him. They find 2 for nothing.
Man, General's bat is so good. He's just been like, he's that bat that you're just like, I know he's gonna come out from this tree from this angle at any time, and he was there in the mid lane. He was there to lasso the lifestyle. I really like his bat. So anyone aspiring to play bat should watch a little bit of General. Always active, gets his farm on, controls the runes.
He just has like no redundant movements, right? Every time you look at him, he is doing something efficiently, whether it's stacking or farming or killing.
He knows what to do though on the hero. Even when he's like super far behind, he somehow finds a way back in. Like on his Night Stalker, he's like wasn't sure where he should farm, what he should farm, what items to buy. RMN going in.
The Sack Storm's going to whiff as well, and Pycat has free reign in this fight. Enrages up, but the Deafening Blast holds him for a second. Dendi, in the meantime, has killed off Pudge once more.
They have a lot of good lockdown for Lifestealer. Lifestealer's Rage is not very good here. Spearbreaker ult, Ursa right clicks you, Battle Trance, and Lasso. So 4 even Bloodlust moves. He's actually quite annoying for an open wounds rage lifestealer to deal with.
And they've got the double bash you were mentioning as well, between Troll and
Let's make it triple. Actually, no, Ursa's going for
Aghanim Scepter.
Aghanim into Basher.
He's got Basher queued up.
This is a lot. That's the only good thing I'm probably going for them is that they didn't lose T3, so that the shrines are still available to them. But
all of the tier 1s are standing for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this gold lead is pretty nasty.
10k, going up to like 11 or 12.
I wonder if they would be this far ahead in the alternate universe where they killed Lifestealer there at that fight. Probably more. I don't know. It just seems like they got away by the skin of their teeth in that fight, and Empire still just lost miserably after that, despite all that. They're trying to fight it head on. I mean, their lineup's not particularly well suited for late game, but the big issue is they haven't used Slardar Blink yet. He does have his Blink Dagger plus Lifestealer. It works wonders when you're behind like this.
Yeah, they tried to walk it in, but it's so hard when you're being flame braked and bashed and charged and all of that. Well, FN 600 off his Ags. Nearly maxed out the Exort as well. He can do a little bit of split pushing here and just farm up this bottom wave. But killing off towers is so hard. You know, you're talking about General coming out from the trees and surprising you with his movements. You never know when or where you are going to get jumped on from. I don't know. For Empire, it almost feels like they need, you know, a bunch of Lincolns and Lotus Orbs just to be able to survive in fights.
Or jump the bat. They don't have any save for the bat. Nice. I guess maybe... Ooh, King R gets charged. They did drop an Obs Ward, but it gets immediately killed by General. Yeah, I think they had to jump the bat first.
But how? How, Ben?
Slardar Lifestealer. He doesn't have that much armor. He's going to be well into the negatives with Amp. Actually, not well into the negatives, just -2.
Do you try and do it when Na'Vi are pushing your base? Or actually, no. Ignore that. They've answered my question already. Ghostic is going to go for a wander. Look for a pick-off somewhere.
Dandy looks to be the target. He does have the Troll Creep. The Troll Creep can actually help out a lot in this situation because he can run away from the Rage Lifestealer. But Slaughter is actually going to TV top. They are looking for Bat Rider, but General's gone.
Oh, he's TP'd out.
He just got his Force Staff. And on top of that, Ghostic sitting right on top of it on his reward.
This Bat Rider's rolling in the money. Even ahead in net worth of that Midas Invoker, who is 30 gold away from his Ags. After this creep wave, he'll finally have it, or creep camp even. Na'Vi, they've settled a little bit. They've fallen back, probably waiting for next Roshan. They've got the Troll in there, waiting to see when the big man's up. About 1:15, 1:20 seconds.
They need the Invoker to kite the Ursa during the Enrage. That, I think, is the most important thing in the fight. Like, Ice Wall him after he casts Enrage, Tornado him.
Deafening Blast.
Deafening Blast, Cold Snap. There's a lot of things that he can do. Even EMP is very annoying for the Ursa. Like, if you don't have mana to Earth Shock or Overpower, you're not really going to be able to kill anyone. So I think Invoker is the key to them winning the fight, as well as Slaughter Lifestealer getting the jump on old General. But General's been very careful thus far. Is he going to be able to find anyone out with this Arcane Rune? He really wants to. He really wants to. You always get that itch when you have the Arcane Rune on a hero like this, because you get like 28-second Firefly. And looks like he might run into the wrong target. That could be Ghostic, but General's in a really good spot. Or is he? Okay, yeah, he was in such a good spot. Well, Chappie couldn't attack him.
The very, very edge of the cliff. If Ghostic had moved, you know, maybe 50 range further to the west, they would have found that kill. But they've you know, thrown up a big flag to Na'Vi saying, stay out of our base, give us a bit more time to breathe, and Na'Vi they'll respect this for now. You know, Roshan is up very, very soon, which is obviously what Na'Vi are aiming for.
God, Ogre built Solar Crest
Cool.
first. Wow, they have actually learned a lot from last game.
Have they won?
Is
that game winning?
Well, honestly, I think Solar Crest is pretty game winning, because if you can't kill anyone with their starter Lifestealer, you will lose the fight. Also, it helps them take Roach in a comfortable amount of time. So, you know, they built the right items this game. They have not just completely thrown after getting the Roshan. They are actually fighting together. Dendy has been with them. He is 5-2-5. Much better than his record on the Shadow Fiend last game. He has more kill involvement than Pycat. And they are all very, very farmed.
So do you think with Empire, can they hold high ground with the spells that they've got?
Not if someone gets lost into the low ground.
Okay. So I'm just looking at the Ghost Stick and Ghost Stick Slardar and seeing he's eyeing a hand of Midas. And I guess Empire really don't have much to do in the next 3-4 minutes apart from defend their base, as Ghost Stick will blink away, but the chase is on with the drums popped. Slardar sprints and slithers back to safety.
They don't have vision inside the base though, so I wonder how General is going to approach this. He's not actually smoked with the rest of his team, so he might have to like napalm the high ground. Actually, this tower is not that high on HP, and Dendy just decides to go for it with the DD.
The hook brings Lifestealer back. Static Storms onto Dendy, but this is a comedy of errors. Miposhka, the Sunstrike still lands on Dendy to kill him off the dismember of the Bat Rider, but Pycat is ripping apart one on the back end. Ghost Stick is gone. In comes the Nether Strike, and Pycat rips apart the Lifestealer. Chappie's dead for 50 seconds, and another missed hook from Miposhka means that the continuation of this is going to be pretty disastrous for Empire if they want to keep on going. A glimpse onto the Aegis Ursa will bring him back, but RMN is waiting on the sides in the wings, ready to strike, but Pycat was actually outside of base. He respawns miles away from anyone else. And RMN, lasso in from General, blink forward, Pycat trapped inside the kinetic field though. He's got nowhere to run. The Cold Snap keeps him in as well, but the Enrage, it does purge it off, dispels away the nasty Cold Snap. But this is Na'Vi not getting anything out of their Aegis. They've not taken tier 3. Empire have lost their Lifestealer, but they have held their high ground and not lost any buildings.
Dendy was very aggressive with that. He didn't even get hooked. He got super lucky. They hooked the Lifestealer who was raged, about to kill them. And he still perished because he was like, I want to use this DD. He didn't have BKB. If he had BKB, yeah, maybe he could do that. But or if he had Aegis, he could maybe do that too.
But with Static Storm, Sunstrike, he definitely can't.
Static Storm, Sunstrike, and everyone kind of just running at him. Where was the Radiant's courier?
It was at the Dire Secret Shop.
Oh, okay, well, this is this is where Na'Vi kind of threw last game too. That wasn't necessarily a throw. It was just they thought they could take the tower down with the DD faster than Empire could react, and that was clearly not the case.
I mean, Miposhka even missed, 2 relatively big hooks there, but Empire.
Is he gonna get Midas?
I think he does. We're looking at Ghost Stick Midas.
Oh, I was talking about Pudge.
He's got that now, but yeah, Pudge has saved up 1,700 gold himself. I think he might do the same thing. I mean, is there anything you want from him that can, stem the bleeding here? Like,
Blink's not bad.
Okay.
Blink's one of the times that you can potentially pop BKB with. You like hook a hero, like Troll, and then you blink out and you pop his BKB and then the push is over.
Because I think a common build, like Black started doing it, Poppies started doing it, and I've seen a couple other players go for like Tranquil's Windlace, Midas, and then Blink. But
I like the Midas.
But usually with that, you're running around the map collecting bounty runes, and
you're not about to lose the game.
You're not about to lose the game, and you get your GPM talent eventually, right?
Yeah. Another thing is his level 25 is really good. The flesh heap strength. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Pudge just have like 5,000-6,000 HP easily without that many HP items, or even the 120 raw damage. Although I see that gotten far less often than the flesh heaps. Gotta get the heaps.
Wayne, he's not even level 10 yet. He's got a way to go, and might even consider using some of this gold for a buyback. But no, he's got Ether Lens queued up in his quick buy as Na'Vi come around for what is round 3 of their high ground push attempts.
They just need to at least take the T3. I think that's actually their goal here. Not to actually get the racks, but to force people back at the T3 and then take shrines. I don't actually think they can end the game with this unless things go very swimmingly well for them, which it did not go last time. I hear the infest. There is someone inside a Ghost Stick.
There definitely is.
Oh, they're going to play it safe.
Radiant Observer Wards watching out for what's happening, but they don't see Miposhka. Hook in onto RMN. General Flame breaks back. RMN's already dead though, and they jump in, but look at that damage. Pycat shreds the Slardar. Chappie back on to Dendy. Sunstrike off the mark. Caught in the kinetic field, but the lasso's there. Great tornado. In comes FN with the EMP down as well. The lasso expires, and Pycat with Biver up on the high ground decide it's time to retreat. They've killed off against Slardar and Disruptor. Tier 3's down, but like you said, they got what they came for, and they move on to shrines, although they're not killing it all that quickly.
Invoker's playing very well. He's destroying the Ursa. Keeps tornadoing during the enrage, hitting him with the EMP after too, and then Deafening Blast, as you mentioned, kind of just permanently cutting the Ursa. The Ursa definitely needs BKB. He's not gonna take any damage, but he's not gonna be able to kill anyone if he doesn't have the BKB.
So 1 shrine down.
Batrider lassoed the Lifestealer at like the perfect time too. Right when Invoker had comboed most of them.
Chappie has been relatively underwhelming this game. He's often been Empire's kind of lifeblood, the one guy that goes in and wins games with his Phantom Assassin, with his Juggernaut. They stack up a lot to make sure that he has a good game.
This game's way more on FN than on him.
And it does feel that way.
Yeah, there's too many Lifestealer counters. Ursa has Basher now, so 4 out of 5 heroes can destroy him. Even Ogre Magi with Solar Crest, I actually think that's a big deal too. So that's 5 heroes that have a decent anti-measure for him. RMN dies on top lane. Looks like it wasn't a Lifestealer bomb. Not the biggest deal.
With Invoker there as well, Ghost Warp.
Oh, Spearbreaker has Crimson Guard. That's a pretty good build for what they're trying to do too. The more armor, the better. Although they are lacking a Vlad. Vlad would be quite nice, as well as an urn. They do have an urn.
Who has the Spearbreaker? Have the urn?
Yep.
Okay.
So just lacking a Vlad's, I think. Maybe another Force Staff too would help.
2 Radiant Observer Wards scouting out the same area here, and they see Miposhka perfectly. I think Pycat. He wants... Oh, that's not how that happens. He's pressed the wrong button. He wanted to blink and then Earthshock, but Chappie has raged himself away. I was wondering if they went onto Miposhka there as well, but Pudge got back up onto the high ground in time. Aether Lens is completed now for the Pudge as well. Extended range on that hook and Dismember.
So what do Na'Vi want to do now? They can either wait minimum 2 minutes for Roche, or they can try and press the high ground. They're at a pretty strong lead right now. I think if they wait a couple minutes, Empire will get slightly more farm than Na'Vi do, but they might have the Aegis in tow. So what is best for them? Looks like they will decide to pressure the high ground with the Troll's freshly completed BKB. This is it. Do or die.
This is going to be a hard one for Empire to repel the smoke up in behind their tier 4s. FN getting ready, but it looks like they're going to be losing buildings here. They jump onto Dendi, and he is almost obliterated instantly. The BKB's popped, but he's on 10% HP with Chappie charged through back onto the Invoker. Cold Snap cancels that one out. Dismember on the back end. Dendi's sprinting away, but it's General forcing the Pudge to retreat, and Empire have held their high ground once more, and now they're looking to leave the base. No, they will go back up the ramp, not chasing. They are being very, very patient, very, very disciplined, and not giving anything away to Na'Vi and not overextending at all.
That just shows you how strong the Lifestealer Slaughter combination is. I do think that Denny should have just popped his BKB to hit the Rex. They would have just taken down the Rex and just ran away. And then he would have had plenty of time on his BKB, I think, to not get glimpsed back. Or he could just TP out if he's like really feeling scared, but I don't know. That's really not that safe because there's a Pudge there, but I don't know. I think like it's one of those moments where you want to preemptively BKB in case things go poorly. He almost died before anything happened. If they had a hook come out, he would have just died before he could pop this BKB. So that there was still the chance for catastrophic failure, and I think that's what BKB is there for, to prevent catastrophic failure in certain team fights.
General, Gem, and Lotus Orb now. Get rid of amp damage, bounce back on open wounds, Dismember,
Cold Snap,
Glimpse,
Thunderstrike. Okay, I'm done.
Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
There are no like Force Staffs or anything, no Yule Scepters, no Hexes. Nothing like that.
Dismember is big though.
Yeah, Dismember's pretty cool. Sunstrike into where? Oh. Okay, cool. He Sunstrikes the high ground so his Forge Spirit can actually kill off the Obs Ward after they sentried. Nice little safe play. Ghost Stick is going deep on a mission somewhere. Not sure what Ghost Stick was doing actually, but over on the Radiant side of the map is Dendi. Hops into the Roche Pit, another minute and a half until the big man's up. And Empire, as always, in their base, waiting for Na'Vi to mess up. Well, they might make a move out of their base with Ghost Stick and Lifestealer infested, paired up together.
They know if they just push with Ace of Cheese, they're likely going to lose a Rex. Even if Empire win the fight, they're likely still going to lose that melee Rex. So they feel like they need to do something now. Things could go poorly for Na'Vi. See, he's up in front. Ogre's like, you know, if they're going to jump me, whatever, I'm going to die. That's Ogre's job right there. Stand out in front. If they Lifestealer bomb you, you lasso the Lifestealer and just kill him afterwards, and you trade a life. That's perfectly okay, and he needs to be doing this. It's underrated support just running out in the middle of nowhere for apparently no good reason.
Yeah, force your opponents to sink damage, sink spells and cooldowns into you, and you've even got an Observer Ward up on the high ground now, so you're looking for that in the last couple of team fights.
He might not even die, too. If Batrider's fast, he can Force Staff the Ogre out and then Blink Lasso, or just Blink Lasso the Life Stealer, but it depends on how fast they are. General seems to be pretty on the ball, so Na'Vi impatiently waiting for Roche, pacing around the pit, back and forth.
They jump the Pudge. That should be a simple kill, right? There's no one in the vicinity from Empire to actually stop this from happening. And Roshan is about to respawn. 2 Helm creeps nearby, but with a Pudge dead for 40 seconds, do you try and chip
I think you just do
away
Roche.
at tier 3? Or?
I would personally just do Roche, because if you by chance lose the fight due to buybacks, then the opponents get the Roche. It's much safer to, I think, just take Roche, and then you're pretty much guaranteed Roche because Pudge is dead. And then if you lose the fight afterwards, you won't concede the Roche as well. You'll only just lose the fight, which is fine. And you'll likely trade that for buybacks, which is perfectly okay. Okay, are they going to be able to get any kills? Biber.
The first tier 1 tower of the game for Empire. They finally kill a building and get an Ogre as their free gift to go along with it. TP away, everyone get back to base. And there's no way that Ghost Stick is going to get caught here at all now. That Hand of Midas has kind of enabled him to build into what looks like a Force Staff nearly done. He's got enough money for it, but with Aegis in the hands of Na'Vi, you're saying this is like, you know, very important for them. They can maybe now look for tier 3s and barracks and look to close out this game. How important are buybacks for Empire in this for specific
Very
heroes?
important. If they can lose the game if they don't have buybacks. They might lose the game anyways, but it's definitely a higher chance of losing if they don't have buybacks right now. It's super important. I would say on Invoker's actually not very likely to die. He's been positioned very well in the fights, so I would say for him it's actually not that important. He can just buy Octarine or Lincolns or whatever he wants. He actually went for Lincolns. That's fine. Life Stealer is very likely to die. He's the one that's most likely to get lassoed into Ursa or Troll and just blown up, or Spirit Breaker ultied.
He's 160 gold away, and you can see him sort of making a beeline for this mid lane. Kill off some creeps, get your buyback.
He is the #1, and then the supports are actually pretty important too. Maybe Slardar. He has a reliable goal from Midas, so he shouldn't be that far off.
Actually, FN hasn't died this game again.
Yeah, he's
404.
He's been playing incredibly well. Death's not found, indeed.
Yeah, he's a good lad. This FN. He's pretty good on the Dota 2 game.
It's not very easy for him to not die too in these fights too, because like Batrider's always looking for the Invoker. If you can see Invoker, yeah, you just jump on him immediately every time you see him. But he's been like really far in the back. Now he has a Lincoln, so Batrider has to commit his Force Staff potentially to pop his Lincolns. It's not easy. Things have gotten a lot harder for General, and one of the big problems to Ursa is ending the game. You win the lanes, you win the early game, you win the mid game, you have Aegis, but can you end the game?
Can you end the game, indeed? It's why we saw for a period of, what, like a week and a half, 2 weeks, there were a number of people going Desolator on Ursa, just so you can go and hit buildings.
Yeah, just because Aoi wins games with Ursa, and he gets Deso, so people are like, he's winning games, what is he doing different now? He buys Deso.
He's closing things out. What's going on? Yeah.
Deso actually helps a lot for the fights, too. The Fury Swipes is physical, so you can burst people down. I wouldn't say not nearly as reliable as Basher, but definitely quicker. You don't get owned as by Force Staffs as much, because Force Staff requires a lot of reaction time, whereas Basher is not as much damage, but the person itself can't do anything. But if you go Deso, the person who's Force Staffing and the person who's getting hit might not react in time.
Okay. Na'Vi are setting up. Ogre is a fair distance away, but he's got Bloodlust and TP to Shrine, so he'll be ready. Dire Observer Ward's already placed out, but in kind of awkward positions.
Sees the Batrider. Batrider might actually get jumped here.
He tries the hook, but General skirts the outline there as they jump on in. Now they jump on out. Force Staff away. The glimpse back. Batrider sent further away. The glyph is forced out as well, but this is why Na'Vi have the advantage. They're on the high ground. They've got their BKBs. RMN, though, is found by Chappie as well with Static Storm. He's dead. Well, this is big ultimates expended as Pycat pops the Enrage and turns the fight up against the Lifestealer. The Fury Swipe stacks, getting built up here. Chappie lassoed as well, dragged into the danger zone as Dendi slams him down, and Pycat, he's still pretty free to roam through this. Aegis available. The Ice Walls drop with the Kinetic Field down as well, but Na'Vi, they've got what they came for. The racks have fallen. With that glimpse back into the bash, Pycat, he turns to fight. The Lotus Orb's up on him. Chappie tries to munch through, but the Deafening Blast misses. The hook will land, and they'll finally pop the Aegis of the Ursa. The trouble is, They have lost a lane, and Na'Vi are ready to fight again. Here comes the flame break. Ursa's dying. He's very nearly gone, and they will finally kill him. No! He purchased through the tornado. The hook will not land, and the cheese is there. He's healed up back to full, and he's in the middle of 4 of them. Chappie, he's got to chase this one down. Open wounds will finally slow down Pycat, but in comes the bash. In comes the damage. Finally, Chappie, with the help of FN, will kill off the Ursa warrior, but so much time, so much expenditure to kill that one hero, and in the meantime, Na'Vi are taking buildings, they're farming, they're running away, they're doing everything that they want to.
Where's Dendi?
He ran away to kill off jungle creeps, Ben.
Dude, Dendi has just been like, I don't know if he has beef with Pycat or what, dude, but he is just ditching him. Pycat was there for so long. He got glimpsed back, and then he got hooked back, and then he died. I can't get rid of this.
There's a cancel button, like, above the troll's first spell.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like behind. Yeah.
Oh, okay, thanks. I was like, I don't know
It's
what
like
to do
hidden
here.
behind the new UI.
But, yeah, Ursa was just sitting there. He could have... Did he get any damage on the T3 mid? He didn't. Like, that's the perfect time to hit the mid T3, too. Okay, nice. Dendi's going for, like, the super safe kills. Displeased with his manliness this game.
Or maybe after game 1, they were like, let's take things slow and easy and just do things properly.
He went too slow and too easy last game. He was fighting creeps.
But he was on the opposite side of the map half the time.
Yeah, that's slow. That's not good.
It's not good, no.
At least he's with this team this time.
What's FN doing? Is he actually calling good game? Misclick, yes, 2 misclicks in a row. Maybe he's cleaning his keyboard or something.
Sorry, something with... You know, this actually happened to me where I misclicked good game well played because I changed my chat wheel hotkey.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And I have good game well played on there. It happened during one of the open qualifier matches where I was trying to skill up. I changed my skill up to something that's like way away because you don't need it that often. And then I changed my chat hotkey to like what it was before, and I was like trying to skill up after the fight, and I could game well played accidentally.
But you can cancel, right?
Oh yeah, you can cancel it, but it's still like
BM.
It's still BM, and it just ruins the flow.
Yeah.
And it just makes you look like an asshole. I felt pretty bad, but it was a legitimate like something with hotkeys, and so I completely believe him in this.
Of course,
scenario.
yeah.
Well, it's easy to just be like, WTF, are you do that twice?
Like the question mark.
It happens.
Yeah.
It definitely happens. Speaking from firsthand, bad manner right here.
I mean, remember when, was it Jimmy? There was a pause and Jimmy typed like G, he wanted to type go, but he typed GG instead. And then the countdown was happening in the back of the pause, and they actually lost the game because the game ended.
Well, Jimmy is special.
Yeah. He got unlucky. Big man got unlucky.
Can't react to 10-second GG countdown.
I mean, but the game was paused. Like, it didn't pop up. Like, you couldn't press cancel.
Oh, you couldn't press cancel.
So when the game was unpaused, it's just like, game's over. Like, you've lost.
That's
cool.
Pretty funny.
Yeah. Na'Vi, 1 lane of racks ahead. Buybacks not available for anyone. Oh no, the 2 supports on the Dire team have them, but don't know if that's going to be enough as Na'Vi are on the rampage looking aggressively for a pick or a kill. The high ground held by Empire outside of their base. The Lincolns has popped and the Invoker is caught with a jump on in. It looks like they're going to bring down FN. He's taken before his time, and Empire, I think this is the end of game number 2. Both cores gone with no buyback, and GG is called. FN disconnects. His first death of the game was that. First death of the game because General popped his Lincolns with a 4-star.
General made that look easy too. See, that's another thing. He was like really quick about...
Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire team pick.
The Magi!
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slaughter.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Life Stealer.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Keeper of the light.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Winter Wyvern.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imber Spirit.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Alchemist.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Navi's turn to pick.
Dark Seer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Do I think he's going to go for the Radiance build? Yeah. I haven't seen a non-Radiance build in a really long time.
Yeah, same. I liked it when it was kind of coming out. You know, Miracle played it a little bit. There was the South American teams that were like playing Armlet, S&Y, the Solar Crest build occasionally, but I think Radiance kind of just took over. The fact that you have low cooldown ulti, you farm like a madman, even after the nerf where illusions don't get the Greevil's Greed stuff. And then to change the Greevil's Greed so you get less gold from bounty runes, he still gets so much farm.
Yeah, now he has talents.
And yeah, yeah, that's
His
true.
talents are not very good though.
They're not amazing, but out of the gates we go. First ward down, and Ogre gets it over towards that mid lane after smoking up and TPing. And that's like the first game I've seen in a long time where there aren't 3 or 4 observer wards down at the very start of the game. There's only one. Na'Vi didn't go rushing out to place any down. Are they holding on to some? There's one on Kotl, and there's one on Slardar.
The thing about Darkseer is you actually don't care if they pull, because you can just steal it. You get free newts along with it. So Darkseer is, I think, one of the ones that doesn't actually care too much about having either of those camps block. You actually want to be able to stack the big camp yourself, or pull it yourself. But yeah, Centaur, let's see, Centaur's supports that he would be up against would be Slardar and the Keeper, but the Centaur is actually not that scared either. But I don't know, if I were a Centaur team, I'd be scared of the Kotl constantly pulling and stacking, because Kotl is really good at that.
They're playing aggressively into this bounty rune though. Na'Vi looking to contest and get 3 to their name, and it looks like they will succeed. Chappie, though, at the very least gets his bounty rune with the Greevil's Greed. Already up to 330 gold. Brown Boots and Iron Talon in the quick buy.
Uh-oh, are they skipping the creep wave?
Oh my god, it looks like
they are.
Ben, I think you're right with double Iron Shell. They might even look for a kill here, you know? They tango up already. In they go. RMN slowed though with the Arctic Burn. In general, we'll just have to kill the creeps while RMN forces FN back to his tier 1. General's lost a lot of HP though. And FN wants to come back in. It looks like a crush to slow down his advance, but they've dragged the creep wave across, forcing Ursa to last hit under tower, and also getting free farm for your General Darkseer.
Yep, Pochka can't really do anything about this because he is a melee ogre, and they can just shrine up if they'd like. Slardar hasn't taken enough damage yet, so maybe go in a little bit with the Slar, bait out a few more spells before they want to use that shrine.
Well, there's the CS, and like you're saying, wander over to the shrine, Everything's going to be fine for them. Dendi mid against the Alchemist. 4-1 against the 2-1 now for Chappie. But Dendi, poor man shield is up. He's got an okay amount of armor through that. But Ember isn't a hero that starts with a lot of armor.
2 is
anyway.
okay to you?
I mean, like, he gets a little bit from the poor man shield, but his starting armor is not amazing.
Poor Ember. Armor issues.
Especially when he's an agi hero, right?
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not played like an agi hero though.
He's a spellcaster.
Yeah. Now he is. Dendi's doing very well in CS. One thing about Dendi is he gets sick amounts of denies. Every game I see him, he's just like on top of the deny chart. I don't know why, but he just loves denying creeps.
As you say it, he gets 2 more to his name, taking all these creeps away from the Alchemist.
I think he has the highest average denies of any mid player in Dota 2 history. Period.
Okay.
Like he just has he just denies a lot.
Hey Knoxville, if you're watching, thank you. Please tweet. Get this stat out there. Let's see who it is.
I'm pretty sure it's Dendi. Well, if you probably need like at least 100 games minimum or something like that. Let's say.
Yeah.
I think
50
he's
games
definitely
minimum
up
is
there.
usually the.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't disagree with you. Though.
Some of us like large sample sizes.
Sample sizes, man. Whatever, dude. I mean, 50 is not bad.
50 is not bad. But then you get into the thing of like what counts as a game. Like do you only count like premier tournaments? Do you count amateur tournaments? Do you count professional tournaments?
Yeah, okay.
So it's
okay. I get you now.
Yeah, it's not so easy, dude. Stats are not easy.
Nope, they definitely are not. They definitely are not. Pycat, lifestealer bottom lane, farming away like a champ, and of course Kotl. Ooh, he gets to pull off barely in across into that creep camp.
That is a sad half horse, half man.
That is Ghost Stick wandering back into the jungle. He's got Quelling Blade and Poor Man Shield though, so he can go and hit some creeps over there. Dendi playing aggressively into Chappie, burning through that regen and HP, which Alchemist has actually fully run out of now, looking towards a Soul Ring after his Iron Talon. Dendi's got his bottle. He's sitting pretty, 19 and 5 up at the top of the board, while the aggressive dual lane over here of the Radiant team, they've not managed to completely shut out this Ursa, but they're stopping Wyvern from pulling and chaining stacks and things like that.
I think that's more important than stopping the Ursa, actually. Is just keeping Winter Wyvern irrelevant. You don't want him to get like Ghost Scepter and Blink and all this stuff that's going to make your Slaughter Lifestealer's life difficult, so I think they're doing their job. Dendi also doing a very good job of kind of limiting the Alchemist farm. He's had a ferry over a couple Sal's. He doesn't have the TP scroll available to him. A lot of the Alks will go to the Bounty Rune, then TP over, and then get the other Bounty Rune too, but he does not have that luxury this game.
First night time, and this is the rotation that we talked about in the last game. The Slardar, he's hit level 2, and with the chains, they hold him in. Yeah, they hold him in place, but Chappie saved by the TP of KingCharlie there, it looks like. He's level 3, and he's holding on to 1 point for Cold Embrace. Or the second point in Splinter Blast if he needs it.
I've seen 2 in Arctic Burn too. The range is quite nice, as is the cooldown.
Well, yeah, 100 range per level. Not too bad. Dendi again. He goes on in, but this time he's the one being burnt down. The Kotl gives him mana, and Beaver in the back end will throw an Illuminate, but it won't catch onto either of the Empire heroes.
Oh god, Keeper's almost level 5.
Fire. Very nearly. Hops to that Winter Blast out from the Winter Wyvern, and wow, Kotl he is level 5. 5 minutes in.
That's Keeper for you, dude. That's why I say you can't go wrong picking Keeper. This hero's just ridiculous.
I guess he did have like a triple or a quad stack down at the bottom lane, right? He's cleared it out completely, while Pycat is just sat on lane, farming to his heart's content on the creep wave. RMN up at top, found by the Ursa and Ogre, and it looks like that will be our first blood. Finally.
Easy kill.
5.5 minutes in. It took a while. Both of these teams a little bit timid with giving away a kill anywhere, but FN will find it.
Yeah, they need Slaughter just to leech and play safe. Leech the large camp from inside the river is usually pretty typical. There's no Darkseer there to surge him out just in case. Centaur, as you mentioned, just doing the old dirty in the jungle.
Oh, Tranquil Boots.
Is he going to try and double edge that? Nah, he needs to shrine up again.
I would have gone for that, and I would have died to the big wild wing because it survives with 7 HP and then kills me. Oh, the shrine in base. Ah, that's good efficiency. Early on in the game, just pop these shrines. Actually,
Those are so efficient. I love those shrines in base.
you know what I do? I've started triggering a lot of people by, when I play Invoker, I get like 3 or 4 Sunstrikes out. Like Sunstrike from Fountain, go to a shrine, Sunstrike, use a shrine, go to the next shrine, Sunstrike.
You only need
get
to use one shrine though. You can just sit in Fountain for the rest.
You can, I guess. Yeah, that's right.
Don't be that guy.
But
What about your junglers, dude?
No, I like using all these shrines. Dude, people in the 5k bracket don't freaking use shrines. They go they TP to Fountain, sit there and wait. The shrines are just like unused for 20-30 minutes. I like using them. I don't like them being all bubbly and red.
Maybe they go to Fountain because you use them all. Do you ever think of that?
Shut up, Ben!
Gareth?
Shut up! You're too logical. Go away. We're jumping on mid lane. Wyvern looks like he's okay. Splinter Blast at the ready, and FN changed up. RMN, though, in a spot of bother as Stampede comes through, and Chappie will help secure the kill for the Dire team. As Miposhka is blasted down by Biver.
They are not shutting down the Alchemist at all. They're trying to throw bodies at him, but Slaughter is ending up just feeding him a little bit more. Keeper's getting his farm on, though. Almost level 7.
Wrapping it on top lane. Ogre's looking for someone. FN there found the Kotl. Has he got ulti? No, he does not. That's 3-0-3 builds that we so commonly see. Does not allow for the blinding light too early.
He doesn't. Yeah, doesn't skill it yet. So sad.
It's all buying time for Pycat, and of course Lifesteal is one of those heroes that once he's got armor he can start moving, making action. Maybe create a bit of havoc with the help of the Slardar, but Darkseer is relatively greedy, right? He wants to be farming until Arcane's mech. You can maybe fight once you're like level 7, level 8 with a couple of points in vacuum or 1 point in wall.
You can fight earlier than that, I think, because you have the Ember Spirit. You just throw on the Ion Shield and the Ember Spirit, and the Ember Spirit can go crazy. But things are a little bit quiet now. Dendi just gonna sit in the middle lane. Alchemist is gonna sit in the jungle right now. Ursa's gonna try and sneak Roche when he can, but overall it hasn't been too much happening in this early game, aside from a few failed attempts to kill the Alchemist.
The Bloodlust on the top tower. What level is this Bloodlust now from Miposhka? Up to 2. Can't really hold the wave away though. We can throw an Ignite, but RMN made the nice little slip in behind the tower, looking for anyone that was trying to push them back, and now they go in with the Ignite stun. TP from FN. RMN crushes and will allow the retreat of the rest of his team. In the meantime, Dendi's got free reign in middle lane because where's Alchemist? He's tried to stack, but he's not got there. Almost done though. Chappie now will build into the Radiance. Things are all sort of clicking into place. It's a well-oiled machine. Everything's slowly but surely moving forward for Empire. Does Na'Vi need to... What was that Stampede for? What are they running
Top lane.
from? Top lane? Oh yeah. Miposhka ran in, ran out, ran in. Doing the hokey pokey up there for some reason, but is there anything specifically you feel that Na'Vi needs to do to stop this Alchemist now, or is it too late to stop Alchemist and you have to think about how to beat him in the mid game, or once he has...
They need to run at people with Ember.
Okay.
I think. They have 0 kills.
So they need some kills.
Run at people with Ember and Ion Shell.
Okay.
I think that's look at their lineup. Slarlar, Ember, Lifestealer. These heroes want to be running at people.
Guaranteed kill makers. I mean, Centaur, Ghost Stick is level 7, Roshan's fallen to the Ursa. It almost feels like Empire have just had a free game at this point. Pycat, look, that's a good TP. Crushes there from RMN though. Nice attempt by Ghost Stick. He'll go back for the stomp, but Pycat, turn. Oh, RMN very nearly dead to that Centaur double edge.
Yeah, the thing about it is they're able to use Stampede for every fight on Empire, and Na'Vi aren't really forcing anything. Like normally, you'd get punished for using Stampede and not on yourself, and you die a lot more often. But the pressure has not really been mounting for Na'Vi. They haven't really been able to push that many towers. Like mid and bottom are still alive, and top's actually still alive too.
Everyone's alive, Ben. Everyone's alive, but Chappie, he's collecting bounty runes, he's running around, he's got this top lane to farm now because FN, of course, went to Roshan and now hiding in the jungle, making sure that the opponents cannot see him. While they're a little bit afraid for their lives. Kotl. Nothing on the courier for him, just Tranquil Boots and Windlace, but Dendi has the Boots of Travel. I'll allow him to jump around the map a little bit more efficiently, but it's actually FN that's caught at mid. Has Enrage, and of course the Aegis. There's the Winter's Curse onto Dendi, but it doesn't catch anyone around him. The surge out from General allows Dendi to maybe run forward with the Iron Shell onto Miposhka. Chains again. The TP away from Ogo means that he's safe and happy back in Fountain. And all that aggression for nothing.
Empire playing a great keep away game right now. Ursa has not died. He didn't even lose his Aegis right there, and they're just buying time for the Radiance unless he dies right here.
Cold Embrace is there. Chappie can maybe armor toggle this off and on. No, he can't.
Toggle
Ion
through
shell.
double Ion Shell.
Yeah, maybe not.
I don't think that's even possible.
I was being a little bit optimistic. Just a little bit optimistic, but never know. Maybe if he toggled armor off while being Cold Embraced. Maybe, but they finally got a kill. Alchemist down, loses a couple of 100 gold, and still 1,000 away from that relic. That's another kill on the board for Na'Vi. They're making things happen. Just do worry a little bit about them when Ghostic gets this Blink Dagger. He's 800 gold away, and he's farming bottom lane completely freely. Where's Araman going? Is he warding in behind this tower? He's actually going deep into the dire jungle, looking for a place to...
That's how you kill Alchemist.
Down this Obs ward. Ward up the jungle regions where Alk is farming.
Is under attack.
Trouble is, Alk isn't there. He's over towards the eastern jungles. Easy bounty rune access. You've got Ancients, you've got 2 camps to farm. Mid lane's being held by the 2 supports.
He just killed the large troll first. Why?
Oh, I didn't let the skeleton spawn?
Yeah, he did not.
Oh.
Of all the heroes, Alchemist is definitely the hero you let the skeleton spawn.
Like Alk, basically anyone with cleave and Alk.
Alk is way more than anyone else, though.
Yeah,
he
for
gets
sure,
like,
for sure.
How much gold does he get from those? Gets
like plus
like
30.
plus 50 gold roughly from those.
Nah,
That's 100 gold.
That's fat.
That's ridiculous. It's like a bounty rune for a normal hero.
That's 100 gold gone. Wasted. Slightly inefficient, but Chappie has his relic regardless. And Na'Vi are still yet to find an opening anywhere at this mid lane. They've been grouped up as 3, just waiting patiently. The mech from General is not quite yet done, and Pycat's been left alone mid for a little bit. He'll take the tier 1 with a Rage. Stampede has already been expended. FN has killed off the Kotal, but it's Miposhka who will not be able to TP away. Na'Vi finds something in return, but the Kotal is worth way more than that Ogre.
They got the mid T1. Come on.
Yeah. But I mean, kill for kill.
Kill for kill, yeah.
FN. He's got Blink Phase Boots. Aegis is still up for another 50 seconds. I wonder what they're up to. Na'Vi, I guess the great thing about Na'Vi here is that like they're not showing any weakness themselves. They're passively farming decently. You know, Lifestealer is kind of toe-to-toe with the Ursa Warrior.
Dendi's coming in. Alchemist has 1,260 gold. He's 90 gold away from his Radiance. He might die here.
He's so close. He's got his Chemical Rage up. He's still got the duration on it. And now the concoction. Turn around. The wall is down. There's the Cold Embrace under the Wind Wyvern, but still dead. The Ghost Stick goes in. Double Edge kills himself. Dendi gets a double kill through Flame Guard. And FN chases General. One more swipe. Clapping down. Aegis going to be taken back and reclaimed by the big man, but I think this might be the death of the Ursa again. Yeah, he tries to battle through, but Pycat with Dendi, they've got more than enough to kite him and hold him in place. 3 kills to the good. Na'Vi find a 3-for-1 trade-off and keep their tier 1 bottom lane alive.
Dendi played really well that fight. He didn't go on the Alchemist. Alchemist was like, you really want to kill the Alchemist because he has Relic, he doesn't have Radiance yet, and he's the one beating on your tower. But if you go on him, you might turn around and get Winter's Curse and just get slapped by the Lifestealer.
Dendi's perhaps in trouble. Oh no, Pycat's here ready with him. Chappie has his Radiance, but the Rage comes through from Pycat. With the Acid Spray down, they can't chase him. A 2v1, which they just cannot go on into because Dendi has no mana remaining. In general, with the Arcane Boots, will replenish a little bit of that. Dendi going with the Veil build. That's something that was very, very popular for a long time, but more recently we've seen a number of players, you know, skip Veil and go straight Aquila Maelstrom. How do you feel about the Veil this game? As Ogre?
They have the Ion Shell, so I think it's fine. In this game, you can actually get a lot of damage with the Ion Shell. And
Miposhka has been so good with these TPs. Like, once the Crush has been expended, or the Chains, he just TPs out. Sometimes he dies. but most of the time he's been getting back to Fountain. But yeah, the Veil, I guess you got what? Iron Shell Illuminate on top of all of Ember Spirit stuff.
Yep. Generally enough, I would say, to warrant getting it. And the armor against Ursa helps, especially if you get Winter's Cursed. He's most likely the one to get Winter's Cursed, unless they're trying to stop the Lifestealer from attacking people during a rage. That's the second most likely target. Eventually, though, he's not going to be tanky enough to TP out from anything.
Oh, they get a kill top lane, but Dendi's the one caught mid! Perfect timing there. Ghost Stick with the two others, King R and FN. They smoke and they wrap in. Na'Vi thought they found a freebie top lane, but Ogre for an Ember Spirit. Empire will be well happy with that. And now you're looking at Chappie launching himself from Radiance into Boots of Travel in about 50 gold. After this creep, he's got it. And the Kotal, who had such an amazing start, it's now 17 minutes in. Okay, you're building into Aghanim Scepter. But the Kotal, even with that like A vision, giving the initiation tools for Slardar and Lifestealer, is it going to be good enough to stop this Alchemist from split pushing all of your lanes? Because you're never going to see the Alch. He'll TP, pop Manta, go hide somewhere.
It'll help the Lifestealer it'll help the Lifestealer in particular when he's like back in base trying to kill the illusions. Like it's a very normal thing to like you're pushing tower, but when your lane's getting pushed, you're like, okay, just TP back, I'll recall you. So it's really nice for those sort of situations. But I don't know. At this rate of Alchemist farm, I'm not sure. They're still not ahead, I would say. By net worth metric, they are ahead by 500, but in terms of how they should be faring at this point in the game and what they need to be doing at this point and how far they need to be ahead, I would say they are about 3,000, 4,000 gold away from where they would like to be, ideally, in an even match.
Okay.
If they can stick the next Roche, I think they'll be in a really good spot.
Well, FN nearly has his basher. Illuminate comes in. Nice little blink to dodge away from that. And this actually puts RMN into a position where he goes in straight onto the Osabori. Enrages there, but he's already low HP. The battle continues on the back, but they chase in the Winter's Curse down, and Pycat forced to fight into RMN, not quite killing him off. In the back end, though, Ghost Stick, he's dropping to Darkseer Kotal. He goes back in looking for maybe a double-edged stomp, but he's not going to get it. Na'Vi, they find a kill, and yet again defend this bottom tier 1. As Chappie, 1v1ing Dendi up on top lane. Sure enough, Ember Spirit just chains him up, forces the Chemical Rage. This is still going to be Chappie gaining a lot of gold from the creep wave, and tier 1 for Na'Vi will be taken... Oh, sorry, tier 1 from Empire will be taken by Na'Vi.
Misclick? Hockey issue? Who knows?
So. Maybe his mouse fell off the table or something.
Has that ever happened to you?
It's never happened to me, but it's happened to someone. It happened during a tournament one time where the mouse just like slipped off a table or some shit. And it actually broke the mouse and they had to replace it. So the pause wasn't just a quick pause, unpause. It was a pause, replace the mouse, and then...
They'll never buy from that sponsor again.
Yeah, it dropped 3 feet and died. FN full basher. Maybe this is where Ursa starts to get a little bit stronger against the Lifestealer, but it feels like Na'Vi always get the jump. The past, 8-9 minutes or whatever, Na'Vi have constantly been the ones forcing fights across the river, looking for these initiations, and Empire just seem to be really timid in what they're doing. Ursa is always a hero I thought was meant to, go and fight, brawl as aggressively as you can, look for openings whenever possible. But with an Alch on their team, it's almost as if Empire is saying, don't fight, just farm. I will stop the Roshan from happening by Na'Vi, though. And now the awkward dance around the pit that we've seen so often from CIS games.
That sentry doesn't catch the observer. It's just out of range.
Link Crush. Oh, look at the combo! Na'Vi, they've found them all. Ghost Stick Stampedes, but they've only killed off the Winter Wyvern. In comes the Alchemist. 1, 2, 3 slaps down RM and Slardar. And what looked like a huge wombo combo that I really thought was going to kill maybe 2 or 3 heroes of Empire there. Turns out to be just 1 support down. Na'Vi go into the Roche pit and look to finish this off before Empire can really do anything about it. But FN with Chappie. 3 seconds until Chemical Rage, and Roshan is given up on by Na'Vi.
They don't have the Slardar for the amp. That was a really nice observer ward place. I also thought the 3 heroes were going to die, but
Very patient, waiting for the shrine on the Empire. That's one that you definitely wanted to have up before contesting Roche at all. And where is Slaughter going to TV? Back to mid. Alchemist is not there for the Viper. Ursa is heading on over. BOTs are up on the Alchemist in case they do want to take this. And he's already TPing in.
He's coming back. Roshan, half HP. Winter Wyvern. Observer ward from the Radiant placed down. And Alk is going to stun himself there. Sentry ward will spot out. Yep, they've killed the obs. Darkseer stunned. In comes Ghostic, killing off the DS. Pycat though, chomping down on one. Araman in the background, and then comes Dendi. Kills off the Alk as the Chemical Rage wears off. And now Roshan might belong to Na'Vi as the Stampede comes out way too late. It's Centaur 1v1ing onto Dendi. Iron Shell is down, but Ghostic looks like he'll drop, and Roshan, in they go. FN was trying to solo it, it looks like, but Pycat with Aura, man, they've slowed him, they've killed him. Pycat gets another dominating streak for him, and Roshan will go the way of Na'Vi. Empire, they lose so much from this. 3 heroes gone, team fight lost, and Aegis going into the hands of Na'Vi.
Desperate play by Ursa during desperate times.
I was wondering where he was during the fight, and then I looked into the pit, and he's there.
Poor Winter Wyvern has not had an impact this game. And that hero is just very difficult to play in any normal situation. Also, his talents are crap. Have you seen his talents?
Oh no, I've not actually.
They are really underwater. They're like pre-nerf, or sorry, pre-buff Wind Rangers in terms of usefulness.
40...
8 intel is really bad.
And then the two good ones you have are on the level 20 line. You have to choose one of them.
And its level 25 is not even that great.
No. I mean, Splinter Blast cooldown is pretty good if you're defending high ground, I guess. Well, it's very good if you're defending high ground and just like spamming out waves, but... Actually, what is it? That takes down to 4 second CD?
If you're level 25.
If you're level yeah. If you're level 20. Yeah, good point, actually. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to shut up now. Hand of Midas Wyvern, here we come. Just for that talent.
Have you seen Carry Winter Wyverns?
Oh yeah, I have. The Dragonlance, Bloodthorn, Mjolnir, yeah. That's my go-to build in Overthrow, actually.
Oh, really?
It's Winter Wyvern with that, yeah. Oh. It's really sick.
I need to try that.
It's really sick.
It doesn't sound like it'd work in a real game, but in Overthrow...
In Overthrow, it is actually viable. Because you are like Lone Druid is a better sniper, but Winter Wyvern is a better Lone Druid almost.
In Overthrow.
In Overthrow, yeah. You do actually have to keep adding that because we're not talking about the real game. 4 people from Empire grouping up top. RMN was maybe aiming for someone, but this is one of the biggest strengths of the Keeper of the Light. You look for a gank one lane, don't find anything. You move to another lane, and you try again. Keep on trying. But this is one of the difficulties Empire has, right? Their draft is much more nuanced. Their heroes like the Wyvern are harder to play. Na'Vi, I don't feel they have any difficulties executing. It seems to be much easier for them to, wander into a team fight, find an initiation, and just throw their spells in.
I agree. It's way easier to execute.
Stampede in, and there's the execution. Kill off Alchemist instantly. Ghostic does land his stomp onto Lifestealer, but the chase on the eastern side. Winter Wyvern's caught and killed, it looks like, as Na'Vi are starting to run rampant with this game. Miposhka, mana leaked up. Dendi, well, he's popped his veil down onto him, and Ogre, 1, 2, 3, down he goes. Pycat finds the final blow, and a magical streak goes his way. Tier 2 towers look like they will be forfeit, at least the one in middle lane as the lane pushes in with that creep wave.
I'm actually a little sad that FN's not playing the Alk.
Yeah, when you said it and we realized Chappie was playing, I thought, oh dear.
They even took it mid too. Maybe they were trying to pull some next level stuff with the lanes. I don't know. Regardless, Ember would have actually struggled a lot more versus the Ursa, I think. Alk would have been pressured really hard though by the DS on top, so I don't know if that was a trade-off that they were willing to do. However, Ursa and Alchemist just don't have that great a synergy just because, like, there's never a time when both of you guys are really strong. Like, early game, Ursa's really strong. You get the Aegis, Ursa's still really strong. By the time you get second Aegis, you're starting to fall off, and that's when Alchemist kind of has, like, Radiance plus one more item. And then Ghostic is...
Oh! On the first hit bash, yeah. Cool.
Mega dead.
Cool. Ah, he's gone.
Yep.
Another kill. 17 to 9. Oh, the lead is about 4,000 in net worth. We're going to jump up to about 5k. Experience-wise, though, it's close to 8 or 9,000 for Na'Vi as we look at the hero levels. 18 Ember, but it's the supports really. Kotl up to level 15, Darkseer 14. That's the big difference maker there. As poor little Winter Wyvern still stuck down at level 9.
Hard hero to pull off. I can't even blame King Arthur feeding.
Nope. Only 0-4. It's not that bad.
Tower is under attack.
The problem is the way he dies in team fights. He just gets run at by Ember.
With no spells cast.
Yeah, with no spells. What are they supposed to do when the Ember runs at him? Ursa can think about hitting him, but that's about the only hero that can actually do something versus him.
Just Winter's Curse the closest enemy unit, whether it be a creep or a neutral or whatever, just throw it.
That just pauses the fight for like 3 or 4 seconds though, unless he gets a really good one. Really good one is like one on the Ember Spirit with the Lifestealer's Rage on cooldown or something like that. That's like a really good one, but he hasn't been able to pull anything out of his hat so far. Maybe he'll transition to Winter Wyvern carry.
Not with Arcane Boots. Not with Arcane Boots.
Aether Lens so you can spam more Splinter Blast to get more gold to get your level 25.
That's definitely how it works. Is there a full item coming for Alk? He's given Ags to Centaur, actually. So
oh, that's a game changer.
Chappie gives Ghost Stick Aghanim Scepter for that Stampede. Now, are Empire going to smoke and go and look for a fight? Again, angry scribbling from RMN as he says, this area is a no-go zone, let's group up and maybe even smoke themselves. He's holding on to one.
They do have the Centaur Axe though. You know, that's kind of crazy that Alk, his best 4,200 gold, for him to survive is an Axe that buffs everyone, not just one person. It buffs everyone.
That is very good. That is very good. Does Wyvern have an... Oh yeah, Axe Wyvern is a stupid Arctic Burn nonsense.
That's why Carry Wyvern works.
Yeah, I forgot about that for a second. There's no one else that really needs Axe on the team, I guess. Ursa's okay, but...
Ursa's definitely.
He might... I guess if he goes BKB, he can just have it given. There's no slot redundancy there, but Ghost Stick is...
Well, it's not slot redundant because when you get jumped on by Slaughter Lifestealer, you can enrage out of it.
No, but I mean, if he's given it by Alk, he doesn't have the slot wasted by buying one himself.
Yeah, he definitely needs it.
Yeah.
I think BKB is not particularly great here. I'd much prefer to just have the Ags on the Ursa. But then again, I mean,
this way he can have both.
But then where's his deeps, yo?
Yeah. That's a good question. And he's not even finishing Abyssal Blade. He's buying Diffusal Blade. Purge off amp damage? Purge Flame Guard?
Can't purge amp.
What's he purging then?
Surge.
Surge?
Surge is pretty good. Flame Guard's pretty good.
Okay.
It's not amazing, but he doesn't have too many options right now.
Oh, back to farming they go. Chappie into the jungle, sends illusions down lanes. And keeps that flow coming on in. Empire there look like they are setting up for something top lane, but Ogre Wyvern Ursa is one of the more awkward. Yeah, they are retreating as fast as they possibly can. Those three heroes like one of the more awkward trios to try and gank with. You've got like no instant stun, you ignite, you try and blink in with the Ursa and finish them off, but
yeah, no solution for the Ember until you probably get the Abyssal Blade on the Ogre. Or sorry, on the Ursa, yeah, like you talked about.
But then there's like Blinding Light on Kotl. I don't know.
So BKB is for...
Nah, I guess. Hard counter the Blinding Light. Roshan potentially up in the next 15 seconds or so. Dendy looks like he wants to push this top lane a little bit further in. Empire have to come back and deal with this. It's not going to be a second axe from Chappie though. It will be the Octarine Core. As well as the plate mail he's picked up as a kind of a casual item for himself and probably built into the Shiver's Guard. This means that FN won't have an axe for himself in the near future at all. Well, you look at the Kotl, 4-staff axe and gem. And when is the next daytime? A minute and a half until next daytime when they can start sweeping across this map, looking for all these Dire Observer wards. Maybe even making a play around this Roshan, but Empire are the ones storming forward. The smoke is broken. Pycat He's down on the low ground and Empire can't find anyone. Maybe they see the Kotal and he'll walk straight on into them. They see him now. They definitely know what's up. Blink, Stomp, Crush, dead. Kotal gone.
What was the blinding light?
Maybe RMN gets caught as well? No, he's fine. Where was the blinding light?
I don't know. He just ran away without blinding lighting. Like, if he blinding light, at least the Ursa has to pop this Enrage, which is a small thing, but it certainly still helps. Keeper of the Light.
Where's Dakota when you need him? With his imitations, his impressions of Kotal. Roshan is alive. RMN wants to go and scout out the shrine with the rest of his team, but they're smoked up. Still waiting on the low ground. They see an observer ward, but killing it off means giving away their position.
FN standing right on top of another observer ward.
And Empire not having any of it. Dent even blinks forward aggressively. RMN, are you going to go on Wyvern? Blink, Crush, 2-hit dead? Yeah, simple stuff. Gem on the deck. Stampede used. Empire cannot go and reinitiate though, and FN back into the wall. They've got the BKB popped by the Ursa Warrior. And Na'Vi chains onto the Ogre. Alkalusions will come out, but this opens Roshan so nicely for them. Into the pit they go. Amp damage and all that. Empire can't do anything about this. Aegis Chi's going to go the way of Na'Vi. Is that a game finisher?
They could try.
At the very least, take a tier 3, I guess.
They're not that scared about waiting though, just because Ursa is going to get progressively weaker and weaker as like more armor comes out and more Force Staffs, Ghost Scepters, Blinks, and whatnot. And then Alchemist is farming, but he's been pretty manageable so far.
Yeah, Alchemist hasn't been that really annoying tanky hero in teamfights.
He's died so much.
Yeah, he's 2, 3, and 4. And, you know, usually when you see an Alch with 3 or 4 deaths at 30 minutes, all of them came during laning phase. But this game he had a decent laning phase. He just died in mid game while he was farming. Good movements from Na'Vi made sure that they found them. They were even looking again. Look, they're hunting for this Alchemist non-stop. They don't have a gem on the Kotal anymore. As they find a Dendi illusion and clear that one up. But tier 2 bottom is where Na'Vi have all grouped up around. And with this barrier between Empire and Na'Vi potentially cutting the advance of them, RMN with Pycat inside of him could break this initiation. But Empire are standing by their shrine. He's just given... Ah, there we go. Ags on Ursa. He's just been given it. Chappie finally moves that one over. Ah, so he didn't go Octarine Core. He finished his Shivers, then gave Ags across to FN, and didn't bother going for the Octarine. But tier 3 at bottom lane, it's getting pounded. Glyph is used. Empire are coming in from the western side. They're going to look for this Kotal, but in comes General. Vacuum misses completely. Cheese popped by Dendi. Kotal's already dead. RMN chased down as well by the Ogre, but the Winter's Curse. It's down onto Lifestealer. Dendi does like no physical damage at all, and now they've changed up the Ogre and the Alk. The Cold Embrace comes in, but Dendi remnants forward, finishes off one. Looks for another. Chappie stunned. Bash. Pycat killing him off. Pycat's still alive, but the Aegis will be taken out of his hands. The high ground is held again by Empire, and Na'Vi looks like they'll have to fall back at least for now. Kotal will respawn in 3 seconds time. I wonder if they'll try and continue this push. The TP to the shrine. Kotal wants to get back in.
Got the Alchemist yet again. After pulling on so many eggs, he's not actually that strong himself.
And now with no Glyph, no Alk, no Winter's Curse, Na'Vi have a tier 3 and they might even have Barracks. Empire on their last legs at this point. 21 to 11, your highest net worth hero dead. Ghostic goes in for the stomp, but no follow through. FN might have to save his Ogre here. The Vacuum back into Crush. The combo! They've got them! 3 of them dead. Godlike streak for Dendi. And Ghostic even with the Axe upgraded Stampede to get them away. FN with the Enrage will retreat back into the fountain. The chains catches too though, and I think Dendi wants to go in for more. RMN with another Crush. And Ghostic, he thought he was safe, but he's really not. The Winter's Curse finally catches Dendi, but there's no one nearby to punch him. apart from the Darkseer, and another falls. The dieback from Winter Wyvern, 4 dead from Empire, and Alchemist, when he finally respawns, there's no one left to support him. RMN's playing this guerrilla tactic warfare style, jumping in, jumping out, looking for crushes, but FN with the first hit, Bash the concoction lands as well. RMN's gonna sprint himself away from this, and he might just be able to. The Radiance is burning down, but Pycat comes in, bashes up FN, the Desolator doing work, and Dendi slowed somehow there, but still gets to change the vac. Chappie forced back to his shrine, and Dendi finally gives up on the kill. Another Rex falls mid lane, 1.5 lanes gone. Na'Vi might stop now because Empire are finally respawning and can hold the line, but Na'Vi were the ones that drew the line, and then now can look for a shrine up at top.
You can see why you don't want to first phase Ursa. Like, he gets kited endlessly. That was a really great blinding light by Virtu. He did it immediately as they jumped the Ember Spirit, and then Ursa had a BKB out of it too, because he used Enrage to try and burst the Ursa down. And then after that, it just becomes so easy to constantly deal with him over and over again.
Ursa just can't stick on a target. Like, no, he jumps in and then he stands AFK.
Blinding light, force staff,
searing chains,
anything.
Force staffs and BKBs.
The thing is, he got pulled in Ags too, and he still can't stick on a target. But a lot of that is because of his teammates too. We haven't seen any really good Winter's Curse coming out from Winter Wyvern too. Winter Wyvern hasn't been able to even slow people from the Arctic Burn to prevent them from running away from this Ursa. And this fight's just really rough. Yeah, no Abyssal.
No Abyssal and Ursa, I think, is one of the big things. Pycat.
He has enough armor now, I think, on the Ember Spirit to even survive it.
Maybe so. Pycat has an Abyssal. General spots FN. The Blink Stomp is there with the concoction as well. The Darkseer's gone. Pycat wants in. Even after losing their big team fight here, RMN with the Remnants forward. Hello, Dendi says goodnight. 2 heroes gone. RMN will finally fall, but look at Pycat being ripped to shreds in here by Chappie, as well as this Ghostic Centaur, and they do bring him down. Dendi's left alone. Doesn't have a leg to stand on as Chappie sprinting forward. Does Dendi have another Remnant? He does in a second, so he can throw this up onto the high ground somewhere, but he just blinks away. Somehow able to escape. Good chains again. Remnant across. Concoction will still land. Blinding light is there from Biver, but in comes FN. Dendi's got no more escape mechanisms. Tries the slight chains to get away, but Dendi's gone now.
Oh wow.
Na'Vi, they lose a team fight next to their Ancients thanks to Empire killing the Darkseer first.
Dendi had some big plays too. He went in with a Remnant and just blew up the Winter Wyvern. I thought Winter Wyvern was going to get a really good curse off, but he ended up only getting the Cold Embrace on the Ogre, who ended up also dying to the Remnant. But General died very early on in that fight. Wasn't able to cast his wall, wasn't able to really surge anyone away from the Ursa, and Ursa finally got his BKB off before anything bad happened to him, before he got blinding lighted and pushed out of position, before anyone else could lock him down. And Lifestealer tried his best, but either he was unlucky with bashes or he was just taking too much damage inside the Rage.
Yeah, he was in between 2 Alkalusions, a Centaur, and the real Alchemist. It was a pretty rough one. And Alk now, I think he's going to buy a yeah, he's actually finished the BKB for himself, so Shiver's BKB on top of that. Raddy Manta. Don't know if he looks to buy any more Aghanim Scepters. Maybe one for the Ogre wouldn't be bad, but probably focus on buyback for now, and then maybe a Moonshard or something. But so, what about selling off Armlet for an Abyssal Blade of his own on the Alk?
I think AC might be better for him.
Let's buff up the armor of the rest of your team, and I guess
Abyssal is pretty good though. I think they can rely on Ursa for the bashes though. And then Alk can just be the tank with the AC.
I also like AC for when, if you do win a team fight, pushing high ground and taking buildings. It helps you out a lot there as well, I guess.
They still haven't taken T2 Scare.
They really haven't. That's why I'm looking at this map and saying, hey, they need something to kill buildings. I think AC might help as well. Both teams dodging each other for now, though. Na'Vi, they can push out mid and bot lane. The 2 ones that are lacking the melee racks.
Daytime fight could be a lot different for them, as Kato does have flying vision over all of these heroes. There is no shrine on the top side. The Empire might get caught out here.
They've got Stampede. RMN smoking forward, Blink Crush, no Stampede just yet, and Ghost Stick is gonna die before he can even cast it. The Winter's Curse is back over onto Pycat, and in comes the Alchemist, the buyback from Ghost Stick. He's got his Stampede ready, but he needs to get into this team fight. Dendi Remnants in the back, looking for King R, and there it is. Ghost Stick pops his ultimate. General with a vacuum wall in the back end does a little bit, but not enough. FN is now looking for kills. He's found the General Diaz, infest into a creep by Pycat. Chappie can't stick on a target, but FN is finally going to drop. Surely he dies, and he will. RMN also dropping on top of that ramp, and Dendi, can he escape from this? A remnant to safety could be enough to save him. Blink off cooldown, but no. Arctic Burn takes that one back, and General buys back. They want to continue this fight. Pycat sprinting forward. I think King R is dead here. A few hits from Pycat once the cold embrace is done. Will be at the end of the Winter Wyvern. Ghost Stick, Mana League, Blink Dagger. They're not going to be able to get you far enough away from Dendi and Biver, and General even comes in. The buybacks galore, actually, as Ogre wants to return to this one. But that's 3 heroes now on Empire without buyback available. Alchemist. He really wants to stun Dendi. He pops his Manta Style, but the Abyssal Blade comes through. Pycat, a couple more chomps, one more, and he's got it. Buyback from the Alchemist is needed just to save their base. Empire, what just happened?
Throwing bodies left and right, dude. Ember Spirit he fights way better when the BKBs are down. Ursa only has so many cooldowns, whereas Ember, you know, he's just kiting them non-stop and doing his thing. He's just level 25 now at the moment with Octarine, even has a chakra for extra cooldown reduction, and is just kiting them all day. And they blew up the Centaur before Ag's ulti. That was the most important thing that fight. And where was the Winter Wyvern? Normally Winter Wyvern would be there for the cold embrace, but he just doesn't have any items. He doesn't even have Aether Lens for the extra cast range. He just could not save the Centaur.
Yeah, no force or no blink or anything.
Cold embrace.
It looks like Dendi's just cleaning up. Alchemist is the last man standing.
They can always just jump the backline with the Ember. That is, I think, the biggest problem this game, that Ember was just able to bypass the Ursa, just ignore him, and just gun for the weak Winter Wyvern every single fight.
Just beeline for the Wyvern. Alchemist with this death.
That has to be game.
You leave Ursa alone, cold, tired, hungry, and dead.
GG.
And the Cubs stand no chance when their parents are gone. GG is called, and Empire defeated by Na'Vi, who make their way into the grand final of this qualifier, facing up against VP. It has honestly been like a dream run from Na'Vi. They struggled in the group stage. They
Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Na'Vi's turn to pick. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5.
Dark Seer.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bat Rider!
Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Oracle.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick.
Sound Warlord.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds.
Outworld Devourer.
During Shadow Dance and make sure he doesn't just escape away.
Yeah, you also have another like kind of disengage ability with the Astral just to potentially save an ally who's been lassoed, to keep someone alive while Slark is going on them in Shadow Dance. So.
Yep.
Okay, Gots, here we go. Game 1. It is only a best of 3, not a BO5 like we've had in qualifiers past, so not a whole lot of margin for error here. And as you mentioned, it's been a fairly long day for Na'Vi. See how that affects them as the teams get into their lanes. Na'Vi TPing in early with Biver. They drop the deep lane ward. Meanwhile, Solo, on one of his typical smokes, gets a ward out near that bottom lane to keep eyes on any potential movement into the jungle. And it looks like VP going aggressive here.
Ooh, so yeah, Dark's already heading up top. Interesting. So yeah, Ramsey's down bottom. What are they? I guess yeah, Slark not really known for having a strong laning phase in a hero that can get pressured a lot in the early game lane stage. I'd say Oracle used to be fine in these kind of aggressive situations, but a lot of his spells have kind of received small little nerfs over the various patches. This hero used to be like one of the best 5 position supports, but After a couple of nerfs, this hero just isn't quite what it used to be, and it does look like Na'Vi may have to either adjust their lineups or kind of do something else. Pycat immediately running towards top once his bounty rune gets contested is likely going to just ditch this bottom lane.
All right. Yeah. So screw that. You can have the fun down there.
It doesn't do a whole lot
Mr.
better
General.
top though. It's still a Darkseer versus Slark. He's got the Oracle to help purge those Iron Shells a little bit, but you can only really purge so much of them, and Darkseer should farm pretty nicely against the Slark up here.
Yeah. Obviously, like you see the Ursa and you go for a Slark, you can't expect to have easy lanes. There's always going to be a potential weakness to exploit there. Just not really why you pick Slark. He's not a particularly strong laner. But they do have the Ogre to secure mid, so Dendy can get off to a good start. Then maybe Armen roams that way and tries to give the Slark a little space. For now, though, they're in the dual lane to make the Darkseer sad, and VP looks like we'll be rotating their Sand King as well. Lil gonna join the skirmish here in the mid lane.
Interesting. Armen playing the Ogre for once. Almost always we see Fiverr playing this one, but imagine he's the guy who also normally plays the Ogre, so Armen probably saying like, look, I'd rather play the Ogre than play the Oracle, so...
Uh-oh. Tough start here for General, who took Sticky Napalm, has the boots, but Ramses also has his own, gets off a follow-up clap, and this likely the first blood. Indeed it will be. Ramses drawing it. General going for the level 1 Napalm, and he gets punished.
Yeah. It's a rough start indeed.
Although, I mean, you can probably attribute that to the lane swap, not being quite aware that the Ursa would already have the boots and just ambushing him with it.
Yeah, I've managed to do pretty well against the Darkseer up top. He didn't go for any clarity, so unfortunately for Pasha, he couldn't really stay in this lane. Like his first couple Iron Shells getting purged. Often with the changes to Darkseer, his Iron Shell costs a lot more mana than he used to. This is actually a kind of a tough lane for him as a result.
Overall laning setup, gods. It looks like farm-wise, VP getting the edge here. They've also gotten a first blood. Do they just straight up win the lanes? Is there an adjustment Na'Vi can make to...
I think Armen's Ogre is probably the hero that can roam around and be annoying. He doesn't really offer a threat at bottom lane with the Batrider to get kills, but likely we see him just stick around this mid lane and try and give Troll a bit of an edge. Unfortunately for Dendy, even with the Ogre's presence so far, he hasn't really done all too well in CS. Just the 2 last hits and 3 denies, so if Na'Vi can win top lane and perhaps have Ogre help them secure this mid lane a bit more, at least 2 of the 3 lanes will be going well for them, and they'll be okay with Batrider just getting experience, which so far he hasn't been able to really do at bottom, but with a level 2 and Firefly, he should be able to at least get XP down bottom.
All right, so Dendy definitely still getting that help from the Ogres. No one continues to receive a lot of pressure, but still CSing fine. 6-1 already. They're making the dive on bottom. They have found General again. 3 heroes converging on the Batrider. They're going to chase him through the tree line, but with the point in Firefly, he's not as easy of a kill. The Caustic slowing him down just a little bit. Juki back towards the tower. Armen tries to join the fray. Not going to matter. Suddenly, the Ursa converges on him. This could easily be 2, maybe 3 Na'Vi heroes going down, as the Ursa is just going to be king of the castle at this point. Finds another. Lil getting the last hit, and VP just walks away. The trickle in effect simply does not work against Ursa.
Yeah, that was a disaster. 1 by 1, just feeding the Ursa. It looked like Bat was trying to Firefly onto that little poking out cliff point at the bottom of the map where you can plant wards, but couldn't. I don't know. Pathing, I guess, stopped him from doing so, and didn't really have a good escape even with Firefly up. So that was the Ogre rotating off the mid lane, which means Dendy's not getting that help. They're already losing bottom lane. They lose it even harder now with the extra kill being given up, and just the 1 lane up top going well for Na'Vi right now.
I mean, in good news, it's going super well. He is 20 and 11 already as a Slark.
Man, that's actually crazy. Slark he's only now in the straight 1v1, but even with before earlier, there's just like 1 Fortune's End from the Oracle onto those Iron Shells really just gave him all he needed in this lane, and he's going to start really pressuring Pasha. He's got an Orb of Venom. He's actually going to be playing super aggressive, looking for kills.
And you can see Pasha still trying to actually just buy the soul ring. He can't even get to the shop. Although Pycat will see him going and comes right back. He has the lane ward, so he can tell anytime Pasha makes this move as bottom lane general getting pursued out again, hounded by Ramses. What is the range on those claws? My god. Didn't look like he was in melee range. Probably would have caught him anyway with the phase boots. But another kill, make it 2 more, and yeah, Ursa is out of control. This is a problem.
Yeah, this is a
This
big,
is looking like classic like Ursa pub game.
Yeah. Yeah, 5-0 at 4 minutes in, and he's only got 3 kills for himself. But top lane Slark getting very aggressive is now going to find Lil up there.
Oh no, the caustic cancel to Sal. Pycat is a sad panda. Looking for the turnaround though, perhaps with Biver coming in will force Lil back in a way. So they go back to their tri lane. They stop trying to help General. They're just going to leave him against Ramses. And Ramses is going to rotate, at least for now. Looks for that haste rune, perhaps? No, just the courier. We'll grab some clarities here. Head back to the lane, but yeah, he doesn't really need help. I mean, at this point, even if he can't kill Bat, he can certainly zone him pretty effectively.
Oh yeah, and he's going to get the fast level 6 now, so even ganking him gets more difficult with the damage block and the turnaround potential with the enrage. So bottom lane Ursa becomes a nastier and nastier problem. Solo's just heading back, but I think this is where if you're a support like Solo, you're just like, yeah, let's play around my Ursa. He's pretty strong and scary right now. If I'm near him, I'm probably safe. I can get some wards down, set up some kills, and that's where you're gonna get the most done. So he's back down bottom with the Ursa.
It's not like if you're Navi, you're like, oh yeah, let me just go scout around the jungle by myself when Ursa's missing.
Yeah.
Probably not the case.
Mostly just look at this top lane as like a lane where heroes like Sand King and Darks are going to go to leech experience, so you don't really necessarily want to try and fight up top. You just want to send like a Sand King to leech XP and get some farm where possible.
The one lane I'm a little curious about, guys, does Troll normally like struggle this much against an OD, considering he's gotten a lot of help from his Ogre? At least the last few times I checked the lane, the Ogre's been there. Should he not be
secure CS pretty well using the Astral, and he has gone. He is leveling up the Astral as his primary ability. So, given that no one's leveling Astral, I'd say this is like pretty normal in terms of CS.
Okay.
Perhaps Troll a little bit under where he'd want to be in terms of his CS, but the denies is definitely a positive sign.
Yeah, it's a well-documented aspect of Dendy's laning that he really does prioritize denies more than other mid laners historically. So, could play into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the players, if he can get a CS or a deny, he'll normally choose the deny over the CS sometimes. And
what a jerk. Oh, Lil using the Burrow Strike here on an Ogre illusion. Pycat wants to punish that. He pounces in off the mark, though, and now Pasha back into the fray. Pycat, level 6, so he should be able to get out of here no matter what, barring a catastrophic error. He will get burrowed, though. Still not using that ultimate. He's been healed up a bit longer. He finally has to commit it just with extra move speed, but VP continuing to chase. So they blunt any potential upcoming aggression from the Slark.
And bottom tower actually went down during all that, so Ramses has just managed to solo push the bottom lane just by constant chipping, and he can skip the wave pretty well as well. So his Helm of the Dominator going to be up very early on, and getting a creep at like 8-9 minutes in as an Ursa is going to allow you to really just roam around the map, play super aggressive. You can get, there's a lot of good creeps you can get to really benefit you. And Na'Vi are going to be...
Oh, look at this aggression, gods. They know Batrider's off the lane. They're not going to let him farm in the jungle. Straight onto him. Ramses will move. One more attack, actually make it 2. Grabs another kill, so already a dominating streak. The jungle isn't safe, the lane isn't safe, and soon Roshan won't be either, as you mentioned. About to get the Dominator.
Oh, he's got the Elf Wolf as well. Yeah, the Dominator means he's probably taking Roche at level 8 with Fury Swaps if he wants to, since the creep can tank Roche for you. But doesn't have to go for Roche, and he can just look to continue to snowball. But getting an Aegis early on is definitely a nice thing to do. And he's smoked up with Sand King, so this could be for Roche, could be for making a play. We'll see where the priority lies for VP.
Not a whole lot of mana on Lil, so looks like it will be into the pit. Can Na'Vi, I mean, even if they knew about this, could they contest right now? They don't feel very strong.
Not really. I guess VP aren't grouped up around it. They're just relying on the sneakiness of smoking in there at this stage to get Roche. So Darks is not really in a position to do much, neither is OD. So if they had there with numbers, they could have done something about it. But it would have become very obvious. Lil didn't even attack. He stayed smoke in the Roche pit, so if they came to contest it, his smoke would pop and he'd know that that heroes were nearby.
Well, so General ends up moving to the off lane, and guess who's there to greet him? It's his old friend Ramses. Shows himself in the lane. And reinforcements have arrived in the form of Lil. Gets a surge into a burrow, but General barely able to sneak over the cliffside there and back to safety. As that first, one of those first troll ultimates does get used. Dendi just taking over, farming the Ancients. They drive General off the lane and they go straight onto the tier 1 tower. So VP, very aggressive laning stage, really trying to secure map control here. Setting up for a second Roshan perhaps down the line. And for Na'Vi gods, I guess the question becomes, like, how are they going to start asserting some map control, taking fights, or do they just have no ability to do that for the next 10-15 minutes?
And assuming VP pushing with enough numbers, I don't really think Na'Vi have plays they can make, because they have no blink on Batrider, they have no initiation item on Pycat. He doesn't have his Shadow Blade or his blink dagger, so Troll doesn't really have too many items. I guess the Troll helmet some plays within makes you like a smoke with an extra creep, but given that right now VP have Aegis, this is very much a Na'Vi, like a farming period for Na'Vi. They're going to be looking to keep away from VP during this Aegis period. Problem is, Batrider is miles away from a Blink Dagger right now.
Oh, Lil pulling out the jukes, breaking some ankles in the bottom lane. Biver trying to catch him out with the Fortune's End, but just a calm Sandstorm dodge and then do away. So VP just outmaneuvering Na'Vi around the map there.
Yep.
Going to smoke up as a pack of 3, head towards that bottom lane where they do have a ward planted. Sentry deny was attempted earlier, unsuccessful. And let's see which way they go. Looks like they will find the Slark, and they do it. Before he's able to get off a Dark Pact, he's just going to go down without a fight. The lone ray of hope, really, for this Na'Vi squad also bites the dust. So the pressure mounts. All the while, no one, yeah, by the way, has a Midas, kind of just quietly farming away in the mid lane, significantly ahead of Dendi now. Mostly due to the tower gold, but has not had any pressure. There is an OD in this game, guys, lest you forget.
He doesn't even have to enter the game, you know, he can just stay out of the game. He can keep jungling, he can keep farming his lane. His team Troy just giving him word like, look, they can make all these aggressive smoke moves without the involvement of the OD right now. He can continue to farm the lane and the jungle, which he's been doing so far. Level 10, he's not as farmed as the Ursa, since Ursa's had the tower gold at bottom, the Roche money, the kills, but if things kind of continue at this rate, OD's going to catch up to his own Ursa, maybe even overtake him just by the farming efficiency of the Midas.
There's a blink on Ramses now. He scouts with Big Bird. This is a slightly more vicious Big Bird than what you might be accustomed to if you were a Sesame Street fan.
And this is the first smoke from now. It kind of feels like the blink of General is too far away. They're just going to go for something. Saw a Batrider earlier today in the Chinese qualifier from in July, and like had a rough start, but he just said, look, screw my blink, I can make plays with just lasso, and that was kind of their way back into the game, and I think they need something similar from General.
Oh no, they find Lil, he burrows, TP's out, and just no way to stop it.
Yeah, brutal, as Na'Vi can't find a single kill so far, and their woes continue, and likely after that failed smoke, they just have to fall back to their jungle, farm a few camps.
You know, as a commentator, guys, you're always looking for, like, entertainment, for a back-and-forth series. I'm looking for, like, a pulse here. It just doesn't... Na'Vi just doesn't seem to have one. They're just rolling over. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead for VP, 5,000 experience, tower after tower falling, 7-0 to the score. Like, they lost basically every lane. Well, hell, I would say every lane, considering Pycat has since died, so you can't even really say he won in the end. Well, when's it going to happen? It just doesn't seem like it. Solo moves in. He struts up onto the Ogre, and they will quickly bring him down, even managing to steal the level 3 Bloodlust. So guess what? It's so Ursa needed more attack speed, more move speed. He's got it now.
That may actually be the best spell you could steal on the entire Na'Vi side right now. Perhaps the Battle Trance is better. I take the Bloodlust over the Battle Trance just because it's 100% uptime.
Oh, and the move speed is ridiculous.
Yeah, so. It's better. It's better than the Battle Trance, really. So I don't really feel like there's a better spell to have for the constant firing. Like, yeah, there's some, like, a False Promise could be good, but you're not really ever in danger of dying. You're so far ahead. You're so strong. This just enables your cores to do more and more damage, to get more and more out of control. So we'll see how this works. I think item-wise, like, I mean, to talk about what VP can look to do, if they want to keep getting further ahead and control and close out this game, getting items like Desolator on Ursa could be really good this game. They do kind of lack building hitters, but that's where we've seen Ursa's kind of adjust their build, start getting the Deso, and just playing and probably pushing around like this Darkseer mech timing. They're not going to be able to get any kind of a high ground put. I mean, the Aegis is expired, so the second Rosh is probably what they're eyeing off. And perhaps the second Rosh that they're going to give to the OD rather than the Ursa, but we'll see if that's the case. But as it stands, they're very, very far ahead.
Well, you can see the Na'Vi game plan. They're somewhat cowering in the darkness, just eking out little scraps of farm wherever they can. Guerrilla warfare tactics, deep beneath enemy lines, hiding in the trees. As well, VP are ready for that. They scan, they find General, and they massacre him again. So another death for the Bat Rider. I think at this point, you know, maybe you just start building your drums, because getting a blink just seems like an ambitious task.
General's worst games I've probably seen all qualifiers from him, and
is this the fuck General strat?
Jeez, it seems that way, you know. But the old Na'Vi, like when they were kind of had their moments where they were good, the plan was always like, if you want to beat Na'Vi, you shut down General. He's the playmaker. He's the guy you want to beat and shut down. Dendi's always going to get the help and support in mid lane. That's like typically been like their support playstyle, is to give Dendi the edge in mid. But if you shut down the playmaker General, even if Dendi farms and does well mid, it doesn't seem like Na'Vi have that scary presence come mid game. And that's exactly where they stand right now. No blink still. No blink inside, like he's halfway there as a Bat Rider at 15 minutes.
And that should be said, I guess, as far as Na'Vi's prospects go, they do have great late game. They have Battle Trance, they have a Slark, they have Bloodlust, they have a pretty good scaling support in the Oracle who doesn't need a whole lot of farm. So, like, I guess that's the silver line is, as horrendous of a game as this is, they don't really need to have an explosive start to take it late, but at the same time, you know, VP are no slouches come late game either. You know, OD scales quite well. You've got the Darkseer team fight potential. Lots of AoE to work with, and it's not like Na'Vi are going to have BKB for Dendi anytime particularly soon. So I'm trying to find the silver lining and talk it up, but truth be told, it's going to take some big mistakes.
BKBs, and until they get BKBs, they're not fighting into the OD and all the AoE, the Sanking, the Darkseer, and all that. And if they rush the BKBs, well, they're not able to keep up in terms of farm. BKBs are going to slow down their rate of farm. It's an item that kind of you typically want to buy to fight now, and I don't think Na'Vi really want to fight, but at the same time, if they don't get the BKBs, they're also going to just continue to feed, so they're kind of in this tough, awkward position where there's no real ideal way to play this, but yeah, it looks like Pycat and Dendi are both queuing up those BKBs, saying, we're going to at least get these and try and take a fight even though we're miles behind. You can try and take a fight with a 10, 15k gold deficit if you get good value out of those 10-second BKBs.
Of course, the downside is if you lose those fights, then your economy is in absolute shambles.
Yeah, so. I mean, yeah, that's where like you really start talking about, is it just game over for Na'Vi if that first fight or two with 10-second BKBs just completely fails. But they also have to get there. As it stands, VP continuing to control the map, push out all the lanes. They'll likely secure this, or at least go for that second Rosh. And Na'Vi are not going to have BKBs up before that second Rosh respawn, so they want to contest it. They're going to have to do so just with the newly picked up Blink. So finally items have come out. General gets a Blink, Pycat gets a Shadow Blade. They've actually got their core items that they were supposed to have maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, but they've got them nonetheless, and they can at least try and use these now. It opens up plays where they can use smokes and actually find kills.
Well, good call on the Desolator for Ursa, by the way, and Ramses basically has it now.
Oh, good.
So
yeah,
that is.
I saw him.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I saw him queue up a Basher early and was like, oh, he's going to go for the Basher, but yeah, I think the Deso is way better this game.
Oh, Rubik. Hello, Solo in the mid lane. It looks like the general debut of the Blink. Use the lasso. Yeah, it's a support, but support kills are pretty big at this point when VP's had so much map control all game long. He's fairly high level, level 9. And a much needed kill for them, so Na'Vi will be very happy with that. I mean, you'd love a core, but these cores are extremely difficult to kill.
And you just, I think team morale goes up when you don't have 0 kills at 18 minutes into the game, so it shows that with these items, they can actually achieve something. And if they can turn that one support kill into another couple of support kills, or a core kill maybe next time, suddenly this game, they're in a position where this game gets a whole lot more winnable, and they kind of start to claw their way back in.
So it looks like Na'Vi might be trying to force this tower, which could draw VP to side between Roshan or the tower. They're expecting Rosh will be up very soon if he's not already. Probably thinking VP or Roshan this very second, given it's been about 11 minutes. In fact, he has not respawned just yet, and Na'Vi are a little nervous.
Here come VP. This Ursa's gonna completely claw his way through here in no time at all with the Desolator.
They like have to completely chain stun him, or he is it's gonna kill them all. And the problem is he has a lot of crowd control backing him up. So,
oh yeah,
you're not reliably able to just jump the Ursa and expect no consequences. Now a blink secured for Pasha, so that big vacuum into Burrow Strike and hell, maybe an Epicenter is a real possibility as Na'Vi dance around on their own side of the map, quite unsure of where they want to go. CVP scanning. And they do want to fight this. They don't have the BKB on Dendi. Pycat neither. They're walking into trouble, and BP seem to be in a great position to take this fight. Pasha's there with the back to start off. The follow-up burrow comes through onto 2 almost immediately, but the lasso is there, keeping the Ursa away as Arman. He's like, guys, the Rosh is low. Let's kill it off. Pycat gets the last hit. General grabs the Aegis. Na'Vi have found the Rosh, but can they win the fight? That's the real question. This Ursa is big. He's bad, and he is quite mad. They brought down 4. They're going to look for Biver as well. It's likely to be 5 with the Astral. He'll fall too. And scrambling for the hills is the lone survivor. It's General. It's 6 dead for Na'Vi. They steal the Roche. They steal the Aegis. And they get their asses beat horribly for it.
That Ursa wasn't happy. He's like, that's my Aegis. Go happen. I'm going to claw you all down. That's not happening on my watch. And, well, VP very handily won fight. I mean, that the sheer net worth advantage just becomes kind of insurmountable in a fight like that. Na'Vi didn't have BKBs, and you talk about how they look to fight into stuff like the Sanking, the Darkseer, I mean, let alone the Ursa. I think the only way you can beat the Ursa is if you're not getting disabled, and if you can ignore the Sanking Burrow Strike and ignore the Vacuum, then yeah, you can perhaps handle the Ursa, but you can't do that without those BKBs, and, well, even without an Aegis, it looks like VP are perhaps considering going for some kind of a play around this top lane, at least maintaining map presence so they can keep Na'Vi in their base. They've got 4k gold on OD, another 2k gold on Ursa, everyone getting very, very farmed on this VP side.
Yeah, you can see no one has a Blink Dagger in the quick buy. I'm wondering if he's like, yeah, you know what, I'll just buy like a tier 4 item now instead. Screw that Blink. But yeah, things are looking rather good for VP. This is a best of 3, so even should Na'Vi lose it, they'll have a chance to claw their way back in. And last time they played VP, I think they lost game 1 and still bounced back in game 2. But
yeah, that's right.
This, I mean, when VP is on their A game, it kind of feels like they're on a different level from Na'Vi's. Pycat, as I say that, will find Solo, but gets astraled by no one. Now the lasso kidnapping him while trying to kill off Solo as well. Will General be able to make it out? That's the question. Use the Blink to initiate, goes up onto the hill. TP out attempted, no one. Does have the Burrow Strike support, so they're going to get a Rubik, but it costs them a bat in turn. Which was honestly, I think given the deficit, probably a net worth win for Na'Vi, or at least an even trade, but...
Yeah, probably is.
Oh, actually, yes, the Rubik's pretty poor.
Okay. Well, Flacco gets
forget the grass though
on the retreat.
Yeah, that Ursa is out for vengeance. Ramsey's just rampaging through the mid lane, does find another kill. 16-3 the score. Only 6 more to go, gods. Only 6 more to go.
Slowly happening. And Ramsey, well, I say slowly, Ramsey's going to speed it up a little bit.
Well, Astral's there. Armen trying to throw out maybe a little bloodlust from the high ground. Go, Denny. Live and prosper. Oh, not going to happen. He's dead as well. So, all 3 cores down. VP converging on the base. Game 1, a very clinical affair so far, and it looks like this is, if not the end just yet, likely the beginning of that end.
I mean, the biggest weakness of VP's lineup is always going to be their ability to hit buildings, and as much as their lineup can scale late or right, they can never really hit buildings well with Ursa, but he's made up for it with this Deso pickup, and they're pushing high ground early enough time before Na'Vi have items. Oh, there was a sentry.
Oh god. Blink and you'll miss it. 2 more have fallen. Diver on the run. It's over, Na'Vi. They're already dead. VP, have mercy. Just kill their buildings. knock them off the map and into game 2. I mean, if you could beat a team so hard in game 1 that you would just straight up win the whole series off of it, if there was some way to quantify a win being just too damned one-sided, I think this would be it. This is pretty ugly.
Dendi, he's got BKB, he's gonna waste it more or less. Doesn't really get much out. Gets out of an Earth Shock and obviously stops any follow-up disables or spells from hitting him, but that's the 10-second BKB, and, well, VP, back off, we'll take the Shrines. Very, very straightforward game from VP. Started with a laning win at the bottom lane with the Ursa, and it really was the Ramsey show. He just completely snowballed out of control this game.
Oh, Solo stole Battle Trance, by the way, so
well,
that'll be handy for pushing in the next lane of Rex.
Yep, absolutely, and I don't even imagine VP necessarily feel like they want to wait for Roche. They've got so many big items coming out their way. The Ursa gets his BKB. The OD's about to have Blink and BKB of his own as well, so the late game items that are coming really in the mid game continue as the deficit just gets bigger and bigger between these two teams.
Well, gods, we've got a little downtime here. I guess we can dig into the autopsy and start talking about why Na'Vi is a corpse right now.
Well, here's the Hail Mary, LD. The four men smoking. Do smokers 5? I don't know.
Did everyone get bloodlusted yet? If so, I guess it doesn't really matter. No, no bloodlust. All right, this is a huge mistake.
He'll TP in onto the shrine, perhaps.
What shrine?
No. Yeah,
VP have already decided to slay it.
All right.
Someone kill it. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking about the autopsy here, like, where did it really go wrong for Na'Vi? Do you think it was the laning setup? We'll see this last fight momentarily. Blake, vacuum, BKB from Denny. He immediately scrambles away. Pycat also gets off the Shadow Dance and will likewise retreat, but the buildings, they can't run. And VP are coming for those as well.
Yeah, I think draft-wise, it was always going to be a tough game. They picked the Slark very early, like they third-picked it because we're seeing it get banned out from some of the teams against Na'Vi. It has been one of Pycat's preferred heroes, but the hero has some weaknesses that VP exploited. Like, they pressured it in, well, they forced a kind of rough laning stage by forcing Na'Vi to rotate these lanes a lot.
Ramsey's getting to work with the BKBs. They pound on Na'Vi, almost finish off Denny with the big hammer drop. Not quite, but Ramsey's, he's like, I expected I could kill him in one less auto attack. Turning around prematurely a few times now. But that's 2 lanes of rack. Any moment now, Na'Vi will accept their fate. They'll tap out while they still have any dignity left. There you go.
Yeah, I think it was always
3-22. I think they wanted the meme, gods. They were like, you know what? We're playing against Solo. We got completely spanked. It looks so bad, it's almost like we threw the game. Let's just make it 3-2-2 and then we'll tap out. They did it for the fans.
They're truly the people's team, this Na'Vi, so win or lose, you've got to love them, I guess. But
are you saying the people lose in the end? Is that the moral of this tale? I
mean, that's definitely the recurring theme with Na'Vi fans, at least. So we'll see if they can break that here. But they give you this false hope and then they crush it later on. But I mean, Na'Vi, the team known for their kind of roller coaster runs. They have their ups, they have their downs. This was definitely not one of their better games in these qualifiers. That bottom lane was just such a catastrophe. I mean, Ursa getting the kills on general to begin with is one thing, but then getting the additional kills when heroes rotated and TP'd in, killing the Ogre, Oracle then TP'd down there, and the lanes just completely fell apart.
Navi's turn to ban. Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Slada.
Dire team pick.
War Chief.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Navi's turn to pick.
Life Stealer.
Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserved.
Shaul Warlord.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sven stands ready.
Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imber spirit. Silencer. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team to victory, but it was not against the silencer, and that will certainly make things a bit trickier. May even force his hand like towards, I don't know, a Manta style potentially, which has not been a very popular Ember item as of late. You know, it's just been that very heavy like magic damage build, not so much like a physical DPS style. But I don't know how else he deals with this global.
I think there's enough of a threat, like Sada Lifesteal. Like I think we're like you're looking at the Ember and you see like, okay, there's silence. It's going to be a tough game, but then you think how a fight's going to begin, and like in my mind, it's like, well, Sada Lifestealer in Fest Bomb, if they catch the silencer or catch a core hero, even if Dendi gets caught in a silence, like you say, you can go for a Manta, you can go for an item like a BKB to get out of it. and still manage to do okay. I actually quite like this Na'Vi draft. I think it's easy to look at it like in terms of counter picks and be like, oh, they have Ember into Silencer, they have Enigma into Rubik and Silencer as well. How are they going to team fight if they can't get Black Holes off or if Ember's silenced? But I think they have a fairly easy approach to fights with the cheap pick-off capabilities of Slider Lifestealer. Their lanes are solid, the Ember benefits a lot from the CM Aura, same for the Enigma. They can play greedy too, like Enigma's just going to likely just try and farm up the fast mech, maybe even go for something like a -2.
Pycat does get scouted out here. He will immediately skill rage and run the hell away. Dodging a bullet, just barely out of range of that initial lift. May have been able to skill rage and get it off in time anyway after the lift, but it would have been a close call and a dangerous chase. So VP going for the early smoke invasion. Instantly you can see Na'Vi the reply is for General to think about stealing the enemy bounty rune. As they still manage to catch one, RMN actually gets caught by the lift and gives up a very avoidable first blood. Ward got planted around the trees. I don't think he realized VP had vision there, but that was definitely sloppy.
Yeah, shouldn't be giving that one. You should just expect them to stick around to secure that bounty rune and not even go near it, but VP get a freebie, and that is an early +2 for No One Silencer. It is going to be the mid-core silencer. We kind of talked about the possibilities with Troll going mid and Sven in the carry role. It will be Lil on the support 4 position Sven, and the core silencer for the mid lane. A tough matchup for Dendy to deal with.
So yeah, they're going to try and dual lane here, but Silencer with the glaives just laying into Biver, forcing him back immediately. Dendy does have the stout shield, but already you can see that harassment adding up, and Ember not going to be happy, gods, with this 1v1. He'd much rather be laning against a troll, I would say, than a Silencer.
He's probably making the call, like, help me out ASAP. RMN and the CM is probably going to hit a fast level 2 in the jungle, then smoke up. I feel like he needs to smoke up with the CM and Slaughter, perhaps. Curry at mid. Lil was fishing around, but not easy as a Sven to get that one.
Yeah, he does have the wind lace, but still quite a dive to pick it off. So they'll see Ramsey's bottom. It is going to be an off-lane troll. The lanes have definitely been mixed up a bit. So you got the Centaur in the safe lane, and not really much of a kill lane versus a life stealer, but still should be good farm for the Centaur. Early on, it appears to be good farm for Ramses as well, already 4-2. Yep. And obviously, mid lane going great. So with the first blood, 3 lanes going well. It's VP off to the races again, nice and early.
Yeah. The idea was definitely that they wanted to, much like the Slark, pressure the Lifestealer's early game laning stage. It's a hero that similarly doesn't do well in the laning stage, so they wanted to aggro tri-lane him. Pycat, again, knowing kind of what's coming his way, dodges the lane, but finds himself still in a tough lane. Like, he may have dodged the aggro duel / tri-lane, but he's up against, well, a dual lane up top now. It doesn't have the troll in it, but it's still got the centaur there, and it's still a very dangerous lane.
Finding the catch here on Ramses. General even moving in. Doesn't have any Eidolons to work on him with, though, and Ramses already with the completed 4-man shield, so quite durable. In fact, just turns on General, starts running into the Eidolons and into the hero, and really doesn't care.
Yeah, Sada TP'd out and is going for that smoke rotation with Iron Man. He doesn't have any mana for Crush just yet. He'll have it in about 10 seconds time, maybe a little bit longer.
There's no point in Arcane Art even yet. It's only a level 2 Crystal Maiden.
This gank has to work, I feel. Their lanes are getting crushed if this smoke doesn't work.
And even if it does, already Pycat being moved upon in the bottom lane. If Lil gets right next to him, it's going to be very hard to rage dodge this. He's not actually able to. Still has the rage now being lifted, and even if he rages at this point, it's not going to matter. They've gotten the extra damage in. He turns, he drops the open wounds, and he tries to run. Maleficent there, not going to happen. VP run and gun him down, and now straight onto General. While that's going on in the mid lane, you can see the chase for No One, who already killed off Dendy during that dive. Biver might get this kill to South as he heads to high ground, sprinting his way forward, pops the Fairy Fire and the Curse of the Silent, and No One will still fall, but it's a death for Dendy, and it's a big win again for VP.
Wow, yeah, he got with the high ground ward, got the solo kill on Dendy as the gank came his way. That's absolutely disastrous for Na'Vi in their early game. Then he is just getting bullied constantly in this mid lane. He cannot last hit against No One Silencer.
And VP just showing their poise as a veteran team to bust out with no hesitation not only the Silencer pick, but the carry Silencer mid. And it has really thrown Na'Vi for a loop. And oh, Pycat raging here. I don't know if he realizes that Solo was coming from around the tree line. They just hit the shrine. Scan.
Another smoke mid.
Oh,
Perfect.
again VP on point. The scan revealing the Na'Vi rotation, so more time wasted. No one going to dodge this bullet and be able to go right back to pounding Dendy as soon as these supports leave. And General just off to the jungle, so he's not even laning right now. That means total free farm for the Centaur in the safe lane. They've given Pycat that bottom lane, as we talked about. And in the end, Biver's going to have the task of dealing with the Centaur, who, by the way, already 30 and 12 in CS.
He's going to come in and mess with the Enigma as well, so he'll lose his Eidolons, it looks like. But not too big of a deal. But yeah, this Enigma doesn't have his Arcane Boots yet, so his farm is slow. When you go for this Arcane Boots not soaring... Oh, Danny mid, getting flanked now.
He gets stunned, the chains are there, zapped, immediately breaking the Flame Guard, laying him out. VP just spanking Na'Vi. I mean, honestly, it's just unbelievable how badly they're just shattering their confidence.
Oh, yeah.
2 games in a row.
It's so different to their last best of 3, because the last best of 3, VP was very, like, all 3 games were fairly close. I mean, the game Na'Vi won and one of the games Na'Vi lost, both very close, and VP were not looking to dominate the early game laning stage. It feels like VP made a clear adjustment since yesterday, like, alright, let's actually focus more on the early game and beat Na'Vi there, because laning stage-wise has been a complete and utter stomp, both games by VP.
Yeesh. I mean, how do they get back in? Like, is there any? It's about as bad of a start as you can get. Like, what's the path forward for Na'Vi?
It's going to be just getting like a couple core items and using their few smokes. Like, they probably have 1 smoke remaining, and they'll get another smoke around the 10-minute mark. Using those smokes well, because 2 consecutive smoke ganks mid. Like, the reason that's such high risk and volatile players, because now you don't have those smokes for when you hit your blink dagger timing. I say that Slider's not going to have a blink anytime soon, but if you're Na'Vi, you've got to just use numbers. Like, if dive like this at bottom, you've got TP and 5 heroes. You've got to try and do something to stop this.
Oh, they're going to bring in Dendy as well. This could be really big for Na'Vi. They spring the trap. Can they even find that first kill on the troll? He gets frostbitten, held in position. He's still not dead yet. That armor is too much. The poor man's shield saving the day. Biver is not going to let him scurry away. Not this time, he says. Crushes him down. We'll find that first kill. I think there was a TP out. Yeah, Lil just made it home, so that's all they get. But hey, it's the troll. It's a big kill. And VP did commit 3 to get nothing, so Na'Vi will take that one to the bank. Man, if only General was 6 and had a TP scroll, perhaps he could have come in for the 3-hero black hole.
I feel like that's kind of what their way back in is. VP are going to... They've got a lineup that wants to be aggressive and trying to punish it with things like black hole there. If he had the TP, as you said, it would have been a perfect opportunity to use it there.
Iron Talon, Ember Spirit.
Yeah, desperate times, desperate measures. Very much a game where Na'Vi are just going to have to scrap together whatever pieces of farm they can. It's not going to be pretty, but their comeback's going to be a slow, tough one. Using whatever jungle farm they can get. Trying to punish VP for aggression, because as I said, VP definitely going to look to get aggressive, but they're not necessarily looking to 5-man down towers. So if you can 5-man TP when VP dive you and then take like these 5v3, 5v4 fights, that's going to be how you approach this game.
There's a smoke on RMN now, so perhaps we will see that rotation. General still holding the line here in the top lane. He's the leader in CS for Na'Vi. Over on the side of VP. Curious to see, is this going to be a blink rush by Pasha, who is extremely close? Can tap that shrine, sell a branch, and pretty much have the blink at this point. So the first Centaur gank is likely coming soon.
Yeah.
Global cooling down as well. No one can look to get involved with this. So they'll have Global, they'll have Stampede, and they'll have a Centaur blink debut. This is a pretty big power spike for VP.
Oh yeah. Although, curious to see how Sven's doing. He's going just for some phase boots, not doing anything fancy in that support role. But yeah, as it stands, Na'Vi are just going to find more heroes running at them soon. Once, like you say, the blink comes out. Pasha probably going to head towards bottom lane if he wants to pick it up from the side shop or bring it out on the courier. And I mean, all of Na'Vi are not, like, none of their cores are really, well, at least the 2 carriers aren't ready to fight. Lifesteal just picked up like a late boots. Doesn't even have his phase boots upgrade yet. Ember's just got his Iron Talon. Only now hits level 6. Both these 2 cores are really far behind, but it feels like Na'Vi, you're not going to be able to farm your way back into this game.
There's the global in the mid lane.
Bit of a panic,
And
but
I think it was, yeah, just a panic global by no one, but hey, he's a carry silencer. He's happily farming up with this DD rune, does not want to be giving up kills.
smoking mid.
Dendi, triple remnant forward. Is it going to connect? He does get the chains. The Stampede's there, but the crush clips him, keeps him in position. Can they find the damage, though? It doesn't seem like it. Crystal Maiden goes down. Dendi goes down as well. That's two that have fallen to the wrath of no one. Viper crushing helplessly as he gets cursed. It's a +6 for no one. Give this man 10 stolen intelligence. More than 1 stolen int per minute this game. Oh, God.
Yeah, I was thinking about like what do Na'Vi do? They're getting crushed. Like how do they initiate and find kills? Like I don't think they farm their way back in this game. I mean, it's the right approach to go for these kills, but the play perhaps there was to actually bring light. I think the Infest into Ember would have been better off.
The play is
they're not done.
to die here, guys.
Yeah, it's changed.
Blink Centaur, Stomp comes 2-9. I don't think they're going to be given a chance to let this go to 322 again for the fans.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I think Lifesteal just has to go and infest into Ember and be like, look, this is dumb, but how else do we win this game? Like, let's just bring all our five-man unit, a phase boots Lifesteal, infest into an Ember and hope for the best.
And they're going to try.
He's hoping for the best up top.
Something like that. Viver swinging in from the side. They move on to Solo, who steals the open wounds. Not the most useful spell. So Solo likely down, but they're chasing for more. Dendi finds the chains. It does connect to Ramses. Will the follow-up be there? They didn't get the crust that they needed, but they find the Malefice on Lil. Chasing him out. Pops the Warcry. Continues retreat. It seems like VP going to scramble away with Ramses. They'll lose their support Sven, but the crucial kills not being given up. None of the cores go down. So VP cutting their losses and continuing to farm up a storm.
Yeah, they were able to find some kills outside of the ulti cooldown, so there was no global or even the Stampede was still cooling down initially there, so good aggression from Na'Vi, and I think that's what they got to do is just make sure like they abuse the fact that after they die and like feed a few kills, they're going to respawn very quickly, and VP are going to have cooldowns, maybe be low on mana. Run at them, just keep running at them, keep looking for kills. Heroes like Ember and Lifestealer are not flash farming heroes. They're heroes that want to farm kills to get back in the game. So running at VP is going to be the way to approach this game, as tough as that is going to be. And
VP, they have their own running at Na'Vi plans in mind. Blink Stomp starts off, double edge follow-up. There's the quick lift, Stampede to secure it. VP, it's like a well-organized Special Forces strike force. They just move in under cover of smoke and quickly delete Dendi from the map. Highcat open woundsing the creep just to ensure Solo can't steal anything more juicy.
Already a complete 4-staff on Silencer, so keeping on top of him gets trickier now with that bit of extra movement, and they take the tier 1 mid. They're already swinging down towards bottom. They just want to go from one objective to the next. Very likely we see a VP team that can threaten high ground very early on. Centaur's even going straight into the Ags. Like, he's not stopping off for any kind of a 4-staff, no hood, no vanguards. He just wants to make sure he gets that team item as soon as possible.
Alright, this would be a really big kill. They find this kill top. They might be able to also grab a tower as well, but Ramsey's hiding deep behind that tower. He's actually going to TP out. He senses something's not right, and away he goes. So I'm looking at item selections here, gods. Pycat going into a Midas. It's a very late Midas for what should be a one-position lifestealer. But it kind of feels like, you know, you said they can't farm their way back into it, but he feels like he has no choice.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to like farm his way back in. It's still an item that like you may as well buy it in the hopes that it will keep you keep some gold coming your way. Actually, he's going to go back to the armor. If you go for it, it's actually not bad on lifesteal because it does pretty good damage. The hero just needs attack speed to go with his rage. But looks like he is going to go for the armlet, or at least he's reconsidering his Midas purchase.
VP continuing to ramp up their aggression here. They invade deep into Na'Vi territory and now start to threaten this tier 2 tower bottom. The array of deep wards have been planted down, and Na'Vi, they have a gambit. It's into the Roche pit they go. They do have amplify damage. They have the Eidolons. They can take this Roche. And so far, VP showing no signs of contesting. Not sure they realize it's happening. It's not the most conventional Roche lineup.
Pit, but that's not going to see anyone unless they poke their heads out. And think the Roche will become obvious now that they'll see no one on the high ground, and that's like, alright, they're probably Roshing, but let's take the free tier 3. If possible, Na'Vi will finish Roche and then 5-man defend. They needed perhaps pop a shrine in their base.
Oh, General actually threatening to go in here, at least a little bit. So they get the Aegis. Pycat will seize it. This could be the start, Guts. Do you believe? It's only a 2,000 experience deficit. It's a big gold lead for VP. It's not that big of an experience lead.
Yeah, it's still, this game is definitely still winnable. I feel like last game was more of a, maybe slightly more of a one-sided affair in some ways, just because Na'Vi have like these good options to find kills to get back in. They've got the blink on Viper now, so they can go for those Slaughter Lifestealer ganks. They've got a mech on Enigma. They've actually got a decent team fight, and they've stopped VP's timing. VP were likely going to look to break high ground with that first Roche, and now there's no Aegis. So if VP want to push high ground, they're going to do it without an Aegis, and they just don't have the farm or the heroes to really do that. So blocking the Aegis from VP is going to work very well for Na'Vi here.
Is this where like you consider putting Lil into more of a carry role? He seems to be building back towards an armlet, so is VP considering something like that, like just to give them a better base breaker as a frontliner? Obviously Silencer pretty weak in terms of killing off buildings.
Yeah, at least get like be slightly more of a core, perhaps some utility.
Oh, those reactions by Solo though, are you kidding me, man? He's actually going to get away because of it. The lift there, Pycat did pop out. They even got the crush, but it just wasn't fast enough. The Stampede came out. Now Pycat's on the run. Aegis insta-popped. Global is still available, so General can't global unless he gets no one, and that's a very tall order. Lildo low, Dendi rolling in. He's going to manage to find that Rubik, holds him in position. He doesn't have access to no one, though. He was really searching for the hole. The open wounds is there to keep Ramses at bay. They're still fishing around like they want to go back in. But Dendi down, and I think without their main chaser available, they'll have to disengage. It could have been worse for Na'Vi.
Definitely could have. They would have.
It's actually a gold. It's a gold win. So.
Yeah, lose 2 heroes, win on gold. Well, I guess one of them was an Aegis, so yeah, they lose an Aegis and an Ember and get the 1 kill. But yeah, not killing that Rubik at the start really hurts them. But ultimately, you kind of look around like the VP side, and it doesn't really feel like the game should be ending anytime soon. Heroes are still very low level, like level 7 supports and stuff. Like there's a lot of time left for Na'Vi to try and recover and make plays around this Blink Dagger that they've just got. Enigma now has a Grieve, so we can get out of the global silence, which is definitely nice, although for the most part Silencer is holding the ultimate, waiting for that black hole to come out. And that's something which he'll have problems dealing with until he has a Blink Dagger, which may allow him to get on top of Silencer to stop that global silence from happening.
VP marches down the mid lane, completed Hurricane Pike, now up a no one. Up to 14 stolen int, so no longer that impressive 1 per minute, but one good fight can change that real quick. We'll roll onto the tower here. Ramsey's getting to work, and meanwhile, to the north, Solo able to scurry away. The power of the Stampede works its magic again, and now they chase on to Pycat. We've still yet to see a black hole, and General just not going to be able to execute one until this global gets used, but no one sees no need to use it. So Dendi split pushing, has grabbed the Veil.
Very patient play from no one, just not earlier on in the game. It was always these aggressive, very early global silences, but since the kind of 5v5 oriented team fights have started, he's not using global silence. His duty is to cancel black hole.
We're gonna see an infest attempt here.
Dendi at bottom's being chased.
Uh-oh, caught out by Pasha. And still no global. They're just finding these pickoffs off the blink stop initiation, and simultaneously they make that move on the top lane. Looking for Lil, but again, it's support for core, the trade for Na'Vi. And it's just adding up here, the number of times they're unable to find clean kills on core heroes. They do complete Greaves on General now, so he's got a way to remove the global.
Yep, definitely will help him out a bit. May find a follow-up pickoff. Oh, no blink crush on the Ramses. Didn't even have the follow-up damage really. Lifestealer wasn't with him. But Pycat at least armlet close to an Echo Saber. His ability to burst heroes with the Slada starting to amp up a little bit more.
The game definitely slowing down, and I think Na'Vi probably happy with that overall. You look at VP, like not that many flash farmers really aside from the Sven, and it's a support Sven at that, so perhaps this slow and sedate pace is their way back into the game.
It's definitely, yeah, more suitable to them. It allows them to be the ones looking for openings, playing around the Infest cooldown, trying to find pickoffs using that slider. And it's constantly Na'Vi are the ones being the aggressors now. I think they recognize that they can just keep going for these ganks with slider lifestealer. Even if they're getting 1-for-1 trades, it's still a gold advantage for them, and it's space for Dendi to just keep farming. Dendi is still very far behind, so anything they can do to help give him room to get more items is going to go a long way.
RMN dropping a ward here, and TP's out. Ramses sees him. No, doesn't get the first hit bash. I was going to say RMN has not had the most fortuitous game, but that would truly be some awful luck. As they scan the side shop, they find Biver and Pycat. Oh, Na'Vi. Are they going to get cold feet here in time? They could infest, blink out, and get out of here real quickly, but they're not going to have a whole lot of time to react as VP converge. Hey guys, how you doing? Lift there to start. Stormbolt to follow. Connects on 2. Global over the top. That's when you commit it. 2 very crucial kills, and again to VP. Up to 22 stolen it, so no one continuing the onslaught.
Oh, he's got, yeah, full Rod of Atos now, so that long-range initiation and disable is available to him. Really good against the Ember as well. So
I mean, more importantly, the Centaur Eggs gods. It's very close.
That's really the big item. The second, like, a slider blink, like, Infest Bomb happens, you just pop Stampede. And even if that hero is stunned, the damage block should be enough to keep them alive. So, VP just going to fall back. They're in no rush. I'm sure they can feel just how far ahead they are in this game. Na'Vi, yeah, they're getting a few kills here and there, having some 1-for-1 trades, but all of VP's cores are getting out of control, and even the supports are getting the necessary items to be effective this game.
Na'Vi definitely going to fight to the bitter end, and so far VP not really showing signs of threatening that high ground. So the shrines remain in play, at least for now. The next Rosh coming soon, and we do see a blink picked up on the Rubik and on the Enigma. So just as General gets a little bit better at potentially catching the Silencer, the Rubik gets better at stealing that black hole and turning the fight anyway.
Yeah, the instant smoke from Na'Vi, perhaps trying to find a fight while Global Silence is still down. One less thing for Enigma to worry about.
Could be a really big timing opportunity here, and they have to expect VP will come to defend this tower mid, given how far ahead they are. And in fact, the TP's here. It's going to instantly break Biver's smoke. They do not see this yet, though. Na'Vi are ensconced in the darkness. Radiant scan connects. They will know heroes are in the neighborhood. They break the smoke. Blink Crush to start. General there to follow. Goes for the black hole. It's an airball. And Solo's going to steal it for himself. This is how you black hole, he says. Jumps right back in. The remnants come through, but Dendi lifted, denied. 3 dead. Hole blown. Na'Vi are in shambles.
That's the kind of fight that just makes you want to call GG. Even though it's like the game 3 decided you're probably not going to, but that is that's a tough one to bounce back from. I think at that point, like, emotionally, you're just beat. You whiff the black hole, it gets stolen, Rubik gets the bigger black hole off himself, and they went all in on that troll and couldn't even kill him.
An ugly showing here, and for Na'Vi, this could be the end of the line. Looking at the first CIS major for a chance to represent the homeland. It doesn't seem like that's happening. It seems VP are the new kings of CIS, and as of yet. Yeah, not much life left in this Na'Vi corpse.
I mean, they're just a very disciplined team, and VP have been the first consistent CIS team in such a long time. They've been at the top of the CIS Dota for a good, basically since TI at this point. They've had perhaps a few disappointing results at international lands, but it's never been like a disappointing in the sense that they've lost to teams they shouldn't. It's more disappointing because people thought like they were going to be good enough to beat EG or good enough to beat an OG, and they've always just maybe fallen short against some of the T1 teams. But who they haven't fallen short is against the teams that they're supposed to be, teams who are like on the rise. Like Na'Vi, they're good, they're improving, they're getting better, but to take on VP is a tough ask.
They can't even kill the damn range creep in the pit. Dendi gets scared and runs away, and VP, no such hesitation, straight into the pit, straight onto the Roshan. There is no black hole for this fight, and there is a global silence. I mean, talk about a difficult engagement. They're going to global now. Right as the jump in comes, Na'Vi were trying for the Infest Bomb in the rear, and Lil charges into the fray. That's a support spin, mind you, who's hitting like a core. The silencer brought down. Next onto the Enigma. 3 gets slain, and now VP. They'll take the Roche too. They might even grab Dendi, should he dare to stick around. Yeah, this is a Roche, and this is a high ground push coming any moment from VP.
I mean, went for the steal, won't get it, but he'll pay for this with his life. +2, +2, +2. 36 intel stolen. Well,
He's almost 200 a pop.
Yeah. he's hitting hard, and well, not a whole lot. If this was any other game, very likely you would have seen a GG call. Even without a Rax taken, it's very clear that this game is more or less over at this point. Pash is just taunting his way to victory on the high ground. He's feeling good about himself, and he knows that there's nothing Na'Vi can do at this point. Even Ramses, whoa, bit of BM from Ramses. He's being pinged, I think, by no one. The youngster is showing Na'Vi who's boss.
Well, gods, the good news for Na'Vi is they can still attend the major.
They killed Lil and GG'd out. I love it.
It's in Kiev. They'll be there anyway. But you can still meet Na'Vi, guys. They just won't be competing.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, good sports. Everyone congratulating VP. I don't think, I mean, some taunting and BM aside at the end. These guys have been playing each other and competing against each other for some time. So I don't think there'll be any ill will between the two teams. It's all good. And I think Na'Vi know that VP is that top tier team that could actually make a big run at the major. I mean, they'll look at VP and be like, this team could theoretically get top 3, top 4 in Kiev, and no one would be surprised.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Vengeful spirits.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Elder Titan.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Alchemist.
Dire team pick.
Meatball!
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Winter Wyvern.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds to battle.
MSS grinds games. As long as you grind games, you don't need to play everything. Like, you have a rough idea of how things work in general.
Oh, Bulba's got to be sitting there laughing. It's like, dude, I'm the one who made ET off lane.
Yeah,
if I can't make it work in this patch, there's no way you can.
Remember his set? Dinosaur set?
No, I do not remember that.
Not very fun.
Boo.
Guys, buy one though. Every dollar supports Bulba.
Yeah, and
The
Bulba
price-
definitely needs it, especially given how stingy he is with money. He must be very poor.
That guy has
after,
not spent $1 on clothes
after winning
in the past like
so
6 years. Literally not a cent has been spent on clothes.
Onyx are going to be running somewhat of an aggro tri lane here. Keeper of the Light is going to be chilling out with the Abaddon, doing what we were talking about, blasting down waves.
1v1 versus ET. MSS, not like this. He's going to soak up a lot of damage here though. You notice what he's doing?
Yeah, he's,
every single neutral, and he's trying to hit.
Yeah, this is the way you play it. Even if he spins on you, you're going to out
That's 90
DPS him.
damage.
You're definitely going to out DPS him.
Amazing.
So.
SS, such a boss.
Yeah, I don't think you were like, oh, not like this MSS, but I don't think the 1v1 is bad at all.
He does not
ET.
care. He's so strong. I forgot how strong ET was.
Yeah, ET's great for 1v1s. It's the 1v2s and 1v3s that look really bad for him.
He's got a 1v2 now as Dubu. This is the one thing I was never a really big fan of Team Onyx's dual lanes and stuff. And some of their support combinations just don't feel very synergistic.
MSS. Just keep on shoving it back.
Huck's doing really well mid, by the way. Envy's doing a really good job right now.
6-2 against the 5-3 of the Meatball. Looks like they're going to have a go here onto Bulba. Bulba can remove a lot of this. They can't rely on Ignite, hence SVG hasn't even leveled it. Arctic Burn.
Level up, and right-click people with Orb of Venom. That's Ignite.
That's, yeah, that is true. But Arctic Burn gets burned away by a Aphotic Shield as well, which is not
Dubu is
ideal.
Gonna cop some damage here. He's gotta be careful. He's gonna kick his way out. Realizes that MSS is so strong. We're gonna grab the bounty rune. He has staked his claim on this top lane.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like them giving MSS that space early on was a mistake. They just threatened the roll spin. There's no way MSS, even with the spirit damage, could fight that. He's just got to run away and cop all that damage. Now he's got the levels. That spirit does scale quite a bit as you get more and more of these neutrals.
Yeah. Now he's gonna hit second set. There's a lot of newts. Trying to make sure that it walks through. He does. He deals like 120 a hit. Beast. Really want to mess with this man? Gonna deny your range creep in front of you too. What a life.
SS is feeling pretty good right now. Bulba can't be feeling too bad either, though. He's still going to be able to get a decent amount against this tri-lane.
I can't imagine AUI is having the best time of it at all either. At least Ash Gold Jr. is getting solo XP. He's even got more CS.
Yeah, Mason's still having a good time. SS, he can still deal with the gank of the Earth Spirit too if they roll in and kick. He has a TP, he could just TP out of the spin. So he can play this pretty aggressively, even 1v2. You just chase back Dubu. Get that damage in, son. Whew.
That was scary. Just hit him twice, just like donk. No HP. He's gonna grab another bounty rune too. This lane is property of Arif. Although this Baden not that far behind in CS despite MSS having relatively good time of it.
The Keeper Light's getting a lot out of the lane too with these hard camp pulls. Looks like the roll-in happened. MSS is going to be chased down. That will be our first blood. The two supports TP, but they're a bit too late.
Keeping the tri-lane up here, it means that AUI is not going to have a good time at bottom.
Fortunately, I don't think it's a lane that can really threaten Vengeful Spirit very much.
It's more just annoy him, because they can push in this wave and then just essentially dive him under his tower.
Prevent him from getting all that CS.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Like, Bulba's going to hit this down, Demon's going to hit this tower too. And now, look, he's just chasing, making sure that AUI is not just getting anything for free. Precisely what's happening right now.
Look at, oh god, look at Mason. Mason might be dead. Oh, he's going to get him with the Spirit MSS! He just runs down Mason's Juggernaut.
Cannot die like that.
A Bloodlusted Elder Titan. We have a pretty deep, oh no, nothing there. They're just...
That was so good for Onyx, you know, they get the first blood, they force the double rotation up at top, then all of a sudden, they get a free kill. They essentially get a freebie here. Not great for them at all.
They're estimating the Elder Titan. Can't do it.
Yeah, and Abed. Still getting quite a bit of farm. I wonder if your build varies at all. I guess it doesn't. No matter what, life's just kind of going to suck hitting yourself.
AY, what's going on here? Steals that one creep. The roll in is going to miss from Dubu. He's going to be underneath the tower here. Fortunately, Magic Missile was already used. He tries to get the right clicks off to finish off Dubu, but an Aphotic Shield will save him. AUI knew he was dead. He was just hoping to be able to get a turnaround. Nice rotation from Abed and that early smoke by Onyx.
And they're slowing him down. This is the entire point, is to try to slow down this Vengeful Spirit, because you know this hero can't really recover. But the good news for NP is that this hero is not the focal point of the strategy whatsoever.
Oh, nice ultimate here. That's gonna catch Abaddon as well. Oh man, he's just crushing him. He's actually gonna man up against Abed as well. He takes a lot of damage, but the magic damage is gonna be enough to burst him down. Rose could not save his ally, nor could he actually get revenge
Harry Potter,
on Abed.
He was not the boy who lived. Like that one?
Yeah. Be thinking about this the whole entire time.
I was not.
I cannot
I'm
wait.
gonna be, in all honesty, mostly these things just come off the top. Some of them don't. Like the joke I made yesterday about, you know, a caster like Toby, I'll be in.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that joke like 20 times by now over our casting career. It's a good opener.
It is.
I'll always give you a good genuine
It was set up a little
bit
better. So I brought your family into this.
And B, he's actually going to be jumped on. He did get the chemical rage off just before the silence.
If he could have silenced, that was a kill.
Yeah, silence, get the stun off, the Omni Slash burst him down.
That's level 4 spin, dude. Way more than that damage. Although in mid, they're going to drop the healing ward for this.
They are going to be able to catch both. What a great kick from Dubu. They're going to go for more here. Silence onto the 2, but I don't think Onyx feel comfortable diving this right now.
That is also only a level 4 Winter Wyvern. I mean, both these supports have just been run ragged, whereas where Dubu has just been able to set the pace around the map. This Coddle has got quite a bit of farm. He's even going to pick up almost his level 6. They're going to take this bottom tower on top of that. This game has been very good for this
They're going to catch AUI here. Mason does have a mango, so he can pop it and spin if he wants to. Nice swamp back there. AUI is just trying to disjoint some of this. Gets the stun onto Dubu, tries to outrun the spin. They do have MSS with the nice
very well
stomp.
done by AUI.
Yeah, that was real clutch. Pulls out the right swap and manages to get back to the tier 2 safety.
Very well done by AUI. But still, a lot of pressure going onto him. Only 31 CS, barely has more than the Abaddon. He's going to go for a Blightstone, kind of realizes the type of position that he's in. He's not really making any moves right now. Boba going to get pushed back at bottom by this ET. And for all this ET, it feels like he's done. At the same time, he's still died 3 times and does not have that much CS at all. He's got shreds, but that's it.
Yeah, I think ET as a hero doesn't really scale that well unless you continue to keep off those tests and kills.
And
it's just like, you know, you pick up drums and stuff, but ultimately you're just a right clicker without a instant stun.
Yep. That's why, I mean, I don't think that ET was meant to be off lane.
Yeah, sure.
It might have been, but it did feel a little bit cobbled in response to the Meepo pick, and I think that's why the Meepo pick is kind of smart, because it does center things out for them a little bit. Of course, NP not counted out at all. I think Wyvern is such a good hero though in this game. There's almost no magic damage on the side of Onyx. His Jug ulti can entirely be countered by his Cold Embrace. The teamfight advantage might still even lie in NP's favor even with this out. This mid tower though going to be pretty huge. Dubu's going to get himself out. This healing ward though is going to be a constant source of annoyance for NP, as they don't have easy ways to take it down until they get out with Manta.
Yeah, I think one of the big, it's going to be the healing ward, and then if we have the Ags Abaddon later on to the game, those can be potential counters to the Winter Wyvern and his interactions in the team fight. Just
Oh, definitely. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Big thing for me too is, you know, when I said Jug, yes, Jug is kind of bad, like straight up against the Alex, but when it comes to, you know, helping out his Meepo, because when you have a Meepo lineup, Meepo is the reason why you win or lose.
Right.
I'm gonna go for a Hex next, by the way. Pretty interesting. That means he just plans on what, jumping backline in this Wyvern?
Yeah, I mean, when you said does his build change at all, I was thinking, well, maybe he goes for the earlier Blink Dagger and tries to play a little bit more initiation heavy, rather than the stat focus that Meepo usually goes.
That's exactly what he did.
Mason Try and finish up this tier 1 tower. Eternal Envy hoping to be able to get the deny. Does manage to get it there, and they also have a stomp in position. Not that it can catch either one of these heroes, actually. Jug can spin. Mr. Harry Potter over here can just use borrow time. Playing off the efficiency. Is it time to smoke? I feel like it is. It could actually collide on the Envy right now. He's pretty low. Does have the Shrine usage. Mason is going to challenge him. He's also going to ping off some of his teammates. They're going to be able to get the distance closed, though.
This is not an ulti you want to use.
He's not there.
He's got an armlet. I'll go through most of the damage. It's the rest of them that have to come here now, too, if they want to take this. What's up, dude?
I'll give you commentator tip 101, don't cover your mouth while you're talking. I was like, why is Blitz so quiet? Oh, kick. They're going to try burst out Rose, but they didn't actually get the silence, so he managed to get off the cold embrace, dodging all that Omni Slash damage, and Dubu in some serious trouble with all that minus armor. Envy will swipe him down. Demon's going to be up next, too. Demon tries to juke his way through the trees to go for a TP out, but there is a stomp to stop him.
I mean, they were trying to charge into a Wyvern that was just going to cold embrace himself, and it is only 2 supports, but at the same time, you can't give up space like this. Your Meepo is doing just fine on the other side of the map. No reason to rush things whatsoever.
He's going to speed up the Radiance for Eternal Envy. He's almost got it now.
Oh, that is some regrets there.
Big regrets.
Yeah. Feels like this has happened twice now, when they try to invade East Jungle. Remember the other game they did it as well, Freedom?
Yeah.
But they ended up winning that game anyways, but you do want to put pressure in this jungle area if you're playing against an Alk. That is the one way to limit his farm.
What do you think about the difference in builds here between the offlane and Battens? This game, Bulba's going to opt for a little bit more of an attack damage build. He goes Phase Boots, he's going Lance up next, as opposed to Arcanes, where he could have gone Mech Pipe, given the fact that Keeper of the Light is going to go an Axe Rush this game.
I think it's fine. I mean,
well, I think it's fine too, Blitz.
I mean, this is almost always going to be the build, right? Just because it does make him quite tanky. It beefs up the rest of his heroes, including the Meepo, gives him free armor, which is a pretty big deal right now for the Acid Cloud if you're trying to push into it, and the Bench Howl.
Do you think the aura factor is best to work with the Meepo instead of the sustain?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's probably going to... I know Bulba's been favoring this build where he goes like Radiance. 3rd item or something, because he knows that people don't really like yanking Abaddons. This is a very good invasion into the jungle. This time they've got enough heroes.
Last time. Demon helping to clear through the waves as Mason comes out of that jungle to start beating on the tier 2. It's not a tower that NP particularly want to defend, but giving up a tier 2 this early really sucks. MSS is going to try, though. He's going to go for a stomp to see if they can get an opportunity somewhere, force out the spin. Without the spin, they don't feel comfortable sticking around. It does just buy space for Abed to take Roshan, though. That's all that Onyx are really hoping out of this.
And Radiant pinged out mid, Dubu trying to see if maybe something can happen, and it should be a soft push at bottom. Like, it shouldn't be a push where you hard commit, right? It's just something, see how it goes.